A young man, Yamato Takaroo, lies broken in a sterile hospital room, hooked up to an IV drip. His life before this moment was a story of betrayal and death. As an airplane hums in the distance, Takaroo remains unconscious, bandages covering the wounds of a life he can't remember. His eyes flutter open, confusion clouds his mind. Where am I? His memory flashes back to his original life. A brutal kick sends him to the floor. In high school, he was the delinquent's favorite punching bag. He remembers the shame, the helplessness. I didn't have the courage to fight back, he thinks, and I hated myself for it. But he hated the bullies just as much as his own weakness. And even more, he hated the crowds of students who just stood by and watched, turning a blind eye to his suffering. Every night he'd lie in bed, wishing for a do-over. A chance to redo his pathetic life. And then one day a voice cut through the darkness. Welcome. He found himself in a grand hall, summoned to another world. A beautiful saint named Edelweiss knelt before him. Messiah-sama, this was it, this was his chance. This new world was plagued by a demon lord, a terrifying entity that brought suffering to all. Takaroo was just a wimp who couldn't even stand up to his bullies. He didn't think he could possibly risk his life to fight a demon lord. But then something incredible happened. Focusing his will, a small flame flickered to life in his hands. I did it. The saint Edelweiss smiled warmly at him. That's a step forward. Her encouragement was all he needed. He made a vow. This time he would persevere. He would become someone he could finally be proud of. And he did. He fought relentlessly, cutting down every monster in his path. He grew stronger, strong enough to stand before the demon lord himself. He gave it his absolute best. And his reward for saving the world, betrayal, he was dragged onto a scaffold before a massive crowd. In God's name, a man declared, we shall carry out the execution of the monster Takaroo Yamato. Bound in magic sealing braces, Takaroo knelt as his crimes were read aloud. An otherworlder with the power to defeat the demon lord. Before he betrays humanity, he must be dealt with. Takaroo thought bitterly, forget recognition, they're treating me like a beast. The man sneered down at him. Any last words, former messiah? The crowd roared with hatred and fear. Takaroo remained silent, accepting his fate. Hurry and chop his head off, they screamed. He's too dangerous. Their cries of kill him echoed through the square. The prime minister turned away. I'm tired of it, the executioner nodded. I see. Then farewell. The knight raised the heavy executioner's sword high, above Takaroo's neck. But amidst the jeering crowd, one person cried out in horror. It was Edelweiss, her face a mask of anguish and tears. Takaroo looked out and saw her. Whether in Japan or this world, he realized, I was never accepted. He saw Edelweiss's tears, her desperate cries drowned out by the mob. But at least one person shed tears for me. A single tear fell from his own eye as a faint smile touched his lips. I'm sure that my life must have been a happy one, and then the blade fell. His vision faded to black. Until he woke up, back in the hospital bed. He looked around, his mind racing. This isn't that world. An airplane flew past the window, a hospital in Japan. How did I come back? He sat up, clutching his head. No, but I died, it can't be, were those 3 years just a dream? He stared out the window, trying to make sense of it all. It's pointless to think about something I can't understand. First, I need to confirm my situation. He stumbled towards the window and stared at his reflection. The face looking back wasn't his, not the hero's face he'd grown used to, but a younger, weaker version of himself. Who is this? In the hallway, nurses heard the commotion and started running. Startled, he tripped and fell from the bed, a sickening crack echoing in the room. The pain was immediate. I've got several bone fractures. But then instinct took over. He knelt on the floor, a familiar energy swirling around him as he whispered the incantation, recovery, all. Instantly the pain vanished. He flexed his hand, feeling the bones knit back together. He stood up, ripping the IV from his arm. The fact I can use magic means it wasn't a dream after all, but what if I'm dreaming right now? He looked in the mirror again, still reeling from the unfamiliar face. Suddenly the door burst open. A woman and a doctor rushed in, their faces filled with panic. Takaroo. They grabbed him, shouting in disbelief. You woke up. No, wait, you had fractures all over, how are you even moving? Takaroo froze, trying to process the situation. She must be the mother of this body's owner, and he's the doctor, right? Thinking fast, he knew he couldn't just mention being bullied and ice-guyed. He had to play dumb. He decided to feign memory loss. Coming up with a story on the spot, he said, so I was playing with friends on the school roof when the fence broke and I slipped and fell. Later the doctor examined him, completely baffled. Do you remember that you are called Kusanagi Takaroo? Takaroo hesitated. Yes. The doctor shook his head. I can't believe it. For such injuries to be gone, this is impossible even for a proficient healer. The word healer caught Takaroo's attention. Even though this isn't the other world, there are healers here. Just then, a man burst into the room, calling his name. Takaroo realized this must be Takaroo's dad. The man rushed forward, pulling him into a tight, tearful hug. Overwhelmed, Takaroo could only stare in shock as his father held him. "I'm just so happy you're alive," the man sobbed, "even if you don't remember us." His new father pulls him into a tight, desperate hug, the relief palpable. Tears in his eyes, the man whispers, "I'm just so happy you're alive, even if you don't remember us." The doctor's words echo in his mind, flashing back to a memory of a happy childhood. This boy, Kusanagi Takaroo, was clearly loved. But another memory surfaces, the face of Edelweiss, the one person who cared for him in that other, brutal world. Lying in the sterile hospital bed, Takaroo closes his eyes. He makes a silent vow to the boy whose body he now occupies. "I don't get what's going on, but I will find a way to give you back your body, so please wait a little while." After his miraculous recovery, the doctors are baffled. They run every test imaginable from MRIs to blood work, but the results are all the same: he's in perfect health. With no medical reason to keep him, Takaroo is quickly discharged, waving goodbye to the bewildered doctor. Riding in the car with his new parents, Takaroo observes the world outside. The tech at the hospital seemed way more futuristic than what I knew, but everyone's speaking Japanese. This has to be Japan. But as they drive through the city, he notices something is off. It's almost unnaturally clean, not like the Japan he remembers. He thinks back, when I was Yamato Takaroo, the year was 2000. Am I in the future? Just then, his mother turns on the news. The anchor's voice cuts through the car. "Today marks the end of May 2040. Takaroo's eyes go wide. 40. The news report continues, but what appears on screen sends a chill down his spine. A massive ogre is rampaging through the city, being fought by warriors called hunters, who risk their lives to protect people. Takaroo stares in disbelief. An ogre and goblins. Why are they here, he thinks. These monsters belong in that other world. His mind reels. What are hunters? His new parents, however, are completely unfazed. His mother even jokes, "Hunters are so cool, I'd like to be one." Her husband just scoffs, "You're way too clumsy, it'd be over for you in no time." Takaroo can only watch in stunned silence. On screen, the hunters move with incredible power, slicing through monsters. One delivers a devastating punch that sends an ogre reeling. Another channels dark, crackling energy from his sword. Takaroo realizes with a jolt, they're fighting with magic like it's normal. Even though this is Japan, it's just like that other world. Suddenly, a black inky mass splatters against their windshield. Before they can react, a massive spear of pure darkness materializes in front of them. The family screams in terror. His father grits his teeth, yanking the steering wheel hard. The car screeches, swerving wildly to avoid the attack. But it's too fast. Takaroo's eyes widen. This is bad. Instinct takes over. He throws his hand forward, shouting an incantation in his mind, "Guard protection." The dark spear slams into the car with a deafening crunch of metal and glass. The vehicle is a complete wreck, smoking on the side of the road as the dark energy dissipates. His father stumbles out holding his wife. "No pain. Are you two okay?" he asks, bewildered. "Yeah," she replies, equally shocked. Takaroo looks on, relieved. "Then I'm glad." But his relief is short-lived, as he stares at the swirling black energy that caused the crash. A shadowy figure emerges from a rift in reality. "I've seen this before, in the other world." His parents stare in horror. "It's a summoning skill," his mother cries. "This is bad, it's a gate break, we have to run," his father yells. A monstrous clawed hand pushes through the portal. Two hulking ogres, chained and snarling, step out onto the street. Takaroo's blood runs cold. Ogres. He remembers their terrifying power. An ogre, a monster that took several of the kingdom's best knights just to take one down. A normal person wouldn't stand a chance. He clenches his fist. "But if it's me, with my magic skills, I can make quick work of it." But he hesitates, the chaos around him fading into the background. Civilians scream and run for their lives. The memory of his own execution flashes in his mind, the jeering crowd, the cold steel. His eyes narrow with a grim understanding. He learned his lesson the hard way. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. His parents grab him. "Takaroo, run," he thinks. "This body isn't even mine. If I stand out, it'll cause trouble when I have to give it back. And I don't want to be afraid of that anymore." With his decision made, he turns his back on the monster and runs. But a glance over his shoulder changes everything. The ogre has locked onto his parents, who are frozen in fear. As the monster's massive hand descends to crush them, Takaroo's resolve shatters. A glowing magic circle erupts on his palm. He spins around, pouring all his power into a single spell. "Make it in time," flare burst. A torrent of fire engulfs the ogre, blowing it to pieces in a gory explosion. He rushes to his parents' side. "Are you okay?" he asks, quickly covering his tracks. "A nearby hunter came and defeated it. Let's get out of here." As he leads them away, he glances back at the dismembered corpse, a bead of sweat on his brow. "So I ended up using my power after all," he thinks. "I'm glad I saved them, but the problem is." he notices a wisp of black energy dissipating from the ogre's remains. He recalls a flash of dark magic hitting the monster a split second after his own spell. His eyes drift upwards to a nearby rooftop. Someone is standing there. A young woman with blonde hair stares down at him, a trace of the same dark magic smoking from her fingertips. She saw everything. Takaroo realizes his secret is already out. This could become a very troublesome matter. As Takaroo and his parents walk home at night, his father sighs, still stressed from the day's events. The car's broken. Well, at least we survived. His mother, however, is much more cheerful. It was such a big incident, it's amazing there were no casualties, she says before spotting their house. Now then, Takaroo, we're here. Standing before a modern two-story house, his parents welcome him with warm smiles. This is your home, his father says. His mother puts an arm around him, beaming, welcome home, Takaroo. Takaroo looks up at the house, his expression unreadable. For him, this is just another strange place in a world he no longer recognizes. The new chapter begins, titled Things That Don't Change. The cover art shows Takaroo looking utterly confused by a smartphone, hinting that the former strongest hero might have finally met his match, modern technology. Later in his new room, Takaroo begins his investigation. If I'm going to live as Kusanagi Takaroo, he thinks, opening a desk drawer, then I need information. He scans the room filled with bookshelves and a desk. I did a once-over, he notes, but I don't see a diary. Searching the shelves, he's slightly relieved. Honestly, if I found a porn mag, it'd be fine, but instead, he feels a strange sense of apology to the boy whose life he's taken over. Instead of a diary, he finds a magazine titled Hunters sitting on the desk, filled with bookmarks. Flipping through it, Takaroo realizes the original owner's passion. It seems like Takaroo was really into hunters. All of the books are about them. The magazine is filled with profiles and rankings. There's even a ranking system, a special report, Takaroo observes. It's as if they're celebrities. Tucked inside is a sticky note written by the original Takaroo. If I was a hunter, I would have loved to join this guild. A small glimpse into the boy's dream. Sitting at the desk, Takaroo reflects on his bizarre situation. I've spent 3 years in a different world, so I'm kinda used to strange things, but it's a weird feeling. I'm in Japan, but it feels like I'm not. He picks up a smartphone, completely baffled. This board called a mobile phone is amazing. It's hard to operate, but I need to learn it. A sudden wave of panic hits him as a very practical, old-fashioned fear surfaces. However, won't the cost of using it too much be massive later? Just then, the phone buzzes with a notification for a new message, making him jump out of his skin. WHA. Kneeling on the floor, he struggles with the Face ID. I get more nervous doing this than fighting the Demon Lord, he thinks, knowing that this uses Takaroo's parents' money. Facial recognition. He finally manages to unlock it and opens the messaging app. A text from someone named Araki is on the screen. It reads, Hey Kusanagi, doing something remarkably courageous as trying to suicide. Thanks to your efforts, the police even came to my place. I'll never forgive you. Takaroo's eyes widen in shock. Suicide. A dark memory flashes through his mind, not his own, but the original Takaroo's, of shadowy figures looming over him. He lowers the phone, processing the grim reality. I see, he thinks, his expression hardening. So he's the friend Takaroo was playing around with. Another message from Araki comes through, dripping with menace. Once you come to school, I'll make sure to give you an even greater time than before, so make sure you look forward to it. Araki then sends a picture of himself flexing in boxing gear with the caption, Prepare yourself. But Takaroo's mind is stuck on one thing. You're going to have to pay a lot of money if you send me such short messages. He stares at the phone, horrified by the potential data charges. Suddenly, his bedroom door opens. Don't just send me images randomly, think of the cost, Takaroo yells, thinking it's the bully, but it's his sister who calmly replies, It's okay, we have Wi-Fi. As his sister stands in the doorway, Takaroo is still processing. Why, what did you call it? She apologizes. Sorry Tilda, I did knock, but I just wanted to let you know. It's very difficult for you because of the amnesia, right? She adds gently. You don't need to attend school for a while. Takaroo uses this time off to catch up on 40 years of history. Like a modern-day Urashima Taro, he dives into research on his smartphone. He learns that 30 years ago, while he was fighting in another world, mysterious gates appeared on Earth, connecting it to other dimensions. Monsters began pouring out, slaughtering people. Conventional weapons proved completely ineffective against them. But just as humanity was on the brink, individuals with the power of magic appeared and began to fight back. Deciding he needs to see this new world for himself, Takaroo tells his mom, I'll go for a walk. As he leaves, the narration explains that magic eventually became a common skill that anyone could learn. Those who dedicated themselves to studying magic became known as magi. And those who specialized in fighting, the monsters were called hunters. Walking down the street, Takaroo is so absorbed in his phone that an old man scolds him. Stop texting while you're walking, lad. he learns that hunters became essential for dealing with gate breaks and protecting everyday life. Takaroo sheepishly walks on, scratching his head. He looks up, taking in the sights and sounds of a familiar, yet alien city. He stands in the middle of a bustling street, a stranger in his own homeland. He sees the small moments of everyday life, like a shopkeeper dropping a crate of bottles, and a mother comforting her crying child at a restaurant. Society has really adapted to magic, he thinks, walking past a wall of posters. Something so otherworldly, it still doesn't feel real to me. Looking up at the sky, he feels a profound sense of displacement. This world differs greatly from the one I know. It's been 40 years. He wants to return to his own time, but that's impossible. A wave of loneliness washes over him. It feels a lot more lonely than I thought. His thoughts are suddenly shattered by a woman's scream. "Per snatcher," she yells, pointing down the street. A hooded man sprints away, laughing maniacally. Too slow. Takaroo's eyes narrow, his hero instincts kicking in. He quickly assesses the situation. That guy, he's using magic to escape. He's faster than a person with a bike. The thief shoves past bystanders, leaving chaos in his wake. Takaroo focuses on the distant figure. "Physical boost," he whispers. In less than a second, he appears directly in the thief's path, his hand clamping down on the man's wrist with bone-shattering force. His eyes are cold, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. If you're trying to run using physical boost, he thinks, then be at least this fast. The thief can only gasp in confusion, huh. His confusion turns into a piercing scream of agony. A moment later, the family he helped is thanking him profusely. "We're saved thanks to you, Oni-san," Takaroo, unused to the praise, replies. "Ah, no, please don't mind it." Their little girl looks up at him with sparkling eyes. "Oni-chan, your magic rocks. It's the first time I've seen a person be that fast with a physical boost." Takaroo breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he completely overdid it. "So that was too fast, I'll be more careful next time." Just then an old woman from the crowd approaches him. "Sonny, your hand." She gently places a few pieces of candy in his palm. "I'd like to thank you properly, but you don't want that," she says with a kind smile. "So take the candy at least." Takaroo stares at the candy, a distant memory surfacing. He remembers being a small child, his grandmother giving him his favorite candies as a reward for massaging her shoulders. The warmth of the memory touches him. The little girl's voice brings him back to the present. "Oni-chan." For the first time since his return, Takaroo lets out a genuine, heartfelt smile. "Thank you." As the family waves goodbye, Takaroo feels a sense of peace. Even if 40 years have passed and a lot of things have changed, the fundamental aspects have remained the same, and I'm glad for that. He notices the sun has set. It completely turned dark. He turns to head home. I should hurry back, but before he can take a step, a fist comes flying at his head from behind. With reflexes honed by countless battles, Takaroo ducks under the punch with ease. He straightens up to see his attacker stumble past him. It's Araki, the bully from the text messages, standing in the alley. "HMPH, aren't you glad you were able to dodge that by a fluke?" he sneers. "Although I would have been more glad if you didn't ignore my texts." Araki grins, his face a mask of arrogant cruelty. "Right, Kusanagi." Takaroo recognizes the face from the picture on his phone. "Ah," he says calmly, facing his new enemy. "Araki, huh?" Araki's smile vanishes, replaced by a twitching eye. Hey, Araki, you say." His face contorts into a mask of pure rage as he screams. "It's supposed to be Araki-kun." Takaroo just stares back, completely unfazed. So these things don't change. In a dark alley, the delinquent Araki gets right in Takaroo's face, spit flying as he screams. "Araki-kun, don't go calling me by my name without respect, you trash. You're supposed to say Araki-kun, got it?" But Takaroo remains completely unfazed. Araki keeps yelling, "Oi, what's with those eyes of yours? It's your fault the cops came to my place." Takaroo thinks to himself, "I see. So this is the kind of problem I have to deal with now. It reminds me of when my pops used to hit me. That was the worst." His gaze is steady, lost in a memory. He remembers his past life, how he used to be so afraid of guys like this that he'd freeze up, unable to do anything. But Takaroo thinks, recalling the colossal dragon he faced in the other world, honestly, fighting dragons seems a whole lot scarier. Compared to that, Araki's threats just seem pathetic. In Takaroo's mind, the raging delinquent is nothing more than a yapping Pomeranian. Araki puffs out his chest, boasting, "Don't get carried away. I've got 3 really dangerous senpai backing me up. We could kill you and cover it up." A serene smile spreads across Takaroo's face. "It seems I've grown as well," he realizes, feeling a sense of peace. But his smile only infuriates Araki more. "What are you laughing at, huh?" Araki slaps Takaroo's arm away and winds up for a punch. "A coward who tried to run away by dying. Don't get carried away." Takaroo easily sidesteps the clumsy swing. What to do, he wonders. It would be simple to send this guy flying, but I also want to avoid being flashy. I know, he decides, I'll just make him fall over by stomping the ground. But as Araki swings again, he crosses a line. Your parents too, giving birth to a guy like you was a mistake. Takaroo's expression hardens. With a thunderous sound, he stomps his foot on the pavement. The force isn't just a stomp, it's a shockwave emanating from his entire body with the power of a full-force punch. The ground itself seems to ripple, catching Araki completely off guard. The invisible wave of force sends Araki flying backward through the air. As he soars, Takaroo's cold voice cuts through the alley. Hey. Araki crashes to the ground and looks up to see Takaroo's eyes, now devoid of any amusement. Don't badmouth them. Scrambling to his feet, Araki's face is a mask of terror and rage. This fucker, he seethes, and a swirling magic circle begins to glow in his hand. Takaroo's eyes widen slightly. To resort to using offensive magic in a place like this. But something is wrong. A volatile black miasma erupts from behind Araki, the magic spiraling out of his control. Takaroo recognizes the phenomenon instantly, a gate break. Before anyone can react, a massive demonic fist punches out of the swirling darkness, catching Araki square in the face. The gate tears open completely, and a hulking, red-skinned bloody ogre steps through, tossing Araki's unconscious body aside like a ragdoll. Araki slumps into a pile of trash bags, out cold. He isn't dead, it seems, Takaroo notes with surprise. Guess being a boxer makes him pretty sturdy. Now then, he turns his attention to the real threat. The bloody ogre lets out a deafening roar. Takaroo quickly assesses the situation. There are no passers-by and Araki's out cold, but I can't spend much time on this. He places a hand on his chest, a faint light glowing within. I'll end this in an instant, physical boost. In a flash, Takaroo vanishes from his spot, closing the distance to the monster before it can even blink. He's already in its guard, fist cocked back. With all his boosted strength, Takaroo drives his fist into the bloody ogre's abdomen. The impact is devastating. His fist doesn't just hit the monster, it punches clean through its torso, which erupts in a spray of black blood. The ogre's body is literally blown in half. Its legs buckle as its upper torso disintegrates into nothing. Araki groans, his eyes fluttering open just in time to witness the horrifying sight of the monster's remains collapsing. Takaroo stands over the spot where the ogre fell, its body melting away into a black, viscous puddle. He looks at the mess with a deadpan expression. It ended up being a scene of horror. Well, it's okay, it's just Araki. His focus shifts to the more pressing issue. More importantly, this gate, I can't just leave it be. Recalling magic from the other world, he raises a hand. Since it resembles a summoning circle, maybe destroying the magic itself will make it disappear. He unleashes a blast of energy and the gate implodes. Oh, that did it. But as the alley falls silent, a sudden thought strikes him. This is bad. He quickly puts his hands together in a brief prayer for the vanquished monster. Then he turns to make a quick exit from the alley. The night sky seems calm, but Takaroo knows he's left a mess. Sometime later, the alley is swarming with police. Yellow tape cordons off the scene where the S-rank hunter, Sakura, has arrived. She stares at the evidence, her mind reeling. I can't believe it, to take down a bloody ogre in one hit. An official briefs her. It was already like this when we arrived. The bloody ogre was dead and the gate was closed as well. He continues, gesturing towards the side. We found a boy who had collapsed, but he only had a few bruises. He claims he was fighting with a classmate here. Sakura kneels, examining the black bloodstains. The official adds, he's saying that he beat the bloody ogre. Her eyes drift over to Takaroo being questioned by an officer. That's not likely, she thinks. I don't sense enough mana from him to defeat it in one hit, so why is he covered in so much blood? Takaroo sweats under the officer's gaze, looking incredibly nervous. Sakura stands up, making a decision. No, I've decided that case was a misunderstanding on my part. I'll be returning to the Hunter Association. The official nods. Understood, please send me the report later. As she walks away, the crowd of onlookers begins to whisper. Hey, that's Sakura, right? One says. Another gushes, you're right, she's so cute. You wouldn't think she'd be the youngest to ever become an S-rank hunter. Sakura ignores them, her mind consumed by the puzzle. She walks past a police car, the flashing lights illuminating her serious expression. A bloody ogre is a monster that requires several A-rank hunters to deal with, she muses. Yet someone defeated it and closed the gate faster than I could even get here. The implications were staggering. Her eyes widen as she comes to a shocking conclusion. In this town, there's a hunter stronger than me. Meanwhile, the hunter in question, Takaroo, is happily enjoying a huge dinner with his smiling parents, completely unaware of the powerful ally and rival he just made. Takaroo arrives at the imposing gates of Tokyo Metropolitan Kazami High School. Taking in the sight, he thinks, so this is the school Takaroo attends. It feels more familiar than I expected. He recalls his parents' concern before he left. His father pleaded, you don't have to go back yet if you don't want to, but his mother knew he'd hate repeating a year. Takaroo had simply told them, I'm fine. Walking through the bustling school grounds, Takaroo feels like an outsider, observing groups of friends laughing and talking. He reflects on the boy whose life he now inhabits. Takaroo, he was driven to suicide, doesn't seem like he had any friends, huh? Looking down at his plain school shoes, he can't help but feel the contrast. His mind flashes back to the sturdy adventurer's boots of his past life. Our circumstances were similar, but I managed to get a second chance in a different world. He remembers the chaos and camaraderie of that other life. Exchanging fierce, playful glares with his companion Edelweiss after a mishap. It was an accident, he'd yelled. He remembers fighting powerful demons side by side with her. In the quiet moments of practice and understanding that followed. The memory of her gentle smile cuts through the noise of the present. Takaroo, she had said. Her dream echoes in his mind. I want to create a world where everyone can laugh naturally. Snapping back to reality, Takaroo touches his cheek, a faint smile on his lips. It's about time I go. With newfound resolve, he walks towards the school building. Thanks to you, Edelweiss, I can finally take that first step here. He finds his classroom, 2A. The teacher addresses the class. From today, Kusanagi will be returning. Due to his injuries, he's experiencing amnesia, so I ask everyone to support him. As Takaroo walks to an empty desk, every eye in the room follows him, a mix of shock and curiosity on his classmates' faces. He sits down and the teacher heads out. Behave yourselves until the first period teacher gets here. Takaroo scans the room, feeling the weight of their stares. Some students look nervous, whispering to each other. Others look away, clearly uncomfortable with his presence. A few are just bored, completely indifferent to the drama. Takaroo takes it all in with a simple internal hum. Suddenly the classroom door slams open with a deafening crash. A loud voice bellows, "Is it true you took down a bloody ogre? That's awesome." A blonde delinquent Araki stands triumphantly at the door, soaking in the praise from his cronies. As expected of Araki-kun, one cheers. If it's the great me, then something like that is nothing, Araki boasts. Takaroo watches the spectacle unfold, unimpressed. Araki's bravado falters as the memory of yesterday's humiliating encounter with the ogre flashes in his mind. He spots Takaroo watching him. Walking past, Araki scoffs loudly and kicks a nearby desk. Takaroo just looks down at his phone, determined to ignore him. The other students flinch at the display of aggression. Just then, a gentle tap on his shoulder breaks his focus. Kusanagi-kun. He looks up to see a boy with glasses looking at him with genuine concern. Are you okay? The teacher said you have amnesia. The boy's face lights up with realization. Ah, I see, you don't remember me either. He smiles brightly and introduces himself. I'm Sawamura Takaroo, we often talked since we both like hunters. He extends a hand. It's nice to meet you again. Takaroo is taken aback. He had a friend. Somewhere his parents' worries are eased as if they could see this moment. So you had friends, Takaroo. The school bell rings, signaling the end of a long day. Takaroo slumps onto his desk, completely wiped out. I'm exhausted, he thinks. He groans internally. I definitely got stronger physically and mentally in the other world, but my brain is fried. He stares in horror at a digital textbook, and the textbooks aren't even made of paper anymore. He turns to his new friend. So this is how they teach in the future. Sawamura laughs. Is that what amnesia feels like? Sawamura looks at him, relieved. But still, Kusanagi-kun, you don't seem dejected, you seem fine. He offers a reassuring smile. Well, there's no point worrying about it. Takaroo looks at him seriously. Sawamura, what kind of person was Kusanagi Takaroo in your eyes? Sawamura's expression softens. He was the kindest person in the world. The touching moment is shattered as Araki's crew appears. Yo, Kusanagi. They crowd around his desk with fake smiles. You seem healthy, glad to see it, we were so worried about you. Takaroo gives them a flat one-word reply. Hello. Araki's face twists in annoyance at the cold shoulder. His cronies start teasing him. What really happened, Araki-kun? Could it be you're afraid of the police? Araki flinches. Huh, eek, it's a joke. Takaroo tunes them out, focusing on his phone. Ignore them, he tells himself, as the bullies mutter about avoiding trouble with the cops. Suddenly the group's attention shifts. They turn to Sawamura. You guys want help with your studies again today? To Takaroo's surprise, Sawamura agrees. Okay. One of the cronies cheers. Let's go, go, go. Takaroo can only manage a confused hey. As they leave, Sawamura waves cheerfully. Well, that's how it is. See you tomorrow, Kusanagi-kun. Takaroo stares after them, completely baffled. Study? Are those guys unexpectedly serious? But the nervous looks from his other classmates tell a different story. A dark suspicion begins to form in Takaroo's mind. He knows something isn't right. Standing alone, he comes to a grim conclusion. No way that's the case. Takaroo confronts two of Araki's lackeys. Hey, where did they go? He presses them, his voice cold. It's not the library, the roof. They stammer nervously, and no, the roof is. Because of your incident, it's blocked off now. A nearby girl, intimidated by Takaroo's intense aura, points them out. It's probably the industrial science wing behind the school. Takaroo gives a curt thanks and leaves. The students watch him go, unnerved. Was Kusanagi always so imposing? Is it because of the amnesia? Behind the industrial building, a twisted study session is underway. A girl reads from a tablet, the greater the velocity or mass of an object. The equation of mass times velocity is used. What is the result of that called? She asks. Araki yells, "No idea, moron," and brutally punches Sawamura, who's already beaten and bruised. Takaroo watches from the shadows, as Sawamura is mocked for getting the answer wrong. He thinks to himself, I also thought it was Fleming's rule. He hesitates, weighing his options. It's good that I came, but what now? I don't want to change Takaroo's circumstances too much. Araki grabs Sawamura by the collar. You idiot, you could have just shouted for Kusanagi. You realize he tried to kill himself because of us, right? Takaroo listens, his heart heavy. Well, he's not wrong. He understands now. Sawamura came here on his own, taking the beating to protect him. The bullies continue their torment, mocking Sawamura relentlessly. But Sawamura refuses to call for help. Takaroo watches, his patience wearing thin. A painful memory surfaces for Sawamura, a time when he stood by and watched as Takaroo was bullied. I abandoned Kusanagi-kun, he thinks, remembering the bully's taunts. His hands clench in the dirt. Even though he's a friend. There's no way I could ask him for help. Not when I knew he was fighting all alone on my behalf. Tears of shame and rage stream down his face. I took advantage of his kindness. But then something inside him snaps, he clutches his chest. This is not me. A fire ignites in his eyes. This time there's no mistake. A strange power surges through him. With a guttural cry, Sawamura rises and smashes his fist into Araki's face. This time, I'll save Kusa. The force sends Araki flying. Araki gets up, a cruel smirk on his face. As expected of someone who can study, however, we came to play, not to study. From his hiding spot, Takaroo finally understands the depth of their friendship. I see, Takaroo, he hears Araki threaten to finish Sawamura off. That's the last straw. Takaroo gets ready to move. So that's what you want. He steps out from behind the pillar, his presence immediately silencing the bullies. Well then. Araki and his crew turn, their faces pale with shock. Takaroo stands protectively over his fallen friend, his eyes locked on the thugs. Let's save Sawamura together, I'll play with you guys next. Sawamura looks up, a single word escaping his lips, Takaroo. At Kazami High, a beatdown is already in progress. Takaroo Kusanagi arrives to find his friend Sawamura on the ground, surrounded by Araki and his crew. One of Araki's cronies smirks. Huh, Kusanagi, you came to get beaten up, you make me sick. The leader Araki says nothing, his eyes narrowed with contempt. Takaroo's expression is cold and unreadable, he's made his decision. He ignores the bullies and immediately kneels to check on Sawamura, who's barely conscious. Sawamura's vision is blurry and fading. He can barely make out the figures standing over him. Who, he whispers before finally passing out. The cronies just laugh. Oh boy, Sawamura-chan fainted, so scrawny he doesn't even have the endurance to be a sandbag. As Takaroo tends to his friend, he thinks to himself, he's strong. Seeing Takaroo ignore them is the last straw. What, you being serious? Hey, we beat you so good your amnesia's something else. One of them throws a sucker punch, and the impact sends Takaroo's head snapping back. But Takaroo doesn't even flinch. Before the bully can even register it, a brutal kick slams into his gut, sending him flying. The rest of the gang stares in disbelief as their friend crashes to the ground, out cold. Wait, what? The impact left a perfect shoe print on his face. Takaroo's form was flawless, his expression unchanged. The other bullies are completely stunned. Enraged, two more of them get ready to charge. Don't look down on me, you little. They rush him from both sides, fists raised. But their punches never land. Takaroo catches both of their fists with impossible ease. With a single, fluid motion, he smashes their heads together, taking them both out of the fight. Now only Araki is left standing, trembling as he looks at his entire crew, defeated in seconds. Finding a sliver of courage, Araki screams, this damn annoying trash. Takaroo just looks at him, unimpressed. He closes the distance instantly, his fist connecting squarely with Araki's jaw. If you don't fix your habit of barking, you'll annoy other people nearby. As Araki reels back, Takaroo adds, even so I'm still a dog person. With their leader on the ground, the last two conscious cronies look on in horror. They decide to up the ante, preparing to use magic. It's just Kusanagi, don't get carried away now. Takaroo watches them power up. They're still coming at me, I'm glad they're making it easy for me. His mind flashes back to a painful memory from the war. He remembers a demon soldier begging for his life. I was forced against my will by the demon lord, help me. Takaroo had shown mercy, a mistake that resulted in an entire village being razed to the ground. The memory of that failure still haunts him. Thanks to that I learned my lesson. He remembers the demon laughing as the village burned. A lesson learned in blood and fire. Once you start something like this, you can't be half-assed. Back in the present, Takaroo's resolve hardens. I'll make it so they never again do anything hostile, never again will they approach Sawamura. I will break their will. He raises his hand, and a shimmering line slices through the air between them. The bullies freeze. They can feel a terrifying power emanating from the line. This is bad. The air itself cracks open like glass, revealing a swirling blue void. It's a blue gate. Before they can react, a monstrous figure bursts through the portal. The bullies scream in terror, "Wait, an ogre." Takaroo watches calmly. I see, that's the most dangerous monster that can come from a blue gate. Araki, still on the floor, tries to put on a brave face for his terrified lackeys. See, calm down, I'm here, I beat a bloody ogre yesterday. His cronies latch onto the hope. Beat it for us, Araki-kun. Takaroo just watches, letting the scene play out. The bullies look to Araki, their lives depending on him. Puffing out his chest, Araki summons his magic. An ogre's trash for me, fireball. He launches a pathetic-looking ball of fire. The ogre doesn't even bother dodging, simply smacking the spell out of the air. The group's jaws drop in absolute horror. What? Now they have the full, undivided, and very angry attention of a high-level monster. But Araki's pathetic fireball just splashes harmlessly against the ogre's leg. His cronies look on in horror as their leader's best shot does absolutely nothing. Realizing their invincible leader is a fraud, the bullies don't hesitate. It's no good. Run away, they scream, abandoning Araki and leaving Takaroo alone to face the monster. The ogre takes a thunderous step forward, its sheer size shaking the ground. With the cowards gone, the beast turns its full, undivided attention to the only one left standing, Takaroo. A wicked, toothy grin spreads across its face, confident in its next meal. Takaroo, however, looks completely unfazed, almost bored by the situation. He casually raises a hand and utters the same spell as Araki, but with none of the desperation. Fireball. The difference is staggering. A complex, multi-layered magic circle erupts behind Takaroo, unleashing a torrent of massive fireballs that completely incinerate the ogre, leaving nothing but dust. Crawling on the floor, Araki can only stare at the overwhelming display of power, his mind breaking. Monster, he whispers in terror. Takaroo glances back at the pathetic bully. As he calmly walks towards him, Araki scrambles backward. Don't come near me. But Takaroo simply kneels, placing a hand on Araki's shoulder. A warm light envelops the bully as Takaroo casts heal. Araki is stunned by the sudden kindness, his injuries vanishing in an instant. Hey. Takaroo says nothing, simply tapping a finger on the pristine ground beneath them. Araki looks around and the true scale of the battle hits him. They're sitting in the middle of a massive, rubble-filled crater. The entire area has been annihilated by Takaroo's single spell. Takaroo finally speaks, his voice low and serious. Listen, I want to live peacefully by not standing out, so. Let's just say that you defeated the ogre here. Araki's mind short-circuits. Huh. As Araki stammers, Takaroo cuts him off. There are no eyewitnesses, so it's all good. You defeated yesterday's bloody ogre too, right? Araki flinches, caught in his lie. Takaroo's tone hardens as he lays down his terms. Don't involve yourself with me or Sawamura from now on, and stop bullying people in the first place. Araki is frozen, the command sinking in. The same goes for your friends, Takaroo continues. You stop them if there ever happens to be a next time. He raises his hand, his intent crystal clear. Leaning in close, Takaroo's face becomes a mask of pure menace. You get what I mean. Then, with Araki watching in terrified awe, Takaroo snaps his fingers. In an instant, the entire crater, all the rubble and destruction, vanishes. The area is perfectly restored. Okay, Takaroo says, just as he hears people approaching. It's right here, Hunter-san. The voices of other students echo through the halls. Hurry, the ogre's here. Takaroo picks up the still unconscious Sawamura and turns to leave. Well then, I'll be going. Do a good job deceiving them. Araki is left alone, trembling amidst the impossible scene. The scene shifts. We're now at Arun Academy, the elite hunter training school. Inside, a young hunter reports to the renowned Takamine Sakura. I was dispatched to deal with the gate and ogre at Kazami High School, but before I arrived, everything was dealt with. Sakura listens, her expression thoughtful. I see. The junior hunter is immediately starstruck and flustered in Sakura's presence. I'm sorry, she blurts out, bowing frantically. She continues, the lone male student at the scene claimed he defeated it, but I don't think it was him. The remnants of mana, well, it was way over a normal human's output. Just remembering the feeling makes her shudder. Such a monstrous presence. Sakura's gaze sharpens. This is serious. She thinks to herself, for her to be so scared when she has more than enough power as a hunter, and from residual mana no less. The junior hunter holds up a picture of Araki. Also, this student was involved in yesterday's incident as well. Sakura takes charge. Thank you for the information, I'll take over the case. The junior hunter eagerly agrees and makes a hasty exit. Sakura watches the door close behind her. Outside, the junior hunter can't contain her excitement. Hunter Takamine is so cool, so pretty, so admirable. Sakura slumps over her desk in exhaustion. Don't shout in the hallway, she mutters to herself. She lets out a deep sigh. I'm really no good at dealing with those types of people. Her internal monologue reveals a deep-seated anxiety. I just want to deal with monsters. I don't want to be seen that way. Please leave me alone. She buries her face in her arms, overwhelmed by the social pressures of her job. After a moment, she lifts her head, her professional focus returning. She reviews the facts. The person who contained the monster today, looking at the circumstances, it was someone other than Araki. She pulls up Araki's file again. Then there's the case of the bloody ogre. According to the report, Araki was arguing with someone. The pieces start to connect. It seems there's no mistake that this someone vanished from that scene. She knows what she has to do. I'm sure I'll get closer to the truth if I talk to Araki. A glance at a cherished family photo on her desk steels her resolve. It's for the sake of my family as well. Soon after, Sakura stands before Kazami High School, sensing the presence of a powerful anomaly. Her expression is grim and determined. The possibility of an irregular cannot be left unchecked. The S-rank hunter has officially begun her investigation. In the halls of Kazami High, a scene unfolds that has everyone shook. The notorious delinquent Araki is studying, and he's doing it with an intensity that leaves his old crew and even the teacher completely stunned. Sitting beside him, completely unfazed by the commotion, is the model student Boduin, whose focus is so absolute that even a stray hair seems to stand at attention. From the doorway, their friend Sawamura can't believe his eyes. Gahaha, Araki-kun, that's hilarious. What kind of character change is this? It's so not you. But Boduin's calm, cool demeanor has its own effect, drawing the admiration of nearby female students. As expected of Boduin-sama, they whisper. Of course, this newfound respect wasn't earned in the library. It was forged when Araki's crew, including Sawamura, made the mistake of trying to intimidate Boduin. Ah, it's Sawamura-chan, one sneered, as another cracked his knuckles. What you looking at? The confrontation ended before it even began. With a single, fluid motion, Boduin dispatched both of them without even breaking a sweat, leaving Sawamura to witness his overwhelming power. The next day, a different student, Kusanagi, spots Sawamura, who's now covered in bandages. Good morning, Sawamura, he says cheerfully, causing the beat-up delinquent to jump in surprise. Kusanagi points at his face, concerned. You're inju, but Sawamura quickly cuts him off, waving his hands frantically. Good morning, Kusanagi-kun. Truth be told, I fell down yesterday. Sawamura puts on a brave smile, but Kusanagi knows the truth, remembering the healer's words. This would be impossible to cure, even for proficient healers. He asks, did you go home right away last time? Sawamura just nods, yeah. Kusanagi doesn't press the issue, instead offering a simple, happy explanation for his own quick departure. Mom made a lot of tonkatsu to celebrate my return to school, you see. I thought my stomach was going to explode. Sawamura is left speechless, taken aback by the wholesome reason. A huge, genuine grin spreads across his face. For a moment, he forgets his own troubles. That must have been tough. Later, Sawamura confides in Kusanagi, but what's with Araki-kun? His change is kind of scary. Kusanagi simply shrugs it off. Well, isn't it fine if he's being diligent, let's just leave him be. Meanwhile, a new student with striking, long blonde hair arrives at the school gates. She takes in her surroundings with a serious expression. So this is Kazami High School. Her eyes drift up towards the classroom windows, scanning for something, or someone. Her attention is caught by a commotion from inside. A student is apologizing profusely. Sorry sensei, I burned your hair. The girl watches, thinking to herself, practicing magic. I suppose these things happen. When the student tries to smooth it over by saying, it suits you better this way, sensei, the girl can't help but crack a small, amused smile. But her mission here is serious. She recalls the strict doctrine of her world. Nowadays, all hunters are managed by the Hunter Association, a person holding that much power going around as they please, who knows what they might do. She clenches her fist, a flicker of doubt in her mind. Even managed hunters. She shakes her head, refocusing on the task at hand. Suddenly, a voice speaks from behind her. Hey, why's the Valkyrie here of all places? She doesn't turn, her gaze fixed on the school. It's all the more reason why I should find the irregular. She finally turns, her eyes widening in shock at who she sees. A man with sharp eyes and a smug grin leans against the railing. Hello, it's the infamous S-rank hunter Hebekawa Jin, also known as Orochi. The tension between them is immediate and palpable. She demands an answer. Why are you here? Orochi just shrugs casually. It's fine, no. She presses him, knowing he's far from his jurisdiction. Not really, she retorts. The Ouroboros Guild is in charge of the Takai region. Is it okay for the guild master to be so far from home? Orochi's smirk widens. You needn't worry, we have a lot of excellent people. An unspoken challenge hangs in the air as the two S-rank hunters face off. Her mind races. The Ouroboros Guild is famous for their aggressive scouting methods. He's likely here for the same reason I am, for the irregular. She confronts him directly. It seems like your guild has been running around trying to gain power lately. He chuckles. Where did you hear that? Still a brat, but you do have your info. She goes for the throat. Even you're afraid of the God of War Guild, aren't you? Orochi scoffs at the notion. I couldn't care less about those righteous idiots who only see what's in front of them. Besides, they aren't interested in conflicts between guilds. Her conviction is absolute. We, as hunters, shouldn't concern ourselves with conflicts. We should protect people with our power. He leans in, his voice laced with venom. And in order to protect, we need to gather a strong force, under a leader more powerful than the Hunters Association. She glares at him, disgusted by his arrogance. Talking as if you're the chosen one, I hate that. He looks down on her, mocking her idealism. Still a little girl, acting as a hunter with such a pure heart. The air crackles with their opposing ideologies. Orochi leans back, changing tactics. More importantly, since you're here, it means the guy is here without a doubt. He looks at her slyly. So, you too, what are you planning? His calm demeanor shatters, replaced by a twisted, manic grin as dark energy swirls around him. I wonder what? She realizes his insane plan. Don't tell me you plan to cause an uproar just to bring him out. Stop that. His eyes narrow into slits of pure malice. Don't give me orders, you brat. But before he can act, a massive explosion rips through the school building, completely independent of him. Both S-rank hunters are caught off guard by the sudden chaos. Inside, panic erupts as a teacher screams orders. It's a gate break, stay calm, evacuate in an orderly manner. Orochi clicks his tongue, his plan ruined. He turns to leave, much to the Valkyrie's disbelief. I'm going back, bye. She can only yell, huh. He glances over his shoulder with a lazy smirk. It feels like a blue gate. With you here, it's fine. I'm not so free to deal with such small fries. She's enraged by his cowardice. Are you not a hunter? As he walks away, she sprints toward the danger. Yeah, he calls out, Japan's finest S-rank hunter to be exact. Orochi pauses, sensing the residual energy from the gate break. The magic power I felt, it's bigger than I imagined, and the skill to completely erase any trace and blend into everyday life. A slow, predatory grin spreads across his face. Aha, I get it now, I'm dealing with a monster, aren't I? He sighs, running a hand through his hair. Ah, geez, I need to prepare all sorts of things now. Back in the school, the gate has unleashed hordes of skeletal monsters upon the unsuspecting students. Screams echo through the hallways as students flee in terror. Just as a student is about to be cornered, the Valkyrie bursts onto the scene, crackling with lightning. She lands gracefully amidst the chaos, quickly assessing the overwhelming number of enemies. There's a lot more of them than I thought. Without hesitation, she intercepts an attack, shielding the students behind her. Nearby, a girl trips and falls, a massive skeleton looming over her. No, don't leave me behind, she screams. The Valkyrie channels her power, lightning boost. In a blinding flash, she crosses the hall and obliterates the monster, moving too fast for the eye to see. She becomes a storm of destruction, clearing the corridor of monsters in seconds. She stands ready, her spear held defensively as lightning arcs around her. The students she just saved can only stare, completely awestruck. She turns to them, her voice ringing with authority. I'm the S-rank hunter, Sakura. I'll take care of the monsters, she commands. Hurry up and evacuate. The students scramble to their feet and run. As she fights, Sakura notices a few students capably defending themselves. So there are some with fighting experience, she thinks. She continues her advance, analyzing the threat. These are low-rank monsters, the students should be fine, I can help them. She feels a powerful concentration of energy from above. The mana is coming from the roof. As she heads for the stairs, she muses, it's an unusual situation, so I can't blame them for panicking. However, for that very reason, we hunters exist. But as she nears the roof, a new power washes over the school. A skill is activated, Sacred Circle. Sakura bursts through the door to a breathtaking sight. A wave of holy light is purifying the rooftop, disintegrating every last monster. She stands frozen, shocked by the overwhelming display of power. Her eyes lock onto the figure at the center of it all, and a single thought consumes her. I found him. Kneeling alone amidst the fading light is a student from Kazami High, the irregular. On the school rooftop, Takaroo finds himself cornered. He knows he has to act fast, tapping into the power he desperately wants to keep hidden. But just as he prepares to make his move, he's interrupted. A figure appears in the doorway. It's the S-rank hunter Sakura. Okay, now the gate, she thinks, spotting her target. I found him. Takaroo looks up, his heart sinking as he recognizes her. The irregular, she thinks, her eyes locking onto him. He can't let her catch him, there's no time to think. Takaroo slams his hand on the ground, channeling his power, physical boost. In a burst of speed, he launches himself off the rooftop, leaving a stunned Sakura in his dust. But she's not giving up that easily. You won't get away, she yells, her eyes crackling with energy. lightning boost. The chase is on, as the two superpowered students leap across the city's rooftops. Sakura pushes herself to the limit, but she can't believe his speed. He's so fast, my lightning boost should be faster than his skill. Is that really just a physical boost? Takaroo can feel her closing in, so she can keep up. I can't let her see my face, but I can feel her pressure. He knows he could go faster, but his current body has its limits. This is the max for Kusanagi Takaroo's body. He thinks back to his previous life. My magic comes from my soul and I have it under control, but this body hasn't been trained, it can't handle the full output. He makes a mental note. Sorry, Takaroo, but I'll have to train your body a bit, though I'll take care not to make it ridiculously buff like my old one. Needing a way to shake her, he uses another skill, kicking off the air itself. Aerial boost. He creates a small, targeted explosion in the distance as a diversion. Sakura skids to a halt, confused by the sudden blast. She looks around, completely bewildered. Wah, what was that, a rocket? Standing alone on a rooftop, she realizes she's lost him. I have to give up for now, what could I do? Then a sudden idea strikes her. She has another way to find him. Meanwhile, Takaroo walks home, having successfully escaped. I'm pretty far from the school, I'll just get my bag tomorrow, classes are probably done for the day anyway. He reflects on his pursuer. She was probably a hunter, they're like the knights and adventurers from my old world, and some of them are pretty strong. He arrives home and opens the door. Looks like I can't let my guard down after all, he sighs. I'm home. Suddenly his mother rushes over and pulls him into a tight hug. Takaroo, welcome home, I'm so glad you're okay. She explains her panic. I heard ogres appeared at your school and you didn't answer your phone. Takaroo pats his pockets, realizing his phone is gone. His mother smiles brightly. Right, a friend of yours came by and brought it back for you. They're in the living room, so go say thank you. Takaroo assumes it's his friend Sawamura and heads towards the living room. He opens the door and stops dead in his tracks. Sitting at his dining table, calmly sipping a drink, is the very girl he just ran from. Sakura looks up, a pleasant smile on her face. Welcome back, Kusanagi Takaroo-kun. Takaroo is speechless, his mind racing to understand what's happening. He stammers Takamine Sakura-san, the S-rank hunter. She simply replies, yes. Her gaze is intense, thanks for earlier. It all clicks for Takaroo. I see, so you were the one chasing me. He tries to play it cool. Thank you for going out of your way to bring my phone back, but Sakura cuts him off. No, I wanted to ask you about some things. Takaroo forces a smile. You have questions for me. Sakura's smile doesn't reach her eyes. Yes, about yesterday's abandoned factory incident. Also, she continues, her voice unwavering. The bloody ogre incident from a while ago. Takaroo's internal monologue is a single panicked thought. This is bad. He's trapped, he can't run, and he can't talk openly with his mom right there, who seems to be getting the completely wrong idea about their relationship. Thinking fast, Takaroo puts on a frantic, overly polite act. Since you went to all this trouble, I'd like to thank you properly. Could we talk a little in my room? Sakura, seeing his desperation, simply agrees. Yes. His mother, completely misreading the situation, is ecstatic. Please don't mind us, maybe I should go buy a cake. Up in Takaroo's room, the cake is replaced by black tea and a tense silence. The air is thick with awkwardness as Takaroo fumbles at his desk. He gestures to his chair. Please sit. Sakura remains standing. I'll be fine right here. The tension is unbearable. Takaroo waits for her to make the first move. Sakura drops all pretense, her expression turning deadly serious. Just who are you? Takaroo panics internally. She went straight for it, even if you ask me who I am. A faint magical energy sparks around Sakura's hand. She thinks, depending on your answer, I might have to restrain you. Takaroo knows he's in a tight spot. If I lie, she'll know, but if I tell her I'm a hero from another world, she'll think I'm crazy. What should I say? Losing her patience, Sakura slams her hand on the wall next to his head, pinning him. The fact you're being quiet means you have something to hide, am I wrong? Takaroo is completely caught off guard. He blurts out the only excuse he can think of. I haven't done anything bad, actually, I have amnesia, my parents and the school can confirm it. He continues, I'm not sure why I can fight, but for some reason, my body just moves on its own. Sakura isn't buying it, her eyes narrow. If that's the case, then how are you fighting monsters? Even with good instincts, how are you so calm in an emergency? Takaroo realizes his excuse is falling apart. Yeah, that's a bit much, isn't it? Sakura glares. Of course. She pushes him down into his chair, leaning over him. Why are you hiding your power? You could be a top-tier hunter. Takaroo shakes his head. I don't want this power, it's scary. I don't want to worry my parents and I have no desire to become a hunter. Sakura presses him further, her voice low. Not even for social status, for fame, even if you could have everything. Her words trigger a flash of a violent, bloody memory from his past life. Takaroo's expression becomes serious and calm. I have no need for such things. If I can spend my time peacefully, that's enough for me. His simple, honest answer catches Sakura completely off guard. She stares at him, processing his words. Finally she stands up straight, having made a decision. Okay, I understand. As long as you don't use your power for bad things, then I and the Hunter Association have nothing more to say to you. I'll report that I took care of the school incident alone. Takaroo is shocked. You believe me? Sakura looks away, a hint of softness in her expression. I'm not going to believe everything right away, but, when I thought about what you did, all you did was protect others. Takaroo is left speechless by her change of heart. Downstairs, as she's about to leave, Sakura apologizes. Sorry that I started chasing you all of a sudden today, and I was violent inside your home, she says, bowing deeply. Takaroo quickly waves his hands. No, I should be the one to apologize for acting so suspiciously. Takaroo then realizes how she found him. She got his name from students, then cracked his phone's laughably simple 0 password to get his address. He can't help but give her some advice. He calls out to her as she turns to leave. Takamine-san. She stops and looks back at him. I became a hunter so that others could live in peace. Her gaze is filled with conviction. Kusanagi-kun, you won't be able to hide that power forever, however, if you want to have a peaceful life. She places a hand over her heart and makes a solemn vow. Then, your peaceful everyday life, I will protect it. As Takaroo watches her walk away, he's struck by her resolve. He thinks to himself, so even this world has them, people who are just like Edelweiss. Sakura looks at her phone, having saved his contact info just in case. Just then Takaroo calls out again, I'm sorry, but where is the infrared sensor on this? Sakura is baffled by the old tech question, thinking, he really has it rough because of his amnesia. I need to remember that. She walks away, a strange feeling in her heart. A small smile graces her lips as she looks at her phone. What a mysterious person. Distracted, she bumps into an old man. Girlie, stop texting while you're walking, he scolds. Sakura jumps, flustered. I'm so sorry. While walking through the city, Takaroo and his friend look up at a massive screen advertising a local hunter party. His friend exclaims, it's the C-rank party Windguard. Takaroo listens as his friend continues, they helped me the other day. They were really nice people and they promised to protect our area. They felt like real local heroes. Plus, Amamiya Matsuri-chan was super cute. The conversation quickly devolves into a heated debate about which girl is cuter, but Takaroo, uninterested, simply walks away. With school temporarily closed due to recent disasters, Takaroo goes for a run to clear his head. Running calms me down, he thinks. It was my daily routine in the other world. He's reminded of his intense training. Well, it's not like I could slack off with the general who taught me swordsmanship always watching over me. He recalls how difficult it was at first. It was hard, but it helped build up my body. It was perfect for me since I used to be a shut-in. Suddenly, a swirling black vortex tears open in the middle of a public space, causing panic among the crowd. Takaroo watches the phenomenon with a knowing gaze. A black gate, he thinks. It takes time for them to break open and let the strong monsters out. You can close it by defeating the boss monster inside. He observes the terrified onlookers. Are these guys just waiting for the hunters to come back? A dangerous idea forms in his mind. Inside that gate is a different world. Could it be the other world that I know? If I went in now, maybe I could get a clue as to what's going on. He hesitates, a wave of fear washing over him as he recalls General Grotto's booming voice from the past. Cast away your fear, boy. Just then, a team of hunters arrives on the scene. Their leader, Gadu Mamoru, shouts to the crowd, now that we, the Windguard party, are here, you have nothing to fear. A girl with short black hair, Chica, apologizes with a cheerful smile. I'm sorry, Tilda, he's always noisy like that. Another member, Amamiya Matsuri, defends him. But that's one of Mamoru-kun's good points, while Tomita Yuichi coolly adds, it is, but he's an idiot. Gadu proudly accepts the title, yelling, shut up, I'm fine being an idiot. Takaroo recognizes the group from the advertisement. It's them, huh? The crowd erupts into cheers, their fear replaced by adoration for their local heroes. Takaroo thinks to himself that they definitely have the vibe of local heroes. Gadu spots him in the crowd and calls out, hey boy. Gadu points his massive shield forward, making a vow. So it'll be fine, we'll destroy that gate. With this shield I'll protect my friends, this town, and you. Takaroo analyzes his role. I see, so he's a tank. He offers a quiet, do your best, which Gadu enthusiastically misinterprets as a roaring yes. As Windguard steps toward the portal, Chica teases their leader, geez, you'll burst that kid's eardrums. Gadu just laughs and leads them into the gate. A faint smile plays on Takaroo's lips. That loudness brings back memories, just like the general. His mind flashes back to his training in the other world where General Grotto would push him to his limits. What's wrong, Messiah? Your movements are slowing down. Takaroo remembers the frustration, swinging his sword with all his might. I can't hit him at all. But the veteran general would effortlessly parry his every move. Grotto would always find the flaw in his technique. you're wide open up above. Before Takaroo could even register the words, he'd feel the cold steel of Grotto's blade at his throat. The general's speed and skill were on another level entirely. The spar always ended the same way, with Takaroo disarmed and on the ground. He could only look up, completely outmatched. Grotto would stand over him, sword pointed at his chest. The victory is mine. But the general's harshness was always followed by booming encouragement. But as expected of the Messiah, your physical prowess and magical abilities are growing at an astonishing rate. Takaroo, still winded, would ask, if so, then why can't I land an attack against you? Grotto would then share a crucial lesson. No matter how fast you are, a powerful attack will always leave an opening. In short, it's all about how you use it. In other words, if you can create a gap for yourself. As Grotto spoke, neither of them noticed a small, spider-like demon scaling the fortress wall behind them. The two continued their lesson, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The creature slipped silently through a window. It lunged in a blur of motion. Grotto spun around, shocked. A demon? Never seen it before. How did it make it inside? What about the guards? There was no time for answers as the demon pounced. Grotto instinctively raised his arm to block, and the creature's stinger pierced straight through his forearm, spraying black blood. Despite the horrific wound, the general's gaze remained unbroken. Takaroo screamed in terror, "General!" Grotto grunted in pain, but managed to fight the creature off. Takaroo was frozen with fear. "What do I do? I'm so scared I can't move." Grotto, seeing his panic, yelled, "I'll buy you some time, so run away. As a general appointed by the king, I will not fall so easily." The general's face softened, his voice filled with affection. "It was as if I had gotten a grandchild. I already lost my wife and son, I can't bear to lose my grandchild." He gave one final, desperate order, "Now, get on going." Takaroo's mind was screaming at him to flee. "I want to run, I really do, but I just can't use the general as a decoy and run." He gripped his sword, his decision made. "I don't want to do it." With a battle cry, Takaroo charged back into the fight. "Didn't I already decide to part from my old self?" Grotto watched in horror. "Takaroo, that's no good, such a large swing won't." But Takaroo remembered his lesson. "If I want an opening for myself, I'll break his posture. And make my move then." He put every ounce of his strength into a single, decisive blow. His sword sliced through the demon, ending the threat instantly. The wounded general looked up at him, bewildered. "Takaroo, why?" Takaroo stood over him, catching his breath. He answered quietly, a slight blush on his cheeks. "Me too, if I lost my grandpa I'd be sad." The serious moment was shattered by Grotto's sudden excitement. "Rather than that, did I do it like you told me?" Ignoring the soldier pleading with him not to move, the general roared with pride, "Perfect score. No, it's a perfect score of 500 billion Takaroo." The memory fades, bringing Takaroo back to the present. He's stretching in the park. Gadu and the general are similar after all. It's been 3 hours, but my ears still feel weird. He focuses on his new training plan. "For now, I'll focus on cardio to increase my endurance. Let's not forget to stretch." He considers his diet, noting that Takaroo's body is naturally lean and well-fed by his mother. He smiles, feeling the difference in his new physique. "Sure enough, this body feels different from my own. It's all about the small gains that you accrue." His thoughts are cut short by a desperate scream from the direction of the gate. "Please, let me go back." Takaroo realizes his run has brought him back to the scene of the Black Gate. The situation has deteriorated. The members of Windguard are wounded, and an officer shouts that Chica is still trapped inside. The hunters are battered and bleeding, their earlier confidence gone. Gadu is being restrained, desperate to go back in. "Calm down, Gadu, let's wait for the rescue team," Amamiya cries out. "Why do you think Chica chose to be a decoy for us? She's the fastest, she'll be fine." The crowd murmurs nervously, wondering if the monsters will escape and if a higher-ranked hunter will arrive. Inside the gate's dimension, Chica kneels in despair. Tears stream down her face as she whispers, "Sorry for making you a decoy, sorry for being weak." Watching the scene, Takaroo feels a chilling sense of déjà vu. It's as if I'm witnessing a different future of that time. His expression hardens. If someone doesn't come soon. In the blink of an eye, the park is gone. Takaroo finds himself standing alone in a dark, twisted forest. His eyes widen in shock. He can still hear the faint, desperate cries for Chica from beyond the portal. He drops to a crouch, his mind racing. Did I unconsciously enter the gate? For now, I need to take measures to avoid being spotted. He lets out a sigh, chiding himself. "Takaroo, you're quite the meathead. Well, that's what's good about you." The cries for Chica echo again, stealing his resolve. He knows what he has to do. He pulls up the hood of his sweatshirt, obscuring his face. Well, since I've entered, it can't be helped. With newfound purpose, he dashes forward into the unknown. High above, a small, horned demoness perched on a monster's shoulder spots his arrival. Huh, someone entered again. She watches the lone figure sprint through her domain. A wicked, excited grin spreads across her face. "Nice, please don't break instantly this time." Inside the gate, Takaroo sprints through the dense, unfamiliar forest. A strange sense of nostalgia washes over him. For some reason, this feels nostalgic, but I can't tell if it's that alternate world just from the forest. But all the monsters are familiar to me, he thinks, leaping over the terrain. As expected, this world is. His thoughts are cut short as he comes across the fresh remains of slain monsters. He then spots the tattered and broken gear of defeated hunters from the Windguard party. Takaroo realizes something has gone terribly wrong here. Just ahead, he sees a lone figure fleeing past the carnage. It's Chica, a member of the Windguard, running for her life. She's gasping for air, pure terror etched on her face. The reason for her fear becomes clear. A monstrous one-eyed cyclops is smashing through the trees right behind her. As she runs, Chica's mind races, filled with thoughts of her friends. Did Yuichi make it out? Matsuri, I wonder if she's crying. She flashes back to the brutal moments her party was overwhelmed by the beast. One by one, her comrades were cut down. Mamoru, she cries out in her mind, tears welling in her eyes. A sudden blast sends her flying through the air. The Cyclops looms over her fallen form, ready to deliver the final blow. Trapped in the shadow of the monster, all hope seems lost. She lies helpless on the forest floor, awaiting her end. But just as the monster's club descends, a calm voice cuts through the chaos. Freeze. In an instant, a colossal wall of jagged ice erupts from the ground, encasing the Cyclops completely. Dazed and confused, Chica looks up, struggling to understand what just happened. A hooded figure stands over her, his hand outstretched. I'm glad I made it in time, Takaroo says calmly. He crouches down to check on her. You have some bruises, but that seems to be all it is. Chica stumbles to her feet. Thank you for saving me, Takaroo simply replies, I'm just a passerby. She looks at him confused, passerby. Then her eyes widen in recognition. No, you're the kid we met outside the gate, right? Takaroo stays silent, his face hidden within his hood. Chica puts the pieces together. Same outfit and voice. Caught Takaroo sighs, you have a good memory, why up? I'm the one who investigates and scouts, so I keep track of everything around me, she explains. An awkward silence hangs between them until Takaroo speaks up. I appreciate your concern. Was that Cyclops just now the boss of this gate, he asks. Yes, Chica confirms, then let's quickly leave, your friends are worried about you. At the mention of her friends, her face lights up. So everyone's safe, she thinks, a wave of relief washing over her. But elsewhere in the gate, they are not alone. A playful, sinister song echoes through the trees. Perched atop another monster, a small demon girl with pigtails and horns dances. So it's about time, Tilda, she thinks with a wicked grin. Meanwhile, Takaroo and Chica make their way towards the exit. But Chica can't stop staring at her mysterious savior. He walks on, seemingly unaware of her scrutiny. The freeze spell he used is for beginners, she thinks. How did he generate that much power without any enhancement tools like my knife? Not to mention, he's dressed like he's just going to the convenience store, who enters a gate where monsters roam freely like that. Takaroo suddenly stops, sensing something. Chica bumps into him, her mind still racing. Just who is this kid? Before she can react, Takaroo's hand darts out. I'll borrow this. He snatches the knife from her belt. A massive beam of dark energy tears through the forest, aimed directly at them. Using the knife as a catalyst, Takaroo's eyes focus as he erects a magic circle. He pulls Chica behind him as the magical shield meets the overwhelming blast head-on. The force is too great, Chica's knife shatters into pieces. But it was enough, the shield holds, deflecting the attack. The dark energy beam veers off course, exploding harmlessly in the distance. Chica is stunned, her mind blank. Even the demon who launched the attack is surprised by the sudden defense. Without a moment's hesitation, Takaroo reacts. We're going, he says as Chica's mind struggles to catch up. It missed. How did I survive? What did I just see? He scoops her up and breaks into a dead sprint. The demon girl watches them flee. Too fast, she thinks, a mix of fear and excitement in her eyes. He erased my pet's surprise attack and took off. Oh well. A wide, thrilled smile spreads across her face. The ground where they stood cracks and smolders from the deflected blast. As they run, Takaroo looks flustered. Sorry about destroying your knife, I'll repay you, but I hope my allowance will cover it. Chica, still terrified, yells back, it's okay, I don't care about it. They continue their frantic escape through the woods. Right, do you have any items to obscure the area when we leave? Takaroo asks. I have one, a smoke screen, look behind you. They finally reach the swirling vortex of the exit gate. We're here, please enter before me. I'd like to ask you for a favor, Takaroo says, his voice suddenly serious. He pulls down his hood just enough to meet her gaze. Please don't tell anyone about me. Chica looks at him, a grateful smile on her face. I know. But back in the forest, the demon girl watches as the gate begins to crack and destabilize. I'm all done this time, wait. Her eyes snap open, She looks out over the forest, but her targets are gone. The exit portal is shrinking rapidly. Takaroo gives one last look back before stepping through. The demon Sukuna throws a fit. Wait no, play with Sukuna some more. She screams in frustration, buzzkill tilde. The gate implodes, sucking in everything around it. Sukuna gets caught in the powerful vortex. She's not worried, that's fine, I'll just come after them. But she quickly realizes the collapsing gate is blocking her path. What? I can't. It was just getting to the good part though, she whines, puffing her cheeks. MWU, it can't be helped. She flies away, shouting into the sky, play a lot with me next time, okay? Back in the real world, Chica emerges from the gate and is immediately swarmed by her worried teammates. The members of Windguard embrace, crying with relief that their friend is safe. From the safety of the trees, Takaroo watches the reunion. His job done, the mysterious boy in the hoodie slips away unnoticed, leaving the happy scene behind. In front of a new class, 3 transfer students introduce themselves. The first, Araki, looks completely unimpressed. I'm Araki. The second, Sawamura, is the polar opposite, practically shouting with nervous energy. SAWMURA. And finally, the third boy quietly states his name. I'm Kusanagi. A female student explains the situation to the class. It was decided that we will accept 3 students from Kazami High, which was damaged in a gate break. They are our friends who we, as hunters, should protect. A charismatic blonde student stands up, flashing a welcoming smile. He gestures to the newcomers as the class erupts in applause. You'll be with us until your school is repaired. I hope you'll get along with everyone here at Arun Academy. Takaroo watches the scene unfold, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. What kind of a situation is this, he thinks to himself. A new, complicated school life is about to begin for the former Messiah. Later, as they walk the school grounds, Sawamura fills Takaroo in. After the gate break, all the hunter schools decided to take in students so we could continue our classes. He explains that the massive Arun Academy is also serving as a temporary shelter. Takaroo quietly takes it all in. Sawamura can barely contain his excitement. This is a first for me, to think we'd be sent to Arun Academy. He glances around, lowering his voice slightly. I've got mixed feelings about Araki being here, but... Takaroo listens, a calm expression on his face. He won't cause any trouble here, Sawamura decides. Let's just forget about him and enjoy this. Takaroo nods in agreement. You're right. Sawamura's excitement returns full force as he points out a passing student. Arun Academy is amazing. They even have the famous hunter, Takamine Sakura. So many of their graduates are top-ranked. Walking through the halls, Sawamura continues his non-stop info dump. This place is for the country's absolute elites. Their average strength is already at a pro level. As if to prove his point, they see students casually carrying massive weapons to and from class. Others are outside, practicing complex water magic and analyzing data on holographic screens. Sawamura gushes, nearly everyone carries weapons ready to fight at all times. His train of thought suddenly shifts. I heard that when the break happened at our school, Hunter Takamine was nearby and came to our rescue. He spins around to face Takaroo, a sudden realization dawning on him. Come to think of it, did you meet her? Takaroo flinches. Sawamura presses on, oblivious to Takaroo's discomfort. She picked up your smartphone and asked for your address to give it back to you. She actually brought it to my house, Takaroo says, what a nice person. But Sawamura is practically vibrating with jealousy. Whoa, I'm so jealous of you. A sly grin spreads across Sawamura's face as he pushes his glasses up. Could it be that you guys exchanged contact info? Haha, no way. Takaroo laughs it off nervously. Right, she only came to give my phone back, he says, but internally he's panicking. If this gets out, it'll be bad. Sawamura gets serious for a moment. But I heard that Hunter Takamine has a fan club that's pretty extreme, so be careful. Takaroo is confused. A fan club? Who knows what they'd do if they found out she brought you your phone? Sawamura trails off, his eyes widening. Speak of the devil. Down the hall, the very person they were talking about appears. It's Takamine Sakura. She walks with an effortless grace that parts the sea of students who can only stare in awe. Wow, Sawamura whispers. Even on school grounds, she feels like an unattainable flower. Takaroo watches her walk alone and can't help but wonder, does she not have friends? As Sakura walks past, her eyes meet Takaroo's. For a split second, a soft, almost imperceptible smile graces her lips, meant only for him. Caught off guard, Takaroo manages a simple greeting. Hello, Sawamura is frozen in shock beside him. He grabs Takaroo, his mind completely blown. Kusanagi-kun. But Takaroo just keeps walking, trying to escape the interrogation. Hey, don't dodge the issue, Sawamura yells, chasing after him. Takaroo simply smiles to himself, leaving his friend to wonder. Sometime later, Takaroo finds himself summoned to an office within the Grand Academy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the girl Takaroo saved from the gate break, Chica, recounts the tale to her friends. Still covered in bandages, she explains, I was helpless, but someone saved me. Everything was a blur, so I didn't see their face. A grateful smile spreads across her face. I'm so grateful to that person, they're my savior. Inside the office, Takaroo sits across a large desk from Takamine Sakura. Her expression is stern and serious. Takaroo waits nervously for her to speak. Sakura finally breaks the silence, her voice cold. There's a limit to how much I can cover for you. I'm sorry, Takaroo replies meekly. The Hunter Association is in an uproar, she sighs. Takaroo starts to sweat. That bad. Sakura explains the gravity of the situation. We can estimate a gate's boss based on its mana signature. That gate was D rank. A C rank party should have cleared it in 10 minutes. But in reality, she continues, an A rank Cyclops appeared. Moreover, the problem is the unregistered irregular who was coincidentally at the scene, she says, her words hitting Takaroo like daggers. It's unknown whether this person is a friend or a foe. She leans forward, her voice dropping. And one more thing, if there really was another enemy that unleashed the kind of magical power you reported. Takaroo stammers, unable to find the right words. That. It'll be an uproar, huh? Sakura finishes. All Takaroo can do is apologize again. Sorry. Sakura's expression softens. No, I was being too harsh. What you did was definitely the right thing, but no matter what special power you have, you're still a citizen, a person I must protect. Takaroo looks up at her, remembering his own words. I promise to protect your life. She gives him a gentle, reassuring smile. Please leave the dangerous things to us hunters. You have parents that will worry for you. Her gaze drifts to a framed family photo on her desk, a silent reminder of what's at stake. Leaving the office, Takaroo walks through the school grounds. He reflects on their conversation. Takamine-san is a good person, he thinks. I can understand why she'd have a fan club. Just as he's lost in thought, a horde of monsters led by a massive armored knight materializes right in front of him. He sighs. I've gotten used to this abrupt situation. He clenches his fist, remembering Sakura's words. I don't want to take action because of what we just talked about, but seeing the threat, he knows he can't just stand by. No. But before he can move, a team of Arun Academy students flashes past him. They immediately engage the monsters, a whirlwind of blades and bullets. The students fight valiantly, but the armored knight is on another level. It effortlessly smashes through their formation, its eyes locked on Takaroo. As a projectile zips past his head, Takaroo remains perfectly still. The giant raises its colossal sword, preparing to bring it down on the defenseless-looking student. The blade fills Takaroo's vision, a shadow of impending death. Suddenly, a flash of gold intercepts the attack. The blonde student from the classroom appears, effortlessly deflecting the massive sword with his spear. Well, that was dangerous. He turns to Takaroo with a dazzling, sparkly wink. I'm sorry if I startled you. Are you safe? Takaroo calmly brushes himself off. Yes, my uniform's clean too, thank you. The blonde student Boduin gets unnervingly close, staring at Takaroo with intense curiosity. He snaps his fingers, a wide grin on his face. Amusing. Takaroo is completely baffled as Sauda and his entourage strike a series of dramatic poses. Sauda grabs Takaroo, announcing his identity to the world. Kusanagi Takaroo, a second year at Kazami High School. He leans in close. Are you wondering why I used your full name? It's proof of my affection for you, my future comrade. Takaroo is just confused. Comrade. Sauda's followers begin to chant his praises. He is Boduin Sauda-kun, the legitimate successor of the Boduin spearmanship style, a young genius who is also an A-rank hunter, as well as. Sauda strikes a final, heroic pose. The president of Takamine Sakura Sayama's fan club, Ouran Society. He gives Takaroo a friendly wink. Let's get along, Kusanagi-kun. Takaroo stares back, a chill running down his spine. He's just traded one massive problem for another. Takaroo tries to mind his own business, but is suddenly ambushed by a group of students striking ridiculously dramatic poses. He just stares back, completely deadpan, as if witnessing a car crash in slow motion. The group's flamboyant leader, Boduin Sauda, gets right in his face. Haha, I bet you're wondering, what is this Arun society? Well, allow us to explain. Sauda launches into a grand speech, declaring their society's sacred mission, to admire the goddess-like Takamine Sakura and protect the city as the school's largest guild. Takaroo thinks to himself, so it's not just a fan club. Sauda continues, the only condition to join is to love and respect Takamine-sama. Whether you're a hunter, a magus or support, there's a place for you. He strikes another pose, throwing himself back dramatically. I understood right away. I saw that passionate glance you gave Takamine-sama during lunch. Leaning in with a wink, Sauda points directly at Takaroo. You are fit to be part of our Arun society. Takaroo is internally screaming. I am so not good at dealing with these types of people. Takaroo tries to nope out of the conversation, but Sauda stops him. And that calmness you showed in front of the monster earlier. Takaroo quickly denies it. No, that wasn't it. I was just so surprised my brain short-circuited. Desperate to change the subject, Takaroo looks around frantically. Wait, did the gate break here? his eyes land on Sakura, who has just arrived. He walks over to her, relieved for the distraction. Takamine-san, is it over? Did someone already take care of it? Sakura begins to answer, ah yes, these people. But when Takaroo turns around, Sauda and his entire crew have vanished into thin air. They're gone. The next day, Takaroo walks through the crowded school hallway, unable to shake the weird encounter. What was their deal yesterday? I really hope I don't have to get involved with them. He arrives at his classroom, 2C, thinking about the sheer influence Sakura must have to inspire such a massive guild. Deciding to just keep his head down and stay out of their way, he reaches for the door. Suddenly, the door is flung open and Sauda's hyper-energetic face fills his vision. Good morning, KUSANAGIQN. Takaroo stumbles back. Good morning, Boduin-kun, that's pretty dangerous, maybe you should stop doing that. But Sauda just grins, being proactive is my ideal way of life. Takaroo is completely bewildered. Oh. Wait, why are you even here? He asks. Sauda gestures grandly into the room. Why, you ask? Because this is my classroom, of course. Takaroo peeks past the door, his expression sinking into pure annoyance. He sees Sauda already holding court inside, as if he owns the place. Before Takaroo can escape, Sauda slings an arm around his shoulder, trapping him. Once more, as your classmate, let's get along, Kusanagi-kun. The day drags on at the prestigious Arun Academy. Takaroo tries to focus in class, but his mind keeps drifting. Even a simple walk down the hall feels like navigating a minefield. Later at lunch, Takaroo sits with his friend Sawamura, trying to decompress. He buries his face in his hands, groaning, seriously, what the hell? He spots Sauda across the cafeteria and feels a sense of dread. That guy is definitely trouble. He turns to his friend. Sawamura, do you know anything about a guy named Boduin Sauda? Sawamura's eyes light up. Yes. Sawamura gives him the full scoop. Sauda is the heir to a legendary spear-wielding family, a child prodigy, one of the 5 A-rank hunters in the entire school, and was even selected as a next hunter to lead the next generation. He's a top-tier hunter, on par with Takamine herself. Takaroo has to admit, true, his spearmanship yesterday was good. Sawamura grins. Well, he can be a bit strange though, but I think you'll see just how good he is in our next lesson. The lesson takes place in a massive, Coliseum-style training ground on the academy's campus. A ridiculously buff teacher roars at the assembled students. You lot, it's time for the most important lesson for you hunters. Are you ready? Takaroo mutters, isn't this a little intense for a PE lesson? Sawamura corrects him excitedly. This isn't just PE, it's actual hunter training. From the crowd, Sauda cheers, Gori-sen, we're in your care. Hunter training? Takaroo asks, confused. Sawamura explains, ah right, you just got back, normal schools don't have this, it's one of the perks of being at Arun. Sawamura points to the center of the arena. Look there, they use those to simulate real battles against monsters. He's pointing at a bizarre contraption, a small house on tank treads surrounded by little white slimes. The teacher Gori-sen addresses the creatures. Slimes, I'm counting on you today, a student explains, they're doppelganger slimes, they transform based on data from the DS house. Sawamura helpfully adds, DS is short for doppelganger slimes. As if on cue, one of the slimes begins to bubble and morph, rapidly growing into a hulking, chained orc. The transformation completes, leaving a fearsome monster where a cute slime once was. Sawamura is practically bouncing with excitement. Awesome, right? Takaroo is less convinced. Yeah, but is this safe? Sawamura waves off his concern. Totally, they're pseudo-monsters made by a magus for practice. There's no danger. Takaroo files that information away. Magi, so they're developing magical tools like this now. The training begins with students clashing against the pseudo-monsters. Gori-sen shouts orders from the sideline, attack the legs if you can't reach the neck. If you're in a team, one of you needs to be watching your surroundings at all times. Takaroo watches the intense drills, thinking it feels like watching firefighters train. Nearby, his classmate Araki scoffs, there's no way you'd be in any danger whatso. Takaroo catches the last word, turning to Araki with a sly grin. Did you say something, Araki-kun? Araki freezes, completely flustered and unable to form a word. Just then, Boduin Sauda enters the fray, effortlessly weaving between multiple monsters. Pure strong beautiful, he cries, his spear a blur of motion. Watch, this is Boduin Sauda's superb technique. With a final, devastating strike, he obliterates his opponent. The monster dissolves back into a harmless puddle of slime. Sawamura is blown away. Wow, as expected, Takaroo just thinks he's so flashy, and why is he still in his school uniform? His thoughts are cut short as Gori-sen calls out, next, you 3 from KAZAMI High, get in there. The DS house readies the next batch of monsters. Gori-sen presents their opponents, a squad of DS goblins. He leads them to the armory. Don't worry, just hang in there, you can choose any weapon you like for hunters or magi. For starters, the teacher adds, I'd recommend a sword. Takaroo picks up a large 2-handed sword. Sawamura looks surprised. Oh, you chose a sword, Kusanagi-kun. Takaroo shrugs, I'm not confident in my magic, you're going with magic. Araki chimes in, I'm weak physically so I have to use magic. Gori-sen gives them one last piece of advice. Okay, listen up, their weak point is the neck, even if you're not a hunter you can wound them there, aim for the neck. As the goblins charge, Araki shouts, they're coming, get ready. Takaroo calmly holds his ground thinking, slowly, I don't need raw power for this. Sawamura begins his incantation, magic circle glowing. Araki does the same, a look of fierce concentration on his face. But Takaroo remains perfectly still, his focus absolute. He stands silhouetted against the arena floor, a calm center in the brewing storm as his classmates prepare their attacks. From the sidelines, Gori-sen's expression shifts from casual observation to shock. Even Boduin Sauda looks on, his usual bravado replaced by stunned silence. Takaroo's eyes narrow, slowly. In an instant that no one can perceive, the air itself seems to tear apart as invisible slashes crisscross the entire battlefield. An eerie silence falls, the goblins are all frozen in place. Everyone is confused. H-ha, Gori-sen calls out, Kusanagi-kun, the DS monsters only pretend to attack so it's okay. Takaroo feigns surprise, no, I'm sure I cut it. Suddenly, a goblin's head slides clean off its shoulders and its body collapses. The slimes that made up the monsters begin to dissipate. The other students are speechless, hey, what was that? A wave of confused murmurs ripples through the crowd. When did he do it? I didn't even see him swing. No way, did the DS house glitch out? Realizing he overdid it, Takaroo quickly puts on an act, laughing loudly. What a stupid slime that was, how could it not even realize it had been cut? He turns and points accusingly at the stunned Araki. Isn't that right, Araki-kun? Araki can only let out an exasperated sigh. Takaroo doubles down, laughing maniacally to sell the lie. Haha, this has to mean the DS house is broken, right, Araki-kun? Sawamura is completely lost. Oh, okay, I guess so. Watching from above, Sauda narrows his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face. When did those two become so friendly? But Takaroo knows the truth. As he covers his face, his eye betrays a chilling intensity. He was seen. At the prestigious Arun Academy, the day seems quiet. But for one student, a personal mission is reaching a critical point. Inside the library, Takaroo scours through books, letting out a frustrated sigh. Even this academy's library is no good. He's on a desperate search. I'm trying to find a way to give Takaroo his body back, but it's not gonna be simple. His eyes land on a magazine, a potential clue he got from Sawamura. The cover features Yusugi Kikyo, Japan's strongest hunter, hailed as the god of war for her unique ability to fight by possessing the spirits of dead heroes. The words hit Takaroo like a lightning bolt. Dead heroic spirit possession, it somewhat resembles my situation. The gears in his mind turn furiously. It's just like how I'm possessing Takaroo's body, she's doing something similar but her own soul remains intact. A flicker of hope ignites within him. If that's the case then, could it be that the original Takaroo is still? His thoughts are shattered when a face suddenly appears upside down in front of him. Hey. Takaroo nearly jumps out of his skin. The intruder, Boduin Sauda, just grins. Sorry for startling you, or rather that actually surprised you. Takaroo, trying to calm his racing heart, asks, what is it? Boduin leans in conspiratorially. Well, you see, I've become really interested in you. His gaze is sharp and analytical. You. He drops the bombshell. You're actually hiding your true power, aren't you? Takaroo plays dumb. What's this all of a sudden? Ever since I was a kid, I've been a good judge of people's abilities, Boduin explains. But I can't get a read on your power at all. Takaroo sticks to his story. Hey, I'm a normal student with memory loss. Boduin erupts in laughter. Ha ha ha, you're a terrible actor, you know that. He starts listing off his observations. Your stance, your sword skills, your grit. His expression turns deadly serious. I am interested in your strength. Boduin's assessment is clear. They're above a master's level. Takaroo stays silent, his eyes unblinking. Boduin watches him, a smirk playing on his lips. He playfully suggests a duel, then immediately backs off. If possible, I'd like to go up against you. Just kidding. Takaroo simply repeats his cover story, normal student over here. Just as Boduin is about to drop it, his eyes catch the magazine in Takaroo's bag. Kusanagi-kun, he asks, are you interested in Hunter Yusugi? Takaroo gives a vague reply, well, I suppose. She's a top-class hunter, Boduin says with admiration. I wasn't even able to put up a fight against her when we dueled. Hearing this, Takaroo's calm facade shatters. He lunges forward, grabbing Boduin. Do you know her? Can I meet her? Boduin explains that she was at a gathering at his place but already left, causing Takaroo's hopes to plummet. I see. Plus, she's usually holed up on a sacred mountain, Boduin adds. She's not easy to meet. Seeing Takaroo's desperation, Boduin sees his chance. But he dangles the bait. If I used my family's connections, it's possible to have a meeting with her. Takaroo's eyes widen. Really? Boduin laughs at the sudden change. Kusanagi-kun, you're not as calm as you seem. He raises a hand, ready to make his proposal. Then let's do it this way, he declares with a wink. If you show me your abilities in a duel, I will introduce you to Yusugi Kikyo. And so, Boduin leads Takaroo to a special training ground on campus, where a broken black gate is being preserved. A special magic seal has been placed on the source monster inside, he explains. They're used for training. Normally you need a permit, but as an A rank, I can get us in no problem. He gestures grandly to the arena. So we can fight to our heart's content here, Takaroo deadpans. There's a great bull raging behind you. Takaroo draws his sword, laying out his terms. You'll introduce me to Yusugi Kikyo, and you won't tell anyone about my power. You have to promise me. Boduin grins, readying his spear. Of course, I won't go back on my word. The two fighters take their stances. Let us begin at once. In an instant they clash, sparks flying as their duel begins. Boduin swings his spear with incredible speed. Takaroo ducks under the wide arc of the attack, completely unfazed. Good control, Takaroo thinks, acknowledging his opponent's skill. The battle rages on, a blur of motion and steel. Every one of Boduin's powerful strikes is met with a precise parry. Boduin's eyes are wide with excitement and focus. Takaroo deflects another blow, his form flawless. Boduin is ecstatic. You're strong after all, see, you see. Takaroo calmly replies, that's my line. Boduin analyzes Takaroo's movements, so his earlier clumsiness was just an act. His style is flashy, but there's zero wasted movement. He's in awe of Takaroo's delicate, yet precise control. Boduin takes a powerful stance, channeling his energy. The Boduin spearmanship is an art of stillness. He grins maniacally, clearly having the time of his life. Haha, isn't this fun, Kusanagi-kun? Takaroo thinks dryly, only the spear is quiet though. As Boduin launches another assault, Takaroo remains unimpressed. As expected of an A rank, but that's about it. Takaroo decides he's had enough. However, I didn't accept this duel to have fun, Boduin. His eyes flash with a terrifying coldness, his voice dropping to a whisper. Dodge properly. Boduin's eyes widen in shock at the sudden shift in pressure. Takaroo unleashes a single, overwhelming slash that Boduin barely manages to evade. The attack misses him but carves a massive gash in the stone pillar behind him. Boduin stares, drenched in a cold sweat. I saw an image of my own death just from the bloodlust, he thinks, his heart pounding. He struggles to comprehend the sheer power he just witnessed. Before he can even process it, Takaroo is already moving. Boduin stumbles backward, completely off balance. In the next moment, Takaroo is standing over him, the tip of his sword resting gently against Boduin's neck. The match is over. I win, Takaroo states simply. Boduin is utterly speechless. In the background, the chained bull monster begins to stir, its restraints groaning under the strain. The chains start to snap. The bull lets out a furious roar. But Boduin isn't paying attention to the monster. He gets to his feet, laughing with pure excitement. Ahaha, you're amazing, Kusanagi-kun. His eyes burn with a fanatic desire. So you were above me after all, show me more of your power. Takaroo is unmoved. I fulfilled my end of the deal. Boduin isn't ready for it to be over. Not yet, Suddenly, a massive crash interrupts them as the bull shatters its chains and the wall behind it. As the dust settles, both boys stare in shock as the creature begins to transform, its body twisting and growing. Its form morphs grotesquely. Boduin shouts in disbelief. The great bull changed into a minotaur. The newly formed minotaur smashes a pillar with a single punch. Its raw power sends shockwaves through the arena. This is absurd, it's not possible, Boduin yells, for it to change into a different species. Takaroo, however, is strangely calm. I've fought one before, but even I haven't seen this happen, not even in the other world. The Minotaur glares down at them with malevolent intelligence. Takaroo notices something is off about the creature. But before he can act, Boduin steps in front of him, spear at the ready. I'll hold it back, run away, Kusanagi-kun. Takaroo is taken aback. Hey. He tries to argue Boduin, if it's just that, then I can, but Boduin cuts him off. The Arun Society exists to protect the public from monsters, following the ideals of our goddess, Takamine Sakura-sama. He acknowledges Takaroo's hidden strength. I get it, you could defeat it with your pinky, but you are an ordinary person. His resolve hardens. If so, then as the president of the Arun Society, I will embody her ideal and exercise my duty to protect you. He glances back, a determined look on his face. I'm sorry, I know you want to hide your power, but I made you go along with me. However, just like you, he begins, but Takaroo cuts him off with a simple no. A vision of Sakura fighting against impossible odds flashes by, as Boduin's true motivation echoes. Just like that person, I want to become strong. We open on a flashback 4 years ago, at the prestigious Boduin family dojo. Inside, a young Boduin Salma, just a first year in junior high, stands victorious. The ref calls it. The winner is Boduin Salma. With a cocky grin, Salma scoffs at his defeated opponent. You said you were a hunter, but it seems like you're all talk. The clan members watching from the side are in awe. Such power, as expected, Salma-sama is a natural. Another adds, among the adults, only the head of the clan can even stand against him. Salma soaks in the praise, a smug look on his face. He's a prodigy and he knows it. But his father isn't impressed with his attitude, yelling, "Souma, I'm always telling you not to be rude to your opponent." He continues his lecture, just having skills won't get you anywhere. His father tries to instill his values. True strength is being one who protects and guides people with an unbreakable heart. But Salma just tunes him out, thinking, "I'm bored," before saying aloud, "I'm fed up with hearing it all the time, father." Ignoring his father's shouts, Salma bolts out of the dojo. "Well then, I've got school tomorrow. Everyone, good work today, see ya." Life for young Salma is perfect. He thinks to himself, "My house is big, my face is good-looking. Money, girls, no problem, this talent of mine gets praise from everyone, it's all so satisfactory." He's so confident in his talent that he starts slacking. Training's so dull, I'll skip it, he decides, while back home, his father is already wondering where he is. With an arrogant smirk, Salma thinks, life's so damn easy. Walking through the city, he reflects on his father's words. Father talks about having a strong heart, but a strong person is still strong. Monsters are easy. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices a commotion up ahead. A massive, swirling black gate has opened in the middle of the street, with police desperately trying to keep civilians back. Overhearing the crowd, Salma learns the situation is dire. The party that went in earlier and even the rescue team haven't come out. He realizes this gate might become dangerous soon. A thought sparks in his mind, what I lack is. As the crowd panics, Salma prepares to make a move. Ignoring the police shouting for him to stop, the arrogant prodigy charges straight for the gate. With a wild grin, he finishes his thought, battle experience right. The bystanders are horrified. Is that kid an idiot? We have to wait for an A-rank hunter, they scream at the officers. Just as the chaos peaks, a new figure arrives on the scene. I'm sorry for making you wait. It's a young girl, Sakura, who calmly tells the crowd, it's not safe near the gate, everyone please step back. Meanwhile, inside the gate, Salma finds himself in a desolate, gothic landscape. He stands surrounded by the corpses of monsters he's already defeated, his confidence soaring. I'm the successor to the Boduin family, my skills are superior to any adult I know. I'm always having an easy time with monsters, he tells himself, I'm fine. He repeats the word fine, as he looks down at his blood-covered hand. But then a horrifying vision flashes before his eyes, the mangled body of a fallen hunter. The grim reality of the dungeon finally hits him. I'm fine. The brutal image of death is seared into his mind. His breath catches in his throat, his arrogance shattered. The corpse of a monster he just killed dissolves into black dust before him. The sheer horror of it all is too much. Salma doubles over and vomits, his body trembling. As he's reeling, a monster whips its chain at him. He barely manages to dodge the attack, stumbling backward. His mind goes blank with terror. In that moment of despair, he thinks, this is it for me. But suddenly, a crackle of electricity fills the air as a voice declares, lightning boost. A blur of motion erupts, instantly obliterating the monsters that surrounded him. Before he can even process what's happening, the figure grabs him and pulls him to safety. It's the girl from outside, Sakura, single-handedly clearing the field. Salma is completely stunned, unable to comprehend her speed and power. She lands, holding him protectively, as lightning arcs around her. She turns to him, I'm sorry for being late, I'll end this in an instant. All a dazed Salma can say is, what? He watches in disbelief as she effortlessly dances between the remaining monsters. Just what is this, he wonders. He tries to stand to help, but it's no use. My body won't move, he's completely frozen by fear. A monster lunges from behind Sakura while her back is turned. Salma's eyes widen in horror as he sees the attack coming. A sickening thud echoes as a massive claw impales Sakura straight through her back. The force of the blow sends them both stumbling. Salma screams, you're back. But despite the grievous wound, Sakura turns to him with a bright, reassuring smile. Are you hurt anywhere? He stammers and no, she replies cheerfully, I'm glad. With unwavering determination, she says, then, please step back a little. From now on, I'll be going at it in a flashy manner. As Salma watches her, his father's words echo in his mind. One who protects and guides people correctly with an unbreakable heart against all odds. He sees that strength in her, and in that moment he sees the truth about himself. Tears stream down his face as he falls to his knees, admitting the crushing reality. I'm so weak. A moment later, Sakura returns, the battlefield silent behind her. I've defeated everything, it's going to be okay now. She offers him her hand. With a kind and gentle smile, she says, now, let's go back together. Looking up at his savior, the girl who embodied true strength, Salma is completely captivated. The flashback ends and we're back in the present. Boduin faces the Minotaur, his resolve hardened by that memory. I want to change myself and not be weak anymore. He remembers why he fights, so that if I fight alongside that person, I won't feel ashamed of myself. He grips his spear tighter. I need to become a lot stronger than I am right now. The Minotaur roars, charging through the arena. It smashes a pillar to pieces and Boduin remarks, "You want to break all the pillars, how savage." He stands his ground as the beast approaches. The Minotaur lands a heavy blow, sending Boduin staggering back with a grunt of pain. He leaps back, analyzing the situation. This is supposed to be an A-rank monster, but it's clearly stronger. This mutation must have been caused by something. Suddenly he sees Takaroo running towards him. I told you to stay back, Kusanagi-kun. Boduin prepares to defend his ground, shouting, no one can break my spear. But Takaroo isn't attacking the Minotaur. He places a hand on Boduin's back, startling him. Takaroo gives him some advice. Your skills are amazing, but you're being too delicate. Your opponent is a monster, not a human. Being more simple is fine. A surge of power flows from Takaroo's hand into Boduin. I've woken up the dormant magical power within you just now. Boduin's body glows with newfound energy as Takaroo explains. It's a temporary boost, and it'll feel like you're dying later. With a confident smile, Takaroo gives the final order. With this, send it flying, Boduin. Boduin unleashes a cataclysmic blast of energy from his spear, completely engulfing the Minotaur. The attack tears through the arena. The sheer force of the blow is immense. When the dust settles, Boduin collapses to one knee, utterly spent from the power-up. As Takaroo watches the twitching remains of the Minotaur, he notices something rustling in the debris. A small, black, leech-like creature crawls out from the monster's corpse. Takaroo quickly stomps on it. He picks up the strange parasite, examining it closely. This is. The scene shifts to a luxurious room where two mysterious figures are monitoring the situation. A blonde woman and her snake familiar watch the outcome. A long-haired man, Hebekawa, looks at a screen. Not only the Cyclops but also the Minotaur was done away with as well. The woman smirks, holding a strange charm. Just when they were made strong, such useless children. She drapes herself over Hebekawa's shoulder. He asks, will you get him next time? She replies with absolute confidence, yeah. She adds, even if he's stronger than an S-class hunter, humans have weaknesses. She whispers menacingly, this time, don't let him get away. Hebekawa scoffs, HMPH, who do you think I am? But the woman isn't talking about him. She holds up a photo, thinking to herself, wait for me, irregular. The photo is of their true target, the one they're after, Kusanagi Takaroo. The story of a former messiah begins, haunted by memories of a world he once saved. We're thrown into a flashback of Takaroo's past life. An angry mob surrounds him, their faces twisted with hate. They scream at him from outside his cage, hurry up and die. As the insults rain down, you otherworldly bastard, Takaroo can only look down, broken and confused, whispering, why? But it wasn't always like this. He remembers a time when the people loved him, crying with gratitude, Messiah-sama, thank you for protecting us. Soldiers pledged their loyalty, their faces beaming with respect. Messiah-sama, we're at your command, please ask us for anything. Even his friend the king looked upon him with sorrow and reliance. Takaroo, my friend, my power has waned and I keep relying on you, I'm truly sorry. But all that loyalty vanished. The memory shifts back to the cage, to the moment of ultimate betrayal. Takaroo, bound and beaten, screams out, why? The memory of a blade piercing through him flashes in his mind. A woman and child, he once protected, now scream for his death. The ground shatters beneath him. And the face of the king, his friend, contorts into a cruel, triumphant smile. Takaroo's eyes fly open in pure terror. The nightmare continues as he's dragged through the streets like a criminal. The final fatal blow comes. Takaroo jolts awake in his bed, gasping for air. He clutches his chest, drenched in a cold sweat, the phantom pain of his past life still fresh. He collapses back onto his pillow. A dream, he thinks, the horror slowly fading. Sunlight streams through the window, pulling him back to the present. He's at the breakfast table with his family, a peaceful morning scene that starkly contrasts his nightmare. He quietly eats, musing to himself, summer break is almost here. His parents watch him with concern, noticing his strange mood. His thoughts drift to his friends, who promise to find a way to return the real Takaroo's soul to this body. If I can find a clue on how to return Takaroo his body, then. A sobering thought crosses his mind. Now that I think about it, if the real owner of this body returns, would I disappear as expected? He seems strangely at peace with the idea. Well, I've died once already, at this point. Suddenly, he chokes on his food and his parents leap up in a panic, screaming his name, Takaroo. They hover over him, terrified. You okay? Your face looks real pale, hospital, we have to go. Takaroo quickly waves them off, forcing a smile. I just had a bad dream, that's all, no. But his parents aren't convinced. His father reminds him, you went as far as to experience memory loss. This could be a sign of some other illness. His mother adds, I can't stomach anything else happening to you. Watching their genuine love and worry, he thinks to himself, Takaroo sure is loved. He gives them a reassuring smile. I'm okay now, thank you very much. Internally, he strengthens his resolve. I want to give this body back as quickly as possible. Despite his protests, his parents insist on taking him to the hospital. The sky is clear as they head out. They soon arrive at the local hospital. While his parents speak with the doctor, Takaroo waits patiently, scrolling through his phone. He sees a message from his classmate, Sawamura. Kusanagi-kun, you're taking a break from school today? He replies, yup, went to the hospital. She responds, I see, that's terrible, get well soon. A small smile plays on his lips as he reads her message. A moment later, another message pops up. It's a chaotic group selfie from his other friends, who have hijacked Sawamura's phone to wish him well. He chuckles to himself, what a weird bunch, when he notices a group of people standing nearby. One of the girls recognizes him instantly. You're the boy from that time. Another girl from the group, Windguard, chimes in happily. Takaroo stands up to greet them. I saw the news about you guys getting injured. I'm glad that you seem fine. The leader of the group smiles back. Yeah, they discharged us today, thanks. Takaroo looks at the girl who first recognized him, realizing she kept his identity a secret from her friends. She gives him a nervous, sweaty but grateful smile. The blonde guy from her group gives Takaroo a curious side-eye. Her friend notices her fidgeting. Chica-chan, you're being fidgety, what's up? Chica stammers, flustered. Suddenly Chica throws her arms up in celebration. I'm just so happy about now, let's use all go, all. Her friends look on, confused by her outburst. As the group starts to leave, the blonde guy hangs back, looking at Takaroo. He stops Takaroo. It was you, boy. Takaroo, confused, asks, do you need some? The guy cuts him off, his expression serious. We're from Kazami City. We've been together ever since childhood and Windguard was formed back then as well. We want to protect this city. He clenches his fist with determination. But it all ended up like that, so I'll become stronger, you, who saved her. Next time I'll be the one to protect this city. Takaroo, still possessing the memories of a different world, just smiles blankly. What do you mean? I don't get it. The guy laughs, breaking the tension. All right, that's right, but... He looks Takaroo straight in the eye, his voice filled with sincerity. If you're ever in trouble, I'll be there for you no matter what. Truly, thank you. With his gratitude expressed, he turns and walks away. Takaroo watches him go, a gentle smile on his face. His parents return, explaining they have to get back to work. Takaroo reassures them. I'll be fine, they didn't find anything wrong, I'll go home and take it easy. They tell him to be careful on his way back, and he waves them goodbye. Now alone, Takaroo begins his walk home. He reflects on the people he's met in this new life. People are nice around Takaroo, he thinks. They express gratitude or worry. You're saying it to me, but it feels wrong to accept it. There's this sense of discomfort. Looking up at the towering city buildings, he makes a vow. Until Takaroo gets back, I'll protect those people. I'll do something about this situation, he resolves. Can't summer break, hurry up and come. Suddenly a loud crash echoes from a nearby alley. A mocking voice calls out, Summer break ya? What's with that, cool or what? What a brat, Tilda. Takaroo peers into the alley to see a man with dreadlocks standing triumphantly over the mangled corpse of a monster, his hand dripping with its black blood. The man flashes a wide, unsettling grin. Hey Yashio, this the guy, that one, Tilda. His partner, a man in a sharp suit, steps out from the shadows, a smug look on his face. Yes, no mistake, it's him. Takaroo turns and walks away, but the man calls after him. Hey Tilda, don't ignore me, boy, just getting rid of these monsters on th job, you know. Takaroo keeps his face neutral, not giving them the reaction they want. The man in the suit steps forward, introducing them. Sorry for the late introduction, I am Yashio. This evil-looking man is To. We're a rank hunters who work for the S-rank guild Ouroboros. We've come under orders from our leader. Takaroo recalls a warning he received earlier. A guild called Ouroboros is looking into you. They're prominent in all of Japan but have a lot of bad rumors circling. It's best to avoid them. Yashio smiles slyly. There's no need to be so cautious. We only want to ask you about the Kazami High School incident. Takaroo dismisses them coldly. Then go talk to the school. Yashio's smile widens. Yes, that's right. It's because it's you that we want to talk. His voice drops to a threatening whisper as he holds up a phone, displaying a picture of Takaroo's friend. What if we want to talk about it with this one? Takaroo's expression hardens. The thinly veiled threat has hit its mark. He leads them down a quiet city street. They arrive at a secluded restaurant. Inside, the three of them sit at a table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yashio slides a clipboard across the table. Takaroo picks it up. So, what are these documents? Yashio explains, the conditions under which we welcome you to our Ouroboros. Takaroo glances at the papers. What about Kazami High School? Yashio waves a dismissive hand. That was just a pretense, irregular-san. Well, take a look. The offer is insane, an executive position with a 50 million yen annual income and more. You're worth that much, Yashio insists. He leans in, his eyes gleaming. Please help our guild. Takaroo looks down at the offer, unimpressed. If I met these guys at the very beginning, I'd probably hate all the hunters. I'm glad I met Takamine-san first. He stands up, placing the clipboard back on the table. So, what do you think? Yashio asks. Takaroo's answer is blunt. I'll decline, I don't want to be a hunter. Without another word, he turns to leave. Bye. To and Yashio watch him go, stunned for a moment. Yashio's pleasant facade finally cracks. Is that so? He says, his voice dangerously low. To cracks his knuckles, a menacing grin spreading across his face. Yashio draws a strange, segmented blade from his sleeve. In a flash they both lunge at Takaroo, their weapons ready to strike. Takaroo barely has time to react, as the attack comes at him from both sides. The sound of their assault echoes through the empty restaurant. But in an instant the tables have turned. Takaroo stands untouched, while To and Yashio are now on the floor, disarmed and defeated. To looks up, a mixture of shock and excitement on his face. We'll have to make you agree by force, he declares, as he and Yashio ready themselves for round 2. In the ruins of a Chinese restaurant, Takaroo faces off against two men, Yashio and To. Yashio breaks the silence. We'll have to make you agree to it by force then. Takaroo remains unfazed, his expression calm. You're being quite violent. Yashio just smirks. Fufu. Yes, his partner To agrees, no matter how. Without another word, Yashio explodes into action, leaping through the air with a segmented sword aimed right at Takaroo. Takaroo's eyes track the impossibly fast movement, dodging the initial strike. But the attack is a pincer, as he evades the blade. He spots To lunging from the side, his fist glowing ominously. Takaroo instantly recognizes the threat. I see poison. To roars, swinging his poisoned fist where Takaroo's head was a moment ago. But Takaroo is already in motion, pivoting on his heel. He slams a vicious kick straight into To's face, sending him reeling back. Not giving him a second to recover, Takaroo sweeps To's legs out from under him. To hits the ground hard, completely taken off guard by Takaroo's speed. At the same time, Takaroo ducks low, narrowly avoiding a volley of sharp projectiles. The projectiles are from Yashio, who shouts from above, "We'll hold back enough not to kill you." Yashio lands, a confident smirk on his face as he prepares his next move. He calls out his skill, unharden, and the segments of his sword separate, becoming loose and flexible. With a savage grin, he unleashes Saw, swinging the now whip-like blade which tears through the floor right where Takaroo was standing. Yashio is impressed by the clean dodge. You have good reflexes as expected, firstly. We should stop that movement, he thinks, launching another wide, sweeping attack designed to pin Takaroo down. But just as Takaroo evades, the recovering To lunges from behind, locking him in a brutal headlock. To is furious, screaming, Yashio, you fuck, my face isn't a stepping stone. Yashio completely ignores his partner's complaint, his eyes locked on his trapped target. Don't ignore me. He unleashes his ultimate attack, Poison Fang, sending the venomous blade straight for the immobilized Takaroo. Trapped, Takaroo's expression remains eerily calm. In a split second, he makes his move. He slams his elbow back into To's gut. And as To gasps in shock, Takaroo utters a single command, protect guard. Using To's own body as leverage, Takaroo twists them around. A magic circle flashes into existence just as Yashio's poison attack connects, not with Takaroo, but with his unwilling human shield, To. To's eyes widen in agony as his own partner's poison courses through him. Takaroo watches impassively as the chaos unfolds. He shoves To forward, sending him stumbling directly into the attack's path. A horrifying transformation begins. To's body starts to convulse, his muscles tearing apart and regenerating at an unnatural speed. His flesh rips and reforms in a grotesque display of uncontrolled power. Fueled by the poison and his own skills, To's body balloons to a monstrous size. He roars, activating, pumped up, and unleashing a big bang punch. The massive, mutated fist barrels towards Takaroo. Takaroo braces himself, once again chanting, protect guard. The colossal punch slams into Takaroo's magical barrier. The impact creates a massive explosion, obliterating what's left of the restaurant. The shockwave blows out the front of the building, shocking passers-by on the street. Takaroo grits his teeth against the force, thinking, this nonchalant attitude. But the assault isn't over. Yashio uses the opening, channeling energy into his blade. Boost magic, hard coil. Yashio drives his powered-up sword forward. While his attack is blocked by the shield, To's overwhelming punch shatters it completely. Takaroo realizes his defense is broken, no good as expected. With no other choice, he casts a new spell, Hard Skin, reinforcing his own arm to meet the blow head-on. The sheer force of the collision sends Yashio flying backward like a ragdoll. Takaroo lets out a defiant roar as he stops the monstrous punch with his bare, magically hardened arm. With a final, decisive movement, Takaroo uses the monster's own momentum against it, slamming the giant toe into the ground. The fight is over in an instant, both attackers are down. Takaroo stands over the wreckage, his breathing steady. Well, that about does it. He glances at the unconscious bodies, annoyed. These guys don't seem to mind using those anti-monster skills in public. He approaches the down Yashio. Yashio, barely conscious, coughs out, "I see, just like the leader said, using power would bear 0 results. Then, as planned, let's go with the hostage tactic." Takaroo's eyes narrow. With a pained, triumphant grin, Yashio continues, "Truth be told, we always have someone on lookout, in case we need to kidnap your friend." A flicker of panic crosses Takaroo's face. Did they kidnap Sawamura? Yashio holds up his phone, showing a picture of a different friend, Araki, sitting at a desk. "What will you do if something happens to Araki-kun?" Takaroo's response is chilling. "So what?" As he speaks, a magic circle erupts from beneath Yashio, blasting him into the air. With both men now unconscious, Takaroo thinks to himself, "Seriously, guess I'll go crush the guy monitoring Araki." But before he can move, his phone starts ringing. The caller ID reads Hebekawa-san. Takaroo remembers the name. "We came under orders from our leader Hebekawa," he wonders, for what reason. He crouches by Yashio's body and answers. "Hello," a voice replies, "Yo, as expected from you, Kusanagi Takaroo-kun." The voice continues, "I saw it all." Takaroo looks up, realizing the fight was being observed, so he saw. Takaroo gets straight to the point. "What does a leader from such a large guild want from a civilian?" Hebekawa replies, "I want you to join." Takaroo doesn't hesitate. "I already refused, then I guess I'll report you to the Hunter Association." A loud laugh echoes from the phone. Hebekawa sounds amused. "Haha, I'm just kidding, man, I won't tell anybody, relax. Because you'll exist as my secret weapon from here on out, I'll even go out of my way to teach you. No obligations involved." Takaroo is caught completely off guard by the bizarre offer. Hebekawa's voice turns playful. "For having me watch something fun, I've sent you an image." Takaroo looks down at his phone as the message comes through. "I wonder if you'll like it," Hebekawa asks mockingly. The image loads. It's a picture of his parents unconscious and intubated in hospital beds. Takaroo's composure finally cracks. "Hey, what did you do to them?" Hebekawa erupts in manic laughter. "I only gave them poison, it can't be cured by this world's medicine." Takaroo listens in stunned silence. Hebekawa cackles, "Hayahaha, oh that facial expression is nice. It suits you way more than that relaxed look." Takaroo's voice is a low growl, "Hand over the antidote." Hebekawa's tone becomes smooth again. "If you want it, then I'll give it to you." A notification pops up on Takaroo's phone, a map with a pinned location. "Come here." Takaroo slowly gets to his feet as Hebekawa adds, "I'm sure you're aware, but come alone." His shadow looms over the 2 defeated men. Yashio begins to stir, groaning. Without a word, Takaroo brutally stomps on his head, silencing him for good. His back to the camera, he speaks into the phone, his voice devoid of all emotion. "Of course I will, if I didn't." His face is a mask of pure, terrifying rage. "They would only get in my way." At Takazaki Hospital, Takaroo pays a somber visit. Inside, his parents lie unconscious, hooked up to machines after being struck by a mysterious poison. He stands alone in the hallway, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Looking down in anguish, Takaroo whispers to himself, "It's my fault, I'm sorry." Later, he walks aimlessly through the city's neon-lit streets. He's so lost in thought that he barely registers a group of club promoters trying to get his attention. A man with a blonde ponytail steps in front of him trying to make a sale. "Hey pal, walking here by yourself can be dangerous. Come to our establishment and relax." He leans in, continuing his pitch, "We've got cute girls that will." But his friend quickly yanks him back, scolding him. "Dude, I told you to stop inviting minors, it's too much trouble." The blonde man freezes, his face pale with terror as he stares at Takaroo's back. "Ah, a demon." His friend is clueless. Just go do your job," but Takaroo is already gone, fading into the crowd. Following the instructions he received, Takaroo finds his destination. He arrives in a quiet, European-style alleyway, where a woman in an elegant black dress awaits. She greets him with a confident smile. "We've been waiting for you." As he approaches, she introduces herself. "I'm Echidna. Hebekawa asked me to guide you," she says, turning to lead him. "Now come this way." She leads him into a high-end bar. Takaroo remarks, "Such restaurants are used as bases all over Japan. The one you were at before was also one of ours." Echidna coolly replies, "I wasn't the one who demolished it." Before Takaroo can respond, a swirling black portal bound by chains rips open in the center of the room. Echidna gestures towards the vortex. "Hebekawa is waiting for you inside." With a determined look, Takaroo prepares to step through. He emerges into a desolate, rocky wasteland, finding himself surrounded by an army of orcs, minotaurs, and other monstrous beasts. From across the battlefield, a man with long hair and glasses gives him a casual smile. "Yo, I've been wanting to meet you, Kusanagi Takaroo. A small dark creature rests on his shoulder. This is Hebekawa, an S-rank hunter, standing proudly before his legion of monsters. The sheer number of them is overwhelming. They are a grotesque and varied horde, ready for battle. Takaroo and Echidna stand opposite them, a small party of 2 against an army. Hebekawa gestures grandly to his forces. Exciting, right? They're such a cute bunch who listens to everything I say. Takaroo remains silent, his expression unreadable. As if to demonstrate his control, one of the monsters suddenly charges forward. But in an instant, its head explodes in a violent spray of black gore. The creature is obliterated without a sound. The other monsters watch in shock. A large green-skinned beast lets out a choked gasp of horror. Takaroo's gaze hardens as he realizes who's responsible. So, it was your handiwork. Hebekawa laughs it off. Yes, well, it was just to test you. Seeing that big greenhorn guy crying and screaming was a masterpiece. Takaroo cuts straight to the point. What is your goal? A sinister smile spreads across Hebekawa's face. To tear it all down. He adjusts his glasses, his eyes glinting with ambition. All of these damn rules, and the idiot guilds and hunters that follow them. I'll tear it all down and rule this country myself. Takaroo listens intently. Hebekawa throws his arms wide, his voice rising to a fever pitch. With these monsters. Takaroo calmly dismisses the threat. Impossible. No matter how many monsters you, an S-rank, reinforce or control, the other S-rank hunters would be able to deal with them. Hebekawa smirks. Well, you're right, I have other trump cards though. He tosses a small glass vial towards Takaroo, who catches it effortlessly. The antidote? Takaroo asks. Hebekawa confirms, I plan to give it to you from the start. I have no intention of making you my enemy. Takaroo's eyes narrow with contempt. That's rich, all this after you kidnapped my parents. Hebekawa leans in, trying to find common ground. I understand your feelings of wanting to hide your powers. But think about it, he preaches. Why do people of power like you have to live that way? Because if they were found out, they'd be collared and kept in captivity, using public opinion as a shield. Others won't understand this, Hebekawa says, trying to sound like a confidant. Takaroo poses a simple, yet profound question. For what reason do you hold power? Hebekawa ignores the question, instead trying to appeal to Takaroo's darker impulses. Truth be told, you want to go wild, no. Living the way you are feels cramped, no. With a manic grin, Hebekawa extends his hand in invitation. I'll change it all, so power is everything in this world. Come join me, Kusanagi Takaroo. Takaroo's response is clear and final. I refuse. He clenches his fist, shattering the glass vial. Hebekawa's smile vanishes, replaced by pure shock. Takaroo looks at him coldly. This poison, it's Basilisk's eye, right? A flashback shows Takaroo at his parents' bedside, a golden magic circle glowing above them. I cured my parents already. Hebekawa is stunned into silence. This poison hasn't surfaced in this world yet. How does he know about it? Beside him, Echidna's cool facade completely shatters, her face a mask of disbelief and terror. Takaroo stands tall, revealing his true intentions. I came here because I want to nail you down. Images of his friends and the peaceful life he cherishes flash through his mind. This power of mine exists to protect my precious peaceful days. He clenches his fist, his voice filled with unshakable resolve. Come at me, those that dare touch what's dear to me will be thoroughly crushed by me. Hebekawa's sinister smile returns. Is that so? With a flick of his wrist, he sends his monster army charging forward. It's a shame we couldn't come to an understanding. Takaroo stands his ground, a magic circle forming at his feet. Flare burst, a massive wave of dark fire erupts from his hand, instantly incinerating the charging monsters. Unfazed, Hebekawa watches the destruction. I'll keep going, he declares, summoning dozens more monsters from dark portals, until you run out of power. Takaroo analyzes his opponent's ability, so he's a summoner, he's forcibly summoning them and forcing them to obey with magic, and this number. So this is an S-rank hunter, I can't go easy on him. Realizing the scale of the threat, Takaroo prepares a far more powerful spell. Explosion, he unleashes a colossal vortex of destructive energy that engulfs the entire battlefield. The landscape is left a burning ruin, the newly summoned army completely annihilated. Through the smoke, Hebekawa emerges unscathed, shielded by a giant white snake. As expected of an irregular, that was flashy. He turns to his accomplice. Hey Echidna, she smirks, oh, already time to reveal the trump card. Since that's already become yours, Hebekawa says, do as you wish. Takaroo watches as Hebekawa prepares his next move. He understands what's coming. I see, Takaroo says calmly. Hebekawa grins. I'll use a monster to defeat a monster, then with pleasure, come Hydra. Takaroo's eyes widen in surprise. From the ground erupts a colossal, multi-headed Hydra, its roar shaking the very foundations of the dimension. I've never seen a boss like this one before, Takaroo thinks. The beast's many heads lunge at him, but Takaroo dodges with ease. He retaliates, blasting one of the heads apart with a powerful spell. He follows up by punching clean through another, testing the creature's defenses. But as soon as a head is destroyed, the mangled stump begins to bubble and reform. Right before his eyes, the head regenerates completely. It's able to regenerate, he realizes. Hebekawa erupts in maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha, Hydra is an immortal monster. Doesn't matter how strong you are, you can't win. Takaroo remains perfectly calm. He looks at Hebekawa with disdain. Be it monsters or other living beings, there's no such thing as immortality. Takaroo's eyes gleam with the experience of countless battles. I've fought against these types of opponents all the time, don't look down on me. Chapter 17, Give and Take. Takaroo floats in the air, a massive magic circle materializing behind him as he faces down the monstrous Hydra. With cold calculation, Takaroo analyzes his opponent. There's no such thing as an immortal living being, he declares. If it's regeneration, then I'll just have to blow it away all at once. He unleashes a concentrated blast of magic. The beam of energy slices cleanly through the air, severing one of the Hydra's many heads. But the beast retaliates instantly, its remaining heads lunging at Takaroo in a furious assault. Takaroo dodges, a flicker of annoyance on his face. This little. He quickly deciphers its strategy. It's trying to prevent me from gathering my mana, that's annoying. Changing tactics, Takaroo casts a different spell. Freeze, the severed neck stump instantly crystallizes in ice. With a sharp crack, the frozen flesh shatters into pieces, halting the regeneration process. But as he watches another head grow back, he times it perfectly. Took about 3 seconds to regen. A new plan forms in his mind. I'll blast it with magic that's fast to cast during those 3 seconds, but does it have any other weakness? He needs to get closer to find out. His eyes scan the creature's every move, searching for a vulnerability. Takaroo leaps and weaves between the Hydra's snapping jaws, a blur of motion. The beast's attacks are relentless, but Takaroo evades them all. From the sidelines, Hebekawa laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha, whatever you do, it won't matter. But in that moment, Takaroo's eyes lock onto his target. Found it. Flipping upside down in midair, he zeroes in on the Hydra's tail. He smirks, his theory confirmed. Its weakness is that tail. While still inverted, Takaroo summons a powerful magic circle and unleashes his spell. Explosion. The blast hits its mark, and the Hydra's tail erupts in a violent detonation. The chain reaction is immediate, causing the entire monstrous body to disintegrate into nothing. Takaroo lands gracefully, amidst the dissipating smoke. Hebekawa and Echidna can only stare, their trump card utterly destroyed. Takaroo turns, his gaze now fixed on them. It's your turn now. Hebekawa's shock turns to rage. You brat. Without another word, Takaroo summons a new spell, and shadowy snakes erupt from swirling portals, hissing as they lunge forward. The shadow serpents swarm Hebekawa. But Hebekawa has another monster up his sleeve. Takaroo watches as his opponent makes his next move. Hebekawa summons a colossal basilisk, which charges Takaroo head-on. Takaroo meets its gaze. Hebekawa grins, believing he's won. The basilisk's maw opens wide, ready to devour him. For a split second, Takaroo's body seems to stiffen. Hebekawa's laughter echoes across the battlefield. You met eyes with the basilisk, didn't you? I'm the winner. Kusanagi Takaroo. But Takaroo isn't petrified. He continues his charge, pushing right through the basilisk's gaze. Hebekawa's face contorts in pure disbelief. Takaroo's fist glows with power. Protect guard. He smashes his magically enhanced fist directly into Hebekawa's staff, the impact creating a massive shockwave. Hebekawa is stunned by the sheer force of the blow. The recoil sends Takaroo flying backward through the air. Suddenly, he senses another presence. Echidna seizes the opportunity, lunging at the airborne Takaroo with a spear. He lands, glaring at his new attacker as she taunts him. Don't forget I'm here too. Echidna summons multiple magic circles, unleashing a volley of dark energy projectiles. Takaroo raises his arm, effortlessly blocking the barrage. He doesn't give her a moment to recover. He counters instantly with his own spell. Flare burst, a blast of pure energy erupts from his palm, engulfing Echidna. The explosion tears through the battlefield. When the smoke clears, Echidna's true form is revealed, a demon with horns, wings, and a serpentine lower body. Takaroo remains unfazed. I knew it, you're a demon. Echidna is shaken, not only poison, he knows about demons as well. I knew it, this man is the one from the prophecy. Her thoughts race as she tries to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, an immense and terrifying pressure radiates from Takaroo, shaking the very air around them. Echidna freezes. What is this? Takaroo's eyes are devoid of all emotion as he speaks a single, chilling truth. I always kill demons. A wave of primal fear washes over Echidna, this overwhelming fear. In her mind's eye, she's no longer facing a human but a colossal, demonic entity reaching out to crush her. It's as if I'm facing the demon lord. She's completely paralyzed, her mind screaming. What do I do here, what do I? Just then a bloodied Hebekawa grabs her shoulder. Hey, Echidna. She snaps out of her terror looking at him. Jin. He admits his defeat. My plan's done for, all the monsters and the Hydra are dead, I've got no mana left either. He releases her. Do whatever you want. A new resolve hardens in Echidna's eyes. Then maybe I should go ahead with my own plan, she says coolly. Truth be told, I was going to do this after the hunters got wiped out. Hebekawa is stunned. What, you were planning to go against me? Yes. So, what should I do, he asks. Echidna's request is simple, buy me some time. Hebekawa smirks, a strange look in his eyes. An easy task. I'll do it if it's for you. As Echidna takes to the sky, Takaroo senses the shift in their plan. Hebekawa watches her go, preparing to fulfill his role. Echidna begins her incantation, flying towards Takaroo to draw his attention. Just as Takaroo focuses on her, Hebekawa lunges from behind, screaming, Do I no longer interest you? Kusanagi. Takaroo is caught by surprise. Hebekawa lets out a desperate roar. He successfully locks Takaroo in a chokehold. Snakes are tenacious. Takaroo struggles against the hold, realizing he's been trapped. Meanwhile, Echidna's voice rings out. A dimensional wall separates the two worlds. A small hole, like a gate, cannot do a lot of damage, but what will happen if the dimensional wall is gone? A vortex of dark energy swirls around her. Her ritual reaches its climax. Now I give birth to you. My beloved child who will kill even the gods. From the abyss, a monstrous being of immense power is born, a creature of legend, Typhon. The summoning ritual is complete. Far away over a modern city, a massive rift tears open the night sky. Dark gates appear all over, and from them, monsters pour into the streets, causing mass panic. Why are there gates all of a sudden? The city descends into chaos. An army of monsters begins its rampage. Back on the ground, Hebekawa lies defeated, but he's laughing hysterically at the apocalyptic scene. Ha, that Echidna. Takaroo looks on in horror at the summoned beast and the chaos it represents. She sure as hell prepared something crazy. Chapter 18, I'll destroy everything. Fused with the colossal monster Typhon, Echidna looms over Takaroo, a god of destruction incarnate. Typhon unleashes a devastating blast, engulfing Takaroo in a massive explosion. But Takaroo is already on the move, landing on the beast's massive, scaled body. Enraged, Typhon fires another torrent of destructive energy. Watching from the rubble, the defeated Hebekawa sees the cataclysmic battle unfold. A weak, satisfied smile spreads across his face. Ha, serves you right. His mind drifts back 10 years to a time of innocence. A younger, eager Hebekawa is on his first gate expedition. He was just a kid full of hope. Yes, I'll be in your care. But that hope shattered in an instant. The party was ambushed and his teammates screamed in terror, what is that? Run away. Panic set in as Hebekawa struggled to keep up. He stumbled, and in a moment of pure cowardice, his party abandoned him without a second thought. A monster closed in. Left alone in the darkness, Hebekawa could only stare in horror at the approaching doom. The words of his so-called comrades echoed in his mind, dripping with malice. You entered the gate at that age, so you must be strong, they said. I'm sure you can manage on your own. Just as he accepted his fate, a new voice cut through the despair. Oh my. It was Echidna, you poor thing, you got left behind. She looked down on the terrified boy with a predatory grin. It's going to be fine, she cooed. I'll save you. But in exchange. The flashback continues. In a hospital bed, Hebekawa confronts his betrayers and a Hunter Association official. Why, they used me as bait, I almost died, and there's no penalty. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. We didn't use you as bait, one of them lied. The official coldly added, one person died and you have the nerve to talk like that. Since your testimony cannot be confirmed, the official concluded, nothing can be done. The crushing reality hit Hebekawa. This was the system. These were the rules of the association. Defeated and alone, he sat outside the hospital and made a pact with the devil. I'll accept your terms. With Echidna's dark power now at his disposal, his path was set. I'll crush the Hunters Association, he vowed, consuming the snake she offered. As long as you give me power, I'll do anything. This path led him to form Ouroboros. Yashio taught him a cruel lesson in revenge. You don't get it, Shima. Letting them live and see hell is a lot better. With his new family of outcasts, Hebekawa smiled. It all starts from here, Echidna, he declared, standing over their broken enemies. Let's destroy everything. The memory fades. Back in the present, Hebekawa's life slips away. My revenge stopped halfway, but go at it, Echidna. He's consumed by the blast from Echidna and Typhon's attack. But as the smoke clears, a figure emerges completely unscathed. It's Takaroo. Echidna can't believe her eyes. No way, why's he alive? Takaroo calmly walks forward. Echidna's shock turns into a manic laugh. So, this level of power has no effect, huh? Ha. Drunk on her newfound strength, her face twists with ecstasy. This is amazing. This is the ultimate power. she screams, unleashing another world-ending beam. Takaroo dodges with ease, prompting a taunt from Echidna. Come on, what's wrong? You're only dodging. He lands on Typhon's massive body, the ground cracking under his feet, and begins to run straight up the monster's back. This child and I have united and become the strongest being, Echidna roars. Takaroo just stares back, his expression unchanging. Her ego swelling, she screams, right now even they wouldn't be able to ignore me, as she fires yet another blast. Takaroo raises a hand, conjuring a magic shield. He knows he's on a timer. My body is reaching its limit, I have to end this fast. The attack slams into the barrier, but Echidna's confidence wavers. Something is wrong, the monster itself recoils in pain. There's no way that's going to work, she shrieks, more to convince herself than him. But the thrill of battle overrides her fear. This is the best feeling. You're having fun on your own, huh? She sneers as Takaroo continues his ascent. He effortlessly scales the colossal beast, closing the distance in an instant. Typhon tries to swat him like a fly, but Takaroo is too fast. He locks onto his target, there, huh? Echidna sees him coming. Could you stop being so rude to a lady? She yells, a split second before impact. Takaroo's foot connects squarely with her face. The brutal kick sends her flying as she screams, die. But Takaroo isn't finished. He materializes a spear of dark energy. He puts all his remaining power into one final strike. Aerial burst. The attack, a swirling vortex of pure destruction, tears through Typhon's body. The monster's form is ripped apart, its many heads severed in a single blow. Echidna can only watch in disbelief. What? Takaroo stands amidst the carnage, holding the monster's corrupted core. Since you were in control, this was easier to deal with than the Hydra. Separated from her host, Echidna's body begins to crack and disintegrate. Just what are you? She shrieks. Just die already. As Typhon's headless body collapses, Takaroo observes her meltdown. She's unable to control the power of Typhon. Losing control, Echidna screams, I'll change everything. Takaroo responds with a chilling, quiet promise. I'll do it, your arms, legs, brain, I'll destroy it. Her own desire for destruction is thrown back at her. Family, friends, everything. His eyes are cold, empty voids, reflecting nothing but the end. Echidna's mind finally breaks. Why? The power she craved is failing her. Just why, she wonders. I've obtained this strong power, so why am I still afraid? Her trauma surfaces, a vision of her past self weak and ridiculed. She remembers being looked down upon by the demon elite, the very people she sought to surpass. Their mocking voices return. Is it true you came back after a human beat you? The demon queen's verdict was absolute. Weaklings are not needed, she's not even good to play with. The court's laughter was a poison she never forgot. She grits her teeth at the memory. Even an ally's advice felt like a condemnation. Get a hold of yourself, this weakness is only in your mind. Her inner voice screams over the memory. It's true that I was weak back then, but now it's different. I'll take revenge on all the people that made fun of me. I'll do everything to make them despair, I'll break you down. That's why. Her resolve hardens into a final, desperate gambit. To do that, I'll start by killing this man, she declares, her eyes burning with madness, who is from the prophecy that they're looking for. The battle with Echidna triggers a memory for Takaroo, a time when he was known as the Messiah in another world. Sitting by a campfire, one of his companions cheerfully remarks, this journey had a lot of people, but it's nice with just us for a change. Takaroo agrees, it was quite lively. His other companion asks, but was it okay to refuse? They even offered to let you join the party to subjugate the demon lord. Takaroo dismisses it. Yup, it's dangerous, plus I don't think they could keep up with my pace. She gives him a knowing smile, saying, certainly. She thinks back to all the times Takaroo's insane power left everyone in the dust, like when he'd abandon his horse to sprint ahead or just decide to scale a random cliff. She leans in, asking pointedly, are you really unable to trust them? Takaroo looks away, a faint smile on his face. Well, I feel at ease being alone. In his memory, he can hear the whispers of awe from those he left behind. What amazing power, as expected of the Messiah. But his companion gently refutes his isolation. I'm here as well. The other chimes in, I'm here as well. Takaroo, slightly flustered, finally concedes. Yes, thank you for always taking care of my injuries. The memory fades and Takaroo is back in the present, facing the monstrous Echidna. He thinks to himself, I only scratched the surface just then. With his target locked, he steels himself. But now that I know her real body's location, all that's left is to kill her. He charges forward, weaving through the debris. Echidna's attacks slam into the ground where he just stood, shattering the earth. Takaroo pushes his body to its limits, dodging blow after devastating blow. Echidna looms over him, a mocking tone in her voice. Oh my, your movements have become rather dull. Takaroo lands hard, the strain clearly visible on his face. As another attack barely misses him, she taunts, didn't you say it would be simple to deal with me? He clutches his chest, gasping for air. The problem isn't his power but his vessel. Takaroo's body has reached its limit. I can't fire strong spells in rapid fashion anymore. He analyzes the situation. It's the same for Echidna. Typhon is likely slicing up her life force to move. If that's the case, then. Echidna smirks, confirming his thoughts. HMPH, you've figured out the source of Typhon's power, haven't you? It's futile to wait for my death. Her next words send a chill down his spine. It's also taking the life force of the humans of this world. She reveals her trump card. Typhon's followers are already overflowing into Japan, should they cross the sea next. Takaroo's expression hardens. No matter what you do, everyone will end up dead, if that is the truth. He's caught in a deadly dilemma. Then I need to quickly return to the other side, but once I kill her, will Takaroo's body even be able to move? Sweat drips down his face as he desperately searches for an answer. What should I do here? Echidna cackles, savoring his despair. Ahaha, nice expression you've got there, all right. She raises her arms, and a swirling vortex of dark energy forms above her. Look, I'll show it to you. Through the portal, Takaroo sees the horrifying sight of monsters rampaging through his world. He tries to call her bluff. If you kill me, Typhon's power will go out of control. Echidna's grin widens. That's why you won't kill me. But Takaroo has made his choice. He cuts her off, not with words but by gathering a blinding sphere of raw lightning in his hand. Echidna recoils in shock and rage. Hey, didn't you hear me? If you kill me. Takaroo's eyes crackle with energy, his expression unyielding. The scene shifts abruptly. Tokyo, Japan is burning. Amidst the chaos, a young man named Boduin Sama roars, I will protect all of you. He throws up a massive barrier, shielding fleeing civilians from the monster onslaught. A female hunter leaps into the horde, screaming a challenge. Come on, over here you lot. The hunters stand ready, bracing for the next wave. Here they come. The girl unleashes a devastating spinning spear attack, carving a path through the creatures. Nearby, a healer from the Arun Society patches up an injured woman. You're very close to the shelter, so do your best. The woman, filled with gratitude, thanks her profusely. The healer proudly declares their affiliation. Boduin's comrades rally, their voices filled with adoration for their leader. Admire Takamine's Sakura-sama, and gather in her name and beauty to uphold her ideals. Boduin himself fights with righteous fury, screaming, we exist to protect the peace and the citizens of this town from fiendish monsters. He thinks to himself, full of pride, as expected of the president, at this rate S-rank is not far. But his momentary confidence is shattered. A hulking, grotesque monster emerges from the shadows, its eyes fixed on him. The beast raises a massive fist, preparing to bring it down on the unsuspecting hunter. His comrade screams in terror, PRES. Boduin is frozen, knowing he's about to be crushed. Just as the blow is about to land, a pillar of divine lightning descends from the heavens, vaporizing the monster instantly. Boduin is thrown back by the force, utterly stunned. In that near-death moment he thinks with a bitter laugh, ha ha, S-rank is still but a distant dream. He looks up towards the rooftops and whispers a single name in reverence, Sakura-sama. High above the city, Takamine Sakura stands, crackling with power. Her voice is cold and efficient. Next target, please. An earpiece feeds her coordinates for Shibuya Station. A targeting grid appears before her eyes, locking onto the epicenter of the invasion. She calmly unleashes her power, Judgment Ray. A storm of holy light rains down on Shibuya, eradicating every monster in the vicinity. In a high-tech command center, officials watch the monitors. Cleanup of large monster outbreak in Tokyo complete. Please extend the search to the Kanto region. The order is immediately granted. One of them gasps in disbelief. Wow, inhuman power, that's S-class for you. Sakura stands resolute, a silent promise in her eyes. Her determination mirrors Takaroo's own, an unspoken connection across dimensions. No matter what comes my way, I will definitely defeat it. Back with Takaroo, the energy he's gathered is so immense that even Hebekawa is terrified. What is this amount of power? I've never seen anything like this. Echidna watches in horror as her own minions are evaporated by the sheer force of Takaroo's aura. Hebekawa grits his teeth, realizing, I can't stop it. As the power surges, Takaroo remembers his companion's question from long ago, are you really unable to trust them? He recalls his old mindset. It's because I'm self-aware of my own strength that surpasses other people. I distanced myself from them before they could do that with me. But now he understands, no, that's wrong. He remembers his friends from Japan, promising to have his back no matter what. And he remembers his companions from the other world, who stood by him despite his overwhelming power. He looks at the cowering Hebekawa and the disintegrating Echidna. Hebekawa, I was too proud of my own power to look around myself. The vast majority of people will not become powerful, but if you look around properly, you'll find people that are not like that. He turns his gaze to Echidna. I'm grateful to you as well, Echidna. Hebekawa can only stare in confusion. What? A calm smile spreads across Takaroo's face as energy coalesces in his hand. You made me realize that I'm not fighting alone. The energy solidifies into a magnificent spear of pure light, a testament to his newfound resolve. But Echidna isn't finished yet. She whispers an apology to her master. I'm sorry, Typhon, I guess I still wanted to save my own life. With a final, desperate act, she decides to go all in. I'll release you fully, absorb my life force more freely. A massive, dark magic circle appears as she gathers all her remaining power. Let's end this with one final blow. Hebekawa, now just a vessel for this immense power, screams with a bloodied face. I'm sending you to the next dimension with this. Die, Kusanagitakaroo. A colossal wave of pure darkness, an attack meant to erase existence itself, hurtles towards Takaroo. Takaroo thinks, sorry Takaroo, it's gonna be a bit hard after this. His shirt disintegrates as he braces himself, erecting multiple layers of powerful magic shields. He raises his spear of light, his eyes burning with intensity, and unleashes his ultimate attack, Thunder of Judgment, Kerunos. The spear of divine lightning flies to meet the wave of absolute darkness. Light and shadow collide in a cataclysmic explosion that threatens to tear the dimension apart. Hebekawa's face is a mask of pure shock. Echidna can't comprehend what she's seeing. That's not possible. Takaroo puts every last ounce of his strength into the blast. The world is consumed by a blinding white light. And in that final, brilliant flash, only Takaroo's determined gaze remains. In the aftermath of Takaroo's overwhelming power, the very air crackles with residual energy. The battle is over, but the consequences are just beginning. With a final bone-jarring thud, Echidna is slammed against a fractured dimensional wall. She gasps for air, realizing the fabric of reality itself is tearing apart around them. Watching from the ground, a bloodied Hebekawa is paralyzed by sheer terror. He didn't just kill Typhos, he thinks, he erased its very existence. He stares at Takaroo, a boy wielding a power that utterly surpasses human comprehension. As Takaroo calmly walks past him, Hebekawa can't wrap his head around the terrifying display he just witnessed. His thoughts immediately turn to his comrade, Echidna. Echidna flinches as Takaroo approaches, his presence overwhelming. Takaroo looks down at the defeated demon. I want to ask you something. What is this prophecy you speak of? Echidna struggles to answer, her body failing her. It's about, she begins, a power. Like yours. But before she can finish, a massive blade erupts from her chest. A hulking knight in black armor stands behind her, having run her through without a sound. Takaroo's eyes widen in absolute shock. The knight emotionlessly withdraws his sword. Echidna coughs up a torrent of blood, her eyes wide with disbelief. The scene is a brutal, silent tableau of sudden violence. She clutches the gaping wound, a horrifying realization dawning on her. My wound, it's not regenerating. With a chilling sense of calm, she whispers, I'm dying, aren't I? Takaroo can only watch, stunned, as this new player changes the entire game. From across the battlefield, Hebekawa lets out a desperate, agonized scream. As her life fades, Echidna's memories begin to surface. She remembers her first days with Ouroboros. A time when she was welcomed into a new family. Nice working with you from now on, Echidna. She recalls a younger Hebekawa, cynical but not yet broken. Well, we'll be using each other anyway, let's get along to an extent, okay? She remembers To teasing her. Hey sis, you're bad with spicy stuff, you've got a cute side to ya. And Yashio, always thoughtful. Hey Echidna, I found something that suit you. She smiles at the memory of the bangle. Oh my, this is good, oh well. Hebekawa's invitation echoes in her mind. It's a guild of strays that couldn't fit in with the Hunter Association. You should join us as well, Echidna. Her consciousness returns to the present as Hebekawa scrambles to her side. She looks at him, a faint smile on her blood-stained lips. With her final breath, she calls him by his true name. It was fun, Jin. And then she's gone. Hebekawa holds her limp body, his world shattering. Her head falls to his shoulder. He cradles her, the ground around them stained with her blood. Grief turns to pure, unadulterated rage. He gently lays her down. With a guttural roar, Hebekawa launches himself at the silent knight. I'll kill you, he screams, his mind consumed by vengeance. I'll kill. He winds up a punch, shouting B.O. OOM, a tiny, horned girl appears from nowhere, her fist connecting with Hebekawa's face in a devastating blow. He's sent flying across the wasteland, knocked out cold. The girl lands gracefully amidst the chaos. She looks over at Hebekawa's unconscious form with a cheerful grin. He's alive, how sturdy. Suddenly a voice calls out her name, Sukuna-chan. A new figure, a masked man named Ryer, appears beside her. I told you not to go by yourself, didn't I? Sukuna-chan pouts. Ryer, you're late. From a distance, Takaroo watches the bizarre scene unfold, hearing Ryer mutter, you two are too fast, I'm the one who will get scolded by the princess. Sukuna-chan turns to the silent assassin. Dark Knight, you should behave as well, the knight says nothing. As Ryer playfully scolds Sukuna-chan, Takaroo has seen enough. Hey. His voice cuts through their banter, cold and dangerous. Who are you? The trio freezes, their attention snapping to Takaroo. Ryer's demeanor instantly shifts to overly friendly. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm Ryer. This child is Sukuna-chan, and the one in the back is who we call a Dark Knight. Takaroo notes the vagueness, so even they don't know his name. He analyzes them, sensing their immense power. Just now they didn't falter at all, they're strong. What should I do, Takaroo thinks, if I exert any more power this body will break. Ryer waves his hands dismissively. You don't need to be so on guard, we only came here to take care of that traitor today, we have no intention to fight you. But Sukuna-chan has other plans, dashing towards Takaroo with glee. Oni-chan, let's play. Before she can reach him, magical chains shoot out and wrap around her. Ryer effortlessly suspends her upside down. I told you before that the princess will be mad at me. His smile returns, but it's laced with menace. One more thing. He flicks his wrist, sending several glowing cards flying towards the unconscious Hebekawa. The cards impale Hebekawa's head, finishing him off instantly and brutally. His body convulses one last time before falling still. A small black cube materializes from the corpse, which Ryer catches with a grin. We'll be collecting this. Takaroo watches as the strange object is retrieved. What is that, he demands. Ryer just winks. Trade secret tilde. A swirling portal opens behind them. Now you too, Ryer says, let's go back. Takaroo's power flares, ready for another round. You think you'll be able to leave? Ryer gives him a knowing, almost pitying look. You're tired, no, take it easy. Takaroo's eyes narrow. Ryer's smile widens. We'll meet again in the near future. As the portal closes, Sukuna-chan's cheerful voice echoes. See you later, Oni-chan. Takaroo stands alone in the wasteland. Demons, he murmurs. Is this the same other world that I know of then? He looks over at the two bodies, the only evidence of the day's madness. The battle is over, but the war has just begun. In the days that follow, the official story is released. The city suffered unprecedented damage, and the leader, Hebekawa Jin, was quickly arrested by the Hunter Association. We see a police convoy transporting the supposed terrorist. Inside the car, Hebekawa sits calmly, not resisting arrest. He thinks back to Takaroo's words about finding good people, but dismisses them. The vast majority of people will not become powerful. I've been looking into the association, he muses. They've never been on the side of justice. I'm sure I don't have long to live. Suddenly, another vehicle smashes into the police car, engulfing it in a massive explosion. The car flips through the air, a mangled wreck. Inside the burning wreckage, Hebekawa is dazed but alive. A hand reaches in and pulls him out. It's his old crew from Ouroboros. That's a glum face, Master, Yashio says. To adds, thanks to you, Ouroboros has been disbanded. Another member helps him up. Isn't our way an eye for an eye? They beat you up, you beat them back. Let's settle it properly. Hebekawa's expression hardens. The despair is gone, replaced by cold resolve. He takes the staff offered to him. Standing before his loyal followers, he makes a declaration. Only those ready to die come with me, I will finish this. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Takaroo and his parents, finally recovered, walk out of the hospital. It's a peaceful, normal day. It's so hot, tilde, his mom complains, a sound Takaroo is relieved to hear. He looks up at the bright summer sun, the recent horrors feeling a world away. Summer break is almost here, he thinks, unaware that for his enemies the fight is just getting started. In a grand, shadowy throne room, a masked man named Ryer approaches the dais, a report ready for his princess. He presents a dark, glowing cube. Princess, as you've ordered, we dealt with Echidna, and recovered the stolen item, Pandora. Ryer adds, I also let a man go, who seemed to be from the prophecy of the Messiah. The princess offers a cryptic, knowing smile. She looks down at a small creature sleeping in her lap. That is not fine, it is not yet time. Nearby, a horned woman whispers the name of the demon girl she's holding, Sukuna. Suddenly, the little demon girl, Sukuna-chan, throws a tantrum. Sukuna wanted to play with Oni-chan. The horned woman holds her gently, trying to calm the pouting child. The princess ignores the outburst, gently caressing the dark creature in her lap. As the Dark Knight stands guard, the princess's thoughts drift, eventually, right. The scene shifts dramatically to the modern world, focusing on the towering skyscraper of the Hunters Association Japanese HQ. Inside, a meeting is about to begin. Now then, a voice begins, we've contacted all 50 S-rank hunters to convene here for an emergency. The speaker is S-rank hunter Sagurinia, and the exhausted look on his face says it all. Or, I thought that all of you were contacted. The camera pulls back to reveal a massive, nearly empty room with overturned desks. Sagu is losing it. Only 5 people came, what is going on? One of the attendees, a red-headed girl, chimes in casually. This is weird, isn't it? An older blonde hunter looks on, while a girl with a large bow seems to be deep in thought. Sagu clutches his head in frustration. Why are they not here? Do they not care what happens to Japan? Am I in the wrong here? The blonde hunter corrects him. Oh, Hebekawa was stripped of his rank, so it's 49. But Sagu is past caring about details. I'm rounding it up. The girl with the bow raises her hand, trying to be the voice of reason. Since the people here responded to the summons, I don't think it's good to keep talking about the others. Sagu sheepishly apologizes. But before he can continue, another hunter interrupts him. It's the red-headed girl, S-rank hunter Seiju Karen. Getting people to gather on site in this day and age, isn't that a bit primitive? Karen's eyes light up with an idea. Since we're talking confidential stuff, why not go somewhere nice? Let's go to an inn and eat something good. I love Hakon Ryokens. Sagu can only grumble, Beppu for me then. Sagu slams his hands on the podium, his patience gone. Are you guys forgetting that the Hunters Association is run by the government? He's practically vibrating with stress. If we used tax money to go to fancy inns, that's just asking for trouble even if you're serious about your job. Karen just gives him a peace sign. Hang in there Tilda, Sagu's rant continues. You private guilds do whatever you want and the association pays for it. They're saying you're spending way too much money. She smiles, completely unfazed. No matter what they're saying, we are protecting the people. Sagu's face contorts with rage. The girl with the bow points out the obvious. Sagu-chan, your face is scary. Just then the veteran S-ranker Igarashi Hideo grabs the youngest hunter Tenku. Hey Tenku, get it together, you hear. Igarashi continues his fatherly lecture. You gotta sit straight. Don't I always tell you that sitting hunched over is bad for you? The abyss assassin Hayabusa Tenku pushes his hair back, annoyed. Stop calling me by my first name. Also, you're too loud, my ears hurt. Igarashi just laughs, clapping him on the back. Well, ain't you cool? You're 24 and already got a name worthy of S-class. He then turns to Karen, trying to play matchmaker. You think so too, Karen girly, why not date him? Karen leans in, catching a flustered Tenku completely off guard. He stammers, my type is. She describes her ideal man, a kind guy who'd do anything for others, even if they're weak. Tenku is blushing and sweating, not knowing how to react. He looks away and flatly rejects her. Nope, I'm sorry. The room descends into chaos again. Karen is crushed. I just got rejected without even confessing. While Tenku just wants to escape. Can I go home? I'm not interested in dating anyone. Sagu tries desperately to regain control of the room. Cheer up, Tenku, your destined partner is out there somewhere. You guys, enough is enough. Just as he's about to completely give up, the meeting room doors slide open. A calm older man in a suit steps inside. It's the Hunters Association president, Akoshi Mei. Hello. Sagu immediately snaps to attention, yelling at the others. Listen, you guys, the president is here, so behave. But his plea is lost in the lingering chatter. However, the president's mere presence is enough to command silence, and the room finally settles down. The S-rank hunters, even Karen, now look serious and attentive. Igarashi and Tenku also turn their focus to the front of the room. The girl with the bow watches the president intently. President Akoshi begins, his voice calm and steady. I'm sorry for calling you here today. As for those who are absent, Sagu-kun will contact them later. Sagu looks like he just got handed even more stressful work. Akoshi presses a button on the podium. Let's start. An image of a destroyed city appears on the main screen. First, we'll discuss the terrorist act from the other day, which was led by Hebekawa. Karen sighs, that guy sure did a number on us. But Igarashi scoffs, that trash, he had a big ego and a big guild, that's all. Akoshi smiles placidly. Now, in regards to that, he pauses, ready to drop a truth bomb that will change everything for the S-rank hunters. But Akoshi cuts him off, dropping a bombshell that silences the room. We've confirmed the involvement of demons. The word hangs in the air, and Igarashi's face contorts in disbelief. Tenku and Karen are completely lost. Demons, what do you mean? Akoshi clarifies with a calm smile. People who exist inside the gates, otherworlders if you will, he explains. The girl with the bow whispers the word, trying to comprehend. Igarashi speaks up, his voice heavy with experience. I knew there were signs of civilization inside the gates, but I thought it was all in ruins. It's natural that you don't know. His eyes darken with a painful memory. They only appeared once before, more than 20 years ago. They defeated me, and never appeared again. The revelation shocks the younger hunters. Karen leans forward, demanding answers. Why weren't we told about this? Was it on purpose? Igarashi's expression is grim as he defines the threat. Demons, they only appear like people. His words strike a chord, and the girl with the bow's eyes widen in sheer terror as he finishes. They're merciless monsters. Akoshi takes control of the narrative again, explaining the association's reasoning. Based on what Igarashi-kun has told us, it'll be impossible to establish relations. If we announce this, people will disagree with us. There could also be those that would try to go and meet them, he adds, looking at the serious hunter. Igarashi concludes, and so, we plan to hide the existence of demons for now. Tenku smirks unconvinced. So we need to participate in this cover-up. Akoshi explains that the truth will be disclosed only to S-class hunters. Akoshi smiles warmly, a chilling contrast to his words. It's for the good of society. But the word demon has triggered something deep within the girl with the bow. A horrifying memory flashes through her mind, the sound of her own childhood screams. Mama, Papa. She sees it all again, her parents cut down, shadowy, inhuman figures emerging from a dark vortex. And the face of their killer, a humanoid monster with a twisted, sadistic grin. The image of her mother's lifeless eyes is burned into her memory. The pieces click into place with dreadful certainty. I thought my mom and dad got killed by a humanoid monster, she thinks, her hands trembling. Was that a demon? Before she can process the trauma, Akoshi claps his hands, moving on without a hint of concern. Alright, next topic is... He clicks a button and a new image appears on the screen, a young boy, related to this boy. The girl with the bow gasps, her eyes wide with shock. She knows that face. Akoshi gestures to the screen, delivering his next shocking reveal. He destroyed the Ouroboros Guild by himself. He lets the weight of that statement sink in before continuing. His name is Kusanagi Takaroo. Karen stares at the image, a flicker of recognition on her face. Tenku is just confused by the sudden shift in topic. He raises a valid point. But didn't you guys say Hebekawa was caught by the association's hunters? I even heard it on the news. Sagu quickly clarifies. By the time we got there, Hebekawa was already down. We checked the CCTV cameras and found him, he finishes, as the girl with the bow breaks into a cold sweat. Akoshi's eyes narrow slightly. He does not belong to the Hunters Association. We are investigating what sort of individual he is. He looks around the room, making his request clear. If you have any information about him, we'd like you to share it with us. The hunters remain silent, processing the flood of new information. But Karen's mind is elsewhere, a single thought echoing in her head, Takun. Later that night, after the meeting has concluded, Sagu confronts Akoshi, who is relaxing in a chair in the empty conference room. So, what was that farce? In the end, nobody shared anything. Akoshi simply hums, feigning ignorance. Sagu is fuming. You went out of your way to call just those four. He sighs exhausted. My acting isn't that good. My stomach was twisting and turning from all the stress. Akoshi just smiles, pleased with the outcome. It was a good performance, Sagu-kun. I trust you'll keep it a secret. Sagu can only stare back annoyed. Akoshi chuckles, waving dismissively. That face of yours was truly great. Sagu finally snaps, please leave me be. As Sagu walks away, Akoshi reveals his manipulative nature. Well then, I need to go and lie to all the other S-class hunters. I'll excuse myself here. Alone in his office, Akoshi looks over a collection of old photographs. Photos of him with a much younger Takaroo and another child. A collage of memories, a hidden past connecting the president of the Hunters Association to the very boy he claims to be investigating. A dark, knowing smile spreads across Akoshi's face. He looks out at the city lights, a puppet master pulling the strings. Now then, what will happen next? In the heart of the city, at the Hunters Association headquarters, Sakura Takamine is wrestling with a serious problem. Her thoughts race, a storm of anxiety brewing behind her eyes. Kusanagi-kun, just what are you doing? For your name to come up in such a major incident, no matter how much I try to keep it under wraps, it's not going to work. She clenches her fist in frustration. You're too careless, do you even want to remain hidden? Pulling out her phone, she stares at an unanswered message, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure he has his reasons, if it's Kusanagi-kun then. The message to Takaroo Kusanagi is simple and direct. Please contact me when you see this. But there's been no reply. I need to at least talk to him, she thinks. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name, snapping her out of her thoughts. It's Akoshi, one of the association's top brass. Takamine-kun. Sakura turns, surprised. Sir. Akoshi gives her a reassuring look. The cause of the incident with Ouroboros was that they poisoned his parents. The Hunters Association doesn't plan to do anything to him, so don't worry. Sakura is taken aback by the revelation. Takaroo was fighting for his family. As Akoshi turns to leave, he adds, I'll have Sagu-kun and the rest solve this issue. Sakura is left confused. Why am I the only one being told about this? Akoshi glances back with a knowing smile. It's because you are friends with him. With that, he walks away, leaving his words hanging in the air. I'd like for you guys to get along well. Sakura is stunned, the word echoing in her mind. Friends, me and Kusanagi-kun. The idea seems completely foreign to her. Is that really how it is? She's lost in thought, trying to process this new label for their strange relationship. It just doesn't seem to fit. Still puzzled, she pulls out her phone and searches for the literal meaning of the word friend. The definition reads, people who can be open with each other and support each other as equals. Her eyes widen. People who can be open with each other. A small voice interrupts her research. One-chan, Sakura looks up, startled. I think we're definitely different from what this says. A little girl named Momoji runs towards her with a bright smile. Momoji, I've come to get you, Grandpa's waiting in the car. Momoji puffs out her cheeks. What's up, your eyes were going all spacey, Sakura looks away, embarrassed. I was just lost in thought. Suddenly Momoji's face crumples and she starts to cry. Your work has finally calmed down so we can be together, but I'm lonely. Panicked, Sakura tries to console her. Ah, I'm sorry, please don't cry. Momoji peeks through her fingers, her tears already stopping. Really? Sakura is desperate to make her happy. I'll do anything if you'll forgive me. Momoji's face lights up. Anything. Yes, Sakura promises with all her heart. Momoji's eyes sparkle with a brilliant idea. She whips out a phone showing Sakura a picture. Then, let's do this. Sakura stares at the phone, her face a mask of pure shock. The next day, in a bustling city square, Takaroo Kusanagi makes his way through the summer crowds, loaded with shopping bags. It's crowded as expected during the summer break, but I had a lot of things I needed to buy. He glances at the newly repaired buildings. It's only been a week since the incident, but they restore buildings fast. I guess this is thanks to that special restoration bureau. As he walks, he ticks off his mental checklist. Anyway, I'm glad I was able to buy a smartphone. My old one broke during the fight with Typhos. I also got climbing gear, so next is. Suddenly, a small girl barrels right into him. He stumbles but quickly kneels down. Sorry, you okay? The little girl looks up dazed. As Sakura rushes over to scold her sister, Takaroo notices the ribbon in the little girl's hair. Geez, Momoji, you, he thinks, this ribbon. Sakura freezes, her eyes locking with his. Kusanagi-kun. Takaroo gives a friendly smile. Hello, Takamine-san, shopping with your little sister. He recognizes her ribbon too, the one Akoshi gave her. Sakura is speechless for a moment. Then her worry and frustration from the day before boils over. I've contacted you, why didn't you respond to me? Takaroo is caught completely off guard by her intensity, while Momoji watches with curiosity. With a pained expression, Sakura adds, I was waiting. Momoji's eyes widen as she takes in the scene. She feels like she's watching a live-action romance drama, remembering her grandma's words. It's lonely when a person you love ignores you. She imagines Takaroo's frantic excuse about his phone being broken. A brilliant realization dawns on her face. She jumps between them, pointing excitedly at Takaroo. One-chan, so this Oni-chan is your boyfriend. The accusation hangs in the air. Sakura explodes in a flustered panic. He's not, but Momoji isn't convinced. You don't need to hide it, it's fine to have one at your age. Struggling for words, Sakura tries to explain. He's really not, Kusanagi-kun is. Suddenly, Akoshi's word comes to mind and she blurts it out. Right, a friend. Takaroo just stares, completely bewildered by the sudden declaration. Sakura is at a complete loss for words. Momoji puts them on the spot, so you're not her boyfriend and you're not friends. Sakura can only stammer in denial while Takaroo looks on, stunned. Thinking fast, Takaroo jumps in to save the situation. Takamine-san is a popular person at school, so being her friend is a great honor. I just got surprised is all. Momoji's eyes light up with excitement. Is that so? While Sakura is completely floored by his sudden, over-the-top praise. You bet, Takaroo doubles down, everyone wants to be her friend. Momoji is completely sold, but Sakura is mortified, trying to get him to stop. Completely won over, Momoji beams with a brilliant idea. So Oni-san, she declares, I want to learn more about One-chan at school, join our shopping trip. And with that, Takaroo is officially roped in. The scene shifts to a massive shopping mall, the impromptu group date now underway. With Momoji happily leading the charge, the three of them venture into the bustling shopping center. The day turns into a classic shopping montage, with Momoji playing stylist for a slightly embarrassed Sakura, while Takaroo watches on. They share a laugh over accessories, though Momoji seems less than impressed in the background, clearly on a mission. Takaroo gets an awkward surprise when the girls wander into the lingerie section, forcing him to look away in a panic. He quickly grabs Sakura to steer her away from the potentially traumatizing area. Finally, they take a well-deserved break for some ice cream, much to Momoji's delight. The trio sits down to enjoy their treats, looking for all the world like a happy little family. Meanwhile, at a nearby restaurant, a group of hunters is celebrating loudly. The Windguard party toasts to their promotion to B rank, though not everyone is in a purely festive mood, with one member still brooding over a past failure. As they celebrate, one of the hunters spots a familiar face walking by. Oh, it's that kid. She does a classic spit take as she sees who he's with. The rest of the party looks over and their jaws drop. Is that a DD date? One stammers. To think he's with Hunter Takamine. Way to go, another exclaims, completely misreading the situation. The gossip immediately starts flying, though one member, Mamoru, remains stone-faced and silent. The scene cuts away from the gossiping hunters. Oblivious to the rumors they just started, the trio has moved on to an amusement park and Momiji is having the time of her life. Going out is so much fun. They make their way over to the merry-go-round. Momiji hops on a carousel horse waving excitedly. One-chan, look over here. Sakura and Takaroo wave back from the railing as the ride begins. With Momiji occupied for a moment, Sakura turns to Takaroo with a serious expression. Kusanagi-kun. He immediately starts apologizing for his earlier lie. It's not good to lie, I'm really sorry about what I said about everyone wanting to be your friend. But Sakura waves it off. Well, it's not exactly a lie rather. She thinks to herself, he doesn't look like a bad person after all. Her mind drifts to the Ouroboros incident. He fought for his parents' well-being, I'm sure he's a kind-hearted individual. But something still doesn't add up. She recalls Akoshi's strange comment, how the president seemed to know Kusanagi long before the incident. Why is that? Her eyes narrow as she finally asks the question that's been burning in her mind. Just who are you? Do you really have amnesia? Even if we say that we're friends, she continues, I don't know the slightest thing about you. Before Takaroo can respond, Sakura realizes something is wrong. They both look towards the carousel. The merry-go-round has stopped, Takaroo notes. A wave of panic washes over Sakura's face. Momiji-chan's not back as well, no way. The ride has finished its cycle, but their little companion is nowhere to be seen. Unbeknownst to them, Momiji had snuck away, thinking to herself, One-chan loves looking at Oni-san so much. She was playing matchmaker. I'll leave them be by themselves, she schemed, so that they can confess their love for one another. Her Cupid mission is cut short, however, when she spots something out of the corner of her eye. A small boy is sitting alone, crying for his mother. Momiji's focus instantly shifts from matchmaking to helping. So you got lost, she says, approaching him kindly. Let's go find your mom together. But just as she offers her help, the sky seems to fracture. Chaos erupts as a massive, gorilla-like monster tears through a sudden gate break, sending the crowd screaming and running for their lives. Momiji and the little boy are frozen in shock, right in the path of the mayhem. Snapping out of it, Momiji knows they have to move. We need to run. She reaches out and firmly grabs the terrified boy's hand. Putting on a brave face, she reassures him, it's okay, it's not scary, make sure you don't let go of my hand. As the two small children face the monster, Sakura and Takaroo are seen in the distance, sprinting desperately towards the chaos. At a bustling amusement park, chaos erupts. Amidst the fleeing crowds, Sakura Takamine screams for her little sister. Momiji, where are you, Momiji? With Takaroo by her side, her panic escalates. Please answer me, she cries. Takaroo tries to keep her grounded. Calm down, Takamine-san. He offers a plan, I'll take a look from up high, but Sakura, thinking fast, cuts him off. No, let's head to the Lost Children's Center. But before they can move, a group of terrified civilians spots her. Ah, it's Hunter Takamine. They rush towards her desperate. We're saved, a gate break occurred inside. One of them stammers out the horrifying truth. The monsters. Sakura freezes, her personal crisis colliding with her public duty. The crowd begs her for help, please hurry and take care of it, please. But Sakura is too overwhelmed to respond. Ignoring their pleas, she pushes her own desperate question forward. Did anyone see my little sister anywhere? She quickly describes Momiji, a 5-year-old girl with a matching ribbon. A woman in the crowd gasps, I might have seen her. But her next words are a dagger to Sakura's heart. She walked towards the gate break. In an instant, Sakura's terror explodes and she bolts towards the danger zone. Her fears are realized as a hulking, gorilla-like monster stomps through the park grounds. Unseen by the beast, little Momiji peeks out from some bushes, watching it lumber away. She's not alone, she's holding a crying boy trying her best to be brave for him. We were too slow to run away, she whispers. Hugging him tightly, she reassures him, it'll be okay. With absolute faith in her heart, Momiji smiles. My One-chan is a very strong person, she'll definitely, for sure, absolutely will come to save us. Really? The boy asks. Yes, Momiji says confidently, just as a monstrous shadow falls over their hiding spot. Her brave facade shatters as she looks up, the reality of their situation crashing down on them. Meanwhile, Sakura and Takaroo are sprinting through the now empty park, racing against time. Suddenly a traumatic memory floods Sakura's mind, her mother's voice screaming, run away, Sakura. She sees them again, her parents, wounded and unable to escape. Her mother's last words echo, we'll be fine, protect your little sister. The final command rings in her ears, now run away. She remembers standing there, a small child frozen in place. She remembers trying to protest, to stay with them. And she remembers the horror of being forced to leave them behind. The memory of that day, of that failure, is seared into her eyes. Back in the present, that same terror grips her. If I lose Momiji as well, she thinks, pushing her body to its absolute limit. Just then Takaroo shouts, pointing ahead, Takamine-san, over there. Sakura's eyes lock onto the scene. The giant monster is towering over her sister. The beast raises its massive arm, ready to crush the two small children. A raw, guttural scream tears from Sakura's throat, "Momiji." Momiji looks up, her face pale with fear, whispering, "One-chan." Sakura runs faster than she ever has before, her bare foot slapping against the hard ground. "I have to go faster, faster, faster." Momiji is paralyzed, watching the monster's hand descend upon her. Time slows to a crawl for Sakura. "No, no, 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 no," she pleads, knowing she won't make it. She lets out one final, desperate scream for her sister. In a flash, Takaroo blurs past her, launching himself into the air and planting a brutal kick directly into the monster's face. As he lands gracefully, Takaroo glares at the stunned beast. "If you scare the kids then, you fail as a mascot." He stomps his foot, a magic circle glowing beneath him as he unleashes his power, Freeze. In an instant, massive shards of ice erupt from the ground, completely engulfing the monsters. The threat is neutralized, frozen solid in a crystalline prison. With the danger past, a fragile calm returns to the amusement park. Later, Takaroo waits on a bench as Sakura approaches with a safe and sound Momiji. "Sorry for the wait," Sakura says. "I handed things over to the police," Takaroo replies. Sakura adds that they found the other boy's parents, a small victory in a day of chaos. She turns to Takaroo, her expression softening with immense gratitude. "Kusanagi-kun," she says, her voice full of emotion. "Truly thank you very much." She bows her head, ashamed. "Even though I'm a hunter, I couldn't stay calm. You ended up needing to use your power, I'm sorry." Takaroo quickly waves it off. "Please don't worry about it, you're always looking out for me, Takamine-san." He thinks to himself that if anything, he's the one always causing her trouble. But Momiji interrupts the serious moment, beaming at her hero. "Oni-san, I'd like to thank you as well." Takaroo kneels down to her level, gently chiding her. "If you wander off like that, you'll worry your sister, okay?" Momiji looks down, properly remorseful. Takaroo praises her for protecting the other boy, but his mind is elsewhere. He noticed it during the chase. Sakura's movements weren't just fast, they were the refined, efficient movements of a true battle veteran. As Takaroo watches her, a thought clicks into place: her movements during the fight. They weren't just skilled, they were the instincts of a seasoned warrior, someone who's seen countless battles. Sakura turns to him, her expression serious and unwavering. "Just who are you?" She looks him dead in the eyes, her voice filled with a desperate plea. "I don't want to doubt you anymore." Takaroo meets her gaze, understanding the weight of her question. "Yes, you're right." Sakura waits, holding her breath for the truth. Takaroo's expression hardens, ready to finally reveal his secret. He opens his mouth to speak. "In fact, I am," but just as the words are about to come out, Momiji launches herself between them, shoving them together with all her might. "You guys need to get along." The serious mood is completely shattered. Momiji, trying to solve their tension, remembers something. "I want you guys to get along. In the TV drama they..." A brilliant idea pops into her head, her face lighting up. "That's right, a reconciliation kiss." She points excitedly. "It'll be good if you kiss," leaving Sakura completely flustered. Momiji-chan, calm down." Later, after Momiji's matchmaking attempt has tired her out, Sakura looks over at Takaroo with a gentle smile. Holding her now sleeping sister, she apologizes for her earlier intensity. "I'm sorry about being so upfront about it, Kusanagi-kun. If it's fine with you, would you like to go back together?" As the sun begins to set, the two walk along a quiet riverbank. Takaroo watches Momiji sleeping peacefully in her sister's arms. "You two really get along well. I'm an only child, so I'm a bit envious." Sakura chuckles softly, "But I end up spoiling her." She gazes down at her sister, her eyes filled with pure love. "Momiji is my treasure." She decides to open up to him. "Our parents were killed when she was very little. Because I was weak, she was left feeling lonely. I had that regret, so I decided to become strong." Sakura continues, her voice steady with conviction. "I became a hunter for a personal reason. If I'm strong, I can protect those I want to protect. Momiji won't have to cry anymore." She adds sheepishly that she knows it sounds simple, but Takaroo shakes his head. "No, I understand, very well. And I hope that leads to a world where everyone can laugh freely." Sakura confesses her ultimate dream. Takaroo smiles. "That's just like you, Takamine-san." He stops walking and turns to her, a sincere warmth in his eyes. "I'm glad I was able to meet you, Takamine-san." His smile is genuine, but there's a hint of sadness behind it. "The next time we meet, I might not be able to say it," he says cryptically, "so I'll tell you now." Sakura looks back, confused. Her expression fills with concern. "Why are you saying that?" she asks, the peaceful atmosphere suddenly gone. Takaroo looks away. "My memories might be returning, but if they do, the memories I've made during this short time will probably be gone." He looks back at her, his face etched with a painful truth. "It's because I'm not the real Kusanagi Takaroo." Sakura takes in his shocking confession, her mind racing. She processes it not as a lie but as a symptom of his condition. Is that so? Having amnesia is quite the ordeal. She looks at him, her decision made. "But," she begins, her voice soft but firm. A radiant smile breaks across her face, chasing away the shadows. Even if you forget about me, Kusanagi-kun, you are my friend. Takaroo is stunned, his heart filled with a warmth he's never known. A genuine, happy smile spreads across his face. Thank you very much. After a moment, Sakura breaks the silence. About that though. She asks with sincere curiosity, what are we supposed to do as friends? Takaroo is completely stumped. Sakura realizes she doesn't know either. So Takaroo does the most logical thing he can think of. He pulls out his phone and Googles it. Reading the definition, Sakura gets an idea. Right, maybe we could drop the honorifics, I'll try my best. The scene shifts to the bustling Tokyo station, where a new journey is about to begin. A hyper-energetic young man, Boduin Salma, greets Takaroo. I'm glad the weather's clear today, it'd be bad if it rained, you know. Boduin continues his non-stop chatter as they walk through the station. Kusanagi-kun, is this your first time going to Niigata? It's a great place. Takaroo just wants him to be quiet. Despite his annoyance, Takaroo sighs and follows along. Well then, let's go. Their destination, the snowy and remote sacred mountains Yamatsudake, on a mission to meet someone named Yusugi Kikyo. Deep within the mountains stands a foreboding, ancient shrine. Inside, a lone woman kneels before a towering, cloaked figure, her voice echoing in the dark hall. In order to return the body to the real Takaroo, she vows, her face hidden from view. In the frigid peaks of a snow-capped mountain range, a new challenge awaits, titled A Monster Beyond Monsters. High on the trail, Takaroo and Boduin Salma make their ascent into the mystical wilderness. As they climb, Takaroo notices something is off. We've hiked pretty high up, he thinks, yet my body feels rather light. Boduin grins, having anticipated this. These woods have a dense amount of mana circulating, as expected, you noticed it. He explains these mountains are a favorable spot, a perfect place to build a temple. Takaroo is confused, what do you mean? Boduin gestures to the peaks around them. It's a place that connects to a different world and not through a gate. He continues, revealing the source of ancient legends. You know the old tales of Yokai and Oni, all of them came from these dragon veins that exist in places like this. Takaroo is skeptical, sounds like game or manga talk though, but Boduin is serious. Everything has a shared point of origin. He lowers his voice, well, it's all sorts of dangerous. This is a secret known only by S-class hunters and a few distinguished families. Takaroo stops. Wait, why did you tell me? Boduin smiles. Because you're an honorary member of the Arun Society, plus you wouldn't just start talking about it to anybody, right? Boduin's expression turns more serious as he explains their destination. The Yusugi family we're going to now was one that has protected Japan since the old times. Takaroo catches the past tense, was. Boduin's gaze drifts across the desolate landscape. They were destroyed 10 years ago by a monster that appeared in this area. They stand in silence for a moment, the vast, empty mountains bearing witness to the tragedy. He continues the story. That monster was sealed by Yusugi Tsubasa, Kikyo's sister. She offered her life for it. The pieces click into place for Takaroo, so the only one to survive was. Boduin confirms with a somber look. Yup, Kikyo-san alone, she has been protecting the seal for all this time. Takaroo recalls seeing a photo of Yusugi Kikyo in a magazine, a rare public appearance for someone with such a heavy duty. He asks curiously, now that you say it, what sort of a person is Yusugi Kikyo? I got an image of a calm-mannered person from the magazine, but. Boduin's face freezes in sheer terror. Takaroo looks at him, confused by the sudden change. Calm, he thinks, as Boduin suddenly grabs him. Boduin is frantic, shaking Takaroo by the shoulders. Listen well, Kusanagi-kun, I've known her since I was a child, but that is an ONI, no, something so cute like an Oni does not cut it. His warning comes too late. As a shadowy figure dives from the sky, Boduin screams, it's a monster beyond monsters. Takaroo shouts, Boduin. Spotting the danger, Takaroo yells, look up. Boduin reacts instantly, blocking a devastating blow that sends sparks flying. He thinks to himself, good reaction, Salma. The attacker smiles down at him, pleased. Landing gracefully on his spear is their assailant, S-rank hunter, the god of war, Yusugi Kikyo. You've kept up with your training, she says with a grin, very admirable. Boduin strains under the pressure. Kai Kikyo-san, she playfully chides him, hey now, no dilly-dallying. He groans heavy, as he struggles to hold her up. Kikyo's smile turns mischievous, telling a lady she's heavy, minus points. Her eyes narrow, by the way I heard what you said. With a single, effortless motion. She sends Boduin flying into the cliffside. Who's a monster that's beyond monsters, she roars. Takaroo can only stare in shock. She's different from how I thought she'd be. As Boduin slumps to the ground, Kikyo casually slings her swords over her shoulder. Geez, you're so discourteous, Takaroo thinks. She handled him like some kid. She turns her sharp gaze to Takaroo, her blade pointed right at him. Now then, you're next. A predatory smile spreads across her face. if you want to get past this point then. Takaroo braces himself for the incoming attack. Show me what you can do, she yells, lunging forward with blinding speed. But Takaroo calmly raises a hand, summoning a magic shield that completely nullifies her strike. Kiko is impressed. Oh, well done, if you were an average hunter that would have been the end of you. The two engage in a fierce, high-speed duel, their movements a blur of action. Takaroo analyzes her technique mid-fight. He's countering my attacks really well by hardening his arm, he's waiting for my stance to break. Kiko smirks, recognizing his skill, he's used to battles. She spots an opening and presses her advantage. Takaroo is momentarily pushed back by her relentless assault. Naive, she whispers, preparing to end it. She pivots, ready to unleash her ultimate technique. Secret move, Cage Tara, she declares, her blade transforming into a whip of pure, dark energy. The Shadow Tiger attack lashes out, aimed straight for Takaroo. Kiko grins, confident in her victory. You can't take on a heavy swing like this, can you? But in a move that defies all logic. Takaroo doesn't dodge. He reaches out to meet the attack head-on, leaving Kiko utterly stunned. With a sharp clap, he catches the energy blade in his bare hand. The force is immense, but he holds it firm. A strange power begins to flow from him. As he chants an unfamiliar mantra, on Bei Shira Man, the energy in his hand reacts. Takaroo himself seems shocked by the power surging through him. The energy recoils violently, forcing him back as he wonders what just happened. Kiko watches, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Suddenly, her entire demeanor changes. Sorry, she laughs cheerfully. If we continue any further it'd go beyond a test, so that's over. You're really strong, so it should be okay. Takaroo is bewildered. Test, Kiko explains simply, weak hunters die past this point. She pulls out a letter. You're the friend Salma mentioned, right? He kept mentioning how strong you were, so I was looking forward to it. The letter reveals Boduin's massive overconfidence, claiming Takaroo was stronger than Kiko and would probably beat her if she tried to test him. Kiko's smile is terrifyingly sweet. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's training, Salma. Takaroo, oblivious, just thinks they get along well. Later, the group continues their journey. Boduin is seen knocked out and slung over a giant, fluffy sheep. Kiko turns to Takaroo. So you're not a hunter, just a civilian. As they walk, she asks him, why have you come all the way here? Takaroo looks at her seriously and makes his request. I'd like you to exorcise a ghost that's possessing me right now. Kiko's expression is unreadable as she listens. Takaroo explains his situation. I was in a bit of an accident, you see. That resulted in a loss of memory and probably gave me these powers through possession, but I want to go back to being normal. Since you fight using spirits, he adds, I figured you might know something. Kiko considers his story. It's a bit different, but oh well, I doubt you'd lie after coming so far, but... She looks him dead in the eye. That ghost, do you really want to exorcise it? Takaroo's resolve is firm. Yes. A gentle smile appears on Kiko's face. Okay. Well then, let's hear more. At the mansion, shall we? She says, gesturing towards a magnificent traditional estate nestled in the mountains. That night under a sky full of stars. Takaroo soaks in a massive outdoor hot spring trying to recover from the day's events. Sigh, that was exhausting. Meanwhile, the mansion staff are in an uproar, thrilled to finally have a guest and gossiping about how Boduin has passed out yet again. Takaroo looks up at the brilliant night sky. There's so many stars, feels like I'm in another world. He relaxes in the warm water, his mind drifting to the other world he came from, pondering the similarities and differences between universes. They had natural hot springs like this one too, he muses. His peaceful reflection is suddenly interrupted. A blonde woman storms into the bath, yelling at someone off-panel before spotting Takaroo and screaming, pervert, sending him scrambling. Hiding behind a rock, Takaroo peeks out thinking, did Boduin wake up? But it's not Boduin. A girl with long, flowing black hair steps into the hot spring. Takaroo's eyes widen in disbelief. He recognizes her instantly from the shrine, and his relaxing bath is officially over. In the dead of night, Takaroo tries to relax in an outdoor hot spring, but his peace is shattered when a young woman suddenly appears. She enters the water, completely unaware of his presence. Takaroo dives behind a rock, his mind racing. Why, didn't she notice I was here? Did the servants not tell her? He's trapped, forced to hide, and prays she leaves quickly. But the woman seems troubled, muttering to herself, I'm not good at socializing after all. It's impossible. Takaroo freezes, listening in. She continues her anxious monologue, but I need to keep trying, all for the sake of the Yusugi family. Suddenly her demeanor shifts. She clenches her fist, a fire in her eyes. No, it's okay, Nisama said I can do it. Watching her rapid mood swing, Takaroo thinks, no, this is harsh. He peeks over the rock again. She seems a bit different from earlier. Her eyes, once downcast, are now sharp and alert. In a flash, she senses him. A massive ring blade materializes in her hand as she spins around. Who is there? Busted, Takaroo can only stammer, ah. He tries to explain no, But it's too late, the sight of him sends her into a full-blown panic. A piercing scream echoes across the entire estate, shattering the silence of the night. The next morning, the same woman Kikyo greets him with a blindingly cheerful smile. Good morning, Takaroo-kun, you're finally up. Takaroo is completely thrown. She's back to her enthusiastic self, he wonders, baffled by the 180-degree personality change. Kikyo leans in with a mischievous grin. Ah, could it be? Are you remembering me in the nude? As Takaroo flusters, she laughs it off. Just teasing you, it was my bad anyway. Then her tone becomes serious. Now then, let's find out more about the ghost possessing you. Takaroo, still on edge, can only agree. Kikyo instructs him to meditate. Close your eyes and focus. Listen to your heartbeat. Next, imagine looking at yourself from above. Takaroo follows her instructions. As he sinks into a deep meditative state, Kikyo observes him. What tremendous concentration, what an honest kid. She focuses her own power, a ghost, huh? Her family, the Yusugi, serves divine beings and can discern such things. I knew from the start that your story was a lie, but... Yet it doesn't feel like this kid is telling a lie. She leans in until their faces are inches apart, her eyes boring into his. I'll take a look at what's inside you. As she peers into his soul, she finds herself transported to a serene mental landscape. She stands in a vast, beautiful field of white flowers under a crescent moon. The flowers are pristine and otherworldly. Kikyo is in awe, how pretty, how calm and gentle. But the tranquility is a facade, but I feel some sort of sadness as well. Suddenly the vision corrupts, and her eyes widen in sheer horror. The peaceful field is replaced by a gruesome image, a headless corpse split down the middle, gushing black blood. The horrific sight triggers a memory within Kikyo. She remembers a past battle, her younger self chanting a powerful mantra. Onbei shi raman de yaso wa ka, I am the incarnation of Bishaman. Her eyes burned with divine fury. She cut down a monstrous foe with a single, clean slice. Her hands were stained with the darkness she fought. Another memory surfaces of her fighting relentlessly. She recalls standing alone in a cavern littered with the remains of her enemies. The grotesque, gaping maw of a demon she vanquished. With a final, desperate roar she banished the darkness. Get out. The psychic backlash throws Kikyo violently out of the vision, sending her crashing to the floor. Takaroo opens his eyes confused. Kikyo rises, her blade drawn, the cheerful girl gone, replaced by a cold warrior. She begins chanting again as Takaroo stammers, you. Her eyes are filled with suspicion and hostility. That power, what are you really here for? Before Takaroo can answer, she lunges. He barely dodges, crashing through the paper walls and out onto the roof. Kikyo is right behind him, relentless. You won't escape. As the rooftop explodes from her strikes, Takaroo realizes with dread, she's really trying to kill me. Damn it. She attacks with blinding speed and precision. Takaroo is forced to run for his life across the estate rooftops. He throws up a desperate magical barrier to block a deadly strike. Kikyo's movements are fluid and terrifyingly efficient. He summons his protect guard, just in time to parry another blow. The force of the impact cracks his shield, and a horrifying thought dawns on him. This person is the strongest hunter I've met so far. He knows he can't win by just defending. Realizing he has no other choice, Takaroo prepares a counterattack. I can't afford to hold back, I'm sorry. He pushes back against her assault. Focusing his energy, he unleashes a powerful spell, Wind. A massive torrent of wind slams into Kikyo, knocking her off balance. The blast is so strong it rips the ribbon from her hair. She stumbles back, her attack broken. She watches in shock as her ribbon flutters away. It falls gently to the ground. Kikyo stares at the fallen ribbon, her expression completely changing. Takaroo notices the sudden halt in her assault. She stopped. He cautiously approaches her, Suddenly, the fearsome warrior collapses to her knees and begins to wail. My ribbon tilde, it's my Nisama's keepsake tilde. She's completely hysterical, crying like a small child. If I don't have that. Takaroo can only stare, utterly dumbfounded by yet another personality switch. Kikyo's heartbroken cries echo across the vast mountain range, leaving Takaroo to wonder what he's gotten himself into. Meanwhile, in a dark cavern deep within the mountains, a massive, ancient seal glows ominously. A young woman, Kikyo's sister, stands guard as a blond, pointed-eared man approaches. Sir, she says coldly, entry here is forbidden. The man smiles, unfazed. Could you not say something so lonesome? His smile turns into a manic grin as he readies his weapon. I've got orders to free an old friend. After coming all the way across the world, you should welcome me. He lunges forward in a blur of motion. But Kikyo's sister stands her ground, her face already spattered with blood from a previous fight. That's why I warned you, she says with a chilling calm. Entry here is forbidden. The story flashes back 10 years to a time of crisis. The elite members of the Yusugi family stand ready. One of them declares, the family risked their lives to pave the way, we can't let it go to waste. Another agrees, yes, it's our turn to act now. They approach a menacing, gnarled structure pulsing with dark energy. An older man remarks, I can't believe it'd be so wild in this day and age. But his tone shifts to one of confidence. Now it's okay, because we also have. The head of the Yusugi family, Yusugi Tubaki. She walks forward, an aura of unshakable confidence around her. With a reassuring smile, Tubaki says, well then, let's go. Her loyal retainers follow without hesitation. As they depart, a tiny voice cries out from behind. A very young Kikyo calls out, Ni-sama, guys. Clutching a small sheep plushie, tears well up in her eyes, too choked up to say anything more. The older man gently prods Tsubaki. Go, we don't have a lot of time. She nods, thank you. But just as she's about to leave, Tsubaki spins around with a playful grin. Right, I had things I wanted to say to you, Kikyo-chan. She approaches her little sister and gently takes a ribbon, tying it neatly in Kikyo's hair. Ta-da, she exclaims. Tsubaki then pulls her into a massive, bone-crushing hug, shouting, my lil sis is the cutest in the whole wide world. Even if you tie up your hair, you're still the cutest. The other family members watch with fond exasperation. Ni-sama, you're always so clingy. But Tsubaki just squeezes tighter. But I need to convey these feelings of mine, right? Come now, Kikyo-chan, hug me as well. She holds her sister close. Leaning in, Tsubaki whispers some final words of advice. Even if you're clumsy with words, you'll be able to properly convey your feelings. If you do it, then see, thanks for always worrying a ton about us. Pulling away, Tsubaki strikes a triumphant pose. It's all okay, leave it to the world's strongest sis to take care of it. I ain't dying till I see you in a wedding dress. The scene fades back to the present. Kikyo recounts this painful memory to Takaroo. Ni-sama was like the sun, she says softly. People naturally gathered around her. By myself I would just be a recluse, but with her just being there it gave me courage. But that day. Takaroo listens, his expression somber. Kikyo's narration continues over a haunting image of her younger self. The Yusugi family members who left to seal a rampaging monster never returned home. Ausendake is a harsh place to live without our protection, so the servants had to go down the mountain. Everyone looked so dejected. Her voice trembles. The ones who remained started giving me looks, as if they thought it'd have been better if I had died instead of my sister. As Kikyo trails off, Takaroo quickly interjects, I know now that it wasn't like that at all. But Kikyo continues, her hands clenched. There was a proposal for all of us to head down the mountain together, but I couldn't say don't go or stay here. She looks down defeated. Because I didn't have the power to protect everyone, Takaroo's heart aches for her. As the last Yusugi family member, it is my duty to protect the seal everyone gave their lives for, but whether I'll be able to, it's giving me anxiety. I thought that if I became like my Ni-sama, it'd all work out, so I tried acting like her. With that hair tie on, I felt I could be lively all the time. The weight of her guilt is palpable to Takaroo. Kikyo finally breaks, her hands gripping her clothes tightly. I can't face it by myself at all. I hate myself when I'm like this. Takaroo's voice is gentle. I understand, I was like that as well. Kikyo looks up, surprised. He opens up to her. I was constantly being bullied and wanted to change my life. I had the thought of being someone else every single day. Kikyo is taken aback. Even when you're that strong, how did you manage to change? A genuine smile spreads across Takaroo's face. I had people around me that accepted me for who I was. Kikyo processes his words, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Is that so? She looks up at the sky. You came across some wonderful people. Later, back at the estate, Boduin Salma is tying his shoes. Welcome back, Kusanagi-kun, you sure were energetic right from the very morning. Takaroo sees the freshly fixed dojo. I repaired the dojo roof. Takaroo is stunned. Thanks, you seem used to it. Boduin just laughs, it's a regrettable thing. Boduin gets to the point. I didn't think you'd try to agitate her so much. At first, we were really going against each other. Takaroo starts to explain, well, but... Boduin smiles knowingly. I'm sure she's trying to hide it. She's a lonely person, you see, so she needs someone who she can easily pick a fight with. The revelation hits Takaroo like a ton of bricks. I'm going to go running now, you want to join? Boduin asks. Takaroo shakes his head. I'll have to decline, I need to do something. As Boduin leaves, he calls back. I'll be counting on you later for spar. Takaroo nods, a new resolve in his eyes. All right, I'll do what I can, I guess. He heads to the rocky riverbed where he and Kikyo fought earlier. Sitting on a rock, he sighs. Finding the hair tie is not easy, after all. I don't have the slightest clue on how to find it. He thinks of Boduin's kind nature. If my heart was as pure as Boduin's, then I'd probably stumble on it by luck or something. Takaroo's mind drifts back to his conversation with Kikyo, trying to understand the nature of a person's heart. Kikyo looks away, embarrassed. I'm really sorry, it just started fighting me right away. but Takaroo just smiles back, it's okay. She looks at him confused. Something evil was lurking inside of me, Takaroo confirms, yes. Kikyo processes this, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. Her confusion turns to shock. I was going at it with full strength though, you're not hurt at all, just what are you? Takaroo panics, trying to deflect. What about something else? Like was there some other soul in there? He waves his hands dismissively, a cheerful smile on his face. Nope. Kikyo stares intently, two souls being in one body is just not possible. Takaroo points at her, changing the subject. But aren't you fighting by having a spirit possess you? As they walk, Kikyo explains, I only borrow their power, so it's technically not a possession. She continues her explanation with a serious tone, in the case of a soul entering a body that already has one. Her words trail off as Takaroo finishes the thought, a sudden chill running down his spine. The original soul gets ejected. Back in the present, Takaroo sits by the rocky riverbed, lost in thought. Then where did the soul of Takaroo go to? Just then, a small movement catches his eye. Him. A small fluffy fox sits on the rocks, looking right at him. Takaroo stares back surprised. The fox. The fox turns its head, as if beckoning him forward. With a flick of its tail, it takes off, running deeper into the ravine. It pauses for a moment, glancing back to make sure he's following. As the fox trots ahead, Takaroo wonders to himself, is it telling me to follow it? He follows the creature through the rocky pass. The fox stops and gestures with its paw towards a small ledge. Takaroo's eyes widen in realization. He rushes over and picks it up, his face breaking into a huge, relieved grin. Yusuga-san's hair tie, I'm so glad. Takaroo turns to his furry guide. You found it for me, thank you. The fox looks up at him and replies, you can thank me by doing something for me. Takaroo doesn't miss a beat. I see, what do you want me to do? The fox stares at Takaroo, who seems completely unfazed by their conversation. The fox is bewildered. Wah, you're not really surprised, a fox is talking with you, you know, Takaroo just shrugs. It's not my first time talking with animals, how boring, sorry. Getting straight to business, the fox asks, so, what do you want me to do exactly? You were with a girl just now, right? Takaroo realizes who it means. Oh, you mean Yusuga-san. The fox smiles knowingly. It's about that girl, I would like you to protect her. Takaroo is confused. Protect? Even if you don't ask for my help, she's plenty strong. Suddenly, Boduin's words from earlier flash in his mind. She needs someone who she can easily pick a fight with. Understanding dawns on Takaroo's face. He knows what the fox truly means. He smiles softly. Got it. The fox beams overjoyed. Thank you. As the fox touches his forehead, Takaroo thinks, this is really too much of a jackpot. The fox seems to preen, as expected of me. It then adds, just talking to myself, then I'll leave Kikyo-chan in your care. Takaroo looks down, a bit confused by the fox's odd behavior. Before he can ask anything else, the fox gives him one last instruction. Don't tell Kikyo-chan about me, okay tilde. In a flash of light, the world around Takaroo dissolves. He finds himself standing in a different part of the ravine, the hair tie still in his hand. That was sudden, transfer magic. A voice calls out his name, Takaroo-kun. He turns to see Kikyo standing nearby. Yusuga-san, she looks just as surprised as he is. What are you doing here? Takaroo holds out his hand. Yes, I was, Kikyo gasps, her eyes fixed on the ribbon. That's my hair tie, were you searching for it all this time? Tears well up in her eyes as she takes it, her voice trembling. It's not torn either. Overcome with emotion, Kikyo throws her arms around a stunned Takaroo, burying her face in his chest. She holds him tightly, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Thank you, thank you. Takaroo's surprise melts into a gentle smile as he returns the embrace. I'm glad I was able to find it. Suddenly realizing what she's doing, Kikyo yelps and pulls back. She quickly puts some distance between them, her face bright red. Trying to cover her embarrassment with her usual tsundere attitude, she puts her hands on her hips. Were you happy that you got a hug? Takaroo deadpans. It's a bit late for that, no. Flustered, Kikyo quickly turns away and begins tying her hair back up with the precious ribbon. Elsewhere, perhaps in another time or place, the spirit of Tubaki seems to be watching over them, speaking to her fallen comrades. As she gazes upon the monstrous seal her family sacrificed themselves for, she thinks of Takaroo. Quite the plain-looking kid, but a confident smile graces her lips. If she's near him, she'll probably be all right, I think. I'm glad I made it in time. She looks up at the sky, triumphant. You don't get it, tilde. I was waiting for this day to come, tilde. Her memory flashes back to the grotesque monster they sealed away. Standing before the swirling vortex of dark energy, Tubaki declares, not possible, no tilde. Kikyo-chan's no longer alone, tilde. Her eyes narrow with grim resolve. It can't be helped, protecting my sister was my duty before, but... The scene shifts back to the present where Takaroo trains with Boduin. As Tsubaki's voice finishes, it's in your hands now, Boduin echoes the sentiment with a grin. If you make her cry, I'm going to come after you. Chapter 27, Should I Go Ahead or Go Back? As the giant sheep Anira bounds along, a voice instructs its smaller counterpart. I'll leave guiding Takaroo-kun to you, little Anira. At the Yusugi estate, Takaroo and Boduin prepare to leave. Thank you for seeing me off, Yusuga-san, Takaroo says. Kikyo looks disappointed. Are you really going back already? I was hoping we could work on our summer homework together. Takaroo apologizes, sorry for not being able to help, you even came all this way. But Kikyo reassures him, it's okay, I'll find another way to solve it. Takaroo offers to keep in touch, but Kikyo just smiles, reminding him, this place doesn't have any signal. The scene flashes back to Kikyo's earlier assessment of Takaroo's strange condition. She had explained, even if an evil spirit possesses you, it's only a matter of time. The body would soon start to expel the foreign substance. It's not possible for another soul to exert dominance over another for long. Kikyo's conclusion was a relief for Takaroo. So, at the very least, I think you're not someone who would need an exorcism. Takaroo clenches his fist, processing the news. Is that so? He had thanked her sincerely, leaving a confused Boduin to wonder what they were even talking about. Back in the present, Takaroo walks the mountain path alone, lost in thought. According to Yusugi-san, it's weird that the original Takaroo's soul hasn't returned. Did it go into someone else, or did it just get extinguished? He sighs, realizing he's made no progress. I'm back at the starting point, I should think of what to do next. Suddenly Anira twitches, sensing a disturbance in the air. Without warning, the ground begins to crack and tremble violently. A deafening rumble shakes the mountain as Takaroo scrambles for balance. What? Massive, twisted roots erupt from the earth, tearing the landscape apart before his very eyes. Takaroo can only stare in disbelief at the cataclysm unfolding. The tremors reach all the way back to the Yusugi estate. Boduin stumbles, grabbing a staff for support. Kikyo-san, this is. Kikyo's expression is grim but not surprised, and here I thought we had more time left. She turns to Boduin with a command. Salma-san, go down the mountain, quickly. He immediately protests. What are you planning to do by yourself? I'll help. But Kikyo is already moving past him. She gently pushes him aside. I appreciate the sentiment, but you'd only get in the way. With a sharp look she adds, plus this is a mission for the Yusugi family, Anira. She entrusts Boduin to the large Shikigami. Salma's in your care now, he's cheeky but like a little brother to me. It's okay, I've been preparing for 10 years for this. Leaning in close, she whispers a final heartfelt plea. Please, Anira. As Anira prepares to leave, the other retainers rush out. Aju-sama. Kikyo faces them with a sad smile. Thank you for everything, everyone. I'll be needing a lot of mana from now on, so. She trails off, unable to finish the sentence. But they understand. An elderly woman speaks for them all. Our true form is that of a Shikigami. If we can be of use to you, that is more than enough for us. Good luck. In a flash of light, the loyal retainers revert to their true forms, paper talismans, their life force flowing into their master. Kikyo closes her eyes, absorbing their power. Her resolve hardened, she looks towards the source of the disaster. Okay, time to go. Anira speeds down the crumbling mountain path, carrying a struggling Boduin. Go back, Anira, he screams, fighting against the Shikigami's woolly embrace. Go back now. His face is a mask of desperation. We can't leave Yusuga-san alone right now. But Anira continues its descent, steadfast in its mission. Boduin pounds on its back. Anira, go back. The Shikigami digs its hooves in, ignoring his cries. It carries him further and further from the fight. A memory surfaces, a much younger Kikyo looking at a strange, ram-like creature. Ni-sama, you made this Shikigami. Her older sister Tubaki stood beside a tall, intimidating spirit. Yup, its name is Anira. I'm giving it to you for protection, Tubaki had said, so get along, okay? The young Kikyo looked up at her new guardian. The retainers were skeptical. Isn't its appearance a bit too much? One asked. Another joked, the sheep plushie I bought is the winner then. Tubaki simply laughed at their antics. Little Kikyo clutched her plushie, unsure of the imposing creature. Anira seemed to sense her hesitation. In a puff of smoke, the Shikigami transformed, shifting from a fearsome spirit into a giant, fluffy sheep. Tubaki burst out laughing. Aha, nice one, Anira. She nudged her little sister forward. Look, Kikyo-chan, it's all fluffy. From that day on, they were inseparable. Anira was always by her side as she grew. Through moments of sorrow. And through years of relentless training. Kikyo had made a promise to her friend. Anira, let's be together forever, okay? That promise echoes into the present, intertwined with Kikyo's final command. Anira, please. Back on the chaotic mountainside, Anira comes to a sudden halt. It has made a choice. Ignoring Boduin's pleas, Anira turns back towards the danger. Anira, please go back, Boduin begs. I'm a hunter, if I don't fight here I. But Anira has heard another call, the unspoken plea of its master. Just as it turns, a colossal root smashes down, and Anira throws itself in front of Boduin, taking the full force of the blow. Boduin is stunned into silence. Why? Anira stands its ground, shielding him from the monstrous roots. Just then a familiar voice cuts through the chaos. You guys okay? Takaroo has arrived. Boduin, Anira. He rushes over, his eyes widening at the state of the Shikigami. Anira, you're covered in wounds. Takaroo places a hand on the sheep, a healing circle glowing to life. You did your best. But his magic is weak. No, I'm not that good at recovery magic, it's too slow, so don't overdo it, okay? Boduin's eyes fill with a desperate hope. He points down the path of destruction. Takaroo looks toward the source of the calamity. Can I assume this is the revival of that disaster? Boduin screams, that's right, Kusanagi-kun, please, go back with me and let's fight together. But Takaroo is already gone, sprinting down the path alone. As he runs, the situation clicks into place. The way this went is Yusuga-san fighting alone. His mind is made up, I need to go and help her. Suddenly a figure blocks his path. My boy. It's the fox from before, grinning up at him. Looks like you're in need of a guide. Meanwhile, deep within the earth, Kiko steps into the heart of the corruption. She walks alone through a cavern of pulsating roots, her hand on her sword. A familiar voice echoes from the darkness. Kiko-chan, I was waiting for you. At the center of the chamber, she finds the source, a figure that looks exactly like her deceased sister, Tubaki. The doppelganger smiles sweetly. We finally get to meet Tilda. Its eyes narrow, scanning Kiko's appearance with disdain. Your hair. The creature circles her, its voice dripping with condescension. Well, you did like to copy me way back then as well. It's a sign of a lack of confidence, how cute. It then conjures spectral images of their dead family, a cruel psychological blow. It's lonely by yourself, right? But it's okay now. A shadowy hand reaches for Kiko. All of us will be together again, this time together absolutely. The phantom of her sister chants an incantation, trying to break her spirit. But Kiko grips her sword, her will unshaken. The doppelganger begins its own chant, its power surging. I am the vessel of God. My sword is one that eradicates demons. It leaps into the air, preparing a powerful technique. A massive magical seal appears, trapping them both. My heart is a flower of sincerity that protects people. The creature glares down at the defiant warrior. I see, Kaikaihu-chan, so you don't want to accept me. Kiko's eyes burn with cold fury as she draws her blade. I will kill you before you sully my sister any further. Her words send the monster into a rage. Then I'll need to bash in that prim face of yours, won't I? Cry all you want, but I won't forgive you. Kiko stands her ground, her voice ringing with absolute conviction. I am Yusugi Kiko. The doppelganger prepares to strike, declaring, for I am the reincarnated incarnation of Bishaman. The final battle has begun. An ad for the manga volume. As Takaroo sprints towards the source of a massive mana signature, the fox spirit at his side is getting seriously annoyed. A promotional cover image. Takaroo yells back, not breaking his stride, stop running in front of me. What's the point of me being here if you're leading? Besides, you have no idea where to go anyway, right? The fox retorts, that's why you're so boring, I figured I'd just head towards the mana source. Takaroo gets serious, asking, so what is this thing? It's way too strong to be a simple monster. In fact, I don't think it's a monster at all. The fox's expression turns grim. Its name is Naraku. It's a demon that came here 1,000 years ago through the dragon's vein. Takaroo's eyes narrow. The word demon clearly means something to him. The fox is surprised. A demon, you know about them, Takaroo replies, only that they exist. The fox begins to explain the Yusugi family's ancient lore. Naraku is a soul from a parallel world's hell, summoned to this one. To interact with the physical world, it requires a human vessel, a Yorishiro. 1,000 years ago, Naraku used its power to manipulate the minds of humans, making them believe it was a mountain god that controlled the weather. But the fox continues, our family, the Yusugi, used true divine power to seal it away. For some reason, though, that seal was broken 10 years ago. The seal had weakened over time and Naraku didn't have its former power, so we managed to reseal it. But it nearly destroyed the Yusugi family in the process. Takaroo mutters, remembering the power he's facing now, it's too strong. Suddenly a thought clicks for Takaroo. Wait, you're the older Yusugi sister, Tsubasa-san, right? The fox spirit chirps happily, yup. Tsubasa explains, that demon stole my body so I'm only here in spirit form. You figured it out pretty quick, huh? Takaroo deadpans, you don't have a shadow, but why a fox? Tsubasa laughs. Well, a random person appearing in the mountains would be creepy, right? Plus, it's cute. Her tone becomes serious again. Because the Yusugi hold divine power, my body was the perfect vessel for the demon. And my little sister, Kikyo-chan, holds the highest potential as a vessel for a god. That's why Naraku is aiming for Kikyo. It wants her body to be reborn as a god once more. Takaroo recalls his brief encounter with the demon. That thing, it read my memories. He processes the implications. Demons, even if you destroy the vessel, the soul is elsewhere so it won't harm them. So is there any way to deal with it? Tsubasa winks. If you attack with divine power, you can damage the soul itself. But she admits, even with all our strength, we were only ever able to seal its soul, never destroy it. Tsubasa's gaze becomes distant, filled with hope. But if it's Kikyo-chan, maybe things will be different. The scene cuts back to the battlefield where Kikyo is locked in a desperate struggle. Steel clashes as Kikyo desperately parries the relentless attacks from the demon wearing her sister's face. Naraku laughs, pressing the assault. Hey, Kikyo-chan, you'll never win if all you do is defend. Kikyo grits her teeth, sweat pouring down her face as she's pushed back. She thinks to herself, it's a different soul inside, but these techniques, they're the real deal. It's completely taken over my sister's mind and body. Naraku channels dark energy into its blade. Secret move Seiryu. A massive dragon made of pure darkness erupts, roaring towards Kikyo. Kikyo plants her feet, bracing for the overwhelming impact. Her eyes are filled with grim determination. She manages to block the monstrous attack, but the force of the blow sends shockwaves across the clearing. Their blades lock. Kikyo struggles against Naraku's cruel, smiling face. Naraku chuckles, its voice a twisted imitation of Tsubasa's. Seeing you sisters clash swords like this, it really brings back memories, doesn't it? Kikyo flinches as the demon digs into her sister's memories. Oh, that's right, Naraku cackles. You hated training so much, you always used to cry and run away. Kikyo's composure begins to crack. Naraku leans in, whispering poisonously, are you still carrying around that little sheep plushie, still too scared to go outside without it? The psychological blow lands, and Naraku seizes the opening to slash Kikyo across the chest. The demon lets out a wild, triumphant laugh. Kikyo's hand tightens on her sword hilt. You. Her grief and rage explode into a torrent of holy light. Stop pretending to be my sister. Divine power release, spear of Bishamon. Naraku looks genuinely impressed by the massive surge of power. Oh, you've gotten better. Kikyo prepares to unleash her ultimate attack. But Naraku is faster, its own blade already glowing with a sinister aura. Kikyo's eyes widen in shock. Naraku easily deflects her divine spear. And in a flash of dark energy, Naraku counters with its own secret move, Kage Tora. The attack rips through Kikyo's defenses, striking a fatal blow. Her divine weapon shatters into nothingness. Naraku looms over her, its eyes cold and empty. It's over. Kikyo collapses, blood spilling from her lips as she whispers, moan. Using Tsubasa's voice, Naraku whispers her name. Tears stream down Kikyo's face as her will finally breaks. I don't want to die. She falls to her knees, utterly defeated. I don't want to feel pain anymore, she sobs, her voice pleading, help me. Her body broken, Kikyo's final plea escapes her lips, help me. Tears stream down her face as her strength finally gives out. Naraku looms over her, a cruel smile playing on her lips. As expected, you feel strong emotions, you humans. Dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, wrapping around Kikyo's body, lifting her into the air. The demon prepares to claim its prize, moving in for the final strike. Naraku savors the moment, whispering, I've become quite adept at using Tsubasa's memories. She's a good vessel, don't worry, I'll put her to good use. To break her spirit completely, Naraku summons shadowy apparitions of their fallen Yusugi ancestors. Look, everyone's here with you. The phantoms surround the helpless Kikyo, so don't worry and go to sleep. A tendril of pure demonic energy shoots forward, aimed directly at Kikyo's heart. Her eyes widen in absolute terror, bracing for the end. But just as the attack is about to land, a boot slams into the battlefield. An arm reaches out, catching Kikyo's falling body. It's Takaroo. He's arrived just in the nick of time, holding the gravely injured Kikyo. His gaze is fixed, cold and hard, on the demon before him. Naraku looks genuinely surprised for the first time. And who are you? Takaroo ignores her completely, placing a hand over Kikyo's wounds as a healing spell ignites. Take, she whispers. Don't talk, he orders. With her last bit of strength, she apologizes. It was no good, I could not kill, I'm sorry. Naraku is furious at being ignored. Hey, stop ignoring me, after all the trouble you went to get to this place. She begins to charge forward, taunting him. Are you Kikyo-chan's boyfriend? Or perhaps you want to become a friend of our? Her attack is cut short by a brutal impact. Without even looking up, Takaroo has thrown a single, effortless punch. The demonic energy shatters into nothingness upon contact. But Takaroo knows it's not enough. He grits his teeth, watching the light of his spell flicker. Damn it, with my spell's speed, I won't be able to heal her in time. Kikyo is bleeding out too fast for his magic to handle. Suddenly, a familiar, cheerful voice cuts through the tension. Geez, I finally caught up with you. The fox spirit of Tsubasa appears, her spectral form glowing beside them. Kikyo-chan. Tsubasa immediately takes charge. The blood's not stopping. It's okay, leave it to me. Kikyo-chan, she says gently, I'll be taking my hair tie back. The fox spirit pulls the tie from her sister's hair. She then curls up on Kikyo's chest, the hair tie held in her mouth. A brilliant, warm light begins to emanate from her body. Takaroo watches in awe. This is, Tsubasa's voice echoes in his mind. This hair tie was a present from me to Kikyo-chan. I'll use this as a medium to pass along what little life force I have. The horrifying realization dawns on Takaroo. If you do that, then you will. Tsubasa's spirit looks directly at him, her form glowing with sacrificial energy. You, remember our promise, right? Takaroo's expression hardens, his resolve solidifying. Yes. He sighs, and here I thought I was only to help her mentality. Tsubasa replies, of course that as well. Takaroo nods, I'll do my best. He thinks to himself, I'm not really good at fighting while protecting others. As he rises, a dark, corrupted weapon forms in his hand. He drags its jagged edge across the ground, carving a deep line in the dirt between himself and Naraku. His eyes are devoid of all emotion as he delivers an ultimatum. If you cross this line, I will kill you. Naraku stares for a moment, then bursts into hysterical laughter. Ha ha, you say interesting things. Do it if you can, she screams, unleashing a horde of shadow soldiers. The demonic wave surges towards Takaroo, a tide of darkness and steel. But Takaroo doesn't move. He simply raises a hand, and the entire assault is effortlessly repelled. He stands completely unfazed, his eyes still locked on Naraku. Naraku is stunned, her mind racing. It's really strong, plus that's some amazing restorative power. If it weren't for that kid saving you, you would have been impossible. A twisted, excited grin spreads across her face. This was getting interesting. Meanwhile, in a realm between worlds, Tsubasa's spirit speaks to her unconscious sister. Hey, Kikyo-chan, I'll say it now. I wasn't such a bright personality from the start either. I had my moments of hesitancy at places you didn't see me at. A memory surfaces of her past self, forcing a smile. Our parents died. I had to meet everyone's expectations. I shelved my anxiety and tried to be as bright as I could. She remembers watching a young Kikyo cry freely. That's why I was envious of you, who could show her emotions openly for everyone to see. If anything, it was a little depressing at times, but you know. Every time you called me Ni-sama, it calmed me down and let me know that I'm not alone. Her spirit begins to fade into light, her voice filled with love. I was able to fight thanks to you. You're my most important, most beloved family. As her form disappears, her final promise echoes through Kikyo's soul. I'll save you, no matter what happens, Kikyo-chan. Chapter 29, an embodiment of potential. Outside, Boduin Salma stands guard with his companion Anira. As he waits, a soft footstep approaches from behind. He turns, his expression somber and lost in thought. Seeing his fluffy companion, he calls out, Anira. He tries to say more, but Anira is already bounding towards him. Boduin stands dejectedly as Anira closes the distance. The creature affectionately nuzzles his face, trying to cheer him up. He stumbles back from the force of the nuzzle. Hey, you're pushing me too hard. Despite his words, a small, weary smile appears on his face. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently shake beneath them. Boduin's demeanor instantly shifts to high alert. Did this disturbance stimulate the dragon's vein and more monsters appeared? This is bad. He makes his decision in a split second, tapping his earpiece. He gives his companion a firm order. Anira, I'll leave Kikyo-san in your care. Without another word, he dashes off to intercept the incoming threat. As he runs, he reports into his comms. This is A-rank Hunter Boduin, I request aid. Location is Niigata, the area of Yamatsudake. He mutters to himself, being a burden is, frankly, very vexing. He grips his weapon, his resolve hardening. However, I shouldn't take it the wrong way. I didn't become a hunter to get someone's approval. He leaps into the air, a familiar determination in his eyes, just like that person. Landing with a ground-shattering thud, he prepares for the onslaught. A wild, confident grin spreads across his face as he roars, I will beautifully protect everyone. Now then, come at me. The scene shifts to a tragic memory. A young girl lies dead, a fox spirit resting on her chest. This is Tubaki, Kikyo's older sister, fallen in battle. Kikyo's voice narrates from the past. My sister was an incredible person from an early age. In the aftermath of the tragedy, a young Kikyo stood alone, ostracized by the other survivors. She remembers her sister's bright, effortless smile. She remembers herself, small and timid, clutching her companion. She remembers how everyone was drawn to Tsubaki's vibrant energy. And she remembers feeling shocked and left behind. The survivors kept their distance, their whispers like daggers. As they walked away, their words drifted back to her. One of them sighed, if it's just Kikyo-sama that's left. Another lamented, how regrettable if only Tsubaki-sama had survived. A third voice cut in, cold and final, talking about what ifs won't solve anything. Let's go. Tears welled in young Kikyo's eyes as she watched them leave her behind. Heartbroken, she turned and ran. Her inner voice echoes her pain, I was weak at heart. She hated that part of herself. Even though I knew and understood that it wasn't like that, I couldn't help but view everything as bad. I really hated it. I really hated myself because of that. This self-hatred fueled a desperate desire. I wondered about what I could do if I had power like her, if I became like my sister. In every battle, a single thought screamed in her mind, I want to be strong, I have to be strong. If I'm not, then. But as a child lost in the rain, she could only ask herself, what exactly makes one strong? A gentle voice from her memories calls out, Kikyo-chan. In the depths of her consciousness, Kikyo is met by the spirit of her sister, Tubaki. You're tired, right? Tubaki says with a smile, but it's okay. You don't need to think about difficult things anymore, Tubaki reassures her. I'm here. Kikyo looks at her, a desperate hope in her eyes. We'll be together forever this time, right? But as she speaks, a horrifying, shadowy figure begins to manifest behind her sister. The monstrous presence of Naraku roars in agony as Kikyo cries out, what is this? With a simple gesture, Tsubaki's light banishes the darkness. She turns back to Kikyo, a playful smile on her face. You're all grown up now, but you're still a crybaby like before. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kikyo can only whisper, sister. Tsubaki pulls her into a warm, long-awaited embrace. Clinging to her sister, Kikyo finally lets all her pain and loneliness pour out. I didn't have anyone. I didn't know what I was supposed to get stronger for anymore. I was anxious. I was lonely. Clinging to her sister, Kikyo finally lets all her pain and doubt pour out. I wanted to be like you, but I'm still weak. I couldn't beat Naraku. I'm so sorry. Tsubaki gently pulls back, looking into her sister's tear-filled eyes. Hey, Kikyo-chan. She holds Kikyo's face, a warm, knowing smile on her lips. I think it's best that you convey important feelings like that directly. Leaning closer, Tsubaki whispers, here, I'll show you. The scene rips back to the physical world where Naraku, inhabiting Tsubaki's body, lets out a silent, furious roar in their mind. Damn it, you little. How dare you do this to my vessel? This reunion isn't just in Kikyo's head. Tsubaki's spirit is actively fighting Naraku from within. We're thrown into a flashback from 10 years ago, the day of the sealing. Naraku, mid-ritual, scoffs at Tsubaki's efforts. Are you an idiot? We came here prepared for this. As the sealing circle glows, Naraku reveals his backup plan. According to this body's memories, there's only one person left who can wield divinity, your little sister. Naraku's face twists into a victorious sneer. All you could do is trap me in this flimsy seal. Once I get out, But Tsubaki cuts him off with two simple words, that's impossible. To Naraku's horror, Tsubaki's own soul materializes within the seal, trapping them both. Tsubaki, why is your soul still in this body? She shrieks. Tsubaki flashes a defiant grin, revealing her ultimate sacrifice. You're not getting out so easily. You'll be stuck with me until this seal is done for, you bitch. And for 10 long years, Tsubaki has been tormenting Naraku from inside their shared prison. We'll have plenty of time from now on, right? Since a part of me is sealed in here too, let's start with this. I'll tell you all about how great my little sister is. Naraku can only seethe in impotent rage as Tsubaki begins her monologue. Tsubaki's voice narrates over memories only she and Naraku can see. She's the type of person who won't abandon a wilting flower and will take care of it until the end. She's a better eater than I am, Tsubaki says with a fond smile. She'll definitely be a big shot later down the line. Even if she disliked studying and ran away, she'd always come back and apologize. She's an earnest kid. Tsubaki's expression is full of pride. She's an embodiment of potential. Her voice turns sharp, directly challenging the demon trapped with her. So what are you trying to say to me? Don't you dare take her lightly. Tsubaki stares down Naraku's soul with unwavering conviction. That child will not lose to you. The flashback ends, returning us to the mental space where Kikyo is now surrounded by the spirits of her entire family. Overwhelmed with emotion, all Kikyo can whisper is, everyone. Tsubaki speaks for all of them. I know it's been difficult for you. I'm sorry for making you carry the burden by yourself. But it's fine if you don't emulate me, you have your own unique strengths that only you have. Strength, Kikyo questions as Tsubaki affirms, the fact you made it this far is proof of that. Tsubaki smiles warmly. Don't forget, we love everything about you that makes you the person you are. Taking her sister's hands, she delivers the final, crucial lesson. Now all that's left is for you to acknowledge yourself. The words hit Kikyo like a tidal wave of acceptance. Tears of understanding stream down her face as everything finally clicks into place. Looking at her sister, a genuine, confident smile breaks through the tears. Thanks sis, I'll be fine now. She beams, her heart full, and I also love everyone a lot. Tsubaki laughs, her job complete. I don't need to hug you anymore to let you know how I feel. They share one last joyful embrace. As her form begins to fade into light, Tsubaki whispers a final, loving farewell. Goodbye. Her last words echo as the fox spirit of Tsubasa vanishes above Kikyo's unconscious body in the real world. I will always be watching over you, Kikyo-chan. Meanwhile, on the desolate battlefield, Takaroo holds the line alone. He single-handedly carves through Naraku's phantom soldiers, a whirlwind of motion against an endless tide. He parries and dodges, refusing to give an inch of ground. With a surge of power, he unleashes a blast of dark energy, clearing the area around him. He stands firm, his weapon glowing with contained power. The shockwave obliterates another wave of enemies. Naraku watches from a distance, unimpressed. Won't you break before I even cross that line? You'll cross it anyway, how about giving up soon? But internally, Naraku is stunned by the boy's power. These are supposed to be the strongest class of soldiers in the human realm, and this brat is dealing with them easily. Just who is he? Takaroo analyzes the situation. They look human, but when I slice their flesh it feels like mud, and I can't use any skills that involve divinity. He sizes up the battlefield, a plan forming in his mind. The things I can do when I can't make any progress are. Suddenly a calm smile spreads across his face as he turns and says, "Good morning." He's not speaking to Naraku. Behind him, Kiko is on her feet, her wounds gone, her presence completely transformed. Kiko-san. She gives him a grateful smile. "You kept protecting me, didn't you? Thank you." Naraku is in utter disbelief. "Kiko, how? You seem different somehow." Kiko calmly picks up her sword, her demeanor radiating a newfound peace. "Is that so? You might be right." She stands beside Takaroo, her gaze steady. "I wonder if it's because I found out that there are people who acknowledge me." With a light-hearted tone that infuriates Naraku, she adds, "One of those people said the world's cutest and strongest Kiko-chan can handle it." Or something like that. She turns to her companion, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, everyone, Takaroo-kun." She closes her eyes for a brief moment, a silent tribute. "Sister." Her eyes snap open, burning with a brilliant, unbreakable resolve. "I feel like I can accomplish anything right now. I am strong because I accept myself." With her back to Takaroo, Kiko is wreathed in divine flames, chanting an ancient incantation. "Its power is so great that it is not easy to handle," she explains. "To contain it, one needs a high level of resolve." The sheer scale of her power is immense. Watching from a distance, Takaroo is stunned. This isn't the power of Bishaman, he thinks, as Kiko's chant echoes across the battlefield. Takaroo stares in awe and confusion. "What is this?" he mutters, while the sacred words continue to flow from Kiko. Kiko's eyes are shut in deep concentration, her voice ringing out with the final words of the verse. "Unta-ra-ta, can man." But Naraku isn't waiting. "You guys!" she screams, sending her phantom soldiers rushing forward. Takaroo instantly moves to intercept, a shadowy whip-like weapon forming in his hand. He stands his ground, facing down the demonic horde. "I told you," he says with cold determination, "I can't let you go past here." With a flick of his wrist, the shadow weapon lashes out, obliterating the first wave of phantoms. Takaroo moves like a blur, cutting down soldier after soldier. He effortlessly carves a path through Naraku's forces, protecting Kiko as she continues her ritual. The phantom soldiers dissolve into nothingness under his relentless assault. Naraku's face twists in fury. Takaroo is proving to be a major roadblock. She shifts her focus to the real threat. "I'm getting a bad vibe from her," Naraku thinks. "If I don't stop her." A shadowy beast lunges directly towards Kiko. Kiko senses the incoming danger, her eyes snapping open. Her expression hardens with lethal intent. "That girl, if I don't kill her now." Just as the shadow beast is about to strike, Naraku is caught completely off guard. A massive demonic ram with dark fur slams into her attack, intercepting it head-on. The beast roars, easily overpowering Naraku's shadow creature. Takaroo recognizes the familiar markings on its neck. That neck marking, Anira-ha. Naraku snarls, struggling against the unexpected Shikigami. "Damn Shikigami bastard." She pushes back with all her might, but Anira holds firm. Seeing his chance, Takaroo leaps forward to assist. He channels his own power, preparing to reinforce their defense. Takaroo unleashes a blast of energy, creating a powerful barrier to support Anira. Naraku is completely stonewalled, her attack nullified. Takaroo smiles, patting the Shikigami. "Great work, Anira, but the strain of maintaining the barrier is already taking its toll." Enraged and desperate, Naraku screams at them, "Idiots, if you step away from her." But Kiko's power only continues to swell, reaching its absolute peak as she roars the final words, "Unta-rata, kan man." "How are you going to protect her?" Naraku yells, as her remaining soldiers swarm Kiko. Takaroo watches, recognizing the final part of the chant as the soldiers close in. Naraku's forces try to delay the inevitable, attempting to block the overwhelming divine energy. They begin their own counterchant. Naraku thinks, "I'll delay her a bit." "O guardian deity who takes the form of anger and holds tyrannical power," the soldiers pray, "grant me the power to crush my enemies." It's too late. Kiko's transformation is complete. With a gaze holding the power of a god, she unleashes her ultimate technique, divine power release a Kalanatha. A cataclysmic wave of pure, divine energy erupts from her, instantly vaporizing the phantom soldiers. Naraku is caught in the blast, her host body unable to contain the sacred power. What powerful energy! I'm being torn away from Tsubaki's body. The spirit is violently ejected, revealing Naraku's true form, a horned demon with dark skin and a feral glare. Tsubaki's empty vessel collapses, lifeless. Naraku lands on her feet, sneering. It's futile, she scoffs. I'm in a spirit state right now, normal attacks won't do anything. But Takaroo is already moving. So that's how you really look like, he thinks, closing the distance in an instant. Naraku's eyes widen in surprise at his speed. He lunges, reaching out to grab her intangible form. Takaroo seizes her and Naraku cries out in shock and pain, "Why are you able to touch me?" She screams as searing heat envelops her. Naraku looks down to see Takaroo's hands wreathed in the same divine flames Kiko summoned. You're using divine flames." Takaroo looks at her, his expression calm and deadly. "Sorry to say, but I excel at fire magic." He holds her in an unbreakable grip. Naraku panics. "Don't move. Do you plan to kill yourself with me? Don't you care what will happen to your own soul?" Takaroo's response is a chillingly simple, "No comment." Naraku thrashes, trying to break free. "Fuck, let me go, I told you to let me go." Meanwhile, Kikyo struggles to control the immense power coursing through her. "What an enormous power, my whole body is creaking. If I'm not careful, it will leave me." She focuses, channeling the divine energy into her blade. "Concentrate, think of an image where flames weave around a sword." She knows this is her only chance. "I can only manage one swing in my current state." With Takaroo holding the target still, failure is not an option. "I need to take Takaroo-kun into account as well, I cannot miss this." In this critical moment, Kikyo finds a new strength within herself. "If it was me before this change, I never could have controlled this power," she thinks, her eyes filled with unshakable resolve. "However, I'll be fine now, I won't doubt myself anymore." With Takaroo holding Naraku in place, Kikyo unleashes her final, devastating attack. "Burn away the evil soul, Karura Flame Sword." A colossal, bird-like creature of pure flame erupts from her blade. The fiery beast screams towards its target. Naraku lets out a final, horrified shriek as the divine flames bear down on her. The attack hits, engulfing both Takaroo and the demon in a pillar of holy fire. The inferno rages, purifying everything it touches. Naraku's spirit is ripped from the mortal plane, pulled upwards into a swirling vortex in the sky. Her essence is dragged into the light and completely annihilated. A blinding flash marks her end. Simultaneously, Tsubaki's physical body crumbles into dust, finally laid to rest. From a distance, Boduin watches as the battle concludes, particles of light raining down upon the scarred earth. He can't help but smile, witnessing their victory. In the desolate aftermath, Kikyo stands alone, the last of the divine energy fading around her. Her strength finally gives out, and she begins to collapse. She drops the ribbon that was so precious to her. But before she hits the ground, Takaroo appears, catching her in his arms as Anura trots up to them. The loyal Shikigami nuzzles against the exhausted Kikyo. Takaroo looks down at her with relief and concern. Kikyo manages a weak smile. "Yusuga-san, thank you for your hard work," she whispers before passing out. Sometime later, peace has returned. Takaroo and Boduin stand with Kikyo in the repaired gardens of the Yusugi estate. Kikyo explains the situation. "The Hunter Association is managing the area now, they'd like you to come to their headquarters." Takaroo nods. "Got it." She looks towards the estate. "You're really going to leave this place?" Takaroo confirms, and Kikyo adds, "I have so much to do, to look for a new place too." She smiles, accepting the change. "Yup." Later, Kikyo kneels before a memorial stone, paying her respects. "From the start, I only stayed here to look after the seal, but that's gone now. I think it's fine to rely on outsiders to look after the dragon vein," she continues. "Plus, it's unreasonable for one person to keep doing it." She has a quiet moment of farewell. Boduin gives her some space. "We'll go sort out our luggage and be back." Takaroo agrees. "Let's go, Kusanagi-kun." "Yeah," Takaroo says, glancing back at Kikyo. As they walk, Takaroo reflects on the final moments of the battle. "At that time, I was confident that the attack would not reach me." He remembers how the Karura Flame Sword purified Naraku without harming him at all. "But that only means I simply was not an enemy in Yusuga-san's eyes," he realizes, recalling a past conversation. He looks up at the sky, pondering. Good and evil are ultimately subjective. He remembers Kikyo's heartfelt question, "I wonder, in Takaroo's eyes, am I good or evil?" The memory makes him catch his breath. Back at the memorial, Kikyo seems to come to a decision. "That's right, if I keep trying to be like you, you'll have trouble passing on, right?" She smiles, holding the ribbon, finally ready to let go of the past and be herself. She leaves a small offering at the stone shrine. With a newfound lightness in her step, Kikyo turns to leave the estate for the last time, ready for her next chapter. "Well then, I'm off." In a dark, stone-walled room, a man with an eye patch and pointed ears sits at a table, polishing a long, thin object. He glares at the spiky-haired man grinning opposite him. I only asked you to go and pick up Naraku-san. How did it happen that they were killed and you came back? The spiky-haired man, Adams, scratches his head sheepishly. Maybe they were all hungry, my mana was eaten. The eye-patch man retorts, this is not a laughing matter. His tone grows serious. We need all the military power we can get for the promised time. Please make sure you do your job next time, Adams-san. Adams gives a tiny, enthusiastic you got it. After Adams leaves, the man is left alone with his thoughts, staring down at his work. But to think Naraku-san would lose. He wonders, are there humans who are aware of our actions, or am I overthinking this? His eye narrows with grim determination. I need to look into this matter just to be on the safe side. The scene shifts. An older man calmly sits before a chessboard making his move. With a soft tap, his hand places a white piece on the board. Suddenly, a young boy's eyes snap open, as if waking from a deep dream. The dream was a memory. He and a young girl with reddish-brown hair were asleep together, surrounded by books. In another memory, he was lying on a blanket on a vast lawn in front of a modern building. The girl beside him blushes, murmuring in her sleep, this warmth, just a little longer. The boy looks down, startled, to see their hands are intertwined. Later, they're walking hand in hand across the lawn, the girl flustered and the boy smiling happily. A large hand suddenly rests on the young boy's head, startling him. A muscular, smiling man hoists him onto his shoulders, carrying the laughing girl in his other arm. An older boy in a yukata watches them for a moment. The girl laughs with pure joy. The muscular man runs across the lawn with the two kids as the older boy playfully gives chase. The memory flashes to different moments of that day. The older boy gently pats the younger boy's head. It was a comforting, reassuring gesture. The dream ends on a peaceful image of the four of them, the two boys, the girl, and the man sitting together on the grass. In the present, Takaroo's eyes are wide open in his bed. He sits up, the remnants of the dream still vivid in his mind. What was that just now? Walking to school, he can't shake the feeling. That was a weirdly realistic dream. He realizes in the dream Kusanagi Takaroo was 5 or 6 years old, rather than a dream were those Takaroo's memories. It suddenly clicks. He remembers a conversation with Takaroo's parents where his mother lamented, when I was looking through the albums, I couldn't find a single photo of Takaroo before he was 6 years old. Your dad deleted all the data when we moved. Takaroo recalls Kikyo's words, a separated soul often wanders to places it has a connection with. He resolves to find Kusanagi Takaroo's soul. I might need to know about his past. I'll ask them when I get home. Just then, his phone buzzes. He pulls it out, and it's Takamine-san. He reads the message from Takamine Sakura. She wants to meet after the opening ceremony to discuss a small problem. Takaroo thinks a problem. Okay, I'll send a reply. As he types, he sighs to himself. Arriving at the massive Suzaku Academy, he mutters, using polite language, it's hard to get used to. On stage in the auditorium, Yusugi Kikyo beams at the student body. I'm the S-rank hunter, Yusugi Kikyo. Starting this semester, I'll be a part-time teacher. I'll be sure to train you well, so look forward to it. The crowd erupts. The real deal, one student shouts. Another nudges his friend, you look happy, Sawamura. Sawamura is ecstatic, I'm over the moon. Takaroo watches from the crowd as his friends react. One of them notes, but she's certainly trying too hard. As Kikyo speaks, Takaroo makes brief, awkward eye contact with another student in the crowd. A teacher with a pompadour thanks her. Thank you, Yusuga-sensei, you lot make sure to learn a lot. Kikyo nervously walks off stage. But the teacher isn't done. It was also decided that we will participate in an exchange program with the Hashimiya Academy. A new girl with vibrant energy takes the stage, winking. How's it going, peeps? I'm an S-rank hunter, named Seiju Karen. Takaroo is stunned. Hashimiya Academy. The teacher gestures for her to continue. The students are once again buzzing with excitement. Another S-rank hunter, the energy in the room is electric. Even Takaroo can't help but be a little impressed. Karen looks out over the roaring crowd. She smiles, enjoying the attention. She finishes with a flourish, it's only until spring next year so it's kinda short but, best regards. Takaroo just stares, a question mark forming in his mind. After the ceremony, the hallways are filled with chatter about the new arrival. Students gossip about her incredible reputation. She's only a year older than us and is considered the best student at the prestigious Hashimiya Academy. Another adds, the guild master resigned and handed her the position when she was just a first year. She's not just a hunter, she's a celebrity with her own fashion lines and idol-like figure. As they walk through the school halls, Takaroo's friend brings up a point. You're right, now that I think about it, she didn't have the typical Kansai dialect. Takaroo wonders aloud, is she talking to a lot of people in the Kanto region while working? His friend speculates, maybe she's not originally from Kansai then. Takaroo ponders this possibility. Suddenly, Sawamura grins and drops a bombshell. By the way, Kusanagi-kun, you were a fan of Hunter Seiju before your memory loss. Takaroo is completely taken aback. What, is that so? Takaroo tries to clarify, well, not exactly a fan but weirdly interested. His friend is just confused. Remembering his meeting, Takaroo quickly excuses himself. Ah, that's right, I had to do something, see you. He heads off alone, walking across the school's courtyard. Just ahead he spots two familiar figures talking, Yusugi Kikyo and Takamine Sakura. Kikyo's face lights up when she sees him, Takaroo-kun. As he approaches, Kikyo sighs with relief. It's such a relief when there are people you know. Takaroo greets her politely, hello, Yusuga-san. Kikyo internally panics, remembering her friends telling her to just be herself. I didn't want to tarnish the reputation of the Yusugi family, she thinks, cringing at her own stiffness. Takamine smiles, curious, so you two knew each other. Kikyo freezes, a shadow falling over her face as she struggles for an answer. Well. Then with a sudden, wild look in her eyes, she blurts out the most insane explanation possible. As a matter of fact, that's right, we're close enough to show each other our naked bodies. Takaroo's jaw drops in utter shock and embarrassment. Takamine is equally stunned, her hand flying to her mouth. Kikyo immediately realizes what she said, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated panic. An incredibly awkward silence hangs in the air, the three of them frozen in the middle of the courtyard. Kikyo frantically tries to take it back. Ah, no, that's wrong, what I meant was, while Takamine stammers, is that so, and naked? What? Kikyo promises, I'll explain it all properly. After Kikyo's frantic explanation, Takamine looks at her with understanding. I did hear of the Yamatsudake incident, but to think that happened. She turns to Kikyo, who looks worried. You believe it? Takamine smiles reassuringly, of course. With genuine sympathy she adds, it must have been hard, Yusuga-sensei. Kikyo is touched, thinking to herself, what a good kid. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Takaroo gets to the point. Then, what did you want to talk about, Takamine-san? She nods, her expression turning serious. Yes, I'll get right to it. Takamine drops a heavy truth on him, the fact that you destroyed the Ouroboros Guild, the top brass of the Hunters Association knows. Takaroo can't hide his shock. She continues, but the president himself settled the matter. He seems to be investigating you behind the scenes. It's not like you know the president personally, or do you? Takaroo looks down, troubled. I don't know anything before my memory loss, probably. The question hangs in his mind. The Hunters Association president knows me. Takamine crosses her arms. Frankly, I don't know what their intentions are. There are a lot of bad rumors, too. She gestures around them. This time 2 S-rank hunters showed up. I thought it was to monitor you, Kusanagi-kun. Takaroo is speechless. Kikyo quickly interjects, I'm not here for that, and I didn't hear anything. She looks at Takaroo with genuine concern. Takaroo-kun, she says quietly, to tell you the truth, my sister left the association because it was suspicious. Takaroo takes her warning seriously. I only joined it to receive some help, it's better to be careful, understood. Takamine adds another crucial piece of information. So, Seiju-senpai was present at the Ouroboros incident meeting, but I'm not here to monitor you either, you know. As if on cue, a cheerful voice cuts in. Sorry Tilda, I couldn't wait till you guys finished your talk. It's Seiju Karen waving as she approaches. She warmly greets Takamine and Kikyo. Sakura-chan, nice to see you again Tilda, nice to see you too, Kikyo-sen Tilda. Takamine cuts straight to the chase. Seiju-senpai, so you're here not to monitor Kusanagi-kun, then why did you come to this school? Karen ignores the question, her eyes fixed solely on Takaroo. She says his full name, her voice soft. Kusanagi Takaroo-kun, he replies cautiously, yes. Without another word, Karen lunges forward, throwing her arms around a completely stunned Takaroo. She buries her face in his chest, holding him tight as she whispers, I always wanted to see you, Tak-kun. Takaroo's eyes are wide with shock, the nickname hitting him like a lightning bolt. Takamine gasps, completely blindsided by the sudden display. Kikyo is just as shocked, her mind reeling. Tak-kun, the name echoes in the silent courtyard. As Karen holds him, a memory flashes in Takaroo's mind, the girl from his dream. He realizes with a jolt, wait, this person. He pulls back just enough to look at her. Do you know about me? Karen looks up at him, her answer simple and direct. I do. She smiles softly. I know about your memory loss and even before then. A wave of hope washes over Takaroo. I knew it. He grabs her by the shoulders, his voice filled with desperation. Please tell me about me before my memory loss, I need to know. Karen looks at his intense expression. Oh, you want to know that bad? Takaroo doesn't hesitate. Yes. He presses on, full of hope. Then. Karen's expression turns playful. She brings a finger to her chin and smiles brightly. I see, if you take me out on a date I'll tell you. Takaroo can only stare in utter disbelief, while Kikyo looks on completely floored. The day begins with Takaroo staring intently at his phone, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Chapter 32, Reminiscing and Memories. But for Takaroo, the past is a blank and the present is getting more complicated by the second. His phone buzzes with a frantic message from his friend Sawamura. Bro, is it true? 3 S-ranks were fighting over you. I don't get it, but I'm on your side. Spill the tea. Takaroo sighs, thinking to himself, I don't get it either, and they weren't arguing. Another message pops up, this one from Boduin Salma, much more subdued but equally concerned. If something happened, could you tell me? Takaroo can only think that his friend's support is a small comfort in this chaos. Later, Takaroo stands awkwardly on a street corner, waiting. What do you even do on a date? He wonders, feeling completely out of his element. Just then, a cheerful voice calls out, Tak-kun. It's Karen, waving as she approaches. Did you wait long? She asks. Takaroo, a bit flustered, just shakes his head. Ah, no, it's fine. Beaming, Karen strikes a pose. So how's my outfit today? I tried to go for a more mature look, she adds, showing off her stylish jacket and shorts. Takaroo can't help but smile. It suits you well. Her face lights up instantly. Really, I'm so happy. Well then, let's go. Karen cheers, grabbing his arm and pulling him into the crowd. Takaroo immediately tenses up, a blush creeping across his face. Seiju-senpai, this is a bit. She just squeezes his arm tighter, ignoring his protest. Not senpai, she insists with a pout. I'd like you to call me Karen-chan, you used to, Takaroo stammers. Karen-san, she huffs, I'll make you call me with Chan before today ends. As Karen excitedly pulls him along, they're spotted by some familiar faces. It's Takaroo's classmates, their eyes wide with shock. Wait, wasn't that kid on a date with Hunter Takamine the other day? One of them whispers. And now Hunter Seiju, he made 2 S-ranks fall for him. Chica panics, should I chase them? I'm so curious. But her friend holds her back. It's not good to meddle in other people's romance, Chica-chan. Unaware of their audience, Takaroo and Karen's date begins. They stroll through the bustling city streets, enjoying the day together. Their journey takes them past shops filled with cute plushies, a brief, sweet moment in their day. They even stop to take a quick happy selfie. At a cafe, Karen looks at the menu with a conflicted expression. There's a new frappuccino, but I decided to act more mature today. Takaroo smiles. I don't like super sweet ones, so can you help me finish it? Karen's eyes sparkle. Yup, she agrees instantly. Leaving the cafe, drinks in hand, Karen is ecstatic. Thanks, Tak-kun, I've never had one before, but it's so good. Right, Takaroo replies, glad she's enjoying it. She holds her drink out to him with a bright smile. Mine's really good too, wanna try? Takaroo freezes, the implication of sharing a straw hitting him like a truck. They both realize it at the same time and explode in a flurry of panicked apologies. There was no hidden intention behind it, Karen yells, while Takaroo waves his hands frantically. I'm sorry, no. Karen blushes furiously, realizing her mistake. I'm going a bit too fast, aren't I? Takaroo, equally flustered, can barely process what just happened. Trying to change the subject, Karen asks, so where to next? A weapons shop or something? She looks at him hopefully. Tak-kun, you like looking at hunter weapons? Takaroo nods enthusiastically, sure, let's go. Karen's smile returns, brighter than ever. And Takaroo finds himself genuinely enjoying her company. They find another spot to sit down and talk. But Karen isn't letting it go, she leans forward pouting, Karen-chan. Takaroo, still stuck in his polite habits, replies with a strained smile, Karen-san. She groans playfully, Nua your face, please give me a break, you don't need to be so polite with me. Takaroo decides to steer the conversation to safer ground. Right, where did we meet? Karen takes a sip of her drink, her expression softening. There was a time they were gathering kids with a high aptitude for mana. We met there and got along really well. Takaroo listens, trying to piece together the fragments of his forgotten life. Did I really have that much mana back then? He asks. Karen nods emphatically, yup, way more than me. The revelation shocks him. If an S-rank is saying this, then why did the old Takaroo let Arai bully him? He could have fought back. Just then the waitress arrives with their food, breaking his train of thought. Looking at her plate, Takaroo recalls something. Come to think of it, you ordered a Napolitan. Did you get over your dislike of tomatoes? She blushes slightly. As long as it's not raw, he smiles, I see. Excited to eat, Karen picks up her fork, but in her haste, she knocks over her glass of water. Now I've done it, she mutters, looking at the large wet spot on her shirt, but Takaroo quickly leans over. It's okay. Before she can react, Takaroo reaches out his hand. A magical seal glows above his palm, and in an instant, the water on her shirt evaporates completely. Karen stares in amazement. Thanks, it's dry now. No problem, Takaroo says with a smile. He thinks to himself, she dressed up for Takaroo's sake after all, I couldn't let it get ruined. Karen looks at him, her expression unreadable for a moment. Tak-kun, you. Her face breaks into a radiant, blushing smile. You're so cool and nice. Takaroo is caught off guard by the genuine compliment, his mind racing as he tries to understand the person he used to be. The question echoes in his mind as the scene changes. Takaroo, just who on earth were you? They end up in a quiet park with Takaroo lying on the grass, lost in thought. A moment later, Karen lies down beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. What kind of a situation is this? Takaroo wonders, but he doesn't pull away. Karen closes her eyes, a sad smile on her face. It's like we're back to those times. Her sudden shift in mood confuses Takaroo. Tears well up in her eyes as she looks at the sky. I'm really sorry. If you were with the real Takaroo, this would be a treasured memory, she whispers. Where are you, Takaroo? Suddenly, Takaroo's vision blurs, replaced by a chaotic memory that isn't his. Two figures clash with swords in a grassy field. A third person summons a glowing magic shield to defend. The shield deflects the attack in a swirling vortex of energy. A woman with light hair unleashes a torrent of dark magic from her own seal. Flare burst, she screams, as a massive explosion rips through the battlefield. One of the fighters is sent flying by the sheer force of the blast. The vision fades and Takaroo finds himself back in the park, the happy atmosphere of their date completely gone. Karen-san. She stands a few feet away, her voice cold as ice. Deliberately coming here where there are no people, what is the meaning of this? She raises a slender wand, pointing it directly at him. You. Her eyes are filled with suspicion and hostility. Who are you? Takaroo is utterly bewildered. Who? I'm Kusanagi Takaroo. Karen's voice rings out across the empty field. Don't lie to me, why can you use magic then? Takaroo tries to explain. Ever since my memory loss, I've somehow been able to use it. She cuts him off. Even if you have a high aptitude for mana, your constitution wasn't suited for magic, so there's no way Takun could ever use any magic. Takaroo is stunned into silence. His constitution. Karen's voice rises with anger. Losing your memory wouldn't make any difference. That is, unless you become a different person with a magical quality that matches your body. Her face contorts with rage and grief. What's with you? Give Takun back. Takaroo can only stare, the accusation hitting him with the force of a physical blow. Magic circles spin to life around her wand. You robbed me of the Takun that I love, I won't forgive you. All the people that want to use his body, I won't forgive any of you, she screams, raising her wand to the sky. A massive vortex of fire erupts from the ground. The flames coalesce, taking on a monstrous form. A skeletal head emerges from the inferno. Before Takaroo stands a colossal, flaming demon, summoned by Karen's rage, the spirit of fire Ifrit. Takaroo cries out in terror, Karen-sa. But a demonic voice layered over Karen's snarls back, shut up. Use that voice to call him my name. With tears streaming down her face, Karen points her wand at the boy she once loved. Now Ifrit, she commands, her voice breaking with fury. That fake, burn him until there's nothing left. In a distant memory, a young Takaroo attempts a spell, a magic circle glowing before him. Flare B, he begins, but the magic surges uncontrollably. The spell detonates prematurely, blasting him backward in a chaotic explosion of earth and rock. A young girl with long blonde hair, Edelweiss, rushes to his side. Takaroo, she cries out. He sits up dazed. I'm okay, but... Edelweiss sighs, pointing at the devastation. You have no magic control at all. The goal was to destroy the small rock, not the entire boulder. Takaroo looks down, defeated. At this rate, I can't use this in populated areas. Edelweiss offers a theory. I think it's because you have so much mana, it's making it difficult for you. Do you have any tips? Takaroo asks, desperate for a solution. Edelweiss smiles, offering a piece of profound advice. Instead of trying to hit the target immediately, try to take into account the surrounding area and keep it safe. Her expression softens with wisdom, and that's why. She continues, they say people who can control magic really well are kind at heart. Can you focus on that? The surroundings? Takaroo's eyes light up with understanding. I'll give it a try, thanks Edelweiss. He turns, ready to cast again, taking her words to heart. Edelweiss watches him, a confident smile on her face. She thinks to herself, if it's Takaroo who tries to save complete strangers like us, he'll definitely make it happen. Takaroo raises his hand, his gaze now filled with focus and determination. The memory shatters, snapping back to the present as Takaroo narrowly dodges a brutal, fiery punch from the hulking Ifrit. He's on the back foot, desperately evading the relentless assault from Karen's powerful fire spirit. While dodging, Takaroo shouts, Karen-san, please hear me out. Karen's face is a mask of cold fury. I told you to stop talking, she snarls, pointing directly at him. With a flick of her wand, she gives a single chilling command to Ifrit, go through him. The fire spirit obeys instantly, lunging forward with overwhelming force. Takaroo barely manages to block a gigantic, flaming fist with his dark weapon. Karen shows no mercy, her eyes locked on her target. Rain down on him, she commands, and Ifrit unleashes a volley of fireballs that scorch the earth around Takaroo. He continues to weave through the attacks, parrying and dodging with incredible agility. As Karen prepares another spell, Takaroo summons a defensive magic circle. Freeze, she incants, followed by a roar, burst into flames. A massive explosion engulfs the area, but Takaroo's shield holds firm against the blast. He glances over his shoulder, his mind racing. She's quick to attack, she's used to fighting. But then he notices something else, something incredible. She's using such high-level magic, he thinks, his eyes drawn to the ground around her. Yet there's no damage to the surrounding grass, such delicate control, only the intended target gets damaged. From a safe distance, two of Takaroo's classmates watch in awe. The fire attribute is said to be really hard to control, the girl remarks. But Hunter Seiju can control it as she wishes. The boy adds that's why she's also known as. Karen stands amidst a vortex of black and red flames, the undisputed master of her element, earning her title, prominence. Takaroo is completely on the defensive, realizing this isn't a fight he can win with force. If just defeating her would settle this, it would be nice, but... It's my fault, he thinks, filled with guilt. Karen-san is thinking of Takaroo and is angry. I can't bring myself to attack her. Meanwhile, Karen's own mind is in turmoil. What should I do if I can't get him to listen? She watches his fluid movements, a deep confusion setting in. Takun was never able to move like that, he didn't have the reflexes for it. He parries another blast, his skill undeniable. He also wasn't able to use any magic, she remembers, her frustration mounting. What is this? It feels like I'm going to go crazy. He looks like Takun but is completely different. Her mind flashes back to a painful memory. A young, crying Karen, surrounded by her own uncontrollable flames, and a young Takaroo kneeling to comfort her. He smiled at her gently, saying, "It's okay. Your flames are just as warm and beautiful as you are, Karen-chan." His words echoed in her memory. Even if you hate your own flames, I can't help but love them. Back in the present, Karen's resolve hardens. Tak-kun, I did my best. I worked so hard so that this flame that burned you in the past would not burn you ever again. If that is really Takun's body, then I'm sorry. But I will never forgive anyone who tries to control you. Her eyes narrow with deadly intent. I'll use my flames to get that fake to leave your body. Pushing her power past its limits, Karen unleashes her ultimate technique, Limit Break. With a raw, desperate scream, she unleashes all her rage and sorrow. Get out of Takaroo right now. A cataclysmic wave of fire erupts from her, incinerating everything in its path. But in that instant, Takaroo moves. He dashes through the inferno, closing the distance between them. Karen's eyes widen in shock as he appears right in front of her. He tackles her to the ground, pinning her beneath him as the world burns around them. She struggles against his grip, screaming, "Let me go." Takaroo holds her wrists tight, his own clothes beginning to smolder. You're losing control of your magic. If you continue to increase your output, you'll burn yourself. But she keeps fighting, yelling, "Let me go." Takaroo pleads, "Calm down." He looks at her with pained eyes. "I'm sorry if this is by force, but I'll slowly pour some of my mana into you. I'll take control of your magic." The flames around them intensify, her power still spiraling out of control. Takaroo grits his teeth, feeling the surge. The output is still increasing. He yells, his voice filled with urgency, "Any more of this will end badly. Takaroo will be sad if you hurt yourself." His words only fuel her rage. "Shut up. You think I'm going to believe anything you say?" she shrieks. Takaroo makes his final gambit, confessing the truth. "It's true I'm not Kusanagi Takaroo, but this body is truly his. I'll give Takaroo back." His words hit her like a physical blow, and she freezes, her eyes wide. Takaroo's expression softens into a gentle, reassuring smile. "It's okay," he says softly. "I also want Takaroo to return." Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Karen's rage finally begins to falter. A fleeting image of the young, smiling Takaroo flashes through her mind. In that moment of connection, the raging inferno around them vanishes in a silent wave of energy. Takaroo stands up, looking at the now calm sky. The out-of-control magic vanished. She got it under control before I was able to. He helps Karen up, but the emotional dam has broken. She sits on the grass, the fight completely gone from her. And then she begins to cry, letting out all the pain and confusion in loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Takaroo can only stand by awkwardly, muttering, "I'm sorry." Just then, Karen's two subordinates arrive, finding their leader in tears. Karen tries to compose herself, wiping away tears. Takaroo watches her, a deep sense of guilt washing over him. She finally speaks through her sobs, "I'm sorry." He starts to reply, but she cuts him off. "Be quiet, you fake." Clenching her fist, she admits, "I thought I was calm, but I wasn't able to handle it." She stands and turns her back to him. "It made me realize that it's not the right time to meet yet." Wiping one last tear, she adds, "I didn't improve as much as I had hoped." Takaroo simply watches, letting her process everything. She finally turns back to face him, her tears gone, replaced by a newfound resolve. Her gaze is steady and serious. "Please explain the situation to me." He meets her look, his own expression hardening as he asks the question that will change everything. "Who are you?" In a quiet park, Karen begins to process Takaroo's unbelievable story. "So, to sum it up. You got summoned to an alternate world, saved it, died, and then woke up in Takun's body. Takaroo simply confirms, yes. Karen pauses, letting the absurdity sink in. I see. She offers a deadpan solution. I know a good hospital I can refer you to. Takaroo panics, shouting, I'm fine, thank you. Karen's expression hardens as she points a finger at him. Okay then, even if we accept your story as true, how can you prove that the body you took over is actually Takun's? Takaroo sweats, realizing the hole in his story. That's true, it's not like I have access to his memories. Suddenly Karen's subordinate chimes in. Come to think of it, Takaroo's friend Sawamura was always supporting you, Karen-san. He said that Takaroo is completely caught off guard. The subordinate continues, even though you two were apart, he kept track of your activities. You should ask Sawamura about it sometime, he's also at the school. Karen flushes, completely flustered by the news that Takun was watching over her from afar. She abruptly leaps to her feet, her embarrassment turning into frustrated resolve. Geez, I get it. With a determined look, she declares, you're trying to give Takun his body back, right? Then I'll help you as well. Takaroo is stunned. Then you believe me, Karen quickly clarifies, taking all of it in at once is too much for me. Takaroo concedes, thinking to himself that her skepticism makes sense. Karen gets down to business. So I'll investigate this properly. What's your name, your original name? Takaroo hesitates for a moment before answering, Yamato Takaroo. Karen is taken aback. Your name is also Takaroo, isn't that too much of a coincidence? Takaroo admits, I was surprised by it as well. He adds quietly, it's been so long since I've introduced myself with that name. It feels strange on his tongue. Karen makes a practical decision. I'll call you Takaroo from now on, it'd be a pain to explain to others if I used your family name. Takaroo nods, got it. She then asks, so, you got any ideas on how to return it? Takaroo explains his efforts so far. Yusuke-san said that the soul wanders in places they have an attachment to, so I tried looking into Takaroo's past. I also tried asking his parents but didn't get any good leads. Karen listens intently, her expression unreadable. Takaroo looks at her pleadingly. That's why I'd like you to tell me more about Takaroo, Karen-san. After a moment, Karen turns away. Got it, take out your phone. Takaroo is confused but complies. His phone pings with a notification. He looks down to see a map with a pin dropped in a remote location. A map. Karen gives him instructions. Come to that place at 10 in the morning tomorrow, I'll explain then, and don't tell anybody you're going there. Takaroo agrees. As she prepares to leave, she pauses. Without turning around, she offers an apology. Sorry for suddenly attacking you. Takaroo is surprised by her words. He calls out to her retreating figure. Don't worry, I'm not bothered by it at all. She simply replies, that's so. Watching her go, Takaroo smiles faintly. She's not a bad person after all. Karen walks away across the park. She rejoins her subordinate Sui-chan. Once they're alone, Karen issues a set of orders. Sui-chan, I'll leave the troops with you. Investigate Takun's circumstances one more time. Also, she adds, look into the disappearance of Yamato Takaroo 40 years ago. Sui-chan accepts the mission. I'll let you know within 3 days. Karen replies, I'm counting on you. As the wind blows through her hair, Karen looks to the horizon, her thoughts on one person. Takun. The next day, Takaroo arrives at the coordinates, deep within a snow-dusted mountain range. He finds himself standing before a massive, modern building, now dilapidated and reclaimed by nature. Karen is already there, dressed in a witch's outfit. It's been such a long time since then, she murmurs, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. They step inside. The interior is a wreck of shattered glass and debris, a ghost of what it once was. Takaroo looks around the ruins. This place is, Karen explains, it's a research facility, a place where Takun and I were raised. Raised? Takaroo asks, shocked. Karen continues, since I was just a kid back then, I have no idea what they researched here. But when I was 7 years old, the Hunters Association investigated this facility and closed it down. All I know is that they gathered people with high amounts of mana. Takaroo sees a glimmer of hope. Doesn't this seem like a good location to get a lead? Karen's expression turns somber. She drops a bombshell. I was told that Takun died when he was 6 years old. Takaroo is speechless. Karen continues, that's why when I saw you on the association's video I was really surprised. Her gaze softens with a hint of sadness. She turns away from him slightly. Whether that body is really Takun's or not, I sort of got my answer when I was clinging to you at the park. Karen looks at him, a faint blush on her cheeks. You can't really fool one's sense of touch when it comes to memories, Takaroo understands, that's right. As they walk through the ruined halls, Karen elaborates. After the facility was shut down, kids like me who had no parents or relatives were put up for adoption by the association. I think Takun was one of them as well. Takaroo murmurs, Takaroo as well. Karen asks, you didn't hear anything from his parents. When Takaroo says no, she warns him, then you shouldn't trust them too much. Takaroo immediately defends them. They are not like that, there's no way they wouldn't place someone trustworthy in that position. Karen is skeptical. Even though they seem so sus. Takaroo, are you that good-natured? Takaroo admits, that might be true, I might be a bit lax, just maybe. However, he says, his eyes filled with conviction, their love for Takaroo, I feel is real. Karen looks down, adjusting her hat. She can't argue with that, I won't deny that. Takaroo's face clouds over with a past sorrow. He walks through the desolate hallway, reflecting aloud. Once you start suspecting something, stopping becomes difficult. When I was Yamato Takaroo, my relationship with my parents wasn't good, but it's different for Takaroo. I can feel that those two love him dearly. Karen notes, there doesn't seem to be any data left. Takaroo thinks of his own past. I wonder, if I lived a little longer and worked at it a little harder as Yamato Takaroo, if I would have been able to see through people's emotions better. He shakes his head, dismissing the thought. No. Walking down the long corridor, he steels his resolve. There's no point in thinking about it. Right now, what I need to do is move forward. They continue deeper, into the abandoned facility. They arrive at an overgrown courtyard and Karen stops. Ah, this courtyard. A bright, genuine smile spreads across her face. It's where we played a lot together with Takun, how nostalgic. But their moment of peace is shattered as monstrous, wolf-like creatures emerge from the tall grass. Karen's smile turns into a menacing grin. Wow, Tilda, there's a lot of them here, Tilda. Her hand tightens on her wand. Her face contorts with rage. Monsters trespassing into an area that I treasure, as a memory, will not be allowed. Takaroo summons his dark, blade-like weapon. This place has become rundown, we need to be careful and not destroy it any further. He lunges forward, his dark energy tearing through the grass. Behind him, Karen summons a series of magical mirrors, preparing her own assault. Takaroo weaves through the monsters with incredible speed. Karen unleashes a powerful blast from her mirrors, intercepting a beast lunging for Takaroo. Takaroo glances back, impressed. He thinks to himself, she's matching my movements even though I'm used to being on the front line. She's switching between support and attack well, she's quite experienced. He smirks, well, I myself am not really suited to fighting while protecting others. Karen, meanwhile, is having the time of her life. Fighting like this is easy, Tilda. Floating above the fray, she shouts with glee, keep going, Takaroo, kill more of them. He yells back, okay. Takaroo unleashes another swirling vortex of dark power. The two fight in perfect, devastating sync, clearing the courtyard. After the first wave, they pause. Karen looks around. Their numbers are a bit odd, it seems like there was a large-scale gate break somewhere. Takaroo adds, hey, any more damage to the facility will be bad. He readies his weapon again. Let's quickly kill them all and close the gate. His expression becomes deadly serious. He thinks, I've finally come to a place where I might get some sort of clue. I want to learn more about Takaroo, I have to know more about him, for that very reason. His face becomes a mask of shadow, his eyes glowing with white-hot intensity as dark energy pours from his hand. With chilling calm, he commands the remaining monsters, get out of here. In the ruins of their old school, Takaroo and Karen stand amidst the debris, the battle against the monsters finally over. Wiping sweat from her brow, Karen sighs in relief, and that's the last one. She points towards a breach in the fence. They came from over there, let's quickly close the gate. Takaroo nods in agreement. As they walk, Takaroo looks down at his casual clothes. Geez, I'm glad I came here properly dressed for work. Suddenly, the world around him shifts. Takaroo sees a vision of two small children, a young him and a young Karen by a large tree. They're happily burying a time capsule, their names etched on the lid, Takaroo and Karen. Karen's voice snaps him back to reality. What are you doing? I'll leave you behind. Startled, Takaroo quickly follows. Ah, I'm coming now. He glances back, a bead of sweat running down his face. The spot where he saw the vision is now empty, just an old tree in a ruined courtyard. Takaroo is deeply unsettled. What was that? He wonders. Their investigation takes them inside the dilapidated facility, where they're met with a fresh hell. A massive goat-headed demon looms over them, flanked by smaller monsters, all emerging from a dark portal. But before the demon can even roar, a dark slash cuts through the air. In a blur of motion, Takaroo carves through the demonic horde. He moves with terrifying speed, his dark energy blade reducing the monsters to ribbons before they can even react. Karen watches, a mix of awe and concern on her face. You're strong, as expected, she says, thinking, to think that an S-rank like me would be barely able to keep up with him. Her mind races, recalling the rules of the Hunters Association, the very system Takaroo operates outside of. Takaroo stands over the fallen beasts, his own thoughts heavy. He knows it's dangerous to leave someone stronger than an S-rank unchecked, especially someone who'd crushed a guild before. Karen is torn. I do feel sorry for Takaroo because he got executed in a different world, but I just keep thinking that it couldn't have been helped. She feels a pang of guilt. In truth, I should report everything about him to the association, but it was me that set him up yesterday and he might not be a bad guy after all. She clenches her fist, frustrated with herself. Plus, I got way too emotional back then. Watching him, she comes to a grim conclusion. Even so, I can't discard the possibility that he still might be an enemy. He's working with me now, but if that changes, I might have to. Just then another vision flashes through Takaroo's mind. Again, he mutters. He sees a memory that isn't his. A much older Takaroo locked in a fierce training battle with another boy. I wonder why am I seeing these images, he thinks, as the memory of clashing blades fills his head. Is this Takaroo's memory? As the vision fades, he looks out into the empty room, a question forming in his mind. Or is there something that you want to tell me, Takaroo? The vision gone, they continue their search, entering a trashed classroom. Karen looks around at the empty desks. So there's no data left here as well. I wonder, did the association clean this place out when they closed it? She slumps onto a desk, a wave of sadness washing over her. It feels like all of my memories have been stolen. What was this room even used for? Takaroo, piecing together the visions, answers her. I remember them doing combat training and looking at power levels. Our group was too young to participate, though. He takes a breath, deciding to act on his first vision. I'd like to ask about something. Did you bury a time capsule together with Takaroo, in the courtyard? Karen whips around, grabbing him by the shoulders, her eyes wide with shock. How do you know? You don't have his memories, right? Takaroo explains. As a matter of fact, I'm seeing scenes from the past. She shouts, tell me such things sooner. Her anger quickly turns to excitement. And yeah, a time capsule, is there something important about it? Takaroo replies, well, you could say that. Karen's own memories begin to surface. When we were looking for a place to bury it, we came across a door that led to the basement. But a worker told us that it was a storage area for dangerous materials, so entry was restricted. So we ended up burying the capsule in the courtyard. With a newfound determination, Karen turns to him. Let's go. They race back outside, to an overgrown section of the courtyard they'd overlooked. There, hidden beneath the weeds, is a heavy, rusted metal hatch. It's here, Karen breathes. Takaroo asks, what about the time capsule? She pulls on the handle. Let's leave that for later, this looks more important, no. With a heavy clank, the hatch opens, revealing a set of stairs plunging into darkness. Peering down, Karen smirks. This being a storage area feels like a cover-up, right? Without hesitation, they descend into the secret passage. The stairs open into a long, sterile, and unnervingly clean corridor. As they walk, Takaroo can't help but feel uneasy. Creating such a pathway, seriously, what were they researching here? Karen looks around. Maybe the association didn't find this place, who knows? She grips her wand tighter. I hope we'll get a hint about Takaroo, somehow. The oppressive atmosphere weighs on them both. Takaroo wonders if they're digging too deep, while Karen is hit by a flood of forgotten memories. In a flashback, a researcher praises a young Karen. It's not like everyone has so much mana like you know. With the help of your magic, we're able to do a lot of research here. Young Karen looks up unsure. The researcher teases her. Will you be fine as long as you can protect Takun? Just then, a young Takaroo bursts in. Karen-chan, let's play. The other adults coo. Ah, look, someone's future husband has just come to pick them up. Another memory surfaces. A researcher named Mayuko-chan leading them away from a large machine, telling them, what we talked about here needs to absolutely remain a secret, got it? Back in the present, the weight of these resurfacing memories is crushing Karen. It's suffocating, she whispers. With every step I take, I feel as if my precious memories are crumbling away. She tries to steel herself, whispering, it's okay. Takaroo notices her distress and turns to her with a determined look. No matter what happens, I'll be sure to do something about it. Karen looks at him, a faint smile playing on her lips. So you've got muscles for brains, huh? She teases. Takaroo stammers, she adds, plus I'm not so weak that I'd need protection. He quickly apologizes. She laughs lightly. Sorry, I was just teasing you. With a genuine, warm smile, she admits, I don't mind it, those types of guys. Takaroo is caught completely off guard by her expression. A slight blush creeps onto his face as a thought strikes him. Come to think of it, he says, you got to that world in your second year of high school. If you stayed for 3 years, that means you're older than me, Karen confirms. I'd be 20 years old originally. No wonder you seem so chill, Takaroo muses. You're probably peerless with studies too, since you're taking them for the second time. Karen looks away sheepishly. I'd love it if it was like that, she admits. Suddenly, their light-hearted chat is cut short as a massive, swirling vortex of dark energy blocks the end of the hall. Karen readies her wand, but Takaroo's eyes are already locked on the target. In an instant, he explodes forward, dashing past her towards the ominous energy. He rockets down the long corridor, leaving Karen in his dust. His expression is grimly focused as he closes the distance. He bursts into a large, circular chamber at the end of the hall. With a powerful shout, Takaroo throws a punch, shattering an invisible barrier. On the other side, a small, horned girl is blown back, exclaiming, Bihuwem. Her shock immediately turns to glee as she recognizes him. Ah, it's you, Onii-chan. The sight of her triggers another memory fragment for Takaroo. He remembers being on a battlefield, unleashing a torrent of dark flames. His spell, Engulf, completely incinerates a heavily armored knight. The horned girl had been there, watching him fight. The knight's last words were a desperate, "No, no." Back in the present, a familiar, unwelcome voice cuts through the tension. Ryer, the man with the eye patch, steps out from a side door. "I've only come here to investigate, so how is he here?" Takaroo glares at him from across the room. "Why are you here?" Ryer replies coolly. "I told you to investigate. I'm always surrounded by people that don't listen." Takaroo presses on. "Is there something here?" A wicked grin spreads across Ryer's face. "I wonder, but I did find out something very interesting." The horned princess leaps onto Ryer's back, shaking him excitedly. "Hey Ryer, I can play with Oni-chan today, right?" "Right." Ryer sighs. "No, I'm saying you can't, but," is what I'd like to say. His eyes narrow, his curiosity piqued. "A person who holds enough power to interest the princess, I'm curious as well." Takaroo turns to Karen, who has caught up to him. "Enemies, right?" she asks. He nods grimly. "Yes, okay then." The two groups face off, the air thick with tension. Ryer's grin widens. Time to use some brute force to make them spill everything they know. The battle is about to begin. The story continues in Chapter 36, Invitation. Takaroo and Karen step through the doors into a vast, circular chamber. Karen scans the area, remarking, "Only tables and chairs, a meeting room for office workers." Her eyes narrow with suspicion. Just what is behind those doors? But as they look deeper into the room, they realize they're not alone. Waiting for them at the center are three figures: the horned Princess Sukuna, the masked man Ryer, and a towering knight in black armor named Kuro. Takaroo turns to his companion. "Karen, who are they?" Karen explains. "They speak our language, but they're what we would call demons." A flicker of a past encounter flashes in her mind, stealing her resolve. So they're demons. Across the room, the demons chat amongst themselves. The armored giant Kuro scoffs. "If I judge them by appearance alone, the monsters I usually fight look way more intimidating." Ryer playfully warns him, "If you get hurt, I'm the one who gets the blame, so be careful, okay?" But Karen knows better. The dangerous aura they're exuding, I can feel it even if I don't want to. Suddenly, her eyes widen in alarm. The small demon girl, Sukuna, playfully floats towards them, closing the distance in an instant. Karen doesn't waste a second. Boom! She unleashes a blast of magic at the approaching demon. Sukuna looks down at the explosion, merely curious. Oh. Karen summons a massive fire golem, commanding it to crush. The golem's fist descends on Sukuna, who lets out a surprised shriek. But as the fiery fist makes impact, it shatters into embers against an unseen force. Karen watches intently, her attack completely nullified. From below, a massive gauntlet of rock and flame erupts, completely obliterating her fire golem. The tables have turned, and now Sukuna is the one struggling, caught within the powerful new spell. A confident smirk spreads across Karen's face. Any normal monster would have croaked by now. But Sukuna is anything but normal. She gathers her own energy, preparing a massive counterattack. With a single word, Gloriosa, Sukuna unleashes a devastating wave of fire that engulfs the entire area. Karen reacts instantly, preparing a defense. She summons several floating magical mirrors, creating a barrier against the inferno. With Karen's mirrors shielding them, she and Takaroo charge forward through the flames. The armored knight Kuro moves to intercept them. But Takaroo is ready. In a flash of dark energy, Takaroo slices straight through Kuro's torso, sending black fluid spraying into the air. The knight's upper body is nearly severed. Kuro stumbles and crashes to the ground, seemingly defeated in a single blow. Takaroo lands beside Karen and lays out the plan. "Karen-san, I need you to keep that demon girl busy for a short while," Karen retorts with confidence. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Takaroo dashes away, calling back, "I'll finish this quickly. I'll come help you out after, so just wait for me." Sukuna pouts. I wanted to play with Oni-chan though." Karen winks at her. "Come on, this charming one-san's going to spend some time with you." Takaroo rockets across the room, his dark blade aimed squarely at the masked man, Ryer. He's identified his target. That man is probably their leader. I'll start with him. Ryer simply watches him approach with a smug smile. Just as Takaroo is about to strike, the heavily damaged Kuro lurches back to his feet, blocking the attack. Ryer laughs from behind the knight. "Come on, let's talk some more." He taunts Takaroo, who is now locked in combat. "Got ignored, huh?" Takaroo is forced to deal with the relentless knight, dodging his powerful swings. He grits his teeth in frustration. "This guy." Takaroo summons a magic circle in his hand, preparing a point-blank spell. Kuro braces for the impact. Flare burst, Takaroo slams the explosive magic directly into the knight's chest. As Kuro staggers back, Takaroo ducks under a wild swing. He casts another spell, Aerial Boost, launching himself into the air and delivering a brutal kick that decapitates the knight. But he's not done yet. Takaroo follows up with a devastating punch empowered by dark energy. The blow completely shatters Kuro's torso, sending the pieces of his armor flying across the room. Watching the display of raw power, Ryer seems impressed. That's such a pure instinct to kill, quite demon-like. He raises a finger, a sly look in his eye, but Ryer unleashes his own magic. Lockdown, a massive cube of chains materializes from thin air, instantly trapping Takaroo. With Takaroo trapped inside the cube of chains, Ryer smirks. No matter how strong you are, I'll suffocate you. But before he can finish, a crack appears in the magical chains. With a burst of dark energy, Takaroo shatters the prison from the inside, sending the links flying. He emerges completely unfazed, his dark blade humming with power. Ryer looks on, a hint of surprise in his voice. I see, so this is the Messiah the princess spoke about. These chains were able to seal a Calamity-class demon, you know. Takaroo doesn't waste a second, immediately lunging towards the masked demon. His eyes burn with pure, unadulterated killing intent. Ryer's playful demeanor finally cracks. Geez, I'm starting to hate people who don't listen. Meanwhile, Karen is locked in her own battle, gracefully dodging a barrage of fireballs from the demon princess, Sukuna. While Sukuna squeals with delight finding the fight fun, Karen analyzes her opponent with a critical eye. She's got power, she thinks, but moves like an amateur. As she sidesteps another blast, Karen's patience wears thin. You think that raw power will let you have your way, don't look down on S-ranks, you brat. The battlefield is a chaotic dance of power, with Takaroo and Karen each facing their own opponent. Deciding to end this, Karen begins weaving a complex spell, magic circles materializing around her. She screams a warning across the room, Takaroo, dodge this, blaze magic spell. Karen unleashes her ultimate attack, a blinding torrent of energy known as Soul Invincibles. The spell is overwhelming, a vortex of pure power that tears up the very floor of the chamber. The raw force carves a destructive path across the entire room. Even Takaroo can only watch, wide-eyed with amazement at the sheer scale of her magic. The attack culminates in a massive explosion at the far end of the room. When the light fades, a swirling vortex of energy remains, having completely obliterated everything in its path. Karen pants, catching her breath after using such a powerful spell. Looking at the devastation, she murmurs, that power is amazing, I'd like to take a breather right about now, but her spell has blasted a perfectly circular hole straight through the reinforced wall. Takaroo and Karen walk through the newly created opening, stepping into the unknown. They find themselves in a vast, dark industrial hall. The room is filled with massive, mysterious cylinders, hinting at some kind of large-scale operation. They stand in the middle of the strange facility, the hole they came through glowing behind them. Takaroo looks around in confusion. What is this place? Karen wonders aloud. Those people, what were they doing here? Her question is answered almost immediately. Across the hall, Ryer, Sukuna, and the armored Kuro stand completely unharmed. Ryer claps slowly. I must say, your magic power is quite something. That one hurt a little. Karen stares in disbelief. Did that seriously not take down any of them? They're a superior class even among demons. Takaroo steps forward, his back to Karen, facing the trio with chilling calm. However, it's not at a level where it's impossible. His face darkens, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. If you want to beat me, then you'd need to at least bring a demon lord. Ryer's smile returns, intrigued by the boy's arrogance. You're quite confident, I see. Suddenly, a new feminine voice cuts in. A mysterious blonde woman with horns appears from the shadows, a sly grin on her face. That's right. Before they can react, a massive, glowing magic circle erupts from the floor beneath Takaroo and Karen. What? Karen cries out as Takaroo realizes their mistake. Transfer magic. The blonde woman touches the edge of a corresponding circle, her grin widening. But, it's you who will be coming. The demons watch as their trap springs, pulling the heroes away. Takaroo and Karen are violently dragged through the floor, disappearing from the industrial chamber. They land hard in a completely different location, a grand, ornate hall with towering pillars and a majestic staircase. Takaroo looks around, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. This place is. As he touches the floor, his mind is flooded with visions. He sees a past he doesn't remember. Of his previous life as Yamato Takaroo. Fighting a brutal battle in this very hall. Karen snaps him out of it. Takaroo, he can only whisper in horror, no way. He looks up towards the top of the stairs, his face pale with shock. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes looks down on them, its voice echoing through the throne room. Welcome to my demon lord's castle. Takaroo and Karen arrive at a grand Gothic structure. Karen looks up in awe and dread, whispering, Demon Lord's castle. She turns to Takaroo. Is this the one you talked about from the other world? Takaroo's eyes are wide with disbelief. Yeah, no doubt about it, this is where I fought the Demon Lord, or at least it's supposed to be. He stares at the pristine architecture, a stark contrast to the ruin he left behind. It has been repaired. The gears in his head start turning, a grim realization dawning on him. That means someone is here. As if on cue, a voice echoes from the top of the stairs, a sing-song welcome. Takaroo glances at Karen. What do we do? Karen doesn't hesitate. That's totally a trap. Ignoring the obvious danger, Takaroo takes a determined step forward. Let's check it out. They push open the massive doors and step into the heart of the castle. Inside, a blonde woman with a disturbingly cheerful smile greets them. Welcome, Messiah-sama. Takaroo freezes. That title, Messiah, it's a name he hasn't heard in a long time. As they walk down the long hall towards a throne, Takaroo racks his brain. He feels like he knows her from somewhere. Edelweiss. But the woman's smile is anything but friendly. She sits upon the throne, massive horns curling from her head, a picture of demonic royalty. I am the demon lord, she declares, a fang glinting. Kamiya. Takaroo can barely process the words. Duh, demon lord. He steels himself, trying to make sense of the impossible situation. Suddenly, a swirling black portal tears open in the throne room. 3 figures emerge. We're back, one of them Ryer announces cheerfully. Princess, we have returned, Kamiya sighs, annoyed. Geez, I told you not to call me that when we have guests, didn't I? She taps her finger impatiently. I just introduced myself as the demon lord. You're setting a bad example. Ryer bows his head. I'm sorry, I can't seem to shake off this habit of mine. Takaroo and Karen can only watch as this bizarre, almost domestic argument unfolds between the demons. Kamiya's attention shifts to the small girl, Sukuna. Oh my, Sukuna, you're a little dirty. The girl floats up excitedly. I got a bit blown away while playing just now. Ryer immediately apologizes for letting the princess get messy. I am deeply sorry. The casual display of immense power makes Karen's blood run cold. A suffocating, oppressive aura fills the entire throne room, emanating from the 4 demons. Karen gags, covering her mouth as the sheer pressure becomes unbearable. Seeing her distress, Takaroo immediately steps in front of her, shielding her from the worst of it. Kamiya gives them a polite, almost mocking smile. My apologies, I've shown you something unseemly. Her eyes lock onto Takaroo. Your name is Takaroo, correct? Takaroo says nothing, his gaze fixed on the new demon lord. Kamiya's smile widens. It's the same name as the man who killed my father. Takaroo's confusion deepens. Father, yes, she confirms. She leans forward, her eyes glinting with malice. The previous demon lord who was my father was killed by humanity's messiah, Takaroo Yamato. The world stops. Takaroo Yamato, that's his asterisk name, his full name from his past life. Karen, piecing it together, whispers in horror, but he was executed by humanity right after. Kamiya looks smug. So you know about it after all, Messiah-sama. Takaroo's mind is reeling. This girl, she knows everything. You, just how much do you know, he demands. She leans back, thoroughly enjoying his turmoil, curious about what happened after you were killed. Takaroo's glare intensifies, a silent demand for answers. Kamiya practically swoons, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Ah, tilde, that expression is nice. She rests her chin on her hand, her voice dropping to a purr. It's very much to my liking. Karen stares, completely weirded out. She's a perv. Kamiya just chuckles. Foo-foo, well, it's fine. She holds out her hand, and a swirling vortex of dark energy begins to form above her palm. The vortex expands into a massive living screen showing a vision of the past. I'll show it to you, she says. The vision is of a city engulfed in flames and chaos. Citizens run for their lives from a horde of monsters. Why are monsters here? One screams. Wasn't the demon lord defeated? A small child huddles in the rubble, crying out, Messiah-sama, please save us. Her pleas are cut short as a body falls nearby, another victim of the slaughter. In another part of the city, the Prime Minister and his soldiers watch the destruction in disbelief. Why now? A soldier asks. It shouldn't be possible for them to attack as an army without a demon lord. The Prime Minister explains, the demons only stayed as a group because of the strong influence of the demon lord. The vision flashes back to Takaroo in his hero attire. That's why the kingdom's leaders left it in Takaroo Yamato's hands, the PM's voiceover continues. The plan was to move the army to hunt down the small fry after he took out the head. A soldier questions the plan, but Prime Minister, I was informed that the leaders of the demon army were all killed. The Prime Minister's expression is grim, rather. He theorizes even they didn't realize that there was a survivor, I'm sure. The presence of this demon was well hidden, it must be someone of very high status. The soldier's face pales, so then this attack is being led by a new demon lord. The Prime Minister's silence is all the confirmation he needs. The vision snaps to a shocking scene, Takaroo the Messiah being stabbed through the back by one of his own soldiers. The soldier panics, what should we do then? I just killed Messiah-sama. But the Prime Minister's face is cold, unconcerned. A pair of elegant heels steps into the frame. A calm voice says, nice to meet you. It's Kamiya and her followers striding through the carnage. She smiles sweetly. Isn't today just the perfect day to have it rain blood? The Prime Minister, surrounded by the bodies of his own men, scoffs. HMPH, you rats, look at how you've defiled our royal capital. As screams echo in the background, Kamiya replies, "Really, I think it's a lovely change." The Prime Minister then reveals his true colors. "I'm really grateful to you for killing the Messiah. Thanks to that, this was really simple to do." Kamiya tilts her head, feigning innocence. "But why did you guys kill him?" He states it plainly. He was an outsider. He wasn't needed anymore once the Demon Lord was dead. As he speaks, his face begins to twist and contort into something monstrous. Kamiya and her crew watch intrigued. Oh my. The Prime Minister clutches his head in agony. Ryer warns Sukuna, "Don't get close to him, Sukuna-chan." He begins to rave, "Right, demons, otherworlders, we don't need them." He throws his arms to the sky, his body warping. "From now on it'll be an era of God and man." Kamiya's eyes narrow. "It's coming." Ryer looks to his leader. "Princess, this is." Kamiya's face is one of pure disgust. "I don't like it." The transformed man lunges, screaming "demons," directly at Sukuna. Without flinching, the tiny demon utters a single word, "Kill." A torrent of blood erupts and the Prime Minister's attack is stopped cold. In an instant it's over. Kamiya calmly steps onto the execution platform, now littered with bodies. She looks down at the decapitated Prime Minister. "I don't know whose handiwork this is, but he was also just a pitiful puppet." The vision lingers on the gruesome aftermath of the kingdom's betrayal. With a final swirl, the vortex of memories collapses, leaving Takaroo and Karen in the silent throne room. They stand in stunned silence, trying to absorb the horrific truth they've just witnessed. Kamiya delivers the epilogue with a triumphant smile. The Assyria kingdom that summoned a messiah was destroyed on the same day the messiah died. It ended with the demons achieving victory. Takaroo's hand clenches into a fist, trembling with rage. He turns to face her, his voice shaking. "You're lying." He yells, desperate to deny her words. "Edelweiss should have been there, even Lukaful. There's no way they would just let it happen." Kamiya's expression softens into one of mock pity. "Ah, you mean the saint of the Assyria kingdom." Her next words are the final, devastating blow. "She was resisting right up until the end, so I remember her." Takaroo's eyes blow wide with horror. His world shatters. A flood of memories of laughter, of kindness, of his time with Edelweiss flashes through his mind like broken glass. The weight of it all is too much. Takaroo collapses to his knees, utterly broken. Karen can only watch, her heart aching for him. In the vast, dark throne room, the hero is brought to his lowest point. But the demons are already bored. Ryer pipes up, "Ah, that's right, princess." He excitedly presents a glowing orb. "I found something interesting within the human's facility. Please take a look." He glances back at the kneeling Takaroo. No more play time?" he asks. Kamiya watches Takaroo intently. It seems that man's heart has been broken. A wicked, knowing smile spreads across her face. "There's no way that's the case." As if summoned by her words, Takaroo begins to rise, his back to Karen. She calls out his name, a tremor of fear in her voice. "Takaroo." He doesn't answer. Instead, he begins to walk steadily towards the Demon Lord and her court. Kamiya's eyes light up with anticipation. "Here he comes," she whispers, "the Messiah that killed a Demon Lord." Takaroo finally turns his head, and his face is a nightmare of pure, unadulterated rage. Tears of grief and fury stream from his glowing white eyes as a terrifying, dark power explodes from his body. In the demon throne room, Kamiya watches from on high as her subordinates Ryer, Kuro, and Sukuna stand ready. "Here he comes," she announces. Ryer looks on as a figure approaches. "The Messiah that killed a Demon Lord." Suddenly, a ferocious gust of wind rips through the hall, blasting from the approaching Takaroo. Karen is caught off guard, her hat flying from her head. Takaroo's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his features twisted in shadow as he marches forward. The battle erupts instantly. Takaroo, a blur of motion, launches himself into the air, delivering a devastating kick straight to the armored head of the knight, Kuro. Kuro swings his massive sword, but Takaroo is too fast, weaving through the attacks with ease. He ducks under another slash and counters with a powerful kick, sending Kuro stumbling back. Takaroo's hand is empty for only a moment. Dark energy coalesces, forming a wicked demonic blade in his grasp. With his new weapon, Takaroo closes the distance in a heartbeat. Kuro brings his own sword around for a desperate block. The two blades clash with incredible force, sending a shower of sparks and debris flying across the throne room floor. The fight is a whirlwind of steel. Takaroo's face is spattered with a dark fluid, his eyes wide with manic intensity. Watching from the sidelines, Karen can only stare in horror. "Take Rue," she whispers, terrified by the raw power he's unleashing. Strange, glowing magic circles swirl around Takaroo, fueling his rampage. But he's not just fighting Kuro. The other demons leap into the fray, trying to overwhelm him. As Kuro swings his sword, Sukuna uses the opening to leap onto Takaroo's back. At the same time, magical chains erupt from the ground. The chains wrap around Takaroo's limbs, binding him completely as Sukuna clings to him. Ryer watches with a look of disdain. Even beasts are more rational. Sukuna screams into Takaroo's ear, "Don't bully Kuro-chan." The chains pull taut, attempting to immobilize him as Kuro prepares another strike. But Takaroo's strength is absolute, the muscles in his arms bulge against the restraints. With a surge of power he flexes, and the enchanted chains shatter into 1,000 pieces. Ryer can't believe what he's seeing. Now free, Takaroo ducks under Sukuna, who is still on his back and drives forward. His face is a snarl of fury as he cocks back his fist. He unleashes a monstrous punch directly into Kuro's midsection. The impact is so immense it not only sends Kuro flying, but also shatters the stone floor beneath them. Ryer and Sukuna look on, completely stunned by the display of brute force. Even Kamiya on her throne seems impressed, a slight smile playing on her lips. Takaroo stands over the massive crater he created, his opponent neutralized. He clenches his bloodied fist, his eyes cold and empty. That's one. Ryer is next. He summons a swarm of creepy, blade-wielding mechanical puppets that descend on Takaroo. Karen watches the chaos unfold, feeling utterly helpless. She thinks, his movements are so intense, I can't find an opening to help. She grips her weapon, her face a mixture of worry and frustration. Sukuna, having recovered, shouts a warning to Takaroo. "And this absurd way of fighting, you're the one that won't be able to keep it up." Takaroo ignores her, his focus absolute. Karen looks on from afar, realizing the depth of his rage. "I don't have any right to tell him to calm down, huh?" The puppets swarm Takaroo, their sharp limbs slashing from all directions. He moves like a storm, destroying them with a flurry of punches and kicks. He leaps into the air, dodging their coordinated attacks. As he descends, a sphere of crackling dark energy forms in his hand. Sukuna watches with glee, shouting, "Boom!" Takaroo slams the sphere into the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave that obliterates the remaining puppets. But he's not done. He gathers the residual dark energy into a single projectile. He hurls the projectile with all his might, sending it flying past Sukuna and Ryer and into the distance, where it collides with a castle tower in a fiery explosion. The sheer destructive power leaves everyone speechless. Sukuna is ecstatic, shouting, "Wow," while Ryer looks on in disbelief. Even Sukuna-chan's firepower is no good. Ryer turns back to the throne, desperate. "Princess, any thoughts on helping us out?" Kamiya calmly replies, "That's a no." She smiles slyly to herself. "Well, it should be about time, I think." Kamiya raises her voice. "Sukuna, it's fine to go all out." Ryer and Sukuna are both shocked by the command. Sukuna cheers, "Yay, I'll leave the castle's repairs to you, Ryer," as she dashes towards the fight. Ryer panics, pleading, "P-Princess, anything but that. No." Sukuna cracks her knuckles, a hungry look on her face. She appears behind Takaroo in a flash, grabbing him in a powerful grip. Before he can react, she sinks her fangs deep into his shoulder. Takaroo is thrown off balance by the sudden, vicious attack. Ryer covers his face, thinking, Sukuna-chan is an existence that holds two different faces. The one usually on display is a childlike face. And the one that's usually hidden is. As he thinks this, Sukuna's body begins to swell and transform, her teeth growing into monstrous fangs. In an instant she transforms into a hulking, horned demon of immense size, holding Takaroo effortlessly in her grasp. The incarnation of tyranny, Ryomen Sukuna. The giant Sukuna clasps her hands together with Takaroo inside. She slams him into the ground with enough force to shake the entire castle. Takaroo barely manages to roll out of the way. As her massive fist pulverizes the spot where he just was. She grabs him again, this time by the leg, and smashes him through a solid stone wall. Kamiya watches the brutal display with keen interest. The now four-armed demon roars in triumph. Karen can't bear to watch. Takaroo is thrown across the battlefield like a ragdoll. Sukuna sends him flying through another wall and out into the open. He crashes into the ground, seemingly defeated. Karen screams his name in terror, Takru. But as Takaroo's silhouette flies through the air, he's suddenly caught by the giant, four-armed Sukuna. But it's a trap. A massive black spike erupts from Sukuna's chest, impaling her from behind. Takaroo was the projectile. The giant demon looks down in shock as her body begins to dissolve. Karen covers her mouth, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Ryer sighs, so it's over. The repairs to the castle will be quite the work. Sukuna's monstrous form crumbles away, her severed limbs falling to the ground. The original, smaller Sukuna lies defeated amidst the rubble. Takaroo stands over her, the magic circles still floating around him. He looks at his hand. That's two. Back in the throne room, Ryer looks up at Kamiya, awaiting her judgment. Kamiya addresses Takaroo from her throne. "As expected, you did well to defeat Sukuna. But you've hit your limit, no?" Takaroo's eyes are wide and vacant, the power finally taking its toll. His vision blurs, the world spinning around him. His legs give out from under him. Karen cries out, "Takaroo." He collapses to the floor as she rushes to his side. She thinks, that weak body can only take you so far after all. Takaroo is on his hands and knees, completely spent. Kamiya descends from her throne and stands before him, extending a hand. Say, O Messiah who got betrayed by humanity. Takaroo looks up, his face pale and sweating, listening to her offer. This time, Kamiya says with a gentle, inviting smile, together with the demons, why don't we unite and fight as comrades? Chapter 39, Aspirations for the Future. The battle is over and the armored knight Kuro lies defeated amidst the rubble of the demon lord's castle. The once unstoppable warrior is now kneeling broken. A crack spiders across his helmet, a testament to the brutal fight. The dust settles on a scene of utter destruction. With the immediate threat neutralized, Karen rushes to Takaroo's side, supporting his exhausted body. But the demon lord Kamiya stands before them, her intentions unclear. Karen looks up, confused by Kamiya's earlier words. Fight together with the demons. What are you talking about? Karen demands, holding Takaroo protectively. Takaroo is a human. Kamiya offers a disarming smile, completely ignoring Karen's outburst. It looks like it hurts. I'm sorry. It didn't seem like you'd listen to a demon, so I had to force the issue. I thought this was the best course of action. Karen can only watch, fuming internally. She's ignoring me. Kamiya's attention is fixed solely on Takaroo, who lifts his head to glare at her. Messiah Takaroo, she says, her voice soft. I invited you to this castle to get to know you better. Takaroo remains silent, his body trembling with exhaustion and pain. A flashback of his raw, relentless fighting style appears behind Kamiya. The way you just kept on fighting so single-mindedly without any cheap magic tricks, you look just like a demon to me. Dark energy begins to coalesce in her hand, although you seem to want to cling to your humanity. She continues her tempting offer. Such overwhelming power will never be accepted by humans. The energy solidifies into a small, shifting black cube. This is Pandora. Any living creature that lets this enter them will gain a strong body and power. As Karen watches in horror, Kamiya explains the cube's true purpose. If a human takes this in, they will slowly change into a demon. Kamiya's eyes gleam with a persuasive light. Your physical and emotional suffering will come to an end, she whispers, and for a moment, Takaroo's pained expression wavers. She holds out the cube, an offering of power and release. We will accept you, we will help you. Her smile is both serene and predatory. We will be your allies, come now. The words echo in Takaroo's mind, a tempting escape from his torment. Kamiya extends her hand, beckoning him from across the ruined hall. Come over to our side. Let's fight together, Takaroo Yamato. But just as the offer hangs in the air, Karen moves. She slams her hand down, and a massive wall of fire erupts between them, cutting off Kamiya's advance. Ryer instinctively shields his face from the intense heat. Kamiya, however, remains perfectly calm, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. Behind the fiery curtain, Karen turns back to the kneeling Takaroo. Flame magic echinacea, she chants. A gentle, flower-shaped flame envelops Takaroo, not to burn but to soothe. This magic is at the temperature of a human body, she explains softly. It should allow you to relax. With the immediate danger held back, Karen kneels before him. Say, do you want to go to the demon's side? Personally, I don't want you to go to them at all, and you're currently in Takun's body. But if going to them will relieve you of your pain then, well, it's not like I have the right to stop you. She admits, I can't really understand the pain you're going through now. But I know that you have things that you care deeply for. It's not about returning Takun his body, in reality. Takaroo's eyes widen, as she hits on the one truth he can't deny. A memory of the Saintess, Edelweiss, flashes in his mind. You want to meet the Saintess again, right? Karen gestures towards the wall of fire. Check the Demon King out. You killed their parent, yet they remain calm. On the other side, Kamiya's placid expression proves her point. For them, power is everything. There are no feelings involved. Karen looks back at Takaroo, her voice filled with conviction. Maybe that's why you didn't lose this feeling, even after coming over to our side. Even after the execution, even after entering Takun's body, it's an important feeling that you cannot forget. She gets right in his face, forcing him to confront his own heart. You love her a lot, don't you? Stop making that uninterested face and pretending that you don't care. Whatever the case may be, you can't go against your own feelings, especially if you want to realize them. And you understand that well, right? That time, you didn't stop me. Her voice suddenly rises to a shout, shaking him from his stupor. And most importantly, don't just go believing your enemy. Ever heard of fake news these days, or are you the type to be easily deceived by such things? She softens again, a genuine smile breaking through. Here I thought that Takun was dead, but you've given me hope. Gently, she places a hand on his cheek. You never know what might happen. There could be a random moment where you meet Edelweiss again. The calming flames begin to dissipate. Feeling relaxed now, Karen asks, holding out her hand. So what will you do? A faint, genuine smile touches Takaroo's lips for the first time. He takes her hand, his decision made. The wall of flames subsides, revealing Takaroo and Karen standing united against Kamiya and Ryer. Karen smirks at their opponents. How nice of you to not attack and wait. Ryer replies coolly, we no longer have a reason to fight, so it's only natural. He glances at Takaroo's resolute expression, but it doesn't look like we're going to get a favorable reply. Takaroo finally speaks, his voice steady. To an outsider, I might appear like a demon, however. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. I still have things I want to do as a human, no matter what anyone says to me, so I will not become a demon. Kamiya's smile doesn't falter. I see, what a pity. She dismisses a magic sphere in her hand. The invitation turned out to be a failure, so let's call it a day here. But Takaroo isn't done. He begins to form a teleportation circle. There's no way we'd willingly go back now. Suddenly, the supposedly defeated Kuro lurches to his feet, charging straight for their escape route. Takaroo grits his teeth, finishing the spell. He and Karen dive through the portal just as Kuro leaps in after them. The portal erupts, blasting them out into a ruined city. Back in the demon castle, Karen has left a parting gift. Ifrit, her summoned fire spirit erupts, engulfing Ryer's puppets to cover their escape. Ryer looks on with mild annoyance. Seriously, just how many dolls got destroyed today alone? Karen's voice echoes with a defiant promise. I'll burn all of them anyway. Ryer's expression turns serious. He raises a hand and an endless army of puppets materializes from the shadows. Really, not a shred of decency in you, I see. Elsewhere, Takaroo is forced back into a desperate battle with the relentless Kuro. He realizes the grim reality of his situation. Karen-san's magic only brought me back mentally, she didn't restore my body's condition. I'll strike with the least amount of movement and highest output I can, he resolves. As he fights, his thoughts drift. I keep putting Takaroo through awful situations, I should apologize to him. Things that I want to do, just like Karen-san said, I want to meet Edelweiss again. I also want to talk with Takaroo. He lands a solid blow on Kuro, his mind racing. I can tell from what people have told me that Takaroo must be a really straightforward and good guy. Truth be told, I'm already dead, and it's not a future that's possible, but... In his mind's eye, he sees an impossible scene, himself as Yamato Takaroo shaking hands with Kusanagi Takaroo. I wonder, would we have been friends? Back at the castle, Ifrit is overwhelmed and destroyed by the sheer number of puppets. Kamiya watches the scene with a smug satisfaction. An inexperienced magician of the other world who doesn't know her own power, and a messiah who is trapped in a vessel that cannot handle his power. A cruel smile plays on her lips. As the battle rages on two fronts, she whispers the grim truth. The world is a cruel place. Takaroo's desperate struggle continues, and with a final, powerful strike, a large crack splinters across Kuro's helmet. Ryer looms over the battlefield, a smug grin on his face as Karen is engulfed in a sea of fire. He scoffs, your flames will no longer work against me. He's not bluffing. Below, a swarm of his new puppets emerges from the smoke, dark, metallic constructs built for one purpose. Karen grits her teeth in frustration. He switched to dolls that are resistant to fire, that's really annoying. She's forced to evade a storm of projectiles, realizing her main element is useless. I'll need to fight him with something other than fire. Ryer's puppets don't give her a moment to think. They unleash a relentless barrage of sharp, dark projectiles from the sky. Karen dives for cover as the ground explodes around her, barely managing to stay on her feet. Watching from above, Ryer claps with glee. As expected, seeing humans running away is great, but why don't we end this soon? Karen has had enough. Fire swirls around her as she prepares a massive spell. I'll use all of my power to burn that guy to nothingness. With a cold, determined look, she simply says, no. Suddenly, Ryer's smug expression vanishes. He watches in disbelief as the nature of her magic begins to change. The flames swirling around Karen shift from orange to a deep, ominous purple. The flames turned purple. Karen reveals her trump card. Limit break. I'm taking in the surrounding mana and amplifying my spell. However, if I fail to control it, it becomes a poison that consumes my whole body. She thinks back to Takaroo's intervention, a moment of clarity that saved her. Of course, I couldn't use this if my composure wasn't there. Seriously, thank you for stopping me, Takaroo. Her eyes lock onto Ryer, burning with newfound power. The likes of you could never stop my flames. With a final cry, she unleashes her ultimate attack. Aurora Lux, a colossal dragon made of pure, purple flame erupts into existence. The flame dragon descends upon Ryer and his puppets. They are completely consumed by the overwhelming power. The purple inferno leaves nothing but scorched earth in its wake. Karen watches as her attack fades, the battle seemingly won. She sticks her tongue out at the empty space where her enemy once stood. HMPH, serves you right. Meanwhile, Takaroo is still locked in a desperate struggle with the armored knight, Kuro. He dodges and weaves, but Kuro's attacks are relentless and precise. Takaroo analyzes his opponent, searching for a weakness. This guy, no gaps and his movement is seamless. But then, for a split second, Kuro freezes. He seems stunned by the sheer magical pressure from Karen's attack. The knight is momentarily distracted. Takaroo's eyes widen as he spots the opening. He stopped moving because of the flames. He seizes the opportunity, slamming his hand onto a magic circle. Nice one, Karen-san. Takaroo pours all his remaining energy into a single, powerful spell. His hand glows as he prepares to unleash it. Kuro stands directly in the path of the attack. With a final shout, Takaroo unleashes his spell, Flare Burst. A massive wave of concussive force erupts from his hand, tearing through the battlefield. The explosion engulfs Kuro completely. As the dust settles, Takaroo catches his breath, believing it's finally over, at long last. But a calm voice cuts through the silence. The Demon Lord Kamiya appears, completely unharmed. Feel like joining the fight, Demon Lord? No, but... To their horror, Kuro is still standing, shielded by Kamiya's power. Takaroo knows he can't let them escape. Karen looks on in disbelief. So that puppet works as well, this is the worst. Suddenly, a crack appears on Kuro's helmet. The damaged helmet begins to break apart, falling to the ground in pieces. Takaroo watches, his heart pounding with a terrible sense of dread. The last piece of the helmet clatters to the floor. The face revealed beneath is one Takaroo knows all too well. It's his own original body, now an undead puppet with grotesque stitches around its neck. He whispers in horror, "My body." Takaroo's mind goes blank with shock. Karen is equally stunned. That's... The impossible truth stands before them. Takaroo forces himself to think logically. Calm down, he tells himself. Demon lords often use undead in their armies, using a cursed seal to infuse the spirit of the dead. But Karen knows this is different, at least that's the case usually. This is just foul, Takaroo can only agree. I have a bad feeling about this. His rationalizations crumble against the horrifying reality. There's just no way, he mutters, his voice trembling. Karen, however, explodes with rage. She marches towards Kamiya, screaming, "Aren't your hobbies a bit much? Just how far are you willing to go to make a fool out of somebody? Return that body at once." Takaroo knows it's pointless. It's no use, he says quietly. The undead figure turns to them and speaks in a chillingly familiar voice. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, Karen-chan. It smiles, a warm, genuine smile that doesn't belong on its undead face. Even if it's been 10 years, your flames are just as lovely as I remember. Karen freezes, her anger replaced by utter shock as a blush spreads across her cheeks. She stares at the figure, her mind reeling. He continues, "The flames just now were amazing. You've become strong, Karen-chan." Tears stream down Karen's face as the truth hits her. She whispers the name of her long-lost childhood friend. "Is it you, Tak-kun?" Takaroo echoes the name, his own shock deepening. But their reunion is cut short. Kamiya smirks and activates a spell. A massive transfer circle appears, trapping both Takaroo and Karen. Before he can react, Takaroo is violently shoved out of the circle's bounds. The barrier closes, separating them. Karen screams, reaching for him. "Let me go, I can't leave you behind, it's dangerous here." Her pleas are ignored as she's pulled towards her enemies. Kamiya gives a mocking wave. "Well then, I hope to hear a more favorable reply next time." The undead Takaroo gives them one last, haunting smile. "Goodbye." Takaroo can only watch helplessly as Karen is taken. In a flash of light they vanish, leaving Takaroo alone. A moment later, Takaroo and Karen are unceremoniously dumped back into the industrial room where their ordeal began. They stand in silence, the weight of what just happened crushing them. Takaroo's mind is a whirlwind of confusion. I always thought that Takaroo's soul had gone somewhere. So were our souls just swapped, or is this all a big coincidence? Damn, my mind's a mess. He looks over at Karen, who is trembling with suppressed emotion. Her composure finally shatters. "Argh, mess with me." She throws her arms up in a full-blown tantrum. "Sure, I wanted to meet Takan all this time, but this isn't what I meant by it." Her rage turns to jealousy. "And what's up with that woman just waving her arm next to him? It's driving me crazy." Takaroo nervously tries to calm her down. "Karen-san, are you okay?" She whirls on him, grabbing him by the shirt. "This isn't the time to worry about others. Your own body's being used. What are you going to do?" She yells, show some anger, but Takaroo is still too stunned to process anything. "I'm not even sure what to think." "At times like this you shout out loud," Karen insists. She practically forces him. "Hurry up, too weak from your belly, come on." Giving in, they both let out a massive, frustrated scream into the sky. After a moment Karen lets out a satisfied sigh. "True, I feel better now." Takaroo looks at her, a small smile forming. Karen-san, thank you for all your help." She smiles back, the tension finally broken. "Likewise." They begin to walk, ready to figure out their next move. "Anyway, let's sum up what we learned." But as they talk, Takaroo senses something is wrong. A sharp voice cuts through the air, stopping them in their tracks. "Don't move." Karen's expression hardens as they turn towards the sound. A portal has opened, and a man in a sharp suit, flanked by armored soldiers, steps through. He looks directly at Takaroo. My name is Sagu, I'm a hunter working for the association. Kusanagi Takaroo, you'll need to come with us. His gaze is cold and uncompromising. You have no right to refuse. The standoff begins. A man in a sharp suit, Sagu, stands flanked by heavily armored soldiers, his presence radiating authority. Takaroo breaks into a cold sweat. Just what is this? He stammers, his mind racing. A hunter working directly for the association. Karen recognizes the man leading the charge, her voice barely a whisper. Sagu-chan. Sagu's eyes are cold and analytical. We did an investigation into you, he states flatly. He begins listing Takaroo's greatest hits. The appearance of a bloody ogre from a blue gate, which is unheard of. The Ouroboros Terror Act. The large-scale gate break at MT Yamatsudake. Sagu's gaze intensifies, locking onto Takaroo. You are present at the core of every major incident. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, and Takaroo has no immediate answer. Karen isn't surprised. Well, she thinks, Takamine-san figured it out on her own, it's no wonder they did too. She decides to take control of the situation, thinking it's better to cooperate than to lie. Stepping forward, she calls out, wait. Karen confronts Sagu directly. Kikyo-san warned you not to trust the association. No matter how strong you are, without support, you can't do anything. Takaroo watches, unsure of where this is going. She adds a subtle jab, her face shadowed. Well, only in the case that you don't have any. Suddenly, a new player enters the scene. A woman named Seiju casually strolls between them. Hey, Sagu-chan tilde, I also investigated Takaroo. He was only there to prevent the incident. How's that a problem? Sagu remains unconvinced. Seiju, he always acted in secrecy to avoid the association. You can't deny that it's shady. He justifies his aggressive approach. You say innocent until proven guilty. A potential threat of this magnitude should be dealt with as soon as possible. Takaroo panics and blurts out, but the association isn't clean either. You're doing all kinds of shady stuff behind the scenes. Seiju smirks, leaning in. Answer me properly. You're aware of my guild's intelligence network, right, Sagu-chan tilde? Sagu's patience wears thin. Choose your enemies wisely, Seiju, or your guild will be dealt with. Karen laughs mockingly at the threat. Ooh, how scary, you're just going to smash whatever you don't like. Is that why everyone around you gets out of control? That's the last straw for Sagu. You brat, he growls, turning and reaching for the massive sword on his back. Enough, move aside. Sagu draws his weapon, which erupts with a powerful aura. You're acting tough, but in your condition, do you really think you can win against me? Karen meets his glare without flinching, a confident smirk on her face. No need to worry, an old man like you won't be a problem. Takaroo watches her, seeing the slight tremble in her hand. He knows she's bluffing. Karen-san, you're being reckless, he thinks desperately. Even he can tell you're just putting up a front. Just as the tension is about to snap, Karen's expression flips to one of pure relief. Ah, she exclaims with a huge smile, they're finally here. Takaroo looks up confused. The ground beneath them begins to crack and splinter violently. With a deafening crash, a figure smashes down from above, shattering the floor. A booming voice echoes, so this is the place. Takaroo shields his face, completely stunned by the explosive entrance. Debris flies everywhere as the newcomer rises from the crater. Sagu's stern expression breaks for a moment, replaced by surprise. The dust settles to reveal a rugged older man. Sagu recognizes him instantly. Igarashi-san. Igarashi strikes a triumphant pose in the middle of the wreckage he created. How was my entry? Perfect, all right. He turns his attention to Takaroo. A warm, familiar smile spreads across his face. Take bow. Takaroo can only stare, utterly bewildered. Igarashi turns back to the confrontation at hand. Well, we can talk later. He stands between the two groups, acting as a mediator. Hey Sagu, can you let this one slide this time? But Sagu is resolute. What did you come here for, Igarashi-san? Even if it's you, I can't do it. Igarashi's friendly demeanor vanishes, and I'm asking you if you could. His tone leaves no room for argument. Sagu begins to lecture, laying out the association's doctrine. We hunters are like weapons, meant to deal with monsters, and weapons must be controlled by the organization. He stands before his soldiers, a symbol of order. That's why the association will conduct an evaluation, to determine if that power was used the right way. Sagu points an accusing finger at Takaroo. He was hiding his power. He was involved in countless incidents outside our authority. His voice rises. The trust that the association has built over time could be easily destroyed by him. His face contorts with grim conviction. He's a monster that can trample any S-class hunter. There's no way I can let this slide. Takaroo listens, a strange feeling washing over him. He can't even argue. He's not wrong, Takaroo admits to himself. I'm an existence that could warp the order of this world. Sagu delivers his final judgment. Kusanagi Takaroo will be taken to the association. His eyes narrow, issuing a final warning. We will not tolerate any opposition, even from someone as renowned as you. Igarashi's expression hardens. Sagu, He steps in front of Takaroo, a massive hand made of pure shadow manifesting to shield him. Worry not, he won't become like Shido. The name hits Sagu like a physical blow, his composure shattering for a second. Takaroo looks on, completely lost. Shido. Igarashi presses his advantage. What makes you so sure? Did this guy ever show hostility towards you? If anything, it looks like he's ready to surrender. Sagu fires back, and what guarantee do we have that he won't change his mind later? Suddenly, Igarashi's serious demeanor melts away. He throws an arm around Takaroo with a massive grin. I do have a solution, he'll become a hunter. As long as the association supervises him, it'll be fine. Takaroo's brain short-circuits. Wah. Seiju looks on with delighted surprise. Sagu is utterly baffled. Huh. Igarashi pulls everyone into his crazy plan. We'll register ourselves as his guardians. If anything happens, it's our responsibility. How's that? Sagu is completely flustered. How's what? I can't just decide something like that on my own. Igarashi plays his final card. Also, these aren't the association president's orders, are they? Then just overlook it this once. Defeated, Sagu sighs. So you three will be his guardians then? The group lets out a triumphant yeah. Sagu pinches the bridge of his nose, exhausted. He waves his hand dismissively to his troops. Let's go back. As Sagu's squad turns to leave, Igarashi calls out cheerfully. Thanks, Sagu, I'll buy you a drink next time. Sagu's hand clenches into a fist. He spins around, absolutely livid. Igarashi-san, Seiju, and you hiding there, Hayabusa Tenku. He roars his final condition. If Kusanagi Takaroo doesn't register with the association, I'll throw all of you in jail, got it? With that, the association forces finally depart. A new figure Tenku steps out from the shadows, grumbling. That old man called me by my full name on purpose. Seiju teases him. What's wrong with it? I like it, Tenku. But Karen bluntly shuts it down. It's lame. Seiju leans over to still confused Takaroo. She gives him a reassuring smile. It's okay, you can trust them. She explains their sudden arrival. Looked like you were in trouble, the transmission cut out so we got worried. Takaroo is still processing. Transmission. Seiju winks. There was a chance I'd have to fight you, so I had some allies on standby just in case. It all clicks for Takaroo, so that's what it was. Igarashi gathers the group. Well, now we can finally talk. Takaroo is still hesitant, unsure what to say. Igarashi claps him on the back with a booming laugh. Why the worried face? I heard all about it. He looks over the group fondly. It's great to see you all grown up, Takebo, right, Tenku? Tenku, ever the buzzkill, replies. His mind is completely different, so not really. Takaroo allows himself a small moment of relief. Well, this isn't as bad as I thought it'd be. Tenku glares at the overly cheerful Igarashi and Seiju. What's with those faces? He mutters to himself, insensitive. This is why I hate cheery people. As Takaroo watches his old and new allies interact, a memory floods his mind. A flashback to a simpler time. A sunny garden with younger versions of himself, Karen and Tenku, all being watched over by Igarashi. The weight of the past and the relief of the present overwhelm him, and a single tear rolls down his cheek. Karen notices instantly, Takaroo. He quickly wipes his eye, flustered. No, this isn't me. In a rare moment of kindness, Tenku steps forward and offers him a box of cute bandages. Here. Takaroo is stunned but accepts gratefully. Thank you very much. The others can't help but chuckle at the awkward exchange. Embarrassed, Takaroo blushes. Stop messing with me, you cheery pucks. Igarashi decides to change the subject. Well, I'm sure you've got a lot to talk about, but first. He holds up a dusty, old container. With a huge grin, he presents it to the group. It's a time capsule with Takaroo and Karen's names on it. Why don't we crack this open on our way back? Karen and Takaroo gasp, their eyes wide with shock and nostalgia. As the car winds down a lonely road, we begin Chapter 42, Your Future. Inside, Tenku drives with a stoic expression while Igarashi holds up an old time capsule. He turns to Takaroo in the back and begins to explain, the time capsule contains. Well, mainly the toys you two had at the time. And, Igarashi adds, as we see Karen in the backseat holding 2 old letters. Igarashi gently tells her, you can take it easy and read it once you get home. Karen looks down at the envelope marked to my future self. She holds the letters, a tangible piece of a past that feels like a lifetime ago. As Karen begins to read, the words of a young Takaroo echo in the quiet car. I don't have a dad or mom. A flashback shows a younger Takaroo, being told by Mayuko that he was alone since birth. But his letter continues full of childhood innocence, but I never felt lonely, since there are a lot of people I love. He wrote about Karen first. Karen-chan's my #1 friend, she's always so cheerful and cute, her flames are beautiful too. Then about Tenku, Tenku-kun is always sneaking around but he always helps me out, he's kind. It's so cool how he's able to fly all around the place. And finally about Igarashi, and Gramps Hyde is always putting a smile on our faces, he's our superhero. The letter poses a heart-wrenching question from the past. When I open this capsule again, will all of us still be together? Young Takaroo's smiling face fills the memory as his letter reaches its conclusion. Because I think of them as a family and treasure them a lot. The words hit Karen hard and tears stream down her face. She tries to hide her face, overwhelmed by the pure, unfiltered love from Takaroo's past self. Takaroo looks on, the weight of this borrowed life and these deep bonds settling heavily on him. Igarashi picks up a small teddy bear from the capsule. Having someone think of you like that sure makes one happy, right, Tenku? He holds up the teddy bear, a relic of their shared childhood. Igarashi continues, that teddy bear, jogging a specific memory for Tenku. Suddenly, Karen's embarrassment explodes. It's when you guys played house and said this is our child or something, right? Don't just reveal that. She starts smacking the back of Tenku's seat in a flustered rage. Arg, this is so annoying, this is why you're not popular with the girls. With a huff she crosses her arms. I'm going to sleep, wake me up when we're there. Takaroo just laughs at the sudden chaos. But as the car settles into silence, Takaroo's thoughts drift. To think you were a messiah from another world. Igarashi breaks the quiet. You doubting him, Tenku? Tenku, eyes on the road, replies, it'd be stranger if I just calmly accepted it. Well, Tenku adds, if that shady president went as far as to manipulate info and erase it from history, then there's bound to be something to it. Igarashi starts teasing him loudly. You hate Mei, don't you? Tenku quickly shushes him. Karen's sleeping, so please be quiet. Takaroo can't help but chuckle at their dynamic. Igarashi turns serious again, facing Takaroo. You'll need to become a hunter, sorry that it's come to this. Takaroo nods, it's fine. As the scenery flies by, the adults mull over their situation. Igarashi lays out the logic. Takebo's soul now resides in your body, right? And it seems there's a tie to demons. It's better to have the hunter qualification than not. Just in case, he declares with passion. It's an adult's duty to protect the future of a child after all. Takaroo is genuinely moved. Thank you very much. Igarashi lightens the mood, boasting about his age, while Tenku tells Takaroo to get some rest, promising to wake him when they arrive. A glance in the rearview mirror shows Karen fast asleep, her head resting on Takaroo's lap. A heavy silence falls between the two men in the front seat. Igarashi watches the road, his expression unreadable. As they drive through the city lights, Igarashi speaks softly, not looking at Tenku. You're doing great, Tenku. Tenku just replies, I didn't say anything. They finally arrive at a high-end yakiniku restaurant. Inside we meet Ua, a college student and a massive hunter otaku, diligently working her part-time job. She took this job on a tip from an online friend that hunters often come here to celebrate after missions. But so far it's been a bust. She sighs, thinking her friend lied and that she should just quit. Her hope dwindles, they're not coming. Just as she's about to give up, the front door slides open. Her brain short-circuits as she sees who just walked in. It's them, it's actually them. The restaurant buzzes as other patrons recognize the legendary first-generation hunter, Igarashi Hideo. And right behind him is the famous idol hunter Karen. I'm so glad I brought some spare clothes, she beams, soaking in the attention. Even the stoic Tenku is here, his princely vibe earning stares from the crowd. For you, this is heaven. But her eyes catch another figure stepping out from behind the group. It's Takaroo, looking around curiously. Ua peeks from behind a screen, her mind racing. Who? Her fan brain connects the dots. Wait, he came with those three, could it be that he's a new strong hunter? Her passion reignited, she shouts to her boss, Manager, I'll work here full-time. The manager deadpans, then do your job. Soon the group is seated, and the delicious sound of grilling meat fills the air. The peace is immediately shattered as Karen flips a piece of meat too early. I like mine more crispy, she declares, enraging Tenku. Tenku explodes, don't upset the golden balance, you idol, while Igarashi argues, meat is best eaten with white rice. Takaroo cuts through the bickering with a serious question. Come to think of it, are there any exams I'll need to take to become a hunter? Igarashi explains, there's a simple test to determine your rank. If you have a guardian and your rank is higher than B, even a kid can get a license. But they need their parents' approval. The word parents hangs in the air, making Takaroo pause. He clarifies, Takebo's parents. Igarashi reassures him. They're my old friends, don't worry, they're normal civilians and know nothing. Tenku then addresses the elephant in the room. Then, what about that research facility? He explains. They probably told his parents he was adopted and had amnesia so you wouldn't panic. Igarashi confirms it. Those two treat Takebo as their own son after all, Takaroo finally understands. So it's like that. But Karen's mind is spinning. Wait a minute. She looks at Igarashi, a horrifying realization dawning on her. Hideo-san, you knew that Takon was alive. The accusation hangs in the air, as Igarashi and Tenku look away guiltily. The betrayal stings. No way, was I the only one who wasn't told? Igarashi sighs. Sorry, there's a reason why, so please forgive us. He begins to explain the dark truth. That research facility had two goals. First was to gather kids with high mana to send powerful hunters into the world. And the other goal, he says, as Takaroo and Karen listen in shock, was the use of a military weapon that would utilize Takebo's immense amount of mana. His voice turns grim, so that boy would not be used for military purposes. We reported that he was dead and hid his existence. Later that night, the weight of the day's revelations hangs heavy in the air. Back in his room, Takaroo collapses onto his bed, completely drained. That was a long day. He recalls the explosive argument at the restaurant after Karen learned the truth, and how they all struggled to calm her down. He also remembers the difficult conversation with his adoptive parents, and how his 3 friends managed to convince them to let him become a hunter. Lying there, he thinks, I feel bad for doubting them even for a second. As expected, just being strong isn't enough. He sits up, grappling with his new reality. I'm a dead person. I thought returning Takaroo his body would be the end of it, but... Flashes of his own violent, forgotten past mix with his current situation. My past and my present seem to be somehow connected. He theorizes Takaroo's soul is likely tied to my body through some sort of cursed seal. Otherwise, that strength can't be explained, even if it's my body. He remembers the warning about Pandora's box. Humans that let Pandora dwell in them turn to demons, huh? His thoughts turn to the undead Yamato Takaroo. I don't know why he's siding with the demons, but it felt like his heart is still with Karen-san. He looks around the room, at the hunter books and figures. You too, you probably wanted to become a hunter and protect others just like them. A fire of resolve ignites in his eyes. He stands up, making a silent vow to the soul sharing his body. I'll make sure your future is still connected to you. I won't let you become a demon. Even though I'm no longer the Messiah, I'll make sure to do everything I need to do. He feels a warmth spread through him. I've remembered how kind people can be after entering this body. Looking at his reflection, he extends his promise to everyone. Takaroo and all of you as well, I'll make sure to save everyone. For a fleeting moment, the image of Edelweiss flashes in his mind. A small, determined smile touches his lips as he looks out into the night. It's just that, I hope you'll forgive me for wanting to meet Edelweiss one more time. Back at school, the day starts like any other, but a single piece of news is about to set the entire class on fire. 2 of Takaroo's classmates look at him in utter disbelief. Kusanagi-kun, one shouts while the other finishes the thought, you're gonna become a hunter. Surrounded by his peers, Takaroo can only give a quiet confirmation. Ah, yes. The news sends a wave of excitement through the room. A blonde classmate strikes a pose, declaring, that's amazing, you're already an honorary member of our society, but you'd be an even more welcome member of our workforce. His friend with glasses chimes in, full of support. Of course, I'll cheer you on. If you ever get famous, I'll take pride in being your first fan. Takaroo offers a small, polite smile, trying to manage their expectations. Don't rush things, but thanks. The rest of the class joins in, offering advice and encouragement. The work's tough, but let's do our best together. Takaroo quietly notes that besides the president, pretty much everyone here is a C-class hunter. But just as he thinks the excitement is dying down, a hand grabs his shirt and the friendly mood vanishes. His 2 friends lean in, their expressions now deadly serious. They mention the 2 names on everyone's mind, Hunter Seiju and Sakura-sama. They get right in his face, demanding answers. Are fighting over you, could you explain that to us? Takaroo tries to play it cool, thinking, no, it wasn't quite like that, but they press on, listing the evidence. But I saw the video of Hunter Seiju hugging you, she even called you Takun, the other adds, and some people have seen you on a date with Sakura-sama. Cornered, Takaroo looks around, desperate for distraction. His eyes land on an empty desk, Araki's seat. He's not here, Takaroo thinks, seeing an opportunity. He tries to change the subject. Is Araki out sick today or something? He was always so diligent about coming to school. But his friend isn't having it, tightening his grip. Who gives a damn about Araki right now? He's not important. Suddenly, Takaroo spots a familiar figure walking down the hall. It's Takamine, who happens to be passing by the classroom. She glances inside, her eyes searching. A small blush appears on her face as she spots Takaroo. Seeing him surrounded by friends, she thinks to herself, oh, that's the springtime of youth, isn't it? She waves cheerfully as she continues down the hall. Oh, good morning, you've got a lot of friends, Takaroo-kun. Her comment only adds fuel to the fire. Later during lunch, Takaroo is on the run as his classmates organize a full-blown manhunt to get the gossip. Find him, don't let him get away. Even his main interrogator is getting worn out by the school's obsession. These guys, I thought they'd give up, but they came to ask me during lunch too. Takaroo walks through the school halls, knowing he needs to find a place to lay low. For now, I should go see Takamine-san. He arrives at the student council room, his only safe haven. He recalls the note she left for him, asking him to come by. He reaches for the handle and pushes the doors open. Stepping inside, he announces his arrival. I'm sorry, Takamine-san, for coming unannounced. But he's met with a strange sight. Takamine, the student council president, is furiously spinning in her chair. Takaroo freezes, completely baffled. Takamine stops spinning, her eyes wide with surprise. She practically leaps out of her chair, flustered. Kusanagi-kun, it's not what you think. Takaroo quickly apologizes and she explains, it's just a habit of mine when I'm worried. Seeing his chance, Takaroo asks, what are you worried about? I could help you out if you wish. Takamine looks away, embarrassed. Takaroo gets straight to the point. My classmates, they asked me whether you and I are in love. The two stand in awkward silence for a moment. Then they both break into nervous laughter. Well, that's wrong though, Takamine stammers. Takaroo agrees, we can only explain it to them little by little. Takamine clears her throat, regaining her composure. For now, we'll think about this matter later. Takaroo sits down. You texted me that you wanted to talk. Is something wrong? Takamine's expression turns serious. Yes. Takaroo decides to get his own news out of the way first. It's been decided, I'll become a hunter as well. Takamine's eyes widen, caught completely off guard. Takaroo continues, there are some circumstances. It seems I'll need the qualification of a hunter from now on, so. Her hand clenches into a fist. She looks at him, her voice laced with concern. You told me before that you want to live peacefully, that you're not interested in fame or riches. Her gaze is hidden, but her words are heavy. I felt a strong desire behind those words, that's why I wanted to protect you. Takaroo listens, unsure where this is going. Takamine leans over the desk, her voice trembling slightly. Have you started feeling anxious? Are my abilities not enough? Takaroo shoots to his feet. You're wrong, he insists. Confused, Takamine asks, then why? He takes a deep breath, ready to finally reveal everything. Do you remember me telling you before that I'm not the real Kusanagi Takaroo? She nods. Yes. Takaroo lays his cards on the table. I'm a messiah from another world. My soul, it just woke up in this body. He prepares for her disbelief. I know telling you something like this so suddenly will be hard to believe, but... Without a moment's hesitation, Takamine cuts him off. I believe you. Takaroo is stunned into silence. Eh. He stares at her, his mind reeling. Takamine gives him a gentle, reassuring smile. I believe you, we're friends after all. Her simple, unwavering trust hits him harder than any attack. Overwhelmed with emotion, Takaroo looks down. He begins, since I came to this world I pretended to have memory loss. I grew to distrust other people and I was terrified of how I should use this power. He admits it came to a point where becoming a hunter has become unavoidable. He looks up, his eyes filled with a new resolve. But what made me want to become a hunter was none other than you, Takamine-san. She's taken aback, me. Takaroo clenches his fist, remembering their first meeting. When we first talked, I was so happy that you believed me and said you'd protect me. It made me think that there's still hope for this world. And for the first time, it made me think that using this power for someone else's sake would be okay. He looks her in the eye, making a request. So please, continue protecting me and everyone else just as you've been doing so far. Moved by his words, Takamine stands up. You still haven't taken the exam yet, so this is a tad early, she says, reaching a hand over her desk. But since it's you, Kusanagi-kun, you'll be fine. She pauses, correcting herself. No, you said your name was Yamato-kun. She walks around the desk to stand before him. Your worries and loneliness are deeply rooted. It would be difficult for me to solve everything for you. She extends her hand, her gaze unwavering and full of promise. However, if you ever feel like you're stuck, I'll gladly help you out. I'll be sure to reach out and never let you go. A genuine, heartfelt smile spreads across Takaroo's face. He takes her hand, sealing their pact. I'll be counting on you from now on, Takamine says warmly. Having you join us is reassuring. Takaroo replies with a firm yes. As they leave the school, Takamine has a thought. But I should probably stop calling him Yamato-kun. The scene shifts to the bustling Hunter Association headquarters, where Karen's voice rings out, Tenku, fill mine out too. Inside, Takaroo is at the front desk, trying to fill out his registration forms. He's flanked by his entire S-rank entourage. An S-rank girl greets Takamine. Sakura-chan, you came to see Takaroo's test as well. Meanwhile, Tenku flatly denies Karen's request. I don't know your ID, do it yourself. The girl immediately starts teasing Takamine. Hey, did you hear the rumors at school? They're saying we're fighting over Takaroo. She leans in, enjoying Takamine's flustered reaction. Takamine panics, trying to shut it down. But I'm in love with Takun, a different guy. Karen immediately jumps in, clinging to the other girl. And no, it's not like that. Takun's mine though. All the while, Takaroo is just trying to focus as Tenku mutters about how slow he is. Finally, he finishes. I've finished filling out my personal information, he tells the receptionist, who smiles back. Thank you very much. But just as the receptionist is about to process his registration, a new figure approaches him from behind. Takaroo turns to see a woman with long, dark hair and an imposing uniform. She gives a formal bow. It's nice to meet you, Kusanagi-sama. I am Hisame Sui, affiliated with the witch's army. Karen and her friend wave enthusiastically. Sui-chan, Yuhu, Tenku connects the dots, so she's from Karen-san's guild. Hisame Sui turns to Karen. As you've said, we've come to register these three, she says, pointing behind her. Takaroo's eyes follow her finger. And he's shocked to see his three former bullies, standing there looking absolutely terrified. Sui asks Karen, you got their parents to agree, right? Karen nods. Yes, they gladly accepted and told us to beat them back into shape. A wicked grin spreads across Karen's face. Good, once they're hunters we'll enter them into our guild. Sui shares the sentiment, a dark aura emanating from her. We'll work them so hard they won't have time to think about bullying. The bullies' souls visibly leave their bodies. As Tenku tries to give Karen a report, Igarashi cuts in, shouting, Hey, Takaroo. The whole group gathers to see him off. We'll wait until you're done, so give it some oomph, Igarashi says. Tenku adds, make sure you don't hold back, it's okay to just pass. Takamine gives him a final, encouraging smile. Good luck, Takaroo-kun. Takaroo smiles back, his confidence restored. Yes, Sakura-san. With his friends cheering him on and his former bullies watching in fear, Takaroo turns towards the testing area, ready for the next chapter of his life. I'll be going then. Twice a year, aspiring hunters gather to take the exam, a grueling test divided into written and practical sections. Out of about 150 applicants, only a handful will succeed. Inside the exam hall, the air is thick with tension. Rumor has it the difficulty hinges entirely on who's in charge this time. To even sit for this exam, you need a recommendation from a hunter or be a graduate of a hunter school. It's a life-or-death profession, after all. But for Kusanagi Takaroo, the problem is more immediate. He thinks to himself, if you don't meet any of the conditions, the chance of passing is 0%. He flashes back to the terrible advice from his friends. Studying? No need, one had said. All it takes is a little common sense, another chimed in. Takaroo grimaces, I didn't question their words at all. No, this one's my bad. Staring at the digital exam tablet, Takaroo's mind is a complete blank. The first question is about the history of the Hunter Association, asking for key names and dates. His internal monologue is pure panic. I don't know anything. I wrote down Igarashi-san's name at random, but I don't even know his full name. He slumps over his desk in defeat. Why on earth did I think I had the common sense for this world? As his consciousness seems to float away, Takaroo's only thought is one of deep regret. I wish I had prepared properly for this exam. After the test, the other candidates are buzzing with confidence. One asks his friend, Araki-kun, how did you do? Araki replies coolly, well, so-so, I did study for it. Another candidate boasts, the questions were so easy a kid could answer them. Their words hit Takaroo like daggers. He can only think, yup, they're marking our papers now, the practical exam is after this, right? He feels completely out of his depth. Walking through the bustling city streets after the exam, Takaroo feels a crushing sense of isolation. The bright lights and giant advertisements only make him feel smaller. He wanders aimlessly, lost in his own world of failure. I was afraid of the time difference, but it feels like I'm the only one who got left behind, he thinks, just as a voice calls out to him. A young, energetic kid suddenly appears before him. Hey, you okay, No-chan? Takaroo is taken aback. You are. The boy strikes a pose, beaming with energy. I'm Ganaha Ryuki, came here all the way from Okinawa, 14 years old. Ryuki gets right to the point. Your face looked pretty bad just now, something happened, Takaroo, flustered, starts to explain. I didn't do very well on the written exam, he admits. Ryuki bursts out laughing. Dahaha, you're too weak mentally, Takaroo thinks, that's not something you should laugh at, but Ryuki just grins, it's all good. As Ryuki continues, Takaroo notices two imposing figures in traditional kimonos walking past. Because Nia-chan is. Ryuki stops mid-sentence, his attention also drawn to the newcomers. To think you'd come here, Takaroo mutters, recognizing their powerful aura. The two walk with an air of supreme confidence. They are Reincarnation Kansada and Kyuan Asuka. Kyuan Asuka, seat number 26, smiles condescendingly. You weren't interested in becoming a hunter, that's my line. Reincarnation Kansada, seat number 27, scoffs back with a cold HMPH. Reincarnation speaks first. Sai, did you envy the popularity of the Boduin and Yusugi families? What wretched thoughts, you were the one to mock me, a newcomer. His words strike a nerve. I see, Reincarnation glares, you're the one who feels envy. Kyuan's expression hardens. Whatever do you mean, our Kyuan family is the guardian of Japan since ancient times. Sparks practically fly between them. I'll take the top spot here and make sure the Kyuan family is properly recognized, Kyuan declares. Reincarnation smirks. Not possible because I am here. The other candidates can only watch the escalating argument, whispering amongst themselves. One of them murmurs, I heard their abilities are comparable to Boduin Sauma's. Come to think of it, a few people came with an S-rank referral. You think it's those two? Takaroo watches the intense standoff, unsure of what to do. Suddenly Ryuki steps between the two rivals, planting his feet firmly. He shouts, pointing a finger, "Don't fight, it's bad for your health." Kyuan and Raizen look down at him, completely unimpressed. Raizen asks dismissively, "Who's this kid?" Kyuan continues her tirade, "You're talking about taking the top spot in this exam, but it's impossible." She then looks at Ryuki with suspicion. "Are you saying you took it?" Ryuki laughs and points dramatically past them, directly at a stunned Takaroo. "No, it's not me, but that Nie-chan, no matter how you look at it, he's the strongest one here." The crowd turns, their eyes landing on Takaroo. Even his former classmates look over in confusion. Kyuan and Raizen slowly turn, their piercing gazes locking onto him. Takaroo can only manage a weak, confused, "What?" Raizen sizes him up and scoffs. "Hey, there's no way that's true, I don't sense any vigor from him, he couldn't even be a servant for our family." But Ryuki protests, you don't get it?" "But he's giving off such a strong smell," Ryuki insists, as the other candidates look at Takaroo, trying to sense what he's talking about. Raizen sighs, deciding to address Takaroo directly. "Whatever, your name," Kyuan adds. "No, for the time being, let's hear it." Ryuki looks on excitedly. "Nich-chan, I want to know as well." All eyes are on Takaroo as he stands sweating, feeling the immense pressure. Kusanagi Takaroo." Just as the tension reaches its peak, a voice cuts through the hall. "We'll now announce the results of the written exam." Ryuki cheers. "Takaroo Nichan, I'll remember it." Everyone turns their attention to the large monitor, displaying the written exam rankings. At the very top of the list, a tie for first place, Kyuan Asuka and Raizen Kansada, and in third place, Araki Ryusei. Kyuan smirks at her rival. "You see, I am better," Raizen retorts, "only because of the seating order." Ryuki tries to play peacemaker again. "You're both friends who share the same rank." They both snap back in unison, "Shut up." Meanwhile, Araki's friends congratulate him. "Oh, Araki-kun, you're third place, that's great." Takaroo watches in disbelief. He thinks to himself, "Araki is in third place, that's the first time I've heard his first name." Another candidate recognizes him. "I saw those three with Hunter Hagane earlier." A blonde candidate looks at Araki with a mix of awe and suspicion. Could he be one of those that got referred by an S-rank hunter? Takaroo puts the pieces together. Araki Ryusei seems like he's the dark horse of this exam. Suddenly Ryuki shouts from across the room, pointing at the bottom of the scoreboard. "I found your name, Nie-chan." Takaroo's heart sinks. The screen shows the bottom of the rankings. Rank 165, Kusanagi Takaroo with a score of 1. Right below him, rank 166, Ganaha Ryuki with a score of 0. The results are clear. The crowd looks back at Takaroo, their expressions a mix of pity and second-hand embarrassment. Even Araki and his friends are stunned into silence. Kyuan and Raizen stare, their previous interest completely gone. The name on the board is undeniable, 165th place, Kusanagi Takaroo. Takaroo is utterly mortified, but Ryuki, lounging with his hands behind his head, is completely cheerful. "Oh, what's this? You were down in the dumps, but you're above me." The blonde candidate walks over and gives Takaroo an awkward pat on the shoulder. Kyuan and Raizen look away, thoroughly unimpressed. The blonde offers some parting words. "Well, I wish you luck in the practical exam." Takaroo can only stammer, "I hope you'll pass it." "Yes," he replies, walking away. Takaroo stands there, humiliated, with the ever-cheerful Ryuki by his side. But unbeknownst to him, someone is watching his every move. In a dark room, a mysterious woman observes Takaroo through multiple windows on her computer monitor. Leaning back in her gaming chair, she watches with a curious smile, clearly having set her sights on the boy who just failed his exam. In a world where dimensional gates threaten humanity, a dire prediction hangs in the air. A massive outbreak is coming within 50 years. As the next generation of hunters descends for their final exam, a chilling fact is revealed. The last disaster was man-made, and it could happen again. The elevator doors open and the candidates step out into a massive underground complex. One of them remarks, "We sure descended deep." To prepare for the inevitable, the Hunter Association has a plan, and these test-takers are its first step. They stand on a balcony overlooking a breathtaking sight. Geofront, a sprawling underground city built as a last resort, another Japan, hidden from the world. Takaroo takes in the scale of it all, noting to himself that the first shelter area is still under construction. Other candidates murmur amongst themselves about the incredible view, but also the immense challenges of making such a place truly livable. Takaroo listens quietly, observing the others. A cheerful voice cuts through the chatter. "Heya folks, I'm the chief of the 3rd Magic Research Institute, Yamanami Shiori. I'm the one in charge of the test this time." She gestures to a nervous man beside her. "He's my assistant." The man gives a weak hello. A wave of shock ripples through the group. "Yamanami, that genius Magus," one exclaims, while another recognizes her from the news. Ryuki turns to his brother. "Nek-chan, you know her?" Takaroo shakes his head. "I don't," Ryuki replies, "same here." The other candidates are buzzing, listing her legendary achievements, from creating doppelganger slimes to measuring gate outputs. But Shuri's assistant leans in and whispers a dark secret. But she's also insane, she experiments on humans. Takaroo's eyes narrow. I see. The assistant is cut off as a heavy object slams into him, sent flying by an unseen force. It was Shuri. She had thrown a piece of equipment at her own assistant for badmouthing her. In a flash, she rips off her lab coat, revealing she's wearing nothing but black lingerie underneath. You, she screams, there's no way I'd do such unromantic research as that. Mortified, Takaroo quickly covers Ryuki's eyes. The assistant grabs Shuri, furious. Chief, what do you think you're doing attacking a testee? Rather, don't expose yourself in public. He continues his tirade. Weren't you told our development budget would be cut if you exposed your underwear in public again? Shuri just pouts, complaining about how restrictive clothes are. As her assistant begs her to stop causing him trouble at home, Shuri casually changes the subject. Now then, about the practical test. Ignoring the chaos she just caused, she gestures to the vast city below. You'll need to subjugate various DS monsters in this town. Show us how you fight. She grins wildly and announces the absurdly simple rule. The evaluation criteria is whether you can pique my interest in you. The end. The candidates are speechless. Isn't that too sloppy? Shuri then drops another bombshell. Also, I know some of you have referrals. The norm is to unconditionally pass them. Her eyes glint with mischief. However, this year that's off the table. Her gaze lands directly on Takaroo. I'll drop you out if I don't find you interesting, so get ready. Panic erupts among the privileged candidates. Wah, even though I finally managed to come with a referral. Ryuki looks at his brother, confused. Hey Na-chan, why's everyone panicking? But Takaroo is lost in thought. She was glaring at me, right? Even though they told me to take it easy because I have one. Ryuki, ever the pragmatist, puts a hand on Takaroo's shoulder. If you make a mistake against a monster, you're dead, he says plainly. The way you do things won't change, you just need to do your best. The candidates murmur amongst themselves, the new rules sinking in. Kyuan Asuka scoffs at the complainers. It's just as the little one said, the gutless ones will soon die anyway if they become hunters. But others aren't convinced. What's with the referral thing? We busted our asses to train until we coughed up blood, not fair. Another candidate pleads, at least give us the conditions for passing, saying whoever interests you is a bit vague. Shuri's assistant suddenly shouts, think about that yourselves. Hunters are those who give hope to the people. Kyuan smirks, realizing the hidden meaning. You have your ideal hunter in mind, right? She thinks. The assistant offers one last clue. Think back on why you were charmed by them, your hint is there. His words trigger a memory for Takaroo. He recalls Takamine's parting words. During this practical test, show us what ideal you are aiming for. A fire ignites in Takaroo's eyes. He understands now. Shuri throws her arm forward, a manic grin on her face. Get ready, you guys. The test has begun. At her command, the candidates leap into action, fanning out into the empty city streets. Immediately, the fighting starts. A candidate named Araki shouts FIREBAALLL, blasting a monster to pieces as his teammates watch in awe. You guys did well to assist too, he says, rallying his team. Let's keep this pace. But their celebration is cut short as another creature lunges from the side. A piercing shriek echoes between the buildings. Elsewhere, the stoic swordsman Rieisen Kainsada draws his blade, Rieisen style, the elegantly scattering sword. In a single, fluid motion, he unleashes a devastating attack. A massive wolf-like beast is instantly shredded, unable to even react. Rieisen stands calmly amidst the carnage. But just as he finishes, Kyuan Asuka elegantly sweeps past him, her fan cutting down a swarm of smaller monsters that were flanking him. She smiles sweetly. How foolish to leave your back open. Rieisen glares back, unimpressed. HMPH, you sure are patronizing for someone who only wanted to show off. Kyuan gestures to a floating camera drone. I have to show off my elegance in front of this camera, you see. Rieisen cuts to the chase. How many have you defeated? 14, Kyuan replies smugly. And you? She watches him, a confident smile on her face. Rieisen clicks his tongue. 12, but well. I'll catch up to you in no time, he declares, dashing off to find more prey. The rivalry between the two top candidates is already heating up. Meanwhile, in a cluttered control room, Shuri and her assistant watch the battle unfold on multiple screens. The assistant is impressed. As expected of Kyuan and Rieisen, they'll become a rank quickly. Shuri, slouched in her chair, simply mutters, boring. Her assistant turns to her, exasperated. Why did you say such a thing? Dropping those with referrals is unreasonable, you're just messing with them. Shuri spins in her chair. Wasn't there that guy with 3 S-rank referrals and his academic score was trashy, Kusanagi Takaroo? He pisses me off, she says with a predatory smile. I bet he did badly on purpose, I'll make sure to see what he's hiding. Suddenly a video call pops up, it's Igarashi's group. Hey Shuri, Takamine calls out, you wearing clothes today? Shuri leans back, completely unfazed. Ah, hide-san, perfect timing, about that Kusanagi kid you're backing. But Igarashi interrupts, pointing to one of the monitors. He's going on a rampage. On screen, Takaroo is airborne, surrounded by magic. High above the streets, Takaroo moves like a phantom, weaving between buildings and dispatching winged gargoyles with blinding speed. Using magic circles as footholds, he effortlessly dances through the air. As he fights, he wonders, to get her interested in me, just how many of these do I need to defeat? On the video call, Igarashi's team is stunned into silence. Gargoyles are B+ rank, Igarashi thinks. He's making it look easy, that's damn interesting. Shuri watches Takaroo's performance, a slow grin spreading across her face. Well, he doesn't seem to be fighting seriously just yet. Her eyes drift to a large, covered button on her console, marked with a danger symbol. So, let's do this then. Her assistant sees where she's looking and panics. Chief, that button's bad news, but Shuri just waves him off. Don't be like that, it's all good. Her expression turns wild, her eyes wide with excitement. He wouldn't be satisfied with such a test, she roars, slamming her fist down on the button. Outside, the sky darkens as a colossal black monolith descends from above, casting a shadow over the entire city. Rieisen freezes mid-battle, his eyes wide as he looks up. Kyuan's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a look of genuine concern. All across the test site, candidates stop fighting, staring in disbelief at the impossible object in the sky. Even Takaroo's group is frozen, watching the monolith's descent. What's that? The monolith pulses with immense magical power, ancient runes glowing around it. With a deafening crunch of metal, a gigantic armored arm smashes out from its side. Back in the control room, Shuri's laughter echoes. Now, what will you do? Her assistant can only watch in horror. All the candidates will be wiped out. The monolith shatters, revealing a monstrous golem of impossible size. An anti-S-class hunter golem, codenamed Tartarus, has just entered the exam. In the middle of the city, the samurai Rieisen Kainsada stands alone, facing down a colossal metal golem that dwarfs the surrounding buildings. Watching from the side, Kyuan eyes widen in surprise. What's this? The golem Tartarus raises its massive stone fist, preparing to strike. With incredible speed, it smashes its fist into the ground, shattering the pavement. But Rieisen is faster, leaping clear of the impact zone just in time. Landing gracefully, Rieisen taunts the beast. You seem proud of your metal body, but you picked the wrong opponent. There's nothing the Rieisen style cannot cut. He lunges forward, but his blade screeches against the golem's hide, creating a shower of sparks. His eyes widen in disbelief. It's hard. Suddenly, a massive fireball engulfs the golem's head. In the background, Araki and a few other candidates have launched a magic attack. They cheer, thinking they've secured an easy victory. Nice, we stole the kill. But as the smoke clears, the golem simply turns its head, completely unfazed. Rieisen can only mutter, oh. Enraged, Tartarus ignores Rieisen and charges straight for the group of mages who attacked it. They scatter in terror, screaming, it's coming this way. Seeing the others in danger, Rieisen plants his feet firmly on the ground. He intercepts the charging behemoth, his sword straining against its immense weight to protect the fleeing candidates. The ground cracks under the pressure as he digs his heels in, trying to hold his ground. Rieisen grunts, every muscle screaming as he single-handedly holds back the unstoppable force. Just as he's about to be overwhelmed, Kyuan Asuka elegantly opens her war fan. She leaps into the air, unleashing her ultimate technique, traditional wind-style arts, Silver War Dance. A powerful gale of wind erupts from her fan, but it misses the golem and slams into a nearby building, causing a massive explosion. Kyuan lands gracefully beside Rieisen. I've yet again put a distance between us 2-1, she says with a smug smile. Rieisen, annoyed, retorts, and you were yapping about elegance earlier, talk about rough. She coyly hides her face behind her fan. Whatever do you mean? Rieisen just steams in frustration. Suddenly, a holographic screen flickers to life in the sky, showing the face of the exam proctor Shuri. Ah, hey, testes, can you hear me? Rieisen recognizes her instantly. Chief Yamanami. The massive golem stills, looming over the candidates. Shuri's voice echoes from the screen. That Tartarus golem was made to defeat S-class hunters. It's the Third Magic Research Institute's pride and joy. Rieisen can't help but be impressed. Looks cool, right? From the control room, Shuri continues her announcement. I've observed the individual abilities of all of you up until now, but... The candidates are confused. To defeat us, one asks, is this to train for S-class? Shuri drops a bombshell with a chilling smile. Well, none of you can win against Tartarus. The confidence on Kyuan's face vanishes. Back in the control room, her assistant nods. Well, she's not wrong, but another observer seems to know there's more to this. Shuri explains the true nature of the test. Hunters at times have to fight an enemy they can't win against, because you can't just leave those you're meant to protect behind and run. Her words hang in the air as the candidates listen. I want to see your resolve. She leans back in her chair, laying out her philosophy. No matter how much you preach about a hunter's image, if you run when things get tough, you don't deserve to be a hunter. She fumbles for a moment. The reason I took on this role when I'm so busy is, shit, I dropped my cig. Anyway, prove to me that your ideals are the real deal. Kyuan smirks, accepting the challenge. That's how you'll be of interest to me. As if on cue, the Tartarus golem begins to move once more. It charges again, sending the same group of candidates running for their lives. Again, why is it always coming this way? As they flee, one of the brawlers, Ryuki, tries to make sense of the situation. I didn't really get all that complicated stuff, he says, stopping in his tracks. But basically all we need to do is beat that thing, right? Without hesitation, Ryuki charges forward and slams his fist into the golem's leg. Have some. He unleashes a blindingly fast barrage of punches, determined to bring the giant down. And some more. Kyuan watches, stunned by his raw power. Amazing, that kid's power is awesome. Ryuki lets out a battle cry, fully in the zone. An idea sparks in Kyuan's mind, her expression hardening with resolve. She steps forward, taking charge of the chaotic battlefield. I'll lead. With a determined clench of her fist, she begins to rally the scattered candidates. Kyuan barks out a strategy. Mages surround it and launch attacks. Close combat fighters keep it off balance, will find its weakness together. Focus your attacks from above so it can't jump. She points directly at Ryuki. Little one will leave the vanguard to you. He eagerly accepts the role. Yeah. Raizen looks at her, concerned. Kyuan admits, it irks me to admit that I can't defeat it by myself, however. A fierce, confident smile spreads across her face. I have no intention of giving up on winning. You see, I hate losing. Raizen turns to the other, hesitant candidates. Kinsada-san is right, he says, trying to unite them. I'm sure none of you like being told what to do, right? Kyuan delivers the final rallying cry. This is an all-out fight, show them our muddy yet elegant appearance. Back in the control room, the staff watches the events unfold. Shuri's assistant is impressed. Kyuan is good at lifting their will to fight, it's looking good. Karen, another observer, recognizes the golem's material with a gasp. Isn't that adamantite, a super rare metal from inside a gate? Her companion confirms the grim reality. But Tartarus is made of adamantite, average attacks won't do. Takamine elaborates, it's one of the strongest metals in existence, with the ability to resist all kinds of magic. The gravity of the situation sinks in, so it's not a bluff that it's anti-S-class. Tenku whistles, I'm surprised you got permission to use that, a golem that size would use a lot of it. A researcher boasts proudly, we built that golem to show our superiors that our Magi technology is far superior to S-class. Another hunter deadpans, so it's unapproved. Karen looks on, worried for the candidates. The S-class hunters discuss tactics. Takamine suggests to beat it you'd need a single, decisive blow, considering collateral damage, short-circuiting it with lightning magic would be best. Tenku scoffs, me too, I could break it easily. Takamine turns to Shuri. Is bringing out Tartarus somehow related to you being the examiner? Shuri gives a cryptic, knowing smile. It's to look for a golden egg. Golden egg, Takamine wonders. Shuri just grins, turning back to the monitor. Now then, those guys seem to be struggling. Meanwhile, Takaroo is running through a quiet alleyway, away from the main fight. I wonder what he'll do. He thinks to himself, I was trying to avoid fighting, but this huge battle is messing up my plans. What's the situation now? Back in the fray, Raizen leaps high into the air, his sword held high. He brings it down with all his might, shouting, Raizen style, head-severing sword. But the attack merely glances off the golem's arm. Tartarus doesn't even flinch, it has a new target. Ignoring Raizen completely, it swings its massive fist towards Ryuki, who's still hammering away at it. The fist, the size of a small car, hurtles towards the boy. Ryuki braces for impact, throwing up a desperate block. He grits his teeth, knowing he stands no chance against the blow. Kyuan screams out in horror, little one. In a flash, a figure streaks across the battlefield. It's Takaroo. Kyuan's eyes go wide with panic. Wait, it's dangerous. Takaroo shoves Ryuki hard, pushing him out of the path of the attack. Ryuki cries out as he's sent flying to safety. Now Takaroo stands alone, facing the full, unstoppable force of the golem's punch. Ryuki can only watch, stunned into silence. Kyuan and the others look on in absolute disbelief. With an impossibly casual flick of his wrist, Takaroo effortlessly deflects the colossal fist, sending it careening off course. Before anyone can process what happened, Takaroo leaps and delivers a single, clean strike that slices the entire S-class killing machine in half from top to bottom. The two massive halves of the golem crash to the ground with a deafening roar. Ryuki, Raizen, and the other candidates are completely speechless, their minds unable to comprehend the display of power. In the control room, even the elite S-class hunters are stunned. Kyuan's jaw hangs open in utter shock. But Shuri is beaming with excitement. She's found her golden egg. Amidst the dust and rubble of the defeated golem, Takaroo stands perfectly calm, without a scratch on him. The problem has been solved, but as Takaroo looks over the wreckage one has to wonder, was it really okay to reveal that kind of power? Amidst the rubble of the fallen Tartarus golem, Takaroo stands alone. The battle is over but the real trouble is just beginning. The other candidates, including the elite Kuon and Reincarnation, can only stare in disbelief at the sheer destruction. Takaroo remains silent, the dust settling around him. But inside his head it's pure chaos. Now I've gone and done it, he thinks, sweating. I was only trying to help Ganaha escape, but I didn't expect him to just fling the golem's core at me. He glances back at the other candidates, muttering, what's with him? The whispers start to spread through the crowd. That's the guy that got 1 point in the written test, right? He one-shot a golem that Reincarnation and the others couldn't even scratch. Suddenly Ryuki barrels into him, ecstatic. I knew it, you're amazing, Nick-chan. As they stand in the wreckage, Ryuki grins. But a one-shot kill, that's a bit much, don't you think? Takaroo can only manage a weak, awkward smile. Just then, a massive holographic screen flickers to life on a nearby skyscraper. An examiner, Shuri, pops up. Hey guys, here's the ranking for this practical test. Ranking? Takaroo asks, confused. Kuon calmly explains, it's a representation of your merit as a hunter based on the monsters you fought and their strength. She adds, and we've subtracted some points for city damage. The results flash onto the screen. In first place is Reincarnation, followed by Kuon, then Ryuki. Takaroo is in fourth. Takaroo stares, a little surprised. That's lower than I thought I'd be. The other candidates are just as confused. I get the first three, but why is Kusanagi fourth? Shouldn't he be first? Another asks, did they make a mistake? Shuri's face appears on the screen, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she prepares to clear things up. She begins with the top rank. Reincarnation was the first to jump in and protect everyone in battle, and by a good margin. Kuon took charge of command, and was instrumental in leading to its demise. And Ganaha did an excellent job persevering and dealing the finishing blow. Ryuki looks utterly baffled by the announcement. I did, he asks, pointing to himself. By the time Kusanagi attacked, its body was already crushed by your attack. Takaroo tries to piece it together. I see, that's why it was so flashy. But Ryuki quickly cuts him off, you're wrong though. Kuon and Reincarnation watch, waiting for the real explanation. Shuri beams, revealing the twist. Well, you see, Tartaros had a self-destruct function that activates upon defeat, so Kusanaga's coincidental achievement of stopping it was also taken into account. Takaroo's jaw drops. Shuri thinks to herself, I really didn't expect anyone to actually stop it, tilde. With a wave she wraps things up. Anyway, this marks the end of the test. Good work, top 4, you come with me for the final results. An enraged candidate screams at the sky, self-destruct, stop screwing around. Later Shuri leads the top 4 candidates, Takaroo, Ryuki, Kuon and Reincarnation, down a pristine hallway. Kuon smiles elegantly at Takaroo. To think you were pretending to have no spirit, a wise man keeps some of his talents in reserve, as they say. Ryuki is still buzzing with excitement. You can't hide it anymore, Nia-chan. Then his expression shifts to concern as he notices something. Oh, your hands. Shuri overhears and chimes in, I always get hungry when I go all out, so it's taking a bit more time to heal than normal. She dismisses Takaroo's worry about his own condition. No, it won't be such a simple recovery. They stop in front of a grand, imposing door. Okay, we're here, Shuri announces. She throws the door open with a flourish. Good day, President, I brought them here. A calm voice echoes from within the office. You're as free-spirited as ever, Shuri. Takaroo peeks inside, his eyes widening. A man in a sharp three-piece suit stands behind a large desk. Nice to meet you. I'm Ikeboshi Mei, the president of the Hunter Association. Best regards. The top candidates are stunned into silence for a moment before Takaroo stammers. It's nice to meet you too. Takaroo racks his brain. I've seen him somewhere before. Was it in my old notes? Shuri slings an arm around him. The president is on TV all the time. Surely you know who he is, right? Ryuki shouts with confidence. No idea. President Ikeboshi is already discussing Takaroo's evaluation. He's stronger than an A rank, but he lacks common sense. I put him in C rank because he seems like he'll bring trouble. Ikeboshi smiles, holding a tray. All of you raise your hands. Instantly, ornate badges materialize and float into their hands. Kuon inspects the intricate design. The hunter badge, she says with reverence. Ikeboshi explains that badge also acts as a license card. Ganaha-kun, can you try pouring some mana into yours? Ryuki does, and a holographic ID card projects from the badge, displaying his name and C-rank status. Takaroo activates his own. It's got your personal information, so take good care of it, okay? Ikeboshi advises. Takaroo's license appears. Rank, C, but it has a special note, has difficulties dealing with common sense due to memory loss. It also lists his 4 guardians. He looks at the license with a newfound resolve. I need to make sure I don't cause anyone trouble. Shiori asks why the president is handing out the badges himself, a rare occurrence. Ikeboshi smiles. They're going to be great hunters, so I wanted to meet them myself. His demeanor then shifts, becoming serious. We're seeing an increase in crimes committed by hunters. Igarashi-kun and I established this hunter association to protect everyone from the monsters. A flash of Takaroo's failed written exam appears as Ikeboshi continues his speech. Hunters who fight monsters are strong. Sometimes that strength makes the world see them as enemies out of fear of the unknown. He taps the badge on his own lapel. This badge symbolizes that you are a guardian of humanity. It brings people peace of mind. But it is also meant to protect you from the rest of the world. His eyes narrow, his voice dropping to a deadly serious tone. Do not even think of ever trying to use this power for personal gain. There is only one ending for those drunk on power. Kyuan smirks, naturally. Raisin simplifies it. In other words, don't cause trouble, right? Got it. As the other candidates leave, Ikeboshi watches Takaroo. Takaroo feels the weight of the president's gaze. Ikeboshi gives a slight, knowing smile. I'll be looking forward to your progress as hunters. In the lobby, Kyuan makes her move. Kusunaga-san, join our Kyuan family as a servant. Takaroo quickly rejects the offer. I've got things to do, so I'm sorry. Ryuki and Raisin wave goodbye. Laters, Next-chan, you're welcome to join us anytime. Takaroo smiles and waves back. The moment they're gone, Takaroo's inner demon grabs him. What's with you? Did I not tell you to hold back? He turns to see his guardians waiting for him. Igarashi is fuming. The president already has his eyes on me, and here you are, creating more trouble, you damn octopus. Takamine rushes to Takaroo's defense. Please wait, surely Takaroo-kun had a reason for what he did. Tenku in his octopus form deadpans, apparently not. Karen chimes in, right. Igarashi tries to calm a crying Takamine, who's worried she's a loser producer. Now, C-rank is a good start. Takaroo looks to Tenku for backup. Right, Tenku? Tenku just agrees, yeah. Igarashi sighs, deciding to move on. Anyhow. He extends a hand to Takaroo, his team standing behind him. Welcome to the hunter world, Takaroo. They shake hands firmly. We're counting on you. Takamine's mood brightens instantly. With this, Takaroo-kun can come with us. Karen claps her hands. Ah, I see. All of Arun Academy's hunters are participating. Sigh tilde Takaroo, you're so very lucky tilde. Takaroo is completely lost. Is something going on? He asks. Karen gives him a mischievous wink. Well. A plane soars through the sky. A Shisa statue overlooks a beautiful coastline. The scene cuts to a sunny beach in Okinawa, where the whole crew is dressed for a vacation. Igarashi announces their destination with a grin. There's a training camp for hunters in Okinawa. Takaroo, already sweating, can only complain, it's hot. The Arun Academy Hunter Training Camp is officially underway. Day 1 is all about free time, and the students are hitting the beach. In the water, Karen teases a nervous Kikyo. Kikyo-san, aren't you a bit too scared? Nearby, another girl, Anira, panics. It's my first time at the sea. Anira, you must stay by my side. Karen tries to cheer her up. Aren't you glad we went out to buy new swimsuits? I picked out a good one, right? But Kikyo is worried. It doesn't have any shoulder straps. I'm scared that it'll slip. Karen reassures her. It's okay, your chest will prevent that. Kikyo looks at Karen, completely unconvinced by her logic. Karen proudly shows off what she means, leaving little to the imagination. Kikyo stares back with a deadpan expression, thoroughly unimpressed. She thinks to herself, well sure, if it's yours maybe. She stands awkwardly in the waves, still clutching her floaty for dear life. Suddenly Takamine bursts from the water in full snorkel gear, surprising them. Sakura-chan, so you were snorkeling. Takamine pulls off her mask. I had a race with some sea turtles, it's underwater training. Karen just sighs, you're so serious. Karen then points out her swimsuit. Takamine-san, your shoulder strap, Takamine explains. We chose this single strap together with all the momaji range recently. Wish I had gone for one too. But even for her, it's a tight fit. It's a bit too tight though, she admits as Kikyo looks on in stunned silence. Takamine sighs, it seems no one will understand my worries here, leaving the other girls utterly confused. Meanwhile, on the sand, Igarashi unleashes a powerful spike over the volleyball net. He's playing with Takaroo, whose lack of effort is seriously ticking off their teammates. President, please take this seriously, don't laugh, one of them yells while another mutters, I really didn't want to pair up with this guy. A blonde classmate confronts Takaroo at the net. Come on, it's time to switch. When Takaroo doesn't respond, he digs his heels in. No, I will not move from here. He then calls Takaroo out. Just be honest and say you don't want to lose your view of Sakura-sama. Takaroo can only mutter, even though I get it. Just then, a beach ball flies off course from the girls' game. The ball bounces right into the middle of the boys' volleyball match, bringing it to a halt. Takamine rushes over, apologizing. I'm sorry, I interrupted your match. Takaroo hands the ball back to her with a smile. Ah, no, that's okay, here you go, Takamine thanks him politely. As they talk, Takamine notices something strange over Takaroo's shoulder. What is Byaodoin-kun doing? Takaroo glances over to see Byaodoin doing a handstand against the net pole. Some sort of training. Watching him, Takamine jokes, oh, I should follow his example, shouldn't I? A little while later, Karen strikes up a conversation. Say Kikyo-san, Takaroo doesn't laugh much, does he? Kikyo thinks for a moment. I haven't seen him laughing heartily. Lounging nearby, Byaodoin Salma overhears them. His interest is piqued. If it's not been seen yet, it makes you want to see. Sometime later, Takaroo is spotted at a beachside food truck. Karen, Takamine, and Kikyo see him by himself and decide to approach. Takaroo, you alone. Takaroo turns around holding a tray full of drinks. We got disqualified due to Byaodoin's foul, so we had to go buy drinks as punishment, he explains. Karen asks, and where's the man himself? Takaroo deadpans, he got surrounded by girls at the beach and couldn't move, so here I am. Karen can only say, I see. Changing the subject, Karen gets Takaroo's attention. She, Takamine, and Kikyo strike a pose. By the way, what do you think of our swimsuits, aren't they cute? Takaroo gives them a painfully polite, emotionless response. Yes, they really suit you. Karen's plan to stunlock him with their looks has failed. She thinks, my plan to stunlock him and tickle him when his guard's down was, if that's how it is then. She launches a surprise attack. Tickle tickle, Takaroo is caught completely off guard, nearly dropping the drinks. He yelps, Karen-san, what's with you all of a sudden? Another girl watches thinking, this guy, so unreasonable. Karen isn't giving up, she pushes a mortified Kikyo forward. Kikyo-san, it's your turn now. Kikyo stammers, completely flustered. Takaroo-kun, She tries to tell a joke she'd thought of earlier. My memory foam mattress is so cheap it forgot who I was. Takaroo just stares back, his expression a complete blank. The joke bombs, leaving the other girls watching in awkward silence. Karen decides to try one herself. The Okinawan lion roars with laughter. Takaroo just replies, okay. Takamine arrives, confused. What's with you two all of a sudden? Karen explains their new mission. We're trying to train Takaroo's abs by having him laugh. You want to try? Takamine gets it immediately. I see then. She looks Takaroo dead in the eye and delivers the same joke. My memory foam mattress is so cheap it forgot who I was. The joke is so bad that all the girls crack up laughing, but Takaroo remains a stone wall. Sorry, I'm not very good with jokes. He feels the weight of everyone's stares. Internally he thinks, the stares are getting painful. Takamine just smiles, but I'm glad that you laughed. Karen has had enough of his stoicism. She grabs him, a mischievous grin on her face. Now then, it's your turn now, Takaroo. Takaroo looks absolutely exhausted by their attempts. He lets out a weary sigh, completely drained. He thinks to himself, my memory foam, 3 times is pushing it, it's too much for me. As the sun begins to set, the group starts to wind down. Takaroo collapses onto a beach towel next to Salma. I'm tired. Salma smirks. A competition to see what would make you laugh, I would have liked to join as well, Takaroo retorts. You were surrounded by girls though. Well, I am super popular after all, Salma says smoothly before turning serious. And yet, what's with you, why won't you look at Sakura-san's swimsuit? He looks out at the beach. The training will begin tomorrow, it's a first for me as well, so I'm looking forward to what it has to offer. Takaroo simply agrees, yeah. Salma looks at him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kusanagi-kun, you've changed. He continues, it always seemed like you were the only one looking somewhere else. As if having fun was not allowed. It felt like you had made a wall and were trying to push everyone away, Salma says with a genuine smile. But the truth is, you like to do things together. Takaroo is stunned into silence by his friend's observation. Just then Takamine walks up, having heard the end of their conversation. I understand, that's a fact because we're friends. Takaroo looks between his 2 friends, touched. Takamine smiles brightly. It seems like we'll be having a barbecue party next, let's go prepare together. A real heartfelt smile finally breaks through Takaroo's stoic exterior. Okay, got it, we're calm. His sentence is cut short as they all spot Salma in the distance, performing a bizarre stretch using a beach umbrella. Takaroo and Takamine just stare, bewildered by the sight. Salma continues his strange, intense stretching routine. Takamine watches him, a look of realization on her face. You know, I've always thought about it, but Byaodoin-kun. He contorts himself behind the umbrella pole. She finishes with a look of pure admiration, and is so skillful at hiding himself. It's amazing how you're always training your agility. Salma makes a ridiculous face, and the sheer absurdity of Takamine's earnest comment finally breaks through Takaroo's defenses. He lets out a stifled "Pht." Takamine's head whips around. Takaroo-kun, did you just laugh? Takaroo immediately denies it. No, Salma teases, you did, yes, but Takaroo stands firm, I did not. Salma grins, no, I understand because I'm your friend, as Takaroo continues to insist, I didn't laugh. Under a stardusted sky, the Arun Academy students are living it up with a beach barbecue. It's all good vibes, with selfies and skewers making the rounds. The sizzle of the grill and the sound of the waves set a perfect, peaceful scene for the training camp. But not everyone is feeling the energy. Face planted on the floor, Kikyo lets out a groan, completely drained. I'm so tired. Her mind flashes back to her struggles as a new teacher. It was her first time and she felt like a total failure. I couldn't do it at all. Even with the other teachers trying to support her, like the surprisingly popular and kind Gori-sensei, Kikyo's self-doubt was overwhelming. Back in the present, Salma appears with a plate of food. Here, Kikyo-san, I saved some for you. You should probably head back to the inn and rest. He then turns to Takaroo. Kusanagi-kun, can I leave Kikyo-san to you? I'm on cleanup duty. Takaroo nods and Salma apologizes for the trouble. As Takaroo walks Kikyo back, he brings up the next day's schedule. Speaking of tomorrow's training, you'll be joining the S-class program. Kikyo stops, surprised. I heard it's a hands-on program divided by rank, Takaroo continues. He looks at her knowingly. Your actual strength is S-class, isn't it? Kikyo hesitates, unable to deny it but clearly uncomfortable. She explains that's why Guda-sensei suggested it. She realizes the former A-class hunter must have seen through her act all along. The S-class training takes place at a special gate, she adds. Regular gates wouldn't be able to handle the stress imposed. Takaroo smiles, giving her the encouragement she needs. So you don't need to hide your strength, okay? His eyes light up with genuine excitement for her. I'm looking forward to it. As they walk, Kikyo suddenly asks a heavy question. Hey, Takaroo-kun, am I doing well as a teacher? What do you think? She opens up, revealing her deepest insecurities. Truth be told, I never planned to come to Arun Academy. I was just going to be a normal hunter down from the mountains. But being a solo hunter would be isolating, she continues, so Salma talked to the academy for me. Her voice drops, but I don't really have a teacher's license. I told him I don't really have anything to teach. She remembers Salma's simple reply, aren't you always teaching me? Kikyo looks away, so I requested to be a lecturer for practical training. I even got special tutoring, so I'm not really a teacher. Takaroo stops her. To us students, a teacher is a teacher. It doesn't matter what you call it. Kikyo forces a smile. I took on a course until the end of summer vacation, but it didn't really go well. She confesses her biggest fear. I might be able to imitate my sister, but deep down, I'm different. In the heat of the moment, I just fall apart. I start wondering if I made a mistake and can't even make eye contact. Her eyes are filled with desperation. I've been clinging to my sister for so long. When I finally tried to walk on my own, I started wondering if I can even make it when I'm like this. Takaroo listens intently, his expression serious. Kikyo looks at him, searching for understanding. It's difficult to start doing something differently from how you're used to. Is it the same for you, Takaroo-kun? He quietly replies, yes. A flashback hits Takaroo, a memory of himself, alone and lost in a desolate world. He remembers thinking, even if I wanted to change myself, I didn't feel comfortable or confident. But then he remembers the friends who changed everything for him. But, now I understand. He turns back to Kikyo, a gentle, knowing smile on his face. It's okay to rely on others. Kikyo looks up, surprised by his simple, powerful words. You have not only Boduin but also the other teachers at Arun who understand your situation, Takaroo says, listing her allies. There's Sakura-san and Karen-san as well. He then points to himself, his smile unwavering. I'm here too. Kikyo is speechless, her eyes widening at his declaration. I'm sure everyone goes through it, he continues. Even Tsubasa-san wasn't alone when she first started. You're probably worried about being dependent on them, Takaroo says, reading her mind. But when someone close to me relies on me. He blushes slightly, but his voice is sincere. It means they're opening their heart to you. It makes me happy. Well, depending on what they ask, of course. Kikyo is taken aback by his maturity. You. She can't help but tease him. Her inner thought screams, you're like a father, how old are you again? Takaroo is flustered, but Kikyo's mood has completely lifted. But, thanks, I feel better now, I'll give it my all tomorrow. Takaroo, still embarrassed, just wants the teasing to end. HMPH, please stop it. But their heartfelt conversation is interrupted by trouble down the path. A large, blonde man named Morokan Kenji is cornering a female student. No need to panic, Morokan says with a slimy grin. I only asked the girl behind you to come and hang out. But another student, Sasuzuka Aido, steps between them. No, you grabbed her hand, she obviously didn't like that. Morokan scoffs, dropping his name like a weapon. I ain't suspicious, bro, I'm a class hunter, Morokan Misato Kenji. Sasuzuka stands his ground. We're here on a training camp from an academy. A-class or not, that doesn't mean you can just touch a student. Morokan's patience snaps. Shut up, he yells, landing a brutal kick that sends Sasuzuka flying. The girl screams as Sasuzuka hits the ground hard. Looming over the fallen student, Morokan cracks his knuckles. Wanna know what happens when I'm angry? Here, I'll teach you. But as his fist flies forward, a figure blurs into the frame. The punches stop dead in its tracks. Sasuke looks up in shock and relief. Takaroo has caught the A-class hunter's fist without even flinching. Marukin is stunned, disbelief written all over his face. The fucks with this brat. Suddenly, a chilling presence fills the air. A shadow falls over Marukin as Kikyo steps out of the darkness. A wave of pure pressure slams into him, forcing him to his knees. Kikyo's voice is like ice, devoid of all her previous anxiety. Don't touch them, get lost. Marukin tries to use his status as a shield, stammering, I'm an A-class hunter, Marukin. He turns and his blood runs cold. He's met with the terrifying, glowing eyes of a true predator. Recognition and absolute terror dawn on his face. You, Yusugi Kikyo. She looks down on him, her power undeniable. A-class, so what? The pathetic hunter can only tremble in fear. He bows his head, completely broken. I'm very sorry. With the creep gone, the students rush over. You saved us, Yusuga-sensei, and you too, Kusanagi-kun. The girl Marukin was harassing is practically sparkling. Sensei, you were so cool just now. Another student chimes in, your demeanor was so different from usual. Flustered, Kikyo waves her hands dismissively. No, I'm just glad you're safe. But the praise keeps coming. I'm so happy that you came to Arun Academy, sensei. For the first time, the words seem to truly reach her. The students thank Takaroo and Sasuke as well, calling them cool for standing up to the bully. Takaroo watches as a genuine, radiant smile spreads across Kikyo's face, a look of pure happiness and relief. He can't help but smile himself, glad she's finally seeing her own worth. Meanwhile, Marukin stomps away on the beach, seething with rage. What's with that damn woman, humiliating me like that? He stops, unaware of the fate that awaits him. Later that night, the students are winding down at the inn. Takaroo and Sauma relax in massage chairs. Yusuga-sensei's intensity was amazing, Sauma says. Let's level up in this camp as well. Everyone is enjoying the peace after the confrontation. The boys play cards and hang out in their room. They soak in the hot springs, washing away the day's fatigue. The girls do the same, laughing and relaxing in the warm water, completely at ease. But elsewhere in the dead of night, the peace is shattered. Marukin's body lies in pieces, a brutal and bloody end to his pathetic anger. As his remains stain the forest floor, a lone, shadowy figure walks away from the carnage, their grim work complete. As the group prepares for their next mission, Takamine eyes Karen's stylish outfit. Hey, don't you have any battle attire? Takamine continues, you could dress up a bit cuter, you know. Karen, taken aback, defends her choice. I'm wearing it. This uniform is perfectly suitable for when I fight. As their boat travels, Karen explains the practicalities. These Arun uniforms are custom-made to be light and increase your defense. It's a big plus that you can rush anywhere at any point. Takamine isn't convinced. Well, you have a point there, but that's not exactly what I meant. Karen looks at her, confused. Karen launches into a passionate lecture. It's important how everyone looks up to us as heroes. A distinctive costume helps create a symbol. She continues, explaining that when people see a recognizable hero, they instantly feel safe. Grabbing a bewildered Kikyo, Karen drives her point home. Even if it's just clothes, emotional support is important, right, Kikyo-san? Kikyo, flustered, protests, but I'm really bad with this sort of thing. Despite her protest, Kikyo seems to understand the logic, her eyes wide with realization. Karen, now in full fashion consultant mode, sizes up Kikyo's outfit. Well, a high school girl on active duty is a fine choice of brand, I guess, but I feel like it needs to be more flashy and casual. As Karen gets carried away planning a new look, Kikyo cuts in, everyone, please prepare to disembark. Takaroo, caught in the crossfire of the fashion talk, desperately pleads, save me, Mamaji. The team arrives at their destination, the sun-drenched Kyutakajima Island. Stepping onto the pier, Takaroo immediately asks, this island also has a dragon vein, right? They call it Yutaki here. Kikyo turns to him, yes. Does it also have a manager, like in your case, Yusuga-san? Kikyo explains, I used the Yusugi influence to prepare a special training area. A dragon's vein can withstand S-class power, but it wasn't free. Just then, a cheerful voice booms out, welcome. The group looks up in surprise. An energetic young boy greets them with a huge grin. The name's Ganaha Ryuki, I'm 14. As per my gramps' wishes, I'll be guiding you to the Yutaki. But as he speaks, his eyes lock onto Takaroo, his expression changing to one of pure shock and recognition. He points excitedly, his voice echoing across the island. It's when ICHAN. Ryuki leads the group down a lush, overgrown path. As they walk, Takaroo chats with the boy. It's been a week since then, Ganaha. Ryuki grins back. Just call me Ryuki. I didn't think I'd be guiding you of all people, Oni-chan. But to think you're the manager here, Takaroo muses. Ryuki puffs out his chest. Yeah, actually it's me and my gramps. Takaroo smiles, no wonder you're strong. Ryuki boasts, well, I've fought monsters daily so I'm a lot more experienced. Kikyo playfully adds, well, not as strong as you though. He leads them to the dark, foreboding entrance of a cave, marked with a no-entry sign. Inside the vast cavern, Karen looks around in awe. This is the Utaki. No, the entrance to it is in the inner part there, Ryuki explains, pointing deeper into the darkness. It's easy to slip, so be careful. Takamine senses something is off. Certainly, I feel a strong power here, but it somehow feels agitated. Ryuki nods. As expected, S-class folks can tell. He confirms her suspicions. The amount of monsters that come here has increased recently. What's going on? Karen is puzzled. Is that unusual? Normally monsters wouldn't even be able to approach this place and there would only be a few strong ones. She glances at Kiko with understanding. That's why you were able to protect your dragon vein on your own, Kiko-san. As they walk, Takaroo wonders aloud, is there some sort of strange trigger for it? Ryuki shrugs. Anyway, there's been a lot of them, so it's pretty bad. Ryuki suddenly grins at the group. Gramps said you guys will be investigating it. Takamine lets out a shocked "eh." Kiko steps forward to clarify. We'll be investigating the Utaki. In return for letting us use the training grounds, this is our part of the deal. Ryuki explains the situation. Gramps got a bad back and I can't enter by myself. Kiko announces her own dangerous plan. The plan is for me to go in alone tomorrow during training. It is dangerous. Karen immediately protests, won't you be in danger, Kiko-san? But Kiko just smiles confidently. It's okay, I'm a Dragon Vein pro. Karen's mind connects the dots, a Dragon Vein pro who looked after it by herself, all by herself, which means she was lonely. The realization hits Kiko, who suddenly bursts into tears, wailing, I'm lonely Tilda. Takamine rushes to comfort her. We'll be there for you from now on, Kiko-san. Ryuki, completely lost, interrupts the emotional moment. What? Anyway, we're close now. Ryuki gestures towards an imposing, sealed entrance flanked by torches. Here's the entrance to the Utaki. The girls look on with determination. Kiko, her composure regained, addresses the team. Let's go everyone. Takaroo watches, his expression serious. Later in the Utaki's training grounds, the sparring begins. Karen unleashes a massive wave of dark flames, testing her opponent. Kiko stands firm, bracing herself against the magical onslaught. A confident smirk plays on Karen's lips, as expected, in that case. She summons multiple magic circles, preparing an even larger attack. A colossal sphere of energy hurtles towards Kiko. Kiko digs her heels in, beginning a chant, On, Beishira Mandaya. Her eyes narrow in concentration as she finishes the incantation, So wa ka. With a powerful swing of her sword, she prepares to meet the attack head-on. Karen's spell manifests as a monstrous beast made of pure fire, bearing down on Kiko. Karen grins, anticipating victory. Kiko's blade flashes. In a stunning display of skill, she slices clean through the fiery beast. The spell destabilizes, erupting in a massive explosion just behind her. Karen can only stare in disbelief. What? The training ground is left scorched. Undeterred, Kiko dashes across the clearing, closing the distance in an instant. You seem capable at mid-range fights, Kiko says with a smirk, but how's close range then? Karen retorts, I'm S-class, you know, as she unleashes a flurry of flame spears. But Kiko moves like a blur, weaving through the barrage of attacks with ease. Karen grows frantic. She evaded all of my flame spears, why can't I hit you? Kiko effortlessly dodges another attack while analyzing Karen's weakness. Seiju-san, you're the type to create a plan and lead others along. But it seems at close range your mind can't keep up, she continues, closing in. That's not good. If you don't move your body, then at least make sure to move your brain. In a flash, the fight is over. Kiko holds the flat of her blade against Karen's throat. Her voice is cold and sharp, or you'll die. Instead of fear, Karen's face lights up with admiration, a blush spreading across her cheeks. You're so cool. Meanwhile, Takamine diligently takes notes on the fight, while Takaroo and Ryuki are slumped over a table, completely drained from studying. In the background, Karen is already begging for a rematch. Takamine tries to encourage the boys, holding up their tests. You got more points than before, a 21 and a 26, that's a good sign, you two. She pulls out a stack of papers. So let's learn hunter common sense and other rules through repetition. I got the past exam sheets with me. Takaroo groans, what's even the point in learning all this? I want to move my body like those two there, he complains. Takamine lectures them. It might seem trivial, but for hunters, not possessing a certain level of knowledge can be fatal. It'll interfere with information relay and restrain you when you work. She offers a deal. Ryuki-kun, when you get 60 points or more, you can participate in the training. Let's try a little more. Takaroo-kun, you too. Her words do nothing to lift their spirits. Kiko and Karen finished with their spar walkover. How's it going, you two? Ryuki answers for them, not good by the looks of it. Kiko thoughtfully puts a finger to her chin. Well, I'm sure that if all you do is study, then you won't be able to keep your focus. The boys' ears perk up at her words. Kiko suggests, let's do a little refresher session with some exercise. Takaroo and Ryuki look up, tears of joy and relief in their eyes. Takaroo jumps up. Am I fighting with Ryuki? Karen is already fired up, shouting, hells yeah. Takamine is also on board. I'd like to do some training as well, I'm still too pumped up to take a break. She adds, considering the space, it'd be impossible to do individual training, and since this is the inside of the Yutaki, it'd be bad to separate. Kikyo looks at Takaroo with a curious glint in her eye. I want to see what Takaroo-kun can really do. An idea sparks in Karen's mind, then. She beams, holding up 3 fingers. How about us 3 S-class hunters versus Takaroo, how's that sound? Kikyo smiles in agreement, while Ryuki looks on in disbelief. Takaroo is completely stunned by the insane proposal. Ryuki is outraged, and me, no way, he cries as he's told to get back to studying. Takamine simply smiles, ready for the lopsided battle to begin. In a flashback to another world, a wise old man gestures towards a young Takaroo, and this here, he says, is Takaroo's weakness. The scene shows Takaroo standing over a pile of defeated opponents in a town square. He looks back, confused. But I beat everyone. The old man scratches his head. Well, yes, but should I say you were too overpowering? The man explains, becoming strong as the Messiah is the right path to take. However, he continues, power that defies logic will often be feared by people, so matching your surroundings at times is important. As Takaroo walks away, the old man warns, your current fighting style is rough and seems heartless. You can't leave your back open to people who fear you. A blonde woman beside him adds a chilling thought. If power is all that you want, then you're no different from a demon. Her words strike Takaroo like a physical blow. The old man offers his final piece of advice. Instead of fighting alone, why not try and do it together with others at times? I'm sure a time will come when they would frantically stand shoulder to shoulder with you, he says, as young Takaroo takes the words to heart. Back in the present, Ryuki is blissfully trapped in a giant fluffy cloud. So fluffy. He was apparently restrained for making too much noise and is now drifting off to sleep. In the distance, the girls prepare to face Takaroo. Kikyo takes the lead, then Takamine-san and I will be the vanguard. Karen agrees, I'll provide support from the back, yes. But Takamine cuts in, her expression serious. Hey, you two are aware of Takaroo's actual life story, right? Kikyo smiles knowingly. We've fought together before, seeing that power of his now makes a lot of sense. Takamine continues, and if I'm honest, I doubt our success even if we team up. Karen looks on, understanding. You're right, because he's the type to settle things by himself. Takamine's eyes narrow with determination, but I really want to win. Takaroo watches them, a neutral expression on his face. Takamine rallies the team. Let's try and get Takaroo to understand that we're strong enough to fight as well. With their resolve solidified, the 3 girls charge Takaroo in a coordinated assault. Takaroo digs his heels in, bracing for the attack. Kikyo leads the charge, blade at the ready. Takamine follows close behind, magic crackling around her. The 2 swordswomen close in on him from both sides. Takaroo leaps into the air, effortlessly dodging their pincer attack. From the backline, Karen unleashes her spell, Spear. But Takaroo simply raises a hand, a magic circle appearing instantly to intercept the projectile. The spell is deflected, exploding harmlessly behind him. Karen can only gasp in shock, wah. Kikyo closes the distance again, lunging at Takaroo. He parries her strike with another small magic circle, the force of the blow sending sparks flying. As he dodges her follow-up swings, Kikyo recognizes his movements. His flow is perfect, purely defensive. This is how you find openings right, she thinks. Then I'll show it to you, Kikyo declares, readying her blade for another strike. Suddenly Takaroo's demeanor changes, his eyes flare with intensity. Kikyo falters for a moment, surprised by his sudden shift in pressure. Now come, Takaroo thinks, his expression wild, come towards me. He unleashes a shockwave of power, blasting the ground around him. Kikyo braces herself against the sudden gale of force. Karen struggles to her feet, staring at Takaroo in awe. I get what Seiju-senpai was saying, winning might prove to be very difficult. This person is a messiah from another world. Takamine also feels the immense pressure from Takaroo's aura. As she watches him, everything clicks into place. This way of fighting, it's most likely Takaroo's way of not scaring other people. He doesn't attack, he just lets his opponent pass. He's just moving in a way that appears like he's fighting. A plan begins to form in her mind, if so. Takamine's own power flares to life. If I can get Takaroo-kun to attack, my goal will be achieved. The girls renew their assault, moving with incredible speed. Takaroo is pushed back, dodging a flurry of attacks. He thinks to himself, fast, I lost sight of her for a moment. At this rate, I won't be able to fend her off. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as the pressure mounts. If I don't stop Sakura-san first then, he realizes, but it's too late. Karen unleashes a pillar of fire, her spell Gloriosa erupting from the ground. Takaroo looks on, caught off guard. Takamine raises her sword to the sky, summoning multiple magic circles. She unleashes Spearia, and pillars of light rain down from the heavens, forcing Takaroo to weave through the deadly barrage. As he dodges, Kiko begins her own incantation. Sumaku-sen Manda says Raiden can, she chants, her eyes blazing. Divine power release a Kalanatha. Tendrils of black flame rise around her. There's no curse, so the fire doesn't have the same power as before, but I can control it. Takaroo's eyes widen in genuine shock at the scale of their combined magic. Kiko unleashes her controlled black flames. The black fire combines with Takamine's light pillars, creating a swirling vortex of destructive energy. Takamine screams, "Here we go, Takaroo." And Karen dives in, sword engulfed in holy flames, ready to deliver the final blow with her ultimate skill, Sigadrifa. Faced with an attack he can't possibly dodge or parry, Takaroo grits his teeth. I can't guard against that. In that split second, a memory surfaces. The old man's voice echoes in his mind. I'm sure a time when they would frantically stand shoulder to shoulder with you will appear. When it does, make sure to respond properly. A smile touches Takaroo's lips as he finally understands. He raises his hand, and a spear of pure, crackling lightning materializes. Karanos. The world flashes white. Takaroo hurls the lightning spear, and it collides with the girls' combined attack in a massive, blinding explosion. The girls are completely overwhelmed by the raw power of his counterattack. They are sent flying back by the force of the blast. Takaroo moves through the dissipating energy. He closes the distance to Takamine in an instant. She skids across the ground, defeated. Before she can recover, Takaroo is on her. He pins her to the ground, his hand crackling with dark energy held just inches from her throat. Panting, Takaroo declares, I win. Takamine looks up, not with fear, but with a bright, triumphant gaze. She smiles widely. No, it's our victory. Takaroo is utterly confused. In the background, Karen and Kikyo are cheering. We lost, but we won, The girls start flying around and teasing him. What are you doing pushing down a girl like that in the middle of the day? Takaroo, flustered, can only stammer. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. And through it all, Ryuki snoozes peacefully in his cloud prison. The scene shifts to a sleek, modern office building in the city. Inside, a hand holds up a resignation letter. Sagu-kun, this is. A blond man sitting behind a large desk addresses Sagu Rinia. Morimizato, an A-class hunter, was killed in Okinawa. The corpse didn't have any demonic mana traces. His eyes narrow as he delivers the grim conclusion. So it was Shido. Sagu's expression is cold as stone. I will go and kill Shido. That monster with no empathy for others. This time I'll make sure of it. His resolve is absolute. The blond man calmly extinguishes a small flame in his hand. Then, this is not needed. Sagu looks on, surprised. It's a promise I made with you when you joined this association. I won't stop you, the man explains. Plus, Shido is a wanted criminal, dead or alive. He adds, your services are required to keep this association running. Let's have a chat later when you've had time to calm down. Without another word, Sagu Rinia turns and leaves the office. The blond man watches him go, his face unreadable. He turns to look out the window, a thought crossing his mind. Revenge, huh? As he gazes out at the sprawling city, he finishes his thought. I have no right to stop any of it. At the training camp, Takamine smiles at Takaroo, impressed. To overwhelm 3 S-class opponents. Your strength is unbelievable, Takaroo-kun. Later that night around the campfire, the group discusses Takaroo's sudden power-up. You're right, it was easier to move my body this time, Takaroo muses, while Kikyo adds, aren't you stronger than before though? Takamine offers a theory. The soul influences the body after all. As the Messiah, you've overcome so many difficult battles. She continues, so maybe your body is finally changing to reflect that experience. Takaroo sips his drink, contemplating her words. Is that how it is, I wonder? Karen suddenly grabs him, fired up. I won't let you increase the gap anymore. You're gonna teach us everything, okay? We're counting on you. A startled Takaroo can only agree. Okay. While Karen is hyped, Kikyo just sips her drink with a calm, knowing smile. Kikyo looks out from the campsite, content. I'm glad I came to this training camp, she thinks to herself. I wonder if Salma's doing his best right now. The scene shifts away from the peaceful night. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Boduin Salma is in disbelief. The training suspended. A teacher delivers the grim news. An A-class hunter was killed in a nearby gate. The teachers are meeting with the S-class reinforcements now. The teacher turns to Salma with a serious expression. Boduin, I can only ask this of you since you're aware of the dragon's vein. He gives a direct order. Go and bring back Yusuga-sensei and the others. Not a minute is to be wasted. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Salma clenches his fist. Yes. Back at the training grounds, the sparring sessions are intense. Karen grits her teeth, putting all her effort into the fight. But they're being watched. From the bushes, the Arun society stares in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Takaroo effortlessly dodges Karen's attacks while coaching her. Karen-san, you're still too slow in close combat. If you can't take the hit, just dodge it, he advises before narrowly avoiding another spell. whoa, can't dodge that. He then faces Takamine, who launches a powerful slash. Takaroo easily deflects her attack with a magic circle. He gives her pointers as well. Sakura-san, your attacks are powerful but the motions are big and easy to predict. Don't just rely on speed, you need to increase your attack patterns. Takamine's eyes sparkle, taking his advice to heart. Okay. The spies from the Arun Society can't believe what they're seeing. Wait, that's Kusanagi-kun, why is he teaching Sakura-sama? One exclaims. What is going on? Another asks. Miura, one of the society members, is completely stunned. Her mind flashes back to a scene of utter devastation, suddenly connecting Takaroo's casual power to something far more terrifying. The members try to process the information. So the whole C-Class thing was a lie? No, his records say he's definitely C-Class. So he's been hiding S-Class level power this whole time. One of them turns to their leader. You're not surprised at all, President, did you know about this? He's met with a look of concern. Even if you knew, aren't you scared? The president recalls Takaroo's unnatural agility. He just grins, you're right. He explains his reasoning. Come to think of it, we would have lost that beach volleyball game even without the foul. He's always showing off these insane athletic abilities, so why is he C-Class? The others look at him stumped. Another member hazards a guess. He's bad at studying, it seems, it's probably that. The group collectively sighs, accepting the simple answer. Well, everyone's got something they're bad at, I guess. They then notice Miura's strange behavior. Miura-san, you okay? You look pale. The president hesitates for a moment, before deciding to remind them of their true purpose. He turns to his guild with a serious look. He reminds Miura, Kusanagi-kun is a man. He continues, did you forget, the Arun Society is a guild for those who admire Sakura-sama. As an image of Takamine flashes in their minds, he declares, we should trust in Sakura-sama's judgment of people. Miura looks down, her expression softening as she considers his words. A small determined smile forms on her face. Her eyes light up with a completely new idea. You're right, he might be a gentleman that Sakura-sama likes. The rest of the society deadpans, we didn't mean that, as Takaroo looks on, utterly confused by the commotion. As the training session ends, Takaroo is about to leave when he's stopped. The entire Arun society charges at him, Kusanagi-kun. The president grabs him by the shoulders, getting right in his face. You ran away last time but you're not getting away now, explain your relationship with Sakura-sama. They completely surround him, give it up, you think we'll forgive you. Takaroo is just bewildered. What is with you guys all of a sudden, weren't you just watching us train, just stop it. Ignoring the immense power they just witnessed, they stare him down. They press their demands. We don't care about your real ability, tell us about your relationship with Sakura-sama, don't look down on the Arun society. From a distance, Takamine and Karen watch the ridiculous scene unfold with amusement. Karen teases her, so what is he to you? Takamine just hides her face, please give me a break. Karen decides to step in, calling out to the society. So, why are you all here? Did something happen outside? The president, still holding Takaroo, explains. Kikyo-san has gone deeper into the Utaki to investigate. The scene cuts to Kikyo deep in the woods with her sword drawn. I see, she observes, the monster's behavior is definitely weird. She stands over a field of slain goblins, a young boy named Ryuki with her. They keep attacking, even when they see the difference in our power. Ryuki explains the change. Usually you beat a few and the rest run away, but lately, it's like they're scared of something else even more. Kikyo connects the dots. So you feel like they're running from something? Ryuki's face lights up. Yes, that's it. He continues, it's hard to get deeper inside to investigate and my grandpa strained his back. I'm really glad you're here, Kikyo-nichan. Being called Big Sis, with such respect makes Kikyo blush intensely. Ryuki is amazed by her skill. You're amazing, puffed with pride, Kikyo boasts, leave it to me. I've already set up a barrier so no more monsters can get through. She tries to play it cool, but she's clearly flustered and happy. With renewed confidence, she tells Ryuki, all right, let's do our best to investigate, as they head deeper into the woods. Kikyo is beaming, clearly enjoying being relied upon as an adult. Her expression hardens as they venture further into the danger zone. Back at the training ground, a decision is made. Karen sends Takaroo after them. Takaroo will head back first, you go get Kikyo-san and the boy. Takaroo sprints into the woods following the trail of monster corpses. Yusuke-san is reliable in a fight, he thinks, following this trail is my best bet. He recalls the news from the academy. That A-class hunter who died didn't seem weak, which means the enemy that killed him is seriously strong. Suddenly he hears the sounds of battle up ahead, there they are. He arrives to find a clearing, where Kikyo has deployed magical shields to protect Ryuki from an unseen threat. Ryuki spots him first, crying out in relief. Takaroo rushes to their side. Yusuke-san, Ryuki, are you guys okay? Takaroo joins them, bracing for whatever they're facing. The enemy reveals itself, a colossal skeletal dragon with a sinister cloaked figure riding it. The figure locks eyes with Takaroo. Oh, that soul, it can't be, you are. Before it can finish, Takaroo moves. In a blur of motion, he unleashes a single, devastating punch that completely obliterates the dragon's head. Kiko stares, her mind unable to process the sheer destructive power she just witnessed. Ryuki is frozen in absolute shock. Takaroo stands firm, splattered with the monster's remains, his eyes cold. The cloaked figure now standing on the neck of its headless beast simply smiles. It's just as I've heard, you show no mercy to us demons, isn't that right, Messiah? At Arun Academy, Takamine and Karen arrive as backup, only to be greeted by a familiar voice. Hey, we've been waiting. It's Igarashi and Sagu Rinya. Karen looks surprised. Hideo-san and Sagu-chan. Sagu explains the situation. We were told backup would be coming, but for it to be the two of you, the academy staff and students are helping with the evacuation. Karen senses the gravity of the situation. Is it that bad? Igarashi gets straight to the point, his expression grim. We know the culprit from the state of the corpse that was found. Takamine's eyes widen with concern. Who is it? The name drops like a bomb, accompanied by a horrifying flashback of a man drenched in blood, holding a still-beating heart. Manticore Kuramoto Shido. Karen instantly recognizes the name from a dark chapter in Hunter history, the Leonhardt massacre incident. Sagu's face is a mask of cold fury. The guy who massacred my wife and my entire guild. The story unfolds in a gruesome flashback. 4 years ago, 25 hunters of the S-Class Guild Leonhardt were slaughtered. A forensic analysis revealed they were all decapitated, their hearts devoured. The death of one S-Class hunter, Sagu Yano, was too high profile to hide, and the news of the tragedy spread. The killer was one of their own, Kuramoto Shido, a promising 18-year-old A-Class hunter from the Leonhardt Guild. Sagu continues, recounting the tale. He arrived on the scene and managed to wound Shido, but the killer escaped into a gate. The association branded him a monster, putting him on the wanted list, dead or alive. Karen puts the pieces together. So you came for revenge. Sagu's silence is all the answer she needs. She cuts to the chase. Are you planning to kill him? His voice is cold and absolute. Yes, he's been labeled a monster and is no longer in the family register. He's wanted dead or alive. He'll be treated the same as any other monster. Takamine looks horrified at the thought, but even so, to kill, we're up against another human being. She looks at Sagu with respect. You're about the only one who still acts with that sense of justice, even after becoming an S-Class. Sagu recalls the words of his late wife, Ayano, as she held their child. She believed everyone had it in them to start over, and that it was their duty as adults to watch over them. But that memory brings him no comfort now. Ideals are just that. Unlike Ayano, I couldn't keep believing in them anymore. He turns to face Takamine, his gaze softening slightly. Takamine, you should keep a strong hold on those ideals of yours. That purity will bring people together. A sad smile crosses his face. Leave the dirty work to us dirty adults in this crap reality. His words hit Takamine hard, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, Karen breaks the heavy atmosphere, playfully smacking Sagu. What's this, so you can say something cool like that? Og, I gotta say I have to reconsider my opinion of you now. She winks, getting right in his face. But say, aren't yours truly here an S-rank as well? No need to worry, you're definitely on the dirty side though. Did you say something? Karen continues her teasing tirade. You're running a huge guild, there's no way you're clean. I'm gonna spread rumors that your feet stink, don't be ridiculous. Takamine just watches the chaos unfold, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile in the Yutaki, a skeletal lick lets out a piercing cackle. It lays its eyes on Takaroo, its excitement palpable. Kai kai kai, to think that I'd meet the Messiah in such a place, it's the best. Watching from a distance, Ryuki points him out. He's just laughing by himself there. Kiko adds, the cause of the disturbance in the Yutaki seems to be him. Takaroo realizes the creature knows him. The lick asks, are you a minion of the demon lord? Ignoring Takaroo, the lick continues his monologue. I was so disappointed when I lost my best body to the princess. I didn't think the soul itself would come to me. It clutches a skull staff to its chest, whispering with disturbing affection, this is love. Takaroo has heard enough. He throws a punch, but his fist phases right through the lick's head. The lick's body contorts, throwing Takaroo onto its dragon mount. As Takaroo dodges the beast's attacks, the lick gloats. Even if one creates a strong body, there's nothing that can be done about the soul. Ryuki panics, what's with those movements? Not human. Kiko watches intently, a bad feeling washing over her. Takaroo quickly analyzes the fight. He's dodging, that means his real body must be here somewhere. He manages to grab the lick midair. I know, I'd like to ask you something. The lick beams, offering a twisted proposal. Would you like to become a test subject for me? That's the last straw. Takaroo's eyes glow with fury as he utters a single chilling command. Die. An immense wave of dark energy erupts from Takaroo, tearing through the forest. The blast obliterates the area, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Takaroo stands amidst the smoke, slightly confused by the result. Ryuki, singed from the explosion, looks utterly betrayed. Why did I get hit? The lick, barely holding itself together, seems to ponder Takaroo's reaction. Did I say something weird? It realizes its power is fading. Well, I'm lacking in power. Where is that thing wandering without its master? It sighs in disappointment. My confession of love didn't seem to reach the Messiah as well. It can't be helped. The lick places a hand on the ground, activating a magic circle. As it yells, it's time to retreat. A monstrous spider erupts from the earth, ready to cover its escape. Takaroo isn't letting it get away. He sprints after the spider, calling out to Kiko. Yusuga-san, I'll leave that dragon to you. She nods. Got it. Ryuki watches nervously. Will you be okay, Nichin? Such a huge monster. Kiko calmly draws her weapon. Leave it to me. She leaps into the air, a blur of motion against the sky. I'm an S-class hunter. In a flash of steel, she unleashes a devastating attack, slicing the dragon into pieces. Landing gracefully, she introduces herself with a confident grin. God of War, Yusugi Kikyo. Ryuki's jaw drops. So very cool. Facing the remaining horde of monsters, Kikyo cracks her knuckles. Come at me, I'm all fired up now, I'm gonna blow y'all away. The scene shifts to a quiet path deep within the forest. Sagu walks with Igarashi. Sorry about this, Igarashi-san, for making you come all the way out here. Igarashi waves it off. Don't be, I owe you one anyway. Sagu looks off into the distance, admitting, you know, I wanted to be a big guy like you. Igarashi gives a humble smile. You're overestimating me, Sagu. Sagu seems surprised by his friend's modesty. Igarashi stops, his tone serious. As agreed, I won't help. Sagu nods, understanding, this is his fight alone. Sagu steps into a clearing and finally comes face to face with his nemesis, Kuramoto Shido. Shido greets him with a lazy, mocking grin. Ah, it's been a while, eh? You seem to be doing well. He continues his taunt, his smile widening. Then he drops the most insulting line possible. Right, Dad. Sagu ignores the jab, his voice devoid of emotion. I'm an S-class hunter affiliated with the Hunter Association, Sagu Rinya. He formally identifies his target, Manticore Kuramoto Shido. His eyes burn with hatred. You degenerate terrorist. Drawing his massive sword, he makes a final declaration. I will dispose of you. But just as the fated duel is about to begin, the ground between them starts to shake violently. Sagu's eyes narrow. This is bad. From the tree line, Igarashi looks on in confusion. Even Shido seems annoyed by the interruption. Suddenly, the giant spider monster bursts from the ground, crashing their party. Before anyone can react, the spider shoots a web, ensnaring Shido and flinging him aside while a voice booms from it. I finally found you, Shido. Hot on its heels, Takaroo erupts from the hole in the ground, shouting, You're not getting away. He lands in the clearing, momentum carrying him forward, until he skids to a halt, finally noticing the two men already there. His brain short-circuits. What are the two of you doing here? Sagu and Igarashi stare back, their faces a perfect blend of shock, exhaustion, and disbelief. They both roar in perfect, frustrated unison. That's my line, KUSANAGITAKRU. Chapter 54, Encounter. At a beachside location, police and officials have cordoned off the area around a newly appeared, ominous gate. Deep inside the gate's dimension, Takamine, Karen, and Salma trek through a dense forest. Takamine finds the environment unsettlingly familiar. Even though we went in through the gate at the beach, it sure does look very similar to the Utaki. Salma, ever the cautious one, advises the team, it's extremely unlikely but not impossible. Let's approach this carefully. Takamine looks back, her voice filled with concern for their separated comrades. Will hunters Igarashi and Sagu be all right? Salma tries to reassure her. We've agreed to shoot a signal into the sky if we find the target, so let's trust those two, okay? Karen, however, remains skeptical, knowing the personal stakes involved. Even so, she murmurs, Sagu-chan's goal is to get revenge on Kuramoto Shido. If it was me, then I would. Suddenly, a deafening crash rips through the forest, cutting her thought short. A figure smashes into the ground nearby. It's Takaroo, and he's completely bewildered. Why are you inside this gate? He's running alongside Igarashi and Sagu. Weren't you in the Utaki to train? Igarashi shouts back, helping Sagu up. Calm down, Sagu. There's no point in questioning this guy. Takaroo is lost. Is it such a rare thing to happen? He wonders. Sagu, annoyed, turns to him. What? Why are you asking such? He then remembers Takaroo's file, which explicitly states he has memory loss, and cuts himself off. As they continue to flee from an unseen threat, Sagu quickly explains the basics. Even if two gates appear close to one another, the inside is usually entirely different. The Magi are studying it, but they're mostly coming up empty. Takaroo processes the information. I see, we only know that if you defeat the monsters connected to the gate, it'll close. Igarashi glances over. Takaroo, you got any ideas? Takaroo shakes his head. No clue. Takaroo explains his own bizarre reality. At the very least, there were no gates back in my day here, but now demons are freely operating inside them. The other world that I know is all these gates. The mention of his past triggers a suspicion in Igarashi. He stops, his voice low and serious. Did something happen after my death? You guys, you're not hiding anything from me, right? Igarashi presses them for the truth. Don't hide anything, share all you can. Sagu's expression hardens. The enemy this time is a demon, and since there are two demons, it's sure to become troublesome. 2. The pieces finally click into place for Takaroo, so Shido's a demon as well. He continues, a dark realization dawning on him. There is a method for a human to turn into a demon. I think he used that method to become one. Sagu sees an opportunity in this chaos. I see, it might do you some good to let them spill what you don't know. But Igarashi isn't convinced, challenging Sagu's true motives. Sagu, you're going to kill Shido, right? Aren't you contradicting yourself now? Are you fine with that? Sagu falls silent, unable to answer. Elsewhere, the targets of the hunt, Shido and the Lick, are also running for their lives from a monstrous spider as the Lick cackles madly. Ahio-hio, run, run, run away. The Lick taunts his companion. Oi, you damn geezer, how much longer do you plan to run? Shido snaps back, clearly irritated. I somehow got into the flow of running away. He points back at their pursuers. Not me, your enemy is right there, nasty geezer, guess I'll kill you after all. The Lick spots Takaroo in the distance. Ah, that's the guy you mean. He sizes Takaroo up, he's kinda plain looking, but... At that moment, Takaroo looks up, his eyes burning with an unmistakable killing intent. Shido sees it and breaks into a terrifying, ecstatic grin. That's nice, if I fought that guy to the death I bet I'd feel so damn good. The Lick chuckles at his partner's bloodlust. Wow, you're one nasty fellow all right, Shido scoffs, I don't want to hear that from you. Now standing atop the giant spider they face the hunters. The Lick asks, so, it's no good to kill him, right? What are we doing? The Lick declares his own twisted plan. I'm waiting for his answer, he's going to be my lab rat. Back with the hunters, Sagu finally answers Igarashi's question. You're not wrong, I do want to kill him for my revenge, but... He looks ahead, his duty overriding his personal vendetta. It's the best chance to get some info about the gates, in order to protect our world. With the goal set, Igarashi turns his focus to the enemy. He roars a challenge across the battlefield. Let's go, Shido. Sagu screams the new objective, his face a mask of desperation. The Lick echoes the command, a wicked grin on his face. Capture them alive. The clash begins. Takaroo, Sagu, and Igarashi charge the colossal spider head-on. Shido leaps from his perch, eager for battle. He intercepts Sagu midair, their weapons clashing with explosive force. Takaroo watches the chaotic battle unfold, waiting for his moment. From atop the spider, the Lick unleashes his own attack. He hurls his skull-topped staff, which spins through the air like a deadly boomerang. At the same time, the spider monster spews a massive, sticky web, threatening to ensnare the hunters. But Igarashi is ready. With a determined roar, he hefts his enormous battle axe. A single powerful swing cleaves the entire web in two, clearing a path. The battlefield is suddenly engulfed in a wave of flames. The hunters leap through the inferno, undeterred. They emerge from the fire, continuing their relentless assault. Shido dives in, his face contorted in a battle-crazed grin. He clashes with Sagu again, the two locked in a deadly dance of blades. Their fight is a whirlwind of steel and sparks. Igarashi joins the fray, his own ornate weapon gleaming as he prepares to strike. Together, Sagu and Igarashi corner Shido, pressing their advantage. Shido remains unfazed, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A clean strike lands, slashing Shido across the face. Sagu watches, his expression grim and focused. But the wound only serves to excite Shido further, a wicked, bloodthirsty smile spreading across his lips. As if on cue, the spider monster unleashes a volley of projectiles from its maw to support him. Takaroo finally makes his move, his arm wreathed in dark power as he obliterates a smaller spider monster in his path. His eyes are locked on his true target. In a shocking turn, the giant spider betrays its master, snatching the Lick from its back. The Lick panics as the monster's jaws begin to close around him. Seeing an opening, Takaroo leaps high into the air, descending upon the now vulnerable Lick. He unleashes a devastating blast of dark energy. The Lick screams, trapped and helpless. The spider's maw closes, swallowing him whole. But Takaroo's attack passes straight through the Lick's body, as if he were a ghost. The blast instead slams into the spider, which reels from the impact. Takaroo lands, his face a mask of pure shock and confusion. He can't comprehend what just happened. As the Lick is fully consumed, his expression is strangely serene. Sagu and Shido can only watch the bizarre spectacle. Takaroo's confusion quickly boils over into unrestrained fury. Igarashi looks on, sensing a dramatic shift in the battle. Tears of rage stream down Takaroo's face. You demons, just how far are you going to? From the ensuing chaos, a new figure emerges, a knight in brilliant armor, his face scarred by a dark, creeping corruption. He glares down at them all, his voice booming with righteous fury. Just how much more depraved can you get? Back in the Utaki, Kiko finishes her incantation, unleashing a roaring beast made of pure flame. Ryuki cheers from the sidelines, completely hyped. As expected of you, Kiko-nichan, gathering the monsters in one place really helped me out. Kiko looks slightly flustered but pleased, thinking to herself, I'm useful too. Meanwhile, at the other gate, the situation is far more grim. Takaroo, Sagu, and Igarashi stand frozen as they're confronted by a hulking armored knight and a sinister lick. The knight stands silent and empty, a mere puppet, while the lick grins from behind his shoulder. Takaroo's face drains of all color, his voice trembling as he recognizes the figure, General. His mind flashes back to their training days, the general's voice echoing in his memory. Takaroo Dono, you're getting stronger at an absurd speed. Hey, I told you not to drink water during training or you'd collapse. The memory of the general's proud, happy face fills his mind. It's like I got a grandson, the general had said. Every day is so much fun now, Takaroo Dono. Back in the present, the lick drapes itself over the undead general, taunting them. How is it, this nostalgic reunion? To prove its point, the lick casually stabs the general with its staff, but the armored corpse doesn't even flinch. Takaroo stares back, his expression hardening into cold fury. The lick lets out a bored sigh. HNGH, how boring, and here I thought I'd get more of a reaction out of you. Well, all undead are my very cute pets, you know, it cackles. No matter what you do, this one won't respond. Igarashi warns Takaroo in a low voice, this damn lowlife, Takaroo, don't fall for it. He's just waiting for you to lose it, Igarashi continues, but Takaroo cuts him off. I know. The lick raises its staff, a wicked grin spreading across its face. What's this, you want more, then I'll show you my own collection. It holds up a dark magical artifact. This is the essence of the rotting Grand Duke Goth. A massive magic circle explodes with dark energy, summoning a vast, unending army of skeletal warriors. The lick screams, Fallen Realm. Sagu stares at the Legion of the Dead, horrified. What's that? But before he can react, a figure crashes into him. It's Shidu deflecting an attack meant for the others. Hey, no time to pay them any attention. Geez, I discarded my humanity for this very moment, you know. Shidu grins maniacally at Sagu. We've got all this space going for us, let's play catch. The word catch triggers a memory for Sagu. He remembers a young, crying Shidu complaining, Dad's not playing catch seriously with me, and why not? Sagu's expression in the present is a mixture of pain and resolve. As the two face off, the lick lands on a monstrous steed, presenting its undead army to Takaroo and Igarashi. Igarashi's eyes narrow as he recognizes the soldiers' armor. These soldiers are the military force of the Assyria kingdom, he explains grimly. They're a bunch that got killed in a war with the previous demon lord. The lick overhears him and laughs. That's right, so after the demon lord's daughter turned them all into undead, you burned the kingdom, huh? But the lick's collection isn't finished. These people as well, it announces, as three more powerful, undead figures emerge from the darkness. Takaroo's breath catches in his throat, he knows them too. Master of the Sword Sylvia, Heavenly Archer Burnham. And the Great Sage Fies, he finishes. They were called the three heroes back in the other world. Igarashi looks at Takaroo, concerned. Were you close with them as with the general? Takaroo looks down, his voice filled with pain. It seems only I thought like that, at the end they. He starts walking towards them, his resolve hardening. Let's hurry up and end it. But Igarashi smacks him on the back of the head, stopping him. You'll have regrets if you deal with it so sloppily. He points a finger at Takaroo. That old man's aiming exactly for such gaps in your heart. Take a step back and cool off. Without another word, Igarashi charges forward alone. Wait, I'll keep them company. Just then Shidu lands a brutal blow, sending Sagu crashing to the ground. Takaroo rushes to his side, a healing circle already glowing in his hand. Sagu-san, are you okay? You can heal too, just who are you? Sagu looks past Takaroo towards the undead army, his face pale. Among the undead there was a benefactor of mine. He looks at Takaroo with newfound understanding. Both of our opponents are anything but easy. Sagu admits, his voice cracking, I have no idea how to face them. He then delivers a bombshell. I said I'd take revenge against Shidu. Shidu, he's my son. A flashback reveals the truth. Sagu's voice narrates over a gruesome scene. He's an orphan. His parents got killed by monsters. We're not connected by blood. We see a younger Sagu and his wife discovering a small, orphan Shidu amidst the bodies of his parents. We got there in time to rescue at least him, Sagu's voiceover concludes, and we decided to take him in. But their conversation is cut short as Shidu leaps into the air, furious. Hey, Pops, why are you just casually talking over there? Before Shidu can land, Takaroo throws up a massive barrier, stopping him cold. Shut up. Sagu turns to his son, his voice calm but firm. I'll get to you in a bit, wait for your turn, didn't I teach you how I do things? Shidu is stunned into silence, the parental authority cutting through his rage. With the interruption handled, Sagu gestures to the ground. Well, take a seat, Kusanagi. Takaroo hesitates. But Igarashi-san was able to buy some time just now though. Sagu reassures him. If you're worried about that guy, then listen to me. He begins to tell a story. The guild my wife and I made, Leonhardt, was a safe haven for people who were semi-grays in a tough spot with the law. We thought of our members as our children and took care of them. Sagu cracks a faint smile. It was a gathering of some shady folks, but Shidu, he was the shining villain among them, extremely selfish to the point of absurdity, an evil brat. He glances over at his son, still lying on the ground. It was kinda cute when he was little. His expression darkens. It's a fact that I've decided to take revenge against him, but I keep remembering all sorts of stuff, even when I'm trying to kill him. Sagu looks down, his voice filled with weariness. It seems I'm not really cut out for revenge. In the end, I lost the way to deal with him somewhere along the way. He turns back to Takaroo. From the moment I saw you, I thought of you as the same kind as myself. Sagu explains, you don't ask anybody for help and yet you look back when facing forward. You live by deceiving yourself. That's why I thought you might be up to no good. I thought I'd bring you in even if it was unreasonable and hear you out but. He looks at Takaroo with a gentle, knowing expression. This person is very clumsy. Takaroo finally opens up, a small smile on his face. Everyone said I could rely on them if there is something I need help with, although it's kind of hard for me to change my ways. In fact, it was different. I'm glad to hear that. His eyes soften as he thinks of the general. I wanted to share that with my benefactor as well, and much more, talk about a lot of things. Sagu nods in understanding. Me too, regret is not something you can just get rid of. But if we're going to continue as hunters, then we need to face forward, both of us, as annoying as it is. As Karen's scream echoes from the battle in the distance, an idea sparks in Takaroo's mind. Rather, he begins thinking. He looks at Sagu, let's try crashing into it. Sagu is taken aback. No, well, you can't simply throw away regret, so if we just crash into our opponents with all we've got, it might make it better. He considers the idea, a new perspective dawning on him. Takaroo clarifies, it's hard because you try to communicate with them, True, you might get some self-satisfaction out of it this way. Standing up, Takaroo's resolve is clear. Can't waste this huge park we're at, let's play some catch. A genuine smile spreads across Takaroo's face. Sagu rises to his feet, leaving Shidu on the ground. He faces his son, his expression now firm and decided. I've made you wait. A determined, almost feral grin appears on Shidu's face as Sagu declares, I'm gonna throw for real today, you damn brat. Meanwhile, the battle rages on. Igarashi stands alone against the tide of the undead, swinging his staff with all his might. Heave-ho. He single-handedly holds the line, smashing through ranks of skeletal soldiers. But the numbers are overwhelming. I said all those big words, but it's getting a bit tough to deal with things here, Igarashi pants. I guess I can't win against old age. Is Takaroo okay? His feet dig into the ground as he braces for another wave. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the undead army like a whirlwind. It's Takaroo appearing at Igarashi's side. Igarashi-san, sorry for the wait. Igarashi's face lights up with relief. You got over it, I see. He points towards the hulking knight. Yes, go quickly and deal with the general then. But Igarashi knows his own limits. Facing the undead general, he mutters, best I can do is stall for time after all. Now, what to do about beating this? Just as despair sets in, reinforcements arrive. Takamine crackles with power, unleashing her ultimate skill, lightning boost. Karen summons a vortex of flame, chanting, I burn it all down. And Kiko draws her blade, her voice echoing a powerful mantra. Onbeishira man daysowaka. In a spectacular display of power, the three S-class girls and Igarashi launch a devastating combined assault on the undead horde. Karen's eyes sparkle with excitement. Time to end this and go have a party, Sagu-chan's treat. Kiko watches the chaos with a calm, focused gaze. Takamine's eyes glow with electrical energy as she prepares her next attack. With the army handled, Sagu can finally focus on his son, who leaps towards him, ready to fight. As Sagu prepares for his own battle, Takaroo walks away, his path now clear. His eyes are fixed forward, filled with a newfound, unwavering determination. It's time to face the general. In the aftermath of a brutal battle, a haggard Igarashi looks on as a cheerful voice cuts through the silence. The battlefield is littered with the smoldering remains of undead soldiers. It's Karen waving happily amidst the carnage. Yuhu Hideo-san, you alive. As the girls approach, Igarashi manages a tired smile. So you came to help girls, Kiko explains. We heard really loud battle sounds so, Karen adds, the forest did get lit up pretty well. One of the girls asks in disbelief, but did you really take all of them on, Hideo-san? Igarashi confirms, pretty much but just barely. He knows it was a close call. Suddenly the scene shifts. Kiko faces off against a new threat. She clashes blades with the undead swordswoman, Sylvia, the impact sending sparks flying. The force of the blow sends a shock through Kiko. She thinks to herself, this person is strong. Meanwhile, Takamine warns Igarashi, they were called heroes back in the other world. There are all sorts of dangers here, including Shido as well, so be careful. Takamine's words hang in the air, a grim reminder of the threats they still face. Igarashi reflects on his past self, a man trapped in his own bubble. I thought that I could reach out to a lot of people and help them, he recalls. However, that was too conceited of me. His resolve hardens, and that's the reason why I can't stay still forever. He understands now, there are plenty of things that just gentle feelings won't be able to protect. With newfound determination, Takamine shouts, everyone, let's go. Karen eagerly agrees, okay, let's get 'em. Elsewhere, the battle between father and son rages. Shido grins maniacally as he rushes forward. He clashes with his father, Sagu, the force of their blows shaking the ground. Shido moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion and violence. His clawed hand digs into the earth, preparing for another devastating attack. He swings his weapon in a wide, destructive arc. The attack culminates in a massive explosion that rips through the forest. On another front, the undead swordswoman, Sylvia, glances over at the commotion. A twisted smile spreads across her face. Oh, that looks like fun. Kiko watches her, sensing a dark aura. Sylvia thinks to herself, their hearts should be quite tasty. Sylvia's gaze locks onto Kiko, her eyes filled with predatory hunger. Then there's you. Back at the main fight, Shido steps toward his father. Sagu stands battered and breathing heavily, but his will is unbroken. Shido crouches, taunting him. This is you being serious, you joking or what? Don't disappoint me too much, okay? He continues his verbal assault. Where's my old man who's supposed to be hella strong gone? Shido's tone turns nostalgic, almost sad. Back in the day your back looked pretty darn big, you know. A flashback shows a younger Sagu and Ayano fearlessly fighting off hordes of monsters. You take them on with Ayano-san, it was so damn cool. I looked up to all the guild members as well, just so I could become strong like you guys. His face contorts with rage and despair. I sold my soul to the demons. Sagu listens in silence, the weight of his son's words crushing him. The flashback reveals a horrifying truth, Shido standing over Ayano's body. When I killed her, I was able to tell that I became strong, and yet. Shido clutches his head in agony. My dad won't fight me for real. With a furious roar, he lunges at Sagu. Stop looking down on me, you damn old man. Sagu remains calm, his eyes sharp and focused. He effortlessly weaves through Shido's wild attacks. With practiced ease, Sagu dodges every single blow. Shido's frantic assault hits nothing but air. Shido pulls back, a sliver of surprise on his face. Sagu's expression is grim and determined. As Shido attacks again, Sagu channels mana into his greatsword. Shido watches stunned as the weapon begins to transform. A magical weapon that transforms when you sink mana into it. He never used such a weapon before. He leaps back, analyzing his father's new gear. His armor's different too. Is he preserving his mana? A dawning horror crosses Shido's face. Or could it be that you can't go all out? The realization hits him like a physical blow. Shido's arms begin to transform, covered in dark scales as he crouches low. How disappointing, he sneers. I see, his hands morph into monstrous claws. The two clash again in a flurry of steel and claws. Sagu's armor begins to crack under the strain. But as it breaks away, a new, more bestial form is revealed underneath. With a powerful roar, Sagu slams Shido into the ground. But Shido is far from finished. He twists free and counters. He lands a vicious punch that sends Sagu reeling. The impact connects squarely with Sagu's face. Shido stands over his fallen father, his expression cold. Sagu hits the ground hard, his weapon flying from his grasp. Old man, goodbye. As Shido reaches for a glowing seal on Sagu's chest, a burst of energy erupts from it. The blast throws Shido backward, sending him skidding across the dirt. He looks up in shock. Sagu slowly gets to his feet. Too bad, but this lion's worn out, takes time for the engine to get going. He reflects on his own weakness. I should have been driven by hatred, but I found myself succumbing to my age and losing my fangs. The lion that mowed down everything in its path is no more. I couldn't even become an avenger that lets go of everything. I wonder when it was, when I stopped perceiving what I really wanted. Then he remembers Takaroo's simple advice, let's try crashing into it. A moment of clarity washes over Sagu. That's right, I'm overthinking things. If anything, I wish it was simpler. Even though I'm half-baked, I'm still his father. If he does something bad, then I need to scold him. Even if you don't get the message at first, eventually it'll reach you. With tears of gratitude, Sagu shouts to the sky, you have my gratitude, Kusanagi. Deep within him, the chains around his heart begin to shatter. A flashback explains, to defeat demons, the Magi created the strongest reinforcement magic. However, the magic had a fatal defect. A normal human heart could not withstand its power. Sagu was the only one who could use it. The second name that was given to him was Leonhart, Fiery energy erupts from Sagu as he unleashes his true, unrestrained power. Shido stares in awe and excitement as his father's power flares to life. That's it, that's how you were when you were serious. Before Shido can even react, Sagu closes the distance in an instant. He drives his fist deep into his son's gut. The force of the blow is immense, sending a shockwave through Shido's body. Sagu stands over his son's crumpled form. Get ready, Shido. I'm gonna beat your rotten ass so much that you won't even think of misbehaving in hell. Sagu stands resolute, his body wreathed in a dangerous aura. He's made a grim decision, activating a forbidden magic to push his body past its absolute limit. He knows the cost. His internal monologue reveals the truth. Because I've used this magic too much, my body is falling apart. I had to use a special suit just to keep it in check. My physician told me any further use would be a life or death situation. He clenches his fist, accepting his fate. This battle will likely be my last, he thinks, that's why. With tears streaming down his face, Sagu screams at his corrupted son, the bloodied and smiling Shido. I'll make sure you cross over properly, Shidou. The scene flashes back to a young, innocent Shido, his world about to break. He looks up at his parents and asks, you're not my parents. Sagu and Ayano are caught off guard, unsure how to respond to the sudden question. Ayano kneels down, her expression filled with regret. Sorry we kept it from you, she says gently. We thought it might be too early for you. Young Shido is silent, the weight of the revelation sinking in. Sagu pulls him into a hug, trying to mend the crack that just formed in their family. Listen, Shido, no matter what anyone says, you're our child. Ayano joins the embrace, desperate to make him understand. Our love for you is real. She pleads with him, don't forget that, but for Shido it's too late. As an older Shido narrates, we see the family embrace from a distance. Even though we were hugging, he recalls, I felt a gap existed. Years later, that gap has widened. A teenage Shido leans back defiantly as his father, Sagu, confronts him. Shidou, why did you hit your classmate? In a quick flashback, we see why. Bullies were taunting him. I heard your parents aren't your real ones, so that's why you're so crap. Back in the present of the memory, Shido stands before his furious father and concerned mother, answering coolly, they annoyed me. He snaps back at Sagu's shock, enough already, no, I only hit them. Ayano steps in, taking his hands. If they annoyed you that much, then you should have talked to me first, okay? She looks him in the eyes, her voice full of genuine concern. Shido, we're worried about you, we want you to be happy, that's why we're so angry with you. Her words seem to get through, but Shido's expression remains unreadable. But instead of talking, he acts out even more, finding twisted comfort in their frustration. Hey Shido, stop that. He causes chaos wherever he goes, a constant source of stress for his parents. Sagu chases him, exasperated. Shidou, why are you trying to make us angry? And in that moment, Shido thinks to himself, when? I finally felt like I was their child. The only time the gap seemed to close was when he was the center of their anger. But then a new chapter began. Shido arrives at a party at the guild hall, smiling. Congrats, you too. The guild is celebrating the birth of Sagu and Ayano's biological daughter. The room is filled with joy and congratulations. Ayano, holding the newborn, turns to him with a bright smile. Here, Shido, say hi to your little sister. She continues, unaware of the blow she's about to deal. You're a brother now, so why don't you stop acting out all the time? The smile vanishes from Shido's face, his world stops. Why, he thinks. Later he stands over the baby, his question now spoken aloud, filled with a cold emptiness. Why were you born? His turmoil doesn't go unnoticed. Other kids mock him for his obvious pain. Couldn't get the attention of your parents, so you felt all lonely. Shido bristles at their words. They continue to taunt him. Ah, the rebellious time, I get ya. You really do love your papa and mama so much, Shido-chan tilde, he can only tell them to shut it. But then a different voice cuts through. It's his friend, Salma. Well, it's not like we don't get you, we're the same way, irresponsible. Shido listens intrigued. Salma explains his own path. All we know how to do is fight, but my folks showed me a way to be a hunter. I ain't got interest in saving people, but it felt good. He turns to Shido, offering a new perspective. Shido, you're aiming to be like your father, right? If you become strong enough to stand with them, then I'm sure you won't be lonely anymore. The words are a revelation. Salma and his friends cheer him on. Let's give it our best, Shido. A fire is lit within Shido. He's found a new purpose. He thinks to himself, I want to be strong. This desire turns into a relentless obsession. He pushes his body to the breaking point in the gym. If I get strong enough to get my parents' approval, then even without acting out, I'm sure the gap I felt that day will vanish. But his ambition quickly spirals into a dark craving. His thoughts become a frantic chant, more, more, more. And this desperate, all-consuming desire for power acts as a beacon in the darkness. A sinister entity, the Lick, senses his call. Who? Oh, I see, I see. The Lick appears before him, a terrifying grin on its face, offering a simple, terrible solution. Your desire, it's very simple for me to grant it. We snap back to the present. where the brutal clash between father and son rages on. Shidu, now a monstrous figure empowered by the lick, erupts in manic laughter. Ahahaha, iche, the best, this is so much fun. Sagu lands a heavy blow, his face a mask of fury and pain. This is a scolding, not for you to have fun. But Shidu is lost in the thrill of the fight. He counters with a savage punch, grinning wildly. Hey, you're finally being serious, come at me some more. Sagu grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. He plants his feet, refusing to be moved. With a powerful judo throw, Sagu redirects Shidu's momentum. He slams his son headfirst into the dirt. But Shidu is relentless, springing back to trade blows. Sagu blocks a clawed strike, the force rattling him. He retaliates with a brutal kick that sends Shidu flying. Shidu crashes through a tree, but he's far from finished. As the dust settles, a chilling whisper escapes his lips. This is so fun. He rises, his face a terrifying mix of ecstasy and madness. Fun, so much fun, hwhhhha. Sagu leaps back, roaring, you're drowning in your own power, Shidu. Their fists collide as Shidu screams back, that's where you're wrong, I'm taking in all this power for myself. And in that moment, watching his son consumed by this dark power, Sagu has a heartbreaking realization. He parries another blow, his mind racing. He sees the monster before him and understands the truth. For you to take in such an evil power means you must have been in pain. The thought fills him with regret. It really irritates me that I never noticed your pain. He realizes the distance between them wasn't Shidu's fault alone. It wasn't my anger or my fangs that fell out in the end, it was probably always like that. His own anger fades, replaced by a father's sorrow. I was worried about you, he says softly. Sagu stops Shidu's next punch with one hand, the battlefield falling silent for a moment. He looks at the monster that was once his boy and makes his vow. You can doubt all you want, but our love for you is real. His voice booms with conviction, doesn't matter what monster you become, you're my son. He grabs Shidu's arm, his own aura flaring to life. And as family, I'll put my life on the line to stop you. With tears of resolve, Sagu unleashes everything he has left. It's over, shidou. He strikes with his final, ultimate attack. Ravenous Lion, a torrent of pure, white-hot energy in the shape of a lion's head engulfs Shidu. The attack tears a gaping hole straight through Shidu's chest. The sheer force of the blast rips his body to pieces. What's left of Shidu falls to the ground, the dark energy finally extinguished. The battle is over. Sagu stumbles, his own body at its limit. His comrade Igarashi rushes to his side. He catches Sagu before he collapses. Good job, Igarashi says quietly. Sagu looks out over the devastation, his expression empty. Leaning on his friend, he can only manage a single heavy word. Yeah. Chapter 58, Hope. In a desolate clearing, Takaroo stands opposite the undead shell of his former mentor. It's been a while, General. He offers a sad smile. Well, I do look different now, I was the Messiah Yamato Takaroo. The general gives no response, his eyes empty and cursed. A memory flashes through Takaroo's mind, of a boisterous, lively general greeting him for training. A present for the Saintess. How thoughtful of you, Gahaha Takaroo, let's train well today as well. Back in the present, the silence is unnerving. Takaroo thinks, seeing the general be so quiet feels rather strange. Without warning, the undead warrior lunges forward. Takaroo meets the attack head-on, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. As they trade blows, Takaroo spots a fatal flaw in the mindless assault. He's not defending his upper body. Takaroo parries a strike, creating an opening. He pivots, launching a powerful kick that sends the armored general stumbling back. The blow lands true, a spray of dark energy erupting from the wound. Standing over his fallen mentor, Takaroo says, it's my win. He looks down at the general, his expression softening. I've always wanted to tell you something. The world fades, pulling Takaroo back into the memory of his final day. In the past, Takaroo and General Grotto stand in the throne room, surrounded by the royal guard. The Prime Minister addresses them, his tone final. Messiah General Grotto, any further resistance is futile. Takaroo desperately tries to channel his power, but his hands remain inert. My magic isn't activating. He's completely powerless. The Prime Minister offers a deal. If you hand over the Messiah, I promise I won't touch the Saintess, you, or the king. Takaroo glares in silent fury. But the general roars, shielding him. Don't fall for it, don't listen to them, Takaroo. The Prime Minister reveals his trap. Right now, all magic power is being sealed inside the royal capital. Escape is not possible. General Grotto is stunned by the scale of the betrayal. Prime Minister, you want to kill the hero that saved the world. He then sees the faces of his own students among the traitors. Burnham, Sylvia, even you three heroes, just why? Burnham, the archer hero, gives a cold smile. Sorry, Master, but this is also part of work. The Messiah's power will eventually bring ruin to this country. The general's face twists in anguish. Takaroo recognizes the intricate magic sealing them. This barrier, it's Fizz's doing, right? The Prime Minister points accusingly. But even if magic power is sealed, the power of numbers will be victorious. General Grotto stands defiant, but he knows they are cornered. The grim reality sets in. A barrier this complex, it'd take 3 years or more to prepare. Just when did he start this? The depth of the conspiracy is staggering. He realizes there is no way out. Facing the heroes who betrayed him, the general accepts his fate. It seems this is it for me. Takaroo tries to speak, to thank him for everything, but Grotto stops him. The general places a hand on his shoulder, his expression gentle. Don't say any more. No grandfather should give up his precious grandson. Takaroo is speechless, tears welling in his eyes. In one swift movement, the general hoists Takaroo onto his back. The Prime Minister won't keep his promises. I know you're anxious, but try to calm yourself. He readies his sword for one final charge. And Takaroo Dono, you've got people to protect, right? Show some manliness. With a mighty roar, the general carves a path through the soldiers. The Prime Minister watches with a flicker of regret. Stop, Grotto, I wanted to witness the peace you've brought, Takaroo Dono. Even if that is not possible anymore, if it's to make you live on then. But the general's resolve is absolute. This life of mine, I'll gladly give it away. Suddenly a blade flashes. Sylvia, the swordswoman hero, cuts him down in a single brutal strike. Takaroo watches in absolute horror from the general's back. They tumble to the ground, the general's momentum finally broken. Even mortally wounded, Grotto pushes himself to his feet, a lone shield against the army. Takaroo screams his name, his voice cracking with despair. General. With his last ounce of strength, the general bellows his final order, keep moving forward. The weight of that sacrifice sends Takaroo stumbling. Back in the present, the memory fades. Takaroo looks at the undead general. I got executed after that in the end. He raises his hand, a soft light emanating from it. I was very happy that you were my ally until the end. This is his final act of mercy. Takaroo plunges his hand into the general's chest, not as an attack but as a release. Necromancy, it binds the dead person's soul with a cursed seal. As far as manipulation goes, this is the worst. His voice rings with conviction. Don't disgrace the general's soul any further. Takaroo unleashes a torrent of holy energy, Prometheus. The purifying flames engulf the general's body. The curse is broken. As the fire subsides, only the general's physical form remains. Takaroo kneels, gently cradling his mentor's body. He prepares to say his last farewell. Goodbye, General. But a faint whisper stops him. The general's eyes flutter open, a spark of his old self returned. Takaroo, Dono. Takaroo is shocked. General, are you alive? I need to heal you, he cries, but the general shakes his head. It's fine, I don't have time, listen up. With his final breath, he delivers an impossible truth. The Saintess is alive. Takaroo's world stops. The general's body begins to fade into light. The demons are looking for her before they do. Takaroo begs him to hold on. Gee, General, wait. But a peaceful smile graces the general's lips. He sees a vision of his family waiting for him in the afterlife. Ah, my wife and son are here to get me. My grandson cares for me, that's right. Takaroo watches, his heart breaking. The general's voice is filled with pride. My 500 billion point grandson, goodbye. As the last motes of light disappear, Takaroo weeps for the man who was like a grandfather to him. He whispers into the empty air, up until now genuinely, thank you. Elsewhere, Karen and the others are being overwhelmed by the undead army. Ah geez, there are so many. The Lick cackles, raising his staff to summon more abominations. Hiya, here, let's have some more fun. A massive beast lunges, but is suddenly deflected by a shield of dark energy. The Lick is stunned by the sudden interference. Takaroo stands before them, his grief now forged into cold, silent fury, his arms coated in black power. He levels a deathly glare at the necromancer. Grand Duke Goth, I will release every single soul you've cursed. The Lick sneers at Takaroo, his voice dripping with mockery. Oh, killing those close to you, how cruel, O Messiah. Takaroo stares back, his expression unreadable as the battle begins. The Lick continues his taunt. Grotto was an excellent ingredient, but his mind was too strong. He refused Pandora right until the very end. Must have been painful. Shidu accepted it right away though, he cackles, unleashing a dark spell, Fallen Realm. From the swirling vortex of dark magic, 3 monstrous figures emerge, the resurrected leaders of the Demon Lord's army. The Lick's grin widens. Do you recall them? They're the leaders you killed, I've made them stronger, how long can you last? Takamine watches the scene unfold, a bead of sweat on her brow. But in a flash, Takaroo moves. A single clean slice bisects all 3 undead generals before they can even react. Takamine is stunned. Well, they're no match for Takaroo. The sheer power is almost overwhelming. Takamine watches Takaroo, a sense of awe washing over her. There's this sense of security. But she quickly shakes it off, her expression hardening with resolve. Indeed, however, we shouldn't let him do all of it by himself. The S-Class girls spring into action. Kikyo meets the blade of the undead swordswoman Sylvia in a clash of steel. Kikyo's eyes narrow in concentration. I can feel it, you've poured sweat and blood into your training. But, she declares, her voice ringing with conviction, a sword without a soul will not reach me. She parries Sylvia's desperate strike with ease. With fluid grace, Kikyo sidesteps a lunge and delivers a decisive slash, cutting the undead warrior down. She glances back, her confidence absolute, although I wouldn't lose regardless. Elsewhere, Karen faces off against the undead archer, Burnham. She nimbly dodges his magically infused arrows. Burnham unleashes a relentless volley, trying to pin her down. Karen is forced into a series of acrobatic flips to avoid the barrage. Midair, she sizes up her opponent. He's pretty nimble, if so. I'll attack outside of his field of vision. Karen twists her body, unleashing her reverse strike from an impossible angle. Meanwhile, Takamine confronts the undead sage Fies. Fies erects a massive magical barrier, deflecting Takamine's initial assault. Karen rushes to her side, ready to assist. Takamine shouts the command, divert it, as she channels her magic into a fiery beast. The undead heroes, resurrected and empowered, press their attack. The S-Class girls and Igarashi hold the line, fighting with everything they have. The battlefield becomes a chaotic storm of magic and steel. Seeing an opening, Karen begins to chant, her body crackling with lightning. Sigrdrifa. Takamine mirrors her, gathering immense solar energy. Sol Invincitus. Together, they prepare to unleash a devastating combination attack. A torrent of lightning and fire erupts from their hands. The ground cracks and shatters under the sheer force of their combined power. The undead heroes are caught in the blast, their bodies torn apart. They are completely vaporized in the overwhelming explosion. All that remains are their discarded weapons on the scorched earth. Karen and Takamine stand victorious amidst the devastation. They share a triumphant high five, with Kikyo cheering them on. Seeing his entire undead army wiped out, the Lick panics. He tries to make a getaway on his skeletal dragon, screaming, Eek, I'll die. He's in total disbelief. This is outside of my calculations to think he's this strong. Suddenly Takaroo is right behind him. Don't worry, he says calmly, I won't kill you yet, not until I hear some answers. The Lick freezes, the word yet echoing in his mind. Frantically the Lick looks around. Where is Shido? His gaze falls upon Shido's dismembered corpse lying on the ground. Ah. A slow, twisted smile spreads across the Lick's face. Oh. The scene flashes back to the Lick finding Shido's body after his fatal duel. Thank you, Shido, he whispers to the corpse. Because you kept eating so many hearts and took in so much mana, you were able to grow so well. The flashback continues, showing the Lick in a ruined hall searching for new puppets. It seems it won't be easy to find hosts, he muses as his current experiments crumble to dust. He then spots a lone, wounded man, his eyes lighting up with a sinister idea. You. The man is consumed by hatred, screaming, my friends, I'll kill you for sure. The Lick is delighted by this raw emotion. Well, here's a good one to use. He casts a spell, forcibly extracting the man's deepest desires. Now tell me more, the essence of your true soul's craving. The man fights against the magical influence. My mouth is moving on its own. But he can't resist and his true wish is spoken aloud. I want to be strong, the Lick grins. I see, so you want to be strong. The Lick leans in, his offer like a serpent's hiss. Your wish is a very simple thing for me to grant you. Accept Pandora willingly, and become a demon that transcends humans. The man lets out an agonizing scream as he's forcibly transformed, becoming a tool of the goddess of the dark night. Back in the present, the reason for the Lick's smile becomes clear. Shido's corpse erupts into a grotesque mass of flesh and tentacles. Takaroo, Sagu, and Igarashi can only stare in horror. Shido, Sagu stammers. The girls recoil from the monstrous transformation. What is that? They brace themselves as the creature stirs. A massive tendril lashes out, forcing them to throw up a barrier just to survive the impact. Within the monster's consciousness, a fragmented memory surfaces. A memory of a friend smiling and calling out to him, hey. The memory is twisted by a single horrifying impulse, kill. The vision ends with the image of Shido murdering his own friend in cold blood. Trapped within the monstrous form, the true Shido, his face a mask of agony, manages to utter a final plea, kill me. Tears stream down Sagu's face, his heart breaking for his friend. He and Igarashi charge forward, desperately trying to reach him, Shidou. But a single swipe from the monster sends them flying back. Igarashi struggles to get up. It's no use, I can't move at all. Takaroo watches, his expression grim. Sagu collapses to his knees, utterly defeated, as Takaroo walks past him. He looks up at Takaroo, his eyes filled with anguish. With all his remaining hope, Sagu begs him, please. In response, Takaroo's arm ignites with a gentle, sacred flame. He leaps towards the abomination, his voice calm and resolute. Prometheus. Takaroo reaches out, placing his flaming hand not in anger but with a quiet solemnity, upon the monstrous form of Shido. A wave of purifying fire engulfs the creature, not burning it, but dissolving its corrupted form into light. As the monster fades, a single tear escapes its eye, and its face settles into a peaceful smile, finally free. The S-Class girls watch the soul ascend, a somber silence falling over the battlefield. Takaroo watches as the last embers of his flame die out. Igarashi helps the grief-stricken Sago to his knees. Sago weeps for the friend he couldn't save. As Takaroo walks away, Sago offers a final prayer. I wish you all the best in your next life, I'll be praying for you. The dust settles on the scarred battlefield. In the distance, Igarashi tends to the fallen Sago, while Takaroo stands firm, his focus elsewhere. His eyes are locked on the sky, tracking the single figure attempting to flee the scene. On the ground, Sago collapses, his body having been pushed far beyond its physical limits. Nearby, Kiko stumbles, completely drained of mana after defending against the Lick's final assault. She forces herself to call out, Yui-Sugi-sensei, even though I defended against the last attack, I used up too much of my mana. I'll be fine, so focus on that demon, that damn geezer. Takaroo grits his teeth, ready to give chase. Let's chase him. But in a flash, Karen and Takamine speed past him, shouting in unison, leave it to us. Karen glances back, you're the only one who can use healing magic, look after Sagu-chan and the rest. High above, the Lick makes his getaway on a skeletal dragon, muttering to himself. Takaroo understands his role and reluctantly agrees. Okay. Far away in a dark throne room, the demon hierarchy discusses the Lick's rogue actions. Is it fine to ignore this matter? One subordinate asks. Another sneers, that fellow feels no loyalty towards you, princess. A younger demon chimes in, right, he's just after your body, Kamiya-chan. The masked demon elaborates, it doesn't matter, we won't help him, but if he's captured it could create a lot of problems. Princess Kamiya, however, is completely unbothered. The things they can find out from that old man pose no problems to us or our cause. Her gaze drifts to the empty throne as she reveals their true ambition. The Messiah of the prophecy, and the power to prevent a chaotic future. Let's make sure we definitely get our hands on that. An ambition the Lick is now a pawn in, whether he knows it or not. The Lick himself is lost in a greedy fantasy, cackling as he flies. Wonderful, what a beautiful flame I've found. I want it so bad. If I get it, I'd rule the world. The princess would be mine too. His delusion is shattered by a furious cry from below. Wait right there, you damn ugly geezer. The Lick merely sneers, enjoying the futile chase. But Karen and Takamine are closing in, their expressions grim and determined. Karen shouts their vow, we'll make sure you're caught right here and now. Takamine unleashes a barrage of magical attacks, trying to shoot him out of the sky. The Lick yelps, throwing up a hasty defense. He's sweating, his power nearly spent. I'm all out of fighting power, but if I can just get through this. With his last reserves, he plays his final card. Come on out, servants. The ground erupts as a horde of undead monsters bursts forth to intercept the girls. Takamine is shocked. Wah, he still had this many left. And that altitude, the Lick is using the distraction to gain more distance. He gloats from above, even if they're trash they have no fear of death, they'll allow me plenty of time to run away. Suddenly his senses scream, Something is rocketing towards him from below. His eyes widen in disbelief. A figure riding a giant owl closes the distance at an impossible speed. It's Ryuki letting out a furious battle cry, Youyuyuyuyu. The Lick is paralyzed with fear, he's coming my way. Before he can react, Ryuki intercepts him in midair. Ryuki leaps from his mount, his body a weapon. He roars, doing as you please in our place. Get down, his fist connects with a sickening crunch, shattering the Lick's face. The Lick is sent plummeting from the sky like a stone. Ryuki watches him fall, his rage spent. Takamine looks on, stunned by the unexpected, brutal intervention. With a massive impact, the Lick slams into the earth, groaning, die, I'm dying. Karen and Takamine land beside the crater, looming over his broken form. Karen's eyes are cold, devoid of any pity. This ends now. The Lick whimpers pathetically, eek, help. There is no help, Takamine channels her power, lightning pierce. A massive bolt of lightning strikes true, incinerating the Lick where he lay. Surveying the scene, Karen sighs with relief. It's finally over, right, let's go back. Back with the others, Kikyo asks the surprise hero, come to think of it, where were you until now? Ryuki proudly declares, I took care of the remnant zombies after you left. With the immediate threat gone, Takaroo can finally focus his healing magic on Sago. The rest of the group, exhausted but victorious, finally allows themselves a moment to breathe. Takaroo looks over his friends, a small, relieved smile gracing his lips. They survived. With the battle over, the group tends to their wounded. Sago rests, supported by his allies, while Takaroo looks on, the weight of the fight still fresh on his mind. Sometime later, as the incident settles into the past, Ryuki is at the airport, seeing everyone off. He yells out a promise, "I'll wait for our next meeting, I'll become even stronger by then." From the crowd, a voice chides back, "Study before all that." In the aftermath, the captured lick Goth is handed over to the Hunter Association. Sagu, having pushed his body past its limits, is rushed to the hospital. Takaroo watches them go, thinking, "I had a lot of questions for him. I guess I'll get my chance later." And just like that, life starts to return to normal. Takaroo is back at school, his friends greeting him as if the life-or-death battle never happened. With the intense training camp in Okinawa officially over, the everyday routine of a high school student begins once again. But not everyone's life is back to normal. At a hospital nearby, the president of the Hunter Association pays a visit to Sagu, so it'll be difficult to return as a hunter as expected. Sagu, lying in his hospital bed, gives him the grim news. "They told me the organ that supplies my mana is pretty much destroyed. If I try to fight again, it'll be the death of me." The president just laughs. "And here I wanted you to work for me some more," Sagu mutters under his breath. "What a black company." He looks away, annoyed. What's so funny? His mind flashes back to a time when his life was consumed by a single thought: nobody will stop me in my path for revenge. He remembers the day the president found him, a man lost in his own rage. The president had told him, "Sagu-kun, people fear the edge of a drawn sword. One needs a great cause to exercise power. Join the association." Sagu recalls the offer with a wry smile. "You should make use of our resources to achieve your goal, saying all that stuff to pull me in and then making me work so hard." Back in the present, he admits, "I didn't have time to even worry about it. I thought I'd die right after my revenge." The president listens intently, his expression unreadable. With a grunt, Sagu swings his legs over the side of the bed. He bows his head deeply. "I will definitely repay your kindness." A faint smile plays on the president's lips. He speaks, his voice carrying a new weight. "A hero needs a fable." Sagu looks up confused. "Sagu-kun, I have a request." The president leans in. "I want you to observe Kusanagi Takaroo." The name hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Later, Takaroo and Takamine arrive to visit. "Hello, Sagu-san," Takaroo says cheerfully. Takamine adds, "I'm glad you seem to be doing well." Sagu waves them off. "Sorry to call you over when you're busy." But Takaroo insists, "Not at all, I was just about to come visit you anyway." Sagu smirks. "Well, make sure to properly go on a date and enjoy yourselves after this." The two of them instantly blush, yelling, "Please give us a break." After the teasing, Sagu's demeanor shifts. "So, what did you want to talk about?" His expression turns deadly serious. "The demons have started to act out all of a sudden." Takaroo listens, his own face hardening. Sagu continues, "The fights to come will intensify, I'm sure." He looks directly at Takaroo. "That's why I'll be recommending Kusanagi to be upgraded to an A-class hunter." Takaroo and Takamine are completely stunned. Takamine can't help but smile at Takaroo's dumbfounded expression. Takaroo finally finds his voice. "What?" Sagu sighs, wrong reaction. He leans forward with a grin. "I'm saying that someone with real ability shouldn't be allowed to just play around. Get to work, lad." Takamine lets out a sigh of relief. "Phew, well, there's also your memory and common sense issue, so it won't be happening very soon." Sagu ignores her, focusing on Takaroo. "I'll refer you to a guild and a party. Make sure to learn well on how to be a hunter." Then he gives his most important piece of advice: gather people that you trust. And make a guild of your own. The idea hits Takaroo like a ton of bricks. G-guild, you say? But this advice is a far cry from the president's original request. In a flashback, we see Sagu flatly refusing him. "I can't accept that request." The president asks simply, "Why?" Sagu explains, "I understand your fear, he's just a brat, strong yet weak at heart." The president voices his concern. "If he went berserk, nobody would be able to stop him." "That's right," Sagu agrees. "That's why adults feel the need to control." He shakes his head. "But if you try to control them, it'll backfire on you. That's how brats are." Sagu's voice softens as he thinks of Takaroo. "You need to help them if they're about to take a wrong turn." He continues, "In such a case, it's not observe." With newfound conviction, Sagu declares the right path. It's protect. Back in the present, Takamine looks at Takaroo with a determined gaze, thinking to herself, "This time, I'll absolutely make sure there are no mistakes." She quietly taps send on her phone. Sagu grins from his bed. "And so, I've sent the recommendation. Good luck." Takaroo can only stare in disbelief. "You're working remotely." A flashback begins. A small, nervous boy named Takaroo peeks out from behind his savior's leg. A voice tells him, "Look, Takaroo, from today this is your home." He's brought before a new house where a kind-looking man and woman are kneeling down to his level. "Starting today, we'll be your mom and dad," the man says gently. Takaroo looks up at them, his eyes wide with uncertainty. The woman offers a warm smile and a welcoming hand, saying, "Hello." He stares at her outstretched hand, still hesitant. Takaroo whispers the words as if testing them for the first time, Mom and Dad. His new mother's voice narrates over the memory. When Takaroo was little, he was a real scaredy cat. She recalls how terrified he was of things like haunted houses. He was so prone to nightmares that he'd often have to sleep in his new parents' bed. However, she continues, he was really observant and would take care of others, a really, really kind child. Holding a cherished family photo, she wonders aloud, and a child like that wants to be a hunter. Back in the present, Takaroo's parents sit at their dining table. His mother looks worried. You're not convinced just because he's made up his mind, his father replies. Igarashi-kun and the other S-class hunters approved it, so it'll be fine. But his mother's concern runs deeper. Those people are aware of Takaroo's past, right? She finishes her thought when we are not. Her husband adds, also, Takaroo wasn't one to talk about it. He reminds her gently, didn't we make a decision before that we wouldn't pry until Takaroo himself decided to talk to us about it? He smiles reassuringly, let's wait. His mother looks down, her expression somber. We've steeled our hearts to be ready to accept any secret he has, right? Just then the front door clicks open, and Takaroo walks in. I'm back, he announces. The heavy atmosphere vanishes instantly as his parents rush to greet him with bright smiles. Takaroo, welcome back. Did you have fun? His father asks. Go take a bath and let's eat, Takaroo happily agrees. The scene shifts to another memory. Takaroo and his parents are out for a day of family shopping at a large mall. His father seems surprised. You refused your friend's invitation, you could have gone with them, family shopping can be done anytime you know. Takaroo just smiles, saying, today was just like that. Suddenly his eyes light up with excitement. Wah, it's Windguard, the real ones. The family watches as the popular hunter group is swarmed by adoring kids. As usual, they're popular, his dad notes. He turns to his son with a warm expression. Takaroo, you too. I hope you'll aim to be a hunter like them who brings smiles to people. As Takaroo quietly considers his father's words, one of the hunters spots them. A boisterous blonde man named Mamoru bellows, Ooh, young man, shopping with your family are we. Mamoru rushes over to Takaroo's father, making a scene. I heard you became a hunter. I heard lots. His teammates groan, geez Mamoru, stop being so obnoxious. As onlookers speculate, Takaroo's father sighs, pleading, please let me go. Takaroo slips away from the chaos, thinking to himself, I'm finally free of all that. He heads to the drink bar. Well, Mom got an autograph so all's good I guess. But his peace is short-lived, as he hears a familiar voice. A classmate calls out, if it isn't Kusanagi-kun, Takaroo groans internally. His friends greet him. Sup, one says while a girl with a bob cut adds, huh, really, weren't you busy Todd? Her eyes widen as she puts two and two together. She gasps, you're on a date. Takaroo immediately shuts her down. Wrong. His friend backs him up, looking horrified at the suggestion. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Takaroo's friends aren't convinced, but he insists, I'm really not lying. He frantically gestures towards his parents sitting at a nearby table. Look, I'm here with my parents. His father, overhearing the commotion, looks up in shock. Takaroo, you have a girlfriend. The entire group of friends erupts, ganging up on Takaroo. You didn't tell your folks. Immoral, dirty, he shouts back, arg, this is so annoying. His mother approaches, trying to de-escalate. Excuse me, please refrain from standing around and talking in front of the drinks bar. Ah, we're sorry. Meanwhile, his father crosses his arms, a thoughtful look on his face. Right, Takaroo's 17. Later, the family continues their shopping trip inside a clothing store. I'm glad we got some clothes for the fall season, his mom says happily. But are you sure about me picking out your clothes, Takaroo? He replies, I don't really get what's in style. His sentence is cut short as he spots a familiar group of girls across the store. He's stunned into silence. It's Kiko and Takamine, trying on new outfits. Takamine looks shy and embarrassed in her new sweater. Their friends cheer them on. You two look great, let's coordinate clothes. Kiko reassures a friend, there's no need to be so embarrassed, Sakura-chan, it suits you. But Takamine is still blushing. This is too much exposure for fall. Just then, one of the girls spots Takaroo with his family. An idea sparks in her mind. She dashes over, grabs Takaroo and announces to his bewildered parents, excuse me, but I'll be borrowing your son for a little bit. Takaroo can only offer a nervous hello as he's dragged into the group. They surround him, demanding his opinion. Now go for it, young man, tell us what you think, it suits you is not allowed here. Put on the spot, Takaroo stammers, looking at the girls waiting for his verdict. He struggles to find the right words. Finally, looking at the blushing Takamine, he manages to say, you look cute. The girls are delighted, but Takaroo is mortified. His male classmates, who happen to be nearby, watch the scene unfold with deadpan expressions. They silently fume, thinking, is it that fun to play with our feelings? You better enlighten us tomorrow at school. From a distance, Takaroo's parents watch the chaos. His mom muses, they seem close, while his dad tries to apologize for the noise. His mother watches him, a thoughtful expression on her face. On the walk home she begins to speak. I feel like I need to apologize for today. It was supposed to be a family activity, but I'm glad I got to see you having fun. His father smiles. I'm happy you have so many friends. Takaroo looks at them touched. Right. His mother stops walking and he turns to her. Mom. She looks at him with a serious gaze. Honestly, I was against you becoming a hunter all this time. Takaroo and his father listen intently. You're a person who is easily scared. Yes, your kind nature might suit that path, but... And you have a habit of doing things alone. But watching you today, she says, recalling the scenes at the mall, made me really think that you've changed. A warm smile spreads across her face. You've opened up to others, that's why your surroundings are full of caring people. Takaroo listens, a bead of sweat on his cheek, moved by her words. She clutches her shopping bag to her chest. That's why I've decided to support your decision. His father places a hand on his shoulder. Remember this, we will forever be your allies, Takaroo. Takaroo is overwhelmed with emotion. His mother quickly adds a condition. But don't overdo it, please be at ease. He looks at them, his eyes shining with gratitude, and smiles. Whatever ends up happening, I'll be sure to come back to you too. His parents smile back, proud of the young man he's become. Takaroo thinks the serious conversation is over, but his mom isn't done. She suddenly gets right in his face, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, there were a lot of cute girls there. Which one do you like? His father joins in the teasing. Is it Takamine, she visited before as well? No, it could be Hunter Seiju, his mother counters. They continue to speculate as Takaroo panics. W8. He desperately tries to deny it, shouting, there's no one like that. But his parents just laugh, playfully demanding, now, fess up. This chapter, we're diving deep into the world of hunter guilds, featuring the ever-energetic Sakura Ayano on the cover. The scene opens in a massive coliseum where a training exercise is in full swing. In the center of the arena, a huge, flaming monster rages. Watching from the stands, a young man with light blonde hair assesses the situation with a tense expression. Down on the field, a hunter lunges forward, spear aimed true, striking the fiery beast head-on. The monster roars, its body made of pure flame and rage. Another hunter joins the assault, trying to land a blow as the creature retaliates. This is Isurugi Teichai, a C-class hunter from the Arun society, his eyes locked on the target. He dodges a wave of fire, the heat intense enough to scorch the ground. Providing backup are two more C-class hunters from the Arun society, Sasuke Aido with his rifle and Miura Yumi with her polearm. Miura Yumi rushes in, her expression one of pure focus. She and Isurugi coordinate their attack, striking the flame monster from multiple angles. As the monster rears back, another hunter steps forward, water magic swirling around his blade. He unleashes a blast of water, trying to douse the creature's flames. Planting his feet firmly, he prepares for a powerful follow-up. With a massive slash, he sends a wave of water crashing towards the monster. This is Amagi Suguru, a loyal servant from the Boduin household. He declares, you shall not touch even a finger of my master. His master, the blonde young man from before, watches intently as Suguru's attack unfolds. The master prepares to unleash his own technique, uttering, Boduin style. Suguru's water surge engulfs the flame monster completely, steam hissing through the arena. The Arun Society members erupt in cheers. Sasuke Aido yells, you did it, as expected of the president, great teamwork. But their celebration is cut short. The monster is still standing, completely unharmed. It turns to face them, a sinister, knowing smile spreading across its face. The hunters' faces drop, their victory turning to ash in their mouths. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the stadium. The hunters are sent flying, caught completely off guard by the monster's true power. From the stands, Sakura Yano laughs, looking down at the chaos with Takaroo by her side. Heh, don't look down on my Ifrit. She then yells down to the struggling Arun Society members, hey, you're the ones who were agonizing over being useless back in Okinawa, I'm giving you a hand, so show some spirit. They can only scream back, yes. As the hunters are chased by a hound of flame, Sakura turns back to Takaroo. Great reply, way different from those guys. Takaroo, watching the powerful spirit, is intrigued. I've been curious, he asks, Ifrit is a high-level spirit, right? Sakura explains spirits only make contracts with those they approve of. Takaroo, impressed, replies, you're amazing. It's only a small part of it, she clarifies. I lack the power to form a contract with the main body. She smiles, a hint of determination in her eyes. I'm really glad I didn't die back then. One day, I'll be sure to form a contract with the main body. Takaroo is surprised by her knowledge. You're quite well informed about spirits. I've fought them back in the other world, but I haven't made that public. Sakura processes this new information. Spirits alone, she asks. Yup, Takaroo confirms. Is that so? Sakura murmurs, intrigued. Takaroo changes the subject, looking back at the battle. Boduins are in society as a guild, right? With these numbers I just consider it a party. Is it different when it comes to guilds? Sakura breaks it down for him. Guilds are essentially a collection of multiple parties which makes securing work easier. She explains that her own witch's army is the largest guild in Kansai, and that sometimes guilds form organically, like fan clubs for a main party. She adds, I'm sure there are people among them that just want to use Boduin's name too. Well, he's from the so-called Zero Laughs generation. Takaroo is completely lost. Zero, what's that? Sakura continues, it's recommended to party up with 3 to 6 people to promote teamwork. Takaroo, you're pretty bad at it, or maybe, you just don't need it. Her comment makes Takaroo wonder aloud, why did Sagu-san tell me to make a guild? Sakura cheekily replies, I sort of get it but I'm not telling you. She gives him a knowing smile. Takaroo looks at her confused as she thinks to herself, because compared to when he's alone, Takaroo is able to show a lot more of what he's capable of when he's got people around him. Sakura continues her thought, he must be the type to love working with others, but he doesn't seem to realize that. Takaroo is still clueless. Come to think of it, you're going to check out a guild tomorrow, right? Sakura asks. Takaroo confirms, yes, I'll be participating as a porter for Silver Sanctuary's expedition. Sakura wishes him well. The next day, the scene shifts to Kawaso Station. Takaroo stands in the bustling station, checking his phone. He thinks, I think we're supposed to meet here. He looks around, trying to spot his contact. A voice cuts through the crowd from behind him. I'm terribly sorry, but could you open up a path? The voice continues, from here on out I'll be working. Takaroo turns to see a ridiculously muscular man in a Kiniku, muscles t-shirt waving at him. Ah, here you are. The man beams, nice to meet you, I'm Ishigami Yui. He's introduced as Silver Sanctuary's second-in-command and S-class hunter. Takaroo is slightly overwhelmed by his sparkling presence. They shake hands, likewise Takaroo says. Yui's grip is incredibly strong, a testament to his power. Yui looks him over with a discerning eye. You started working out half a year ago, right? Takaroo is stunned. Ah yes, what? Oops, I'm sorry, that's a bad habit of mine, Yui apologizes. He then leans in conspiratorially. But, as fellow muscle men, we ought to be able to understand one another, right? Takaroo can only offer a strained smile, as Yui cheerfully leads the way. On their way, Yui stops to help an elderly man with his luggage, and a mother struggling with her child. He effortlessly lifts the luggage and the child, flexing for good measure, delighting them both. Takaroo watches, thinking to himself, it's as if I'm witnessing an evolved Boduin. He's a good person, but he's also a weird one. They finally arrive at a large, unassuming warehouse. Welcome to our home base, Yui announces. Takaroo looks around. It's like a normal company. Yui explains they also provide warehousing services with a focus on the hunter side. Takaroo asks if many guilds are like this. Yui explains it was their leader's idea. If gates vanish, then that's it for hunters, so to have a chance at a second career, we started this company. Takaroo is impressed. They put a lot of thought into others' well-being. He smiles thinking, he's a kind person. But as Yui opens the door to an office, they're greeted by a storm of rage from within. A man is smashing his desk, yelling, adding on an induction course during such a damn busy time, damn it. He continues his tantrum, is he harassing me, or did that old man's brain completely rot? As he keeps ranting about unreasonable requests, Yui calmly announces, hey, I've brought Kusanagi-kun. The man freezes mid-rant, ah. He turns, spots Takaroo and points, so it's you, you're that troublesome guy, he said. In his haste, he trips over his own feet and faceplants spectacularly on the floor. Yui just asks, are you okay, before turning to Takaroo, I'll introduce you, Kusanagi-kun. The man leaps to his feet, his face a mask of fury. This is Silver Sanctuary's leader, Yanajikuji Shikari, he screams. Just now, you thought of me as a kid, didn't you? I'm 24 years old, older than you. Shikari, who is noticeably shorter than Takaroo, glares up at him. Don't look down on me, you greenhorn, he yells. All Takaroo can do is stammer, I'm sorry. To conquer the unknown, you need an army. Outside the Silver Sanctuary guild base, members are in full prep mode, loading trucks and checking gear for their next major expedition. Crates and equipment are systematically loaded, a well-oiled machine preparing for the dangers that lie ahead. Every hunter double-checks their equipment. In this line of work, a single mistake can be your last. Arriving at the staging ground, Takaroo is floored by the sheer scale of the operation. Huge, he mutters in awe. Before them looms a swirling vortex of pure darkness, a black gate of unprecedented size. The guild leader, Yanajikuji Shikari, begins the briefing. The bigger the black gate, the more dangerous the beasts inside. This one's size is unusual, Shikari continues, his arms crossed. S-class hunters are a must and prep has to be perfect, don't let your guard down. He turns to Takaroo. As an outsider here to learn, you'll be a luggage carrier. I'll have Yui watch over you. If you've got questions, ask him. Takaroo nods, taking it all in. Okay, he says, observing the serious demeanor of the guild leader. As Ishigami Yui approaches, Takaroo thinks to himself, he's sure thorough when it needs to be, for a worrywart. Meanwhile, Shikari is internally stressing over a scout report that called the conditions inside the worst possible. Yui, clad in impressive armor, hands Takaroo a set of winter gear. Here you go, the inside of the gate is a snowy mountain, so be sure to dress up. Takaroo smiles politely, waving it off. Thank you, but I can use mana to protect myself against the elements. Shikari's head snaps around, his eyes wide with fury. You absolute fool. He unleashes a tirade on Takaroo. What'll you do if you get caught in a blizzard after losing all your mana? Yui calmly translates for the stunned Takaroo. In other words, I'm worried, so wear these. Yui then turns to his fuming leader. Stop doing that, hey Shikari, everyone's waiting for you. Takaroo, holding the gear, watches the exchange, a little bewildered by the guild leader's intensity. The entire guild stands assembled, a tense silence falling over them as they wait for their leader's final words. Shikari takes a deep breath, his expression shifting from stress to resolute. His eyes snap open, filled with determination. Listen well, folks. He stands before his guild, a commanding presence. Before us lies a world that's unknown. There's no telling what might happen to us, he declares, his voice echoing as the members listen intently. Yet we march forward with a very good cause behind us. Takaroo watches, captivated by the speech. Our guild has a sole purpose, and that is to protect people from the monsters. The guild erupts in a powerful cheer, their morale soaring. Takaroo is visibly shaken by the raw conviction in their voices. With a final decisive gesture, Shikari gives the order. Let's go, I won't allow anybody to go unaccounted for. With that, the members of Silver Sanctuary march as one into the gaping maw of the Black Gate. They emerge into a different world entirely, a vast, frozen forest under a constant light snow. As they trek through the snow, Takaroo turns to Yui. Ishigami-san, Yanajikuji-san is a C-class hunter, right? Don't you find it suspicious? Takaroo asks. There are S-class hunters in the guild, but the leader is C-class. I always thought the leader would be the strongest. Yui smiles. When you're a student, creating a guild sounds like fun, doesn't it? Like the famous Arun society at the academy. But student guilds often end up more like clubs, he adds. It might serve you well to observe how a real one operates. Yui looks at Takaroo pointedly. Kusanagi-kun, what kind of guild do you want to make? Takaroo is caught off guard. What? Well, you'll be the leader, right? Yui explains as they walk. A guild's color comes from its leader. The direction is all up to you. Takaroo admits. I haven't quite thought that far yet. Is that so? Yui says with a knowing look. Then you should observe Shikari closely. I'm sure it'll help you. Just as Takaroo agrees, a frantic shout cuts through the air. Leader. A scout comes sprinting towards them, pointing frantically. 8 o'clock. The scouts are coming back. They're being chased by a herd of monsters. Shikari's focus sharpens instantly. Are you guys okay? One of the fleeing scouts yells back. Yes, these are all new species, be extra careful. Behind them, a horde of bizarre, ice-themed beasts charges through the snow, a mix of wolves, deer, and saber-toothed creatures. Shikari is already issuing orders. Mages, prepare body and shield reinforcement magic. He points forward. Vanguard, huddle together and prepare for impact. With a thunderous crash, the monster horde slams into the magically reinforced shield wall. Advance, Shikari roars. He analyzes the impact. How's that? We can hold out, but their power is something else, might be a class. From his command post, he shouts to the front line, I'll get a handle on their attack patterns, so hold on for a bit. The Vanguard leader roars back, yes. Shikari's commands are swift and precise. Attack party, encircle the horde to not let them escape. Survey team, prepare. Watching the coordinated defense, Takaroo is confused. Why are they not defeating the monsters right away? When capturing large-scale gates like this one, we have 2 objectives, Yui explains calmly. The first is to find the boss monster linked to this gate, and defeat it. The second, he continues, gesturing to the contained horde, is to investigate the monsters themselves. We analyze their danger level, their attack patterns. Their group traits, everything. The survey team is collecting data as we speak. Yui concludes, we collect all this information and send it to the library and the association for other hunters to use. We only do this when we can spare the time and resources. Takaroo finally gets it, so that's why it's an expedition. With smaller gates, defeating the boss would be the priority. Exactly, Yui confirms. This gate is estimated to break in a week, so the expedition was set for 3 days, giving us time for research. Just then the survey team gives a signal. Okay, we're mostly done with the data collection. The moment he gets the confirmation, Shikari's demeanor changes from analytical to aggressive. Attack party, finish them off. In a flash, the hunters break formation and slice through the monster horde with brutal efficiency. The battle is over in seconds. The snow is littered with the bodies of the strange beasts. The guild members immediately begin processing the corpses. Well done, everyone, perfect teamwork, Shikari says with satisfaction. A member calls out, I'll pack 2 of these for dissection. The scene reminds Takaroo of his past. This brings back memories. Edelweiss taught me all sorts of things about monsters back then. The memory is vague though, he thinks, trying to recall the name of a snow wolf. She crammed so much info into my head. His thoughts are interrupted by Shikari, who puffs out his chest with pride. The name of this new species will be Cold Vorg Victoria Fear. He then adds, I'll let the association know it's Cold Vorg for short. A collective sigh ripples through the guild. Abbreviated again, one mutters. Another explains to a newer member, if you discover a new species you get to name it. For us, Shikari's the one naming them. A female member chimes in, they got mad at you for giving them long names, remember? And you always give weak monsters these imposing names. Yui chuckles beside Takaroo. He did name a C-class goblin Valkyrog Yaluklavin once, though I don't hate his naming sense. Having overheard them, Shikari stomps over to Takaroo. Damn it, hey Kusanagi. He points to another creature. This one's Hornglass Oldfriem Nelgast. That's a good name, right? Takaroo can only stammer, why yes. Takaroo, remembering the creature from his world, offers a suggestion. How about Snow Deer instead? At least that was its name in the other world. The guild members immediately love it. Love it, let's use that, one exclaims. Another groans, if only our leader had this kind of naming sense. Yui gently tells Takaroo, Kusanagi-kun, you should probably stop there. Shikari, thoroughly defeated, sulks. I'll give up the right this time. Takaroo feels a little bad. I didn't get to seal it this time. As the team gets ready to move out, one of the massive wolf-like creatures, presumed dead, suddenly twitches. Takaroo whips his head around, senses on high alert as the monster springs back to life. Before he can react, a veteran hunter calmly steps in front of him. No need to worry, newbie. In a single, fluid motion, the hunter strikes the monster down for good. Shikari watches, unfazed. It's all within expectation. The members gather around the corpse. I was certain its heart had stopped. Suspended animation? One asks. Another theorizes, maybe it's a trait from growing up in these mountains. We'll know more once the Magi dissect it. Yui claps his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, time to prepare, you guys. We're inside a gate. Even if we chat, we don't let our guard down. Takaroo turns to one of the members. Your teamwork is very good, she smiles. This guild has been built up through Yanajikuji-san's leading ability. Yui overhears and adds, yup, to begin with it's mostly B-class hunters or below here. He looks out at the guild working together seamlessly. Not everyone in our guild is super responsible, but to ensure we all survive, Shikari organizes everything to the tiniest detail. That's why everyone trusts him and he can trust them in return. Even if one cannot walk anymore, if they prepare well enough they can survive. That's Shikari's motto, Yui says. Takaroo listens, his perception of the C-class leader beginning to shift dramatically. He might be a C-class hunter that's not fit for frontline combat, however. Yui looks towards Shikari with complete faith. For us, he's the best leader there is. Takaroo's eyes widen as he finally understands. True strength isn't just about fighting power. In the distance, the guild members are back to teasing their leader. We sure got some nice data for Cold Vorg Victoria Fear, didn't we? One jokes. Too long, middle schooler level naming. Hurry up and lead the way, leader. At the Silver Sanctuary Guild, leader Yanajikuji Shikari stares at his monitor in disbelief. Hey, what the hell is this email? Teach Kusanagi Takaroo about how guilds are run. On a video call, he vents his frustration. Seriously, thanks to a certain somebody, we're swamped right now, you know. The person on the other end of the call, the association president, remains silent as Shikari continues his rant. Besides, this guy's a C-class. We have S-class hunters here. If all he wants to do is observe a guild, aren't there better places to go? In a flashback, we see the president in a hospital bed explaining his reasoning. He currently doesn't have anyone to fight side by side with. If he made a guild now, he'd only become more isolated. Before that happens, I want him to observe you guys. Shikari leans back, shocked by the president's next words. What a C-class, but he's stronger than YUI. The president's weary face confirms it. Yeah, very much so. Seeing Shikari's hesitation, the president changes tactics. If it's too much trouble, then I'm sorry. But then he bows his head, playing his final card. Please, Yanajikuji, you owe me one. And with that, Shikari's hands were tied. Back in the present, night falls on the Silver Sanctuary's expedition camp, nestled in a snowy valley. Takaroo, now part of the expedition, looks around the bustling camp. We're not going back outside of the gate, are we? The guild's S-class powerhouse, Ishigami Yui, hands him a warm drink. Monster behavior changes during the night. We're researching that as well. Another member tending the fire adds, and it's practical survival training, way more useful than just reading about it. Takaroo listens, the warmth of the mug a small comfort in the biting cold. The scene triggers a painful memory from his past life. A young Takaroo, shivering, gets scolded for using magic to light a fire. Takaroo, I warned you, if you light a fire with mana at night you'll attract monsters. His flashback is interrupted. Hey ye, Kusanagi-kun, the leader's calling for you, Takaroo sighs, knowing a lecture is probably coming. He finds Shikari sitting outside a tent. The guild leader's voice is calm. "How are you feeling? Think you'll hold up?" Takaroo simply replies, "Yes." Suddenly, Shikari's calm demeanor shatters. He grabs Takaroo's face, his voice filled with fury and concern. "Then why didn't you tell me you planned on defeating that monster? That's dangerous. What if you got hurt?" As Shikari continues to yell, Takaroo realizes something. He's worried, even when he's angry. Trying to deflect, Takaroo asks, "So, did you get a knack for how to run a guild? I haven't really grasped what I'm supposed to be learning yet." Shikari lets go, calming down slightly. "Well, that makes sense since you just started. Ishigami told me it'd be good for me to watch you too, that guy, geez." Shikari recalls the president's words on the video call. He looks at Takaroo, his expression serious. "Old man Sagu told me to rely on you if the time ever comes." He takes a sip from his mug, piecing things together. He knows Yui is here, and yet he said that about a C-class hunter. There must be a reason you're hiding your power. Takaroo is speechless, his secret exposed. Shikari sees the look on his face and waves a hand dismissively. "You don't need to tell me, it's not like I want to hear it. Your reaction is all the proof I need. The old man wasn't lying." He locks eyes with Takaroo, getting to the heart of the matter. "So tell me, why do you want to make a guild in the first place?" Takaroo's answer is weak. Well, Sagu-san told me to make one so." Shikari explodes again, grabbing Takaroo's jacket. "Are you an idiot? That's no reason to make a guild. Going solo is an option, you know. Look at Takamine from your academy." Takaroo, stunned, can only agree. "Well, that's true." Shikari lets him go, his frustration giving way to a harsh lesson. "Look, I'm sure he suggested it out of concern for you, but what's important is your goal and that you keep fighting for it." Takaroo listens intently, the words hitting him hard. "Kusanagi, you're too passive. A guild built like that would collapse instantly." He points directly at Takaroo, his voice echoing in the cold night. "You decide, don't just let yourself get swept away by the flow. Nobody will follow a leader who doesn't take initiative. Seriously think about it. What is the purpose of your guild? What comes after you make it?" Later, tucked into his sleeping bag, Takaroo can't sleep. Shikari's words echo in his mind. He stares into the darkness of the tent, pondering the question, "For what, huh?" The next morning, on the second day of the expedition, a sudden explosion rips through the quiet. Takaroo and the other guild members rush out of their tents, alerted by the commotion. Before them stands a colossal furry mammoth, letting out a deafening roar. The beast easily shrugs off an initial volley of attacks. But Shikari is already in motion. He activates his unique skill, a glowing tactical compass. A grid of light spreads across the entire battlefield, mapping out every position and possibility. With the battlefield analyzed, Shikari barks his first command. "Mage party, hinder its movement with icicles. Vanguard 2 steps forward." The mages unleash a torrent of ice, slowing the beast. The vanguard plants their shields, ready for the monster's charge. Shikari continues, his commands flowing seamlessly. "Attack party, sever its back leg tendons, take away its ability to move." As the attackers move in, he shouts, "Defense, shields up." The vanguard perfectly absorbs the mammoth's powerful tusk attack, holding the line. From a safe distance, Takaroo watches the perfectly coordinated assault, completely mesmerized. The guild members beside him are just as impressed. "Amazing, this is a mammoth boss. Before, only Yui could even dream of fighting this thing." Takaroo thinks to himself, even though Shikari can't fight it himself, his knowledge and predictions make it possible for everyone else. He's directing every single move. Yui appears beside him, smiling proudly. He's reliable, isn't he? Shikari doesn't care that his own combat ability is low. Takaroo looks from the brilliant commander to his own hands. Somehow, he's my exact opposite. The mammoth, crippled and overwhelmed by the relentless assault, bellows in pain. It turns to flee, but a hunter shouts, "Ah, don't run away." Shikari calls out the guild's trump card, Yui. With a confident grin, Yui steps forward. "Finally my turn." He charges head-on at the retreating behemoth. Yui slams his shield into the ground, unleashing his ultimate skill, Riot Breaker. A massive shockwave erupts, launching the multi-ton mammoth into the air like a ragdoll. Before the beast can even land, Shikari issues the final order. "Attack party, move in." The hunters leap onto the stunned creature, finishing it off. Shikari watches, confirming the kill. "Okay." Takaroo watches the mammoth crash into the side of a distant mountain. The impact echoes across the valley. High above, the snowpack begins to groan and shift. A hunter screams in terror, it's an avalanche, but Shikari remains perfectly calm, as expected. He's already forming a new strategy. Vanguard, arrowhead formation with Yui at the center. Everyone get behind Yui. Heads down, mage party, prepare support spells. Shikari puts all his trust in his strongest member. "Yui, it's all you now." Yui stands at the formation's tip, unflinching. "I'm not fighting alone, the Silver Sanctuary has my back." A brilliant aura of shared mana erupts around the vanguard. Takaroo's eyes go wide with shock. The vanguard's mana is. He realizes what's happening. Ishigami-san's level went up. Yui stares down the roaring wall of snow hurtling towards them. The enemy isn't lacking. A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across his face. Now, let us go, everyone, it's a showdown between Mother Nature and our muscles. The massive avalanche descends, threatening to bury them all. In the face of overwhelming odds, Shikari's thoughts echo with self-doubt. I'm always standing behind someone, I cannot do anything by myself. Before them, a monstrous avalanche roars, a wall of snow and ice thundering down the mountain, ready to swallow them whole. But at the very front of the line stands Yui, a confident, almost crazed grin spreading across his face. Behind him, Takaroo and the others brace for impact, their expressions grim. Yui looks absolutely thrilled, the sheer pressure of the moment only fueling his excitement. As the world seems to slow down, Shikari's mind races, analyzing their dire situation. He thinks about their leader's power. Yui's Vigilantia Paladin is a magic that temporarily raises his comrade's level to match his own. However, he recalls, you can't push people past their limits for long. It's not a power we can rely on for an extended fight. Shikari's thoughts turn back to Yui. It was smart to predict an avalanche, but was facing it head-on the right call? No, scattering would have been worse, and that smile. He's the type that smiles more the higher the pressure builds. His hand tightens on his staff. This is bad. If Yui falls, then it's all over. If I don't think of something, everyone will die. Panic grips him. Think of something, Shikari. Just then Yui turns back, his grin unwavering. He gives a single, simple command, use everyone. Those words hit Shikari like a lightning bolt, sending his mind reeling back in time. He remembers their childhood. When we were kids, I was actually taller than Yui. We were inseparable, Shikari narrates. Living near each other, I naturally looked after him. A young Yui calls out, Shikari, where are you going? To which a young Shikari replies, library, want to come with me? Yui developed a complex about his height, so he dove into books about bodybuilding, trying to understand proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. And during middle school, it paid off. Yui hit a massive growth spurt, suddenly towering over a bewildered Shikari. Yui was the type to ignore anything that didn't interest him, Shikari recalls. But since I was good at devising plans, I found a way to teach him. I related everything to muscles. Thanks to that, he managed to graduate college and pass the hunter exam. The memory shifts to a fast food restaurant. Then, Yui suddenly got an A-class license while I was still stuck at D-class. Shikari remembers his shock when Yui asked him to team up. Why would you form a party with me, and me as the leader? Yui had been insistent. At least you take the lead, you're stronger. But Shikari just laughed it off. No way, I'm not cut out for it at all, what's with the confidence? He tried to push Yui away. You have the talent for it, instead of inviting me, go recruit someone strong. Yui's expression turned serious. Even if I become S-class, you'll still be the guy to lead me. Shikari shook his head, defeated. I can't keep up with you, you get it, don't you? Yui leaned forward, his voice firm. No, I don't. In fact, you're putting yourself down way too much. Your head's muscles are better than mine. Shikari muttered into his drink, head's muscles. It's meaningless if your body can't keep up. You do it like it's natural, but it's far from simple, Yui argued, pointing to his own head. Without you, I can't see the full picture, predict things, or give out instructions. Yui's gaze was unwavering. Everyone will come to know of your talent in the not-so-distant future, you can be sure of that. He then smiled warmly. Also, you were worried about my job prospects, so you chose the hunter path too. Shikari flushed, remembering his reasoning. That is, if I don't watch over you, you'll start some weird muscle match with a monster, and if you get injured, death won't be far behind. Yui's grin returned. That's right, that's why you should be the leader. Don't you understand that leaving me to my own devices is a bad idea? He looked Shikari dead in the eyes. Your talent and my talent, use them skillfully, Shikari. The memory fades, leaving Shikari stunned in the present. And in that instant something clicks, the panic vanishes, replaced by steely resolve. Got it. A new fire burns within him. If I'm the leader, then be ready, I'll work you all to the bone. I'm not a fan of uncertainty, he thinks, but even more than that, I hate letting my comrades die in silence. His gaze shifts, landing on the one variable he hadn't accounted for. He looks at Takaroo, who has been waiting patiently for orders. What a passive fellow. Takaroo notices his stare. Yanajikuji-san. Shikari's expression is all business. He turns to Takaroo. Kusanagi, how much can you help? Without a moment's hesitation, Takaroo declares, I'll blow it all away. That's all Shikari needs to hear. He nods once, okay. Shikari takes command, his voice ringing with authority. Everyone, open a path behind Yui. Vanguard, prepare for an attack from the rear. Takaroo looks up at him, a silent question in his eyes. You're relying on me. Shikari gives a sharp, confident smile. Being decisive and bold are my strong points, you see. He points forward. Get ready, Yui, jump on the count of 3. Then he looks to Takaroo. Kusanagi, start at the same time. The plan is set, get ready. As Yui leaps into the air, Shikari begins the countdown. 1. 2, he bellows. Yui as a decoy, drawing the avalanche's focus. On the count of 3, Takaroo's eyes narrow as power surges around him. With Yui airborne, Shikari gives the final order, go for it. Takaroo unleashes hell. A blinding beam of pure energy erupts from his hand, tearing through the air. He puts everything he has into the blast. The sheer scale of the attack leaves even the unflappable Yui completely speechless. Shikari can only watch in awe, a stunned grin on his face. This is. The blast doesn't just stop the avalanche, it obliterates it, carving a massive, smoking trench into the mountainside. Takaroo thinks to himself, I'm suddenly worried for that old man Sagu. As the dust settles, Takaroo looks back, slightly dazed. He's completely drained. The guild members erupt in a massive cheer, tossing one of their own into the air. We're SAVID, living's the best, thank you KUSANAGIKWN. Later, back at the Silver Sanctuary headquarters, Yui is curiously stretching Takaroo's arm. It doesn't look like you've got the right muscles for throwing stuff, but do your shoulders have a wide range of motion? Takaroo just wants him to stop. Let it go, will you? In her office, Shikari explains the role of guilds to Takaroo. Since it takes time for large gates to close even after you take down the boss, it's a guild's job to control it in the meantime. Takaroo listens intently. I see. Shikari looks at him seriously. You. She leans forward with a smile. Want to join our guild? Takaroo is caught completely off guard. Shikari waves her hand dismissively. I'm just joking, the likes of us could never accommodate you. Takaroo immediately protests, his voice filled with passion. Please do not put yourselves down like that. Yanajikuji-san, you have a lot of qualities that I lack. I really respect you. His earnestness leaves Shikari flustered. Why, yeah. Yui pops into the room with a wink. Shikari puffs her cheeks, still embarrassed. Yui claps his hands. Well then, Shikari, time to give this new hunter some advice on what he should focus on. Takaroo bows. I'm in your care. Shikari holds up a finger, taking on the role of a mentor. First of all, think of why you want to create a guild. Also. She places a hand on her chest, her expression sincere. The guild leader is responsible for bringing every member back alive, that includes you as well. Takaroo and Yui listen, taking her words to heart. Make sure to remember that, she concludes. Elsewhere, Shikari is on the phone. Well, what can I say, that Kusanagi, dude's like a dog, he's able to wait. On the other end of the line, the association president sits up in his hospital bed. What? A dog? Never mind that, why didn't you properly let me know of his power? He smirks, that was beyond my wildest speculations. You wouldn't have believed me even if I did tell you. Shikari sighs, well, yeah. The president ends the call. Anyway, I owe Kusanagi now, let me know if anything happens to him. Just then, the door to his room opens. A young blonde girl holding flowers walks in. Jay. Dad, you're making an ugly face, she says bluntly. The president ignores her, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he chuckles to himself. Building the foundation is the most essential thing, coo. His daughter looks on, completely unimpressed. She thinks to herself, gross. Meanwhile, back at school, a chibi version of her appears next to Takaroo. As Takaroo sits in class, completely unaware, he's left with a single, lingering question mark. The story flashes back 4 months, to the towering headquarters of the Hunter Association. Inside a sterile office, the association president sits across from a figure clad head to toe in ninja gear. He slides a dossier across the desk, a picture of a young student on the cover. Fujibayashi, I'd like for you to investigate this man. The president explains the gravity of the situation. His name is Kusanagi Takaroo. We're under the assumption that he single-handedly destroyed the Ouroboros guild. The ninja, Fujibayashi, is intrigued. Oh, he's tremendous. Leaning forward, the president presses the issue. He's too suspicious, it's dangerous, will you do it? Fujibayashi calmly replies, I'm aware. The S-class hunter, Fujibayashi Shinobu, raises a finger to her masked lips with absolute confidence. I'm a ninja. When it comes to intel gathering, I won't lose to anybody. But she has one condition. It's just that my current job is too hard. Could you wait until fall? The president sighs, defeated. Well, it can't be helped. He seems docile for now. With a dramatic flourish, Shinobu leaps into action. Then be well and await my return. I'm off. She vanishes in a blur, sending the office furniture flying. The association president is left alone, in a room filled with smoke from her theatrical exit. He mutters to himself, exasperated. Instead of trying to appeal as a ninja, maybe they should get some digital tools first. Back in the present day, Takaroo is in class. His teacher, Yusugi, smiles brightly. All right, for the last topic of today's lesson, I'll teach you all about the different generations of hunters. She begins her lecture. The first gate appeared 35 years ago. That same year, the Hunter Association was formed and the job of a hunter was established. Yusugi points to a chart detailing the 3 main generations of hunters, categorized by when they were born in relation to the first outbreak. The newest generation has a tendency to have high mana, she explains, as Takaroo listens intently. It's theorized that the saturated mana from the gates flowed into the world, affecting the environment and even people. She then turns her attention directly to Takaroo, so you think you're part of the second generation. With a proud grin she declares, that's where you're wrong Takaroo-kun, I'm from the Zero Laughs gen. Takaroo is stunned. Zero, the pink-haired girl beside him chimes in, he's from the so-called Zero Laughs generation. She explains that this refers to ancient families who fought demons long before the gates ever appeared, often hailing from places with naturally high mana density. Yusugi lists off some of these legendary families including her own, the Salma, Kyuan, Ryaizen and notably, the Fujibayashi clan, renowned for their ninjutsu. A student asks, special means that those from other families cannot use it. Takaroo quietly confirms, essentially yes. Yusugi elaborates on her own family's power. At that time, it's not like I used a divine flame but rather I only grasped the sensation of it. The flame of my Karura sword is borrowed from a Kalanathasama. It's supposed to be a Yusugi-only skill. Takaroo's mind races. He had used a flame skill just like that. He thinks to himself, that's why I see. A question hangs in his mind. Why was I able to pick it up, I wonder? Unseen outside the classroom window, Shinobu is perched in the trees observing her target. He's very diligent about his studies. How very nice. She trims a leaf with a pair of scissors, her analysis continuing. Family, friends, and teachers. All his relationships are good and seemingly without problems. A slight knowing smile plays on her lips. Her thoughts drift to the core of the mystery. Kusanagi Takaroo, a boy who attained mysterious power after his failed suicide attempt. I've heard of precedents where overcoming death has granted a person great power. The problem is the presence of partial knowledge, she muses. Instead of memory loss, this is more like. She comes to a startling conclusion. Another person has entered Kusanagi Takaroo's body. Shinobu weighs the possibilities, a transformation spell, a lineage skill, or could it be? The potential of this being a demon disguised as a human is not zero. Inside, as if sensing the ninja's thoughts, Yusugi looks up with a start. She thinks, if someone switched places I would be able to realize it since I can see souls. It seems very unlikely. As class ends, Takaroo gets up to leave. Thank you for teaching me, Yusugi-san. From her perch, Shinobu watches him go. He's on the move, she thinks, preparing to follow. Then so shall I. Walking down the empty school hallway, Takaroo feels a presence. He thinks this person is skilled at hiding their mana. Their control is extremely precise. Until they moved, I wasn't able to tell which direction I was being watched from. He steps out into a courtyard and freezes. His eyes widen in disbelief. This is. Before him is a horrific spectacle. Several of his classmates are crucified on flaming crosses. Just what on earth is going on here? He asks, horrified, as one of them screams, save me, I'll tell you all I know. His pink-haired classmate stands before the blaze, a satisfied smile on her face. Tempering with torture, your real intention slipped out. Takaroo approaches her. Why go so far? She replies coolly, I just heard something about these guys and you, Takun. She turns her gaze back to the terrified bullies. Takun would never commit suicide, but they keep insisting he did. A shadow falls over Takaroo's face, his expression turning ice cold. What? With a wave of her hand, the flames vanish and the bullies fall to the ground begging. We'll talk, she warns them. You guys better tell the truth, or else. The bullies spill their guts, crying. He didn't resist, so it's true that we beat him up. He was an easy target. Another shouts, if our bullying caused his jump then we'd be right, wouldn't we? They admit no matter how much we cornered him, he'd just laugh. We got carried away with it. The girl stands beside Takaroo, listening to their confession. One of the bullies looks up, but it is a fact that we bullied you. He bows his head shouting, Kusanagi, I'm sorry. Takaroo remains silent for a moment. He finally speaks, his voice devoid of emotion. I don't have a memory of you bullying me. The bullies look up confused. That's why. Takaroo looks them dead in the eyes. If you plan to lower your heads, do so in front of me when my memory returns. However, I have no idea if I'll forgive you then. His words hang in the air, leaving the bully stunned and speechless. Even his classmate seems taken aback by his cold response. Finally, the lead bully accepts his terms. Understood. Later, after the confrontation, the two sit on a bench outside the school. She breaks the silence. Honestly, I thought it was a bit weird. No matter how strong Takun is, it's possible he'd jump because of bullying. She looks at him pointedly. You protected Sawamura-kun because he went through something similar. Would you really leave someone like that behind? Takaroo can't give her a straight answer. I can't really say anything in regards to that. He thinks about his own situation. The Takaroo who can control my body and fight like this, to just jump because of those guys, it doesn't add up. She watches him, considering his words. She stretches and yawns, but the police ruled it an attempted suicide, and that's why you guys switched. They sit in silence, the mystery of their shared situation unresolved. She hops off the bench, deciding to change the subject. Well, there's no point in thinking too much about it here. For now, I've got my guild investigating that pervert demon lord. A flash of the demon Kamiya appears. Takaroo asks, pervert, and she internally confirms with a resounding yes. She turns back to him, so if you uncover anything let me know as well, of course. For me it's Takun, for you it's Edelweiss. The girl, now revealed to be possessed by Edelweiss, holds out her fist with a fierce smile. Takaroo mirrors her expression, a silent understanding passing between them. Edelweiss declares, we'll take those dear to us back, we're allies because of that. They seal the deal with a fist bump. As they get up to leave, a figure watches them from a nearby building. It's Shinobu peering through binoculars with tears in her eyes. Good, this is youth, thank you for this wonderful sight, Kusanagi Dono. She's completely captivated by what she witnessed. His words toward a past bully, so deeply moving, could it perhaps be? She zooms in on Takaroo's face as he walks with Edelweiss. Her heart pounds in her chest as she comes to a new, far more personal conclusion, that he is the very man I seek. As Takaroo and Edelweiss walk away, she complains about feeling watched, but Shinobu is lost in her own world, swooning. The springtime of youth is amazing, such a high. Chapter 67, Report. On his way home from school, Takaroo gets roped into a walk with his hunter friends. A woman with short hair apologizes, sorry, Takaroo-kun, you were on your way back from school but Mamoru insisted. The young boy Mamoru is buzzing with energy. Let's go patrol the city, I'm training to be a hunter so this will be great practice. Suddenly the bubbly hunter Takamine pops into the conversation, getting right in Takaroo's face. But playing around is important too, you can only go on dates in your school uniform while you're a student. She continues to tease him, I mean you and, wait what are you doing, you're bothering Takaroo-kun. As two more members of their party join, Takaroo asks, Yuichi-san, do you guys always patrol like this? Since you're a B-rank party, wouldn't you be better suited for fighting in gates? Another hunter explains their reasoning. Monsters appearing out of nowhere is terrifying for civilians. We're showing the public that there are hunters nearby to keep them safe. The woman smiles warmly, adding, because everyone wants to enjoy their days peacefully. Takaroo is genuinely moved by their dedication. You guys are awesome. But they immediately turn the praise back on him. No, Takaroo, it's you who's awesome. That's right, you're so diligent about being a hunter. Takamine's eyes sparkle as she drops a bombshell. And you're a hot topic with all the S-class ladies. The group continues their walk, the teasing now in full swing. A flustered Takaroo can't keep up. The black-haired hunter warns him, some hunters have very hardcore fans so you should keep it in check. Takaroo is completely lost. Seriously, what is this about? Takamine presses on, relentless. Hey Takaroo-kun, tell us more about your love life, Chica-chan was interested earlier too. Takaroo can only plead, please stop teasing me. But high above the city streets, someone is listening in. Perched on a rooftop, a ninja named Shinobu is practically vibrating with curiosity. I'm also curious about it, please tell me as well. A flashback reveals her harsh reality, a life of nothing but ninja training from dawn till dusk. She thinks to herself, I have never experienced this so-called youth. I would love to learn about it in great detail. Her mission, however, is far more serious. Watching Takaroo, she analyzes his rapid progression. From an ordinary citizen to a hunter, and now he's actively learning how guilds work. Her suspicion grows. It's like someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes, perhaps someone on the same level as Sagudono. Down below, Takaroo remains blissfully unaware of the eyes on him. Shinobu continues her silent observation. As a crow lands on her arm, she comes to a conclusion. This might be a way deeper case than I thought. Regardless, I need to send a preliminary report to Sagudono. She sighs, frustrated. Even so, I wasn't able to obtain any substantial info. When she looks back down, she sees Takaroo's friends looking around, confused. One of them asks, oh, where did Kusanagi Takaroo disappear to? Just then, a voice speaks from directly behind her. Shinobu freezes, her cover completely blown. It's you, Takaroo says calmly, the one who keeps watching me. The ninja instantly leaps back, putting distance between them. Landing in a crouch, her mind races. How did I get found out? Takaroo explains, his voice echoing across the rooftop. Once I got used to your gaze, I was able to follow your mana to your location. He cuts straight to the chase, his expression serious. What's your deal with me? Shinobu is trapped, her heart pounding. She tries to play it off. Whatever do you mean, I'm only here to enjoy the autumn twilight view. But as she speaks, she discreetly prepares a smoke bomb, knowing she's outmatched. He's got an advantage over me. She hurls the bomb at the ground. And that's precisely why it's time for a strategic retreat, I'm off. Takaroo stands his ground as smoke fills the air. The rooftop is completely obscured. Within the smoke, Shinobu activates her skill, ninja arts concealment technique. She blends seamlessly into a nearby wall, confident in her escape. This should allow me to remain undetected by you. But Takaroo just watches unimpressed. He thinks to himself, confused, why isn't she moving? running away just because I called you out means you're an enemy. His eyes narrow, which means there's no need for mercy. Realizing her camouflage failed, Shinobu makes a break for it. She unleashes her clone technique, splitting into 5 identical copies. The clones prepare an attack, fire. They all unleash a volley of dragon breath fireballs at Takaroo. Takaroo simply raises a hand, wind. A single, powerful gust of wind extinguishes the flames instantly. He leaps from the rooftop in pursuit. It's useless to run away. Shinobu is in disbelief, for my techniques to be overcome this easily. She realizes a ground escape is impossible. At this rate, running away is not an option, then. Using her wind walking technique, she launches herself into the air, leaping between buildings. She laughs thinking she's safe. As expected, you can't follow me into the sky. Her victory is short-lived as Takaroo appears right in front of her propelled by an aerial boost. Her face contorts in shock. What the? The chase continues in midair. You're capable of everything, Kusanagi Takaroo, she yells. However, my S-class rank is not just for show. She unleashes her ultimate attack, Ninja Arts Weapon Hail. Takaroo calmly casts a defensive spell, Protect Guard. A massive explosion rocks the sky as hundreds of weapons are deflected by his barrier. On the street below, the hunter party looks up in confusion. What's that? Birds fighting? No idea, strong boy. The woman simply watches, a knowing look on her face. He's incredible after all. But their attention is violently ripped away as a gate tears open in the middle of the street, unleashing a flock of monstrous birds. The party leader immediately takes charge. A gate, Mari, get everyone out, Yuichi Chica, let's go. In the ensuing panic, a small child trips and falls. A monster breaks from the pack, diving straight for the helpless girl. The muscular hunter rushes to intercept but knows he's too far away. Shit. High above, the battle rages on. Takaroo effortlessly weaves through Shinobu's attacks, all while simultaneously preparing another spell. Shinobu can't believe what she's seeing. He's dodging all of it and casting spells. How skillful. Takaroo clenches his fist. He unleashes his spell. A powerful invisible force slams into Shinobu. The impact sends her hurtling through the air. As she tumbles, she sees Takaroo suddenly break off his attack and dive towards the street below. Where is he going? In a breathtaking display of speed and power, Takaroo intercepts the monster, freezing it solid just moments before it reaches the child. Shinobu watches from above, utterly stunned by his awareness. The reality of her failure hits her hard. She is completely shaken. I was so focused on the battle that I completely failed to grasp the critical situation below, she thinks, horrified. I'm a failure of an S-class hunter. She then notices Takaroo is falling uncontrollably. Her eyes widen in realization. Why isn't he fixing his posture? No way. He's out of mana. Shinobu dives to catch him. I'll save you. Takaroo plummets towards the child he just rescued. But at the last second, he uses his momentum to swing his body around, shattering the frozen monster with a powerful kick. Now. He lands perfectly, holding the child safely in his arms, wondering what the ninja was trying to do. His friends look on in awe. What a great boy to not get scared. Nearby, a defeated Shinobu kneels on the pavement. Takaroo sets the child down and walks towards her. He stands over her, demanding an answer. Hey, what's your goal here? Before she can speak, the messenger crow lands on her shoulder. A familiar voice emanates from it. Hey, Fujibayashi, I got your report on Kusanagi. Takaroo's eyes widen. Sagu-san's voice. The crow begins relaying a recorded message from Sagu. Sagu Dono, I'd like to consult with you regarding this matter. Shinobu's face pales as the message continues, revealing her mission. Also, it's been so hectic I forgot to tell you, I've already talked it out with Kusanagi. Sagu's voice explains, so I ended up taking care of it myself. I'm very sorry but cut the investigation here. The message concludes on a friendly note. Of course, you'll be paid in full for your work. I'll bring some good sake next time, so please forgive me. See you later. The crow flies off, leaving an incredibly awkward silence. Takaroo just stares, completely bewildered by the turn of events. Shinobu, now identified as Fujibayashi, is utterly mortified. Bowing her head to the ground, she can only manage a pathetic apology. I'm very sorry. As Takaroo walks away, he reflects on the recent confrontation. That must have been terrible. Fujibayashi-san is a kind person, so I'm glad the misunderstanding was resolved. Sagu-san also apologized, so it should be okay now. Later, he's walking with a new blonde classmate. So, is it okay for me to stay in my school uniform? Takaroo asks. It's easier for me, so I'm glad, but... She smiles. On that front, there's a lot of freedom. Some people even attend in their full hunter gear. They arrive at the gates of a massive, prestigious-looking building, Arun Academy. His classmate turns to him, her eyes sparkling. As a fellow student of this academy, I'll be counting on you, Takaroo-kun. Takaroo smiles back, feeling a sense of a new beginning. Okay. And just like that, Takaroo officially became a student of Arun Academy. While walking through the campus, Takaroo thinks to himself, Arun Academy only has one purpose, to produce superior hunters. My guild training can earn me credits here, so. He looks down at his phone where an email from Sagu is open. It's a long list of guilds. The message is blunt, congrats on the admission, here's a list of guilds to train with, good luck. His classmate peeks over his shoulder, her eyes wide with shock. How Spartan. Takaroo realizes Sagu has prepared a grueling training regimen for him all across Japan. His training begins immediately, as he's thrown into a chaotic scene with a rampaging ogre. First up, the A-class guild Shinsengumi. Their leader rallies the troops. We shall safeguard the peace of Kyoto, let's attack. The samurai-themed hunters make short work of the monster. Next, Takaroo finds himself with the B-class guild, the National Mascot Alliance, where a hero in a costume delivers a devastating kick. It's revealed that Takaroo is the one inside the cat mascot costume. Despite his dead-tired expression, his mascot teammates cheer him on. Well done, Nyan Nagi. Training Location 3, the A-class Jengu Riders, a motorcycle-bound guild charging into battle. Just you wait for us, monster scum. Then there's the B-class guild Maiden Dreams Are Forever. A clearly exhausted Takaroo is forced into a magical girl outfit. This month I was barely home, always away on business. At the C-class guild Raiden, a group of sumo wrestlers try to recruit him. Do you also want to be a Rikishi? Finally, he joins the B-class guild Ice Skaters, who elegantly dispatch an orc. Through it all, a realization dawns on Takaroo. Maybe that's precisely why I realized that leaving a strong, reassuring impact on people is what being a hero is all about. He even learns about the harsh realities of the business from a fairy-themed hunter. Our sponsors decide our clothing, you see. Takaroo can only mutter, adult matters, huh? Takaroo thinks it quickly dawned on me that we all share the same feeling of wanting to protect everyone. It was a tough schedule, but I think I gained a lot from it. After the grueling tour, Takaroo arrives at the Hunter Association headquarters. The association president greets him holding out a new ID, and at long last, your hunter's badge has been updated, check it for any errors. Takaroo takes the card, his eyes widening at what he sees. His rank has been updated, he's no longer a B-class. I was promoted to an A-class hunter. The president grins wryly. With this, there's plenty more work coming your way. Takaroo groans, realizing his work is far from over. To celebrate, the whole crew gathers at a restaurant. A banner hangs proudly, congratulating Takaroo on his promotion, and Sagu on his discharge from the hospital. The pink-haired Salma Karen raises her glass high. Now then, cheers to all sorts of things. Sagu is drinking with another veteran hunter who remarks, that's some sloppy leading, but I'm grateful for it. Meanwhile, Takamine Sakura is chatting with Yusugi Kikyo. This is a first for me. Takamine-san, what are you drinking? Kikyo replies innocently, I'm a minor, so it's juice. Takamine processes this information. She's completely shocked. You're a minor and you're this well-adjusted. Suddenly, Karen pops up behind Takaroo. Takaroo, looky here. She shoves her phone in his face, showing a flashy photo of him posing with some pretty boys. I got this from a friend of Ikabuki, you know. Takaroo panics as Karen shows the picture to Sakura and Kikyo. Hey, it's something I had to do as part of my guild training. Kikyo looks at the photo with a slight blush. You look cool, Takaroo-kun. Takaroo can only manage a flustered, thank you. Karen notices Kikyo's reaction. She leans in and whispers conspiratorially, I'll send it to you later. Kikyo gets so flustered, she nearly chokes on her juice. As Takaroo struggles with the grill, Takamine turns to Sagu. Come to think of it, Sagu-san, how long will the interrogation last for the demons we caught? Sagu shrugs nonchalantly. The president is in charge, so no clue. Karen sighs, can't help it, I've still got some lingering feelings attached. Another hunter explains, don't rush it, Karen. It's a precious source of info, so we can't just kill them. Even Mei has to take it slowly and carefully. Watching the easy banter, Takaroo thinks, those three seem to get along well, they're old friends. But his peaceful observation is shattered in an instant. A clearly drunk Kikyo suddenly tackles Takamine. Takamine-san. Sakura struggles to hold her up. Yeah, Yusuga-sensei, you're always so earnest. She's completely wasted, clinging to her with surprising strength. Takaroo panics, drink some water, sensei. Seiju-senpai, please help me, she's very strong, while Karen films the whole thing. The older hunters just watch the chaos with amusement. How nice and peaceful. But amidst the noise, a serious voice cuts through. A man with a dark ponytail, Hayabusa, approaches Takaroo. Kusanagi, we need to talk. The party atmosphere vanishes as Hayabusa sits across from him. Are you familiar with inviolable gates? The name sends a chill down Takaroo's spine. Those deemed impossible to conquer, supermassive gates, Takaroo asks. Hayabusa confirms that's right. He explains the grim history. Numerous S-class hunters tried to conquer it, but none have survived. Since it takes a considerable time for a gate to break, the operation was put on hold. The association president joins them, adding, according to Magi it might break within a year. The higher-ups plan to place an order. Takaroo looks on confused. An order. The president clarifies, to form a small party of elites with Hayabusa as the lead, in order to capture the inviolable gate. Hayabusa looks at Takaroo with cold intensity. First spot's mine. He continues as the scene cuts to Takamine trying to help the drunken Kiko. Seconds Takamine. His gaze locks onto Takaroo, and then thirds you Kusanagi. The scene shifts to a vast, dark and empty space. In the distance, a colossal, glowing white tree illuminates the darkness, protected by rings of light. A massive, shadowy foot steps onto the barren landscape, the great tree its clear destination. Standing on a cliff is a winged demon girl, her eyes fixed on the tree's radiant barrier. This annoying barrier. Her power crackles around her. Her face contorts with pure rage as she makes a vow. I will rip it apart for sure. In the shadow of a mountain lies the Fuji Sea of Trees Gate, a swirling vortex of darkness. It's a place of legend and not a good one. 2 S-class guilds have tried to conquer it in the past. None of them ever came back. With almost no information to go on, the Hunter Association declared the gate inviolable, a suicide mission not to be attempted. But now, at the end of November, things are changing. Inside the Hunter Association headquarters, preparations are underway. Takaroo Kusanagi is handed a special bag. It's imbued with transfer magic to increase storage, an associate explains. It's high capacity, but there's a limit, so pack smart. In a high-level briefing, the plan is laid out. The man in charge, Sagu, addresses the assembled hunters. Hayabusa's party will be the advance party, Igarashi's will be the main force. He gestures to the stoic leader of the advance party, Hayabusa Tenku. Sagu continues, his voice echoing in the tense room, our objective, capture Fuji Sea of Trees. I will be in charge of this entire operation. And the members of Igarashi's party, their leader Igarashi Hideo, alongside Seiju Karen, Yusugi Kikyo, and the masked Fujibayashi Shinobu. The best of the best have been gathered. The association president explains the core problem. The reason no one has returned has been determined to be a powerful barrier within. The advance party's task is to investigate and disable that barrier. He sets the timeline. The main force will enter 2 weeks after the advance party's entry or as soon as the barrier is down. Sakura thinks to herself, a knot of worry tightening in her stomach. If the boss is defeated first, then we won't be able to return. Takaroo, however, sees a path forward. Barriers must have a mage present to keep them up, he realizes. Our target's clear. Hayabusa turns to his 2 young teammates, his expression grim. This comes with a heavy responsibility, he says, the weight of the mission in his voice. There's only 1 month left until the gate breaks, we have no other choice. Takaroo and Sakura listen, their faces set with determination. Hayabusa's gaze is unwavering. Failure is not an option. The former president, a man with scars that tell their own stories, steps forward to address the hunters. I'm sure that this will be the most dangerous mission thus far, he admits. However, we have gathered each generation's greatest hunters. He looks at them with a mixture of hope and concern. I have full faith that you will return to us safe and sound. The hunters absorb his words, the reality of their mission sinking in. Deployment is in 3 days. Takaroo's eyes are fixed on the speaker. The former president concludes, we're counting on you. As the meeting concludes, President Sagu calls out, that's it for today, start preparing. Kusanagi and Takamine follow me. Takaroo and Sakura exchange a surprised glance. They're led to the 3rd Magic Research Institute, where an eccentric researcher in a lab coat and lingerie bursts out to greet them. I've been waiting for you, she cheers. It's time for the great reveal. And there it is. Takaroo and Sakura stand in brand new, custom-fitted battle gear, looking like true heroes. President Sagu smiles, impressed. Well, look at you two, it suits you quite well. These were made to suit your fighting styles, so how's it feel? Takaroo tests the movement, a grin spreading across his face. It's so easy to move in, Sakura adds, it feels very light. Her eyes widen in realization. This material could it be? The researcher strikes a pose, beaming with pride. We used a massive amount of adamantite to make it, and for Takamine's outfit we used mirhisrite, also known as holy silver. I knew it. Sakura is stunned. Doesn't it cost several hundred millions to develop? The researcher waves it off. Say what? This time I had a proper budget, so no worries. The president chuckles. We're doing this for the country and to keep you alive. Cheap won't cut it. Takaroo and Sakura are speechless at the investment being made in them. A muscular man named Shuri warns the researcher, hey, Shuri, if those 2 don't come back, consider this place a wasteland. My pride's taken a massive hit since Tartarus got destroyed. She just pouts back, ignoring him. The researcher gets back to business, explaining the gear's specs. Their durability against physical and magical attacks is very good. As far as protection goes, there's nothing better. She smirks confidently. This time you can see for yourselves just how great our technical skills are. She looks them dead in the eye. Kusanagi Takamine. The entire research team stands behind her, seeing them off. Be sure to come back to us. Filled with a new sense of purpose, Takaroo and Sakura shout in unison, yes. And so, with only 3 days left, everyone spends the time in their own way. Some share final moments with loved ones. Others find comfort in their teams. And some, like Shinobu, push their training to the absolute limit. But Hayabusa Tenku spends his time alone, in a large, empty room. He finishes writing, then stands up from the desk, his preparations complete. Left behind on the table is a single piece of paper with one word written on it, will. The day arrives, the ominous gate churns at the base of the mountain, waiting. A military-style forward operating base has been set up, bustling with activity. The hunters make their final checks, the mood heavy with anticipation. The advance party, Hayabusa, Takaroo, and Sakura, stand ready, their eyes fixed on their destination. They stand before the colossal, swirling abyss. It's finally time, Hayabusa says softly. He turns to his team. I designated you two as part of the advance party because I think you can handle things on your own if anything happens. Do you understand what I mean? His meaning is chillingly clear, that even in the worst-case scenario if you remain alone. He pauses, then looks at them with a fierce resolve. Let's all come back. Takaroo nods firmly. We promised our families. Hayabusa gives a silent, solemn nod. He takes a deep breath. Let's go. With determined steps, the advance party marches forward. They are entering the gate, Fuji sea of trees. Instantly chaos, they aren't on solid ground, they're plummeting from the sky over a massive alien forest. Takaroo's mind races, in midair, Sakura spots a colossal, glowing tree in the distance. Hayabusa snaps into action, shouting orders as they fall. Don't get separated, prepare your magic for landing. He's cut off. A blast of pure dark energy slams into him out of nowhere, sending him careening away from the others. Takaroo doesn't hesitate, he grabs Sakura and shoves her away, screaming to an unseen ally, hey, please take care of Sakura-san. Sakura can only watch in horror. A second larger blast of darkness zeroes in on Takaroo. It hits him dead on, swallowing him whole. Sakura's scream is cut short as she watches him disappear. Takaroo. As darkness consumes him, Takaroo's mind is flooded with strange images. A magnificent, empty cathedral hall. A windswept cliff. A young girl in a red cloak stands there, calling out to someone named Cardinal. She turns back with a radiant smile, her voice echoing in his memory. I'll definitely uphold my promise to you. The final image is of a beautiful staff, standing alone in a field of white flowers as petals drift on the wind. On the ground, Hayabusa steadies himself as Takamine Sakura pushes herself up from the rocky terrain. Sakura cries out in a panic, Takaroo, but Hayabusa quickly cuts her off. Calm down, Takamine, he'll be fine. He turns to survey their surroundings. For now, let's find our bearings, time to scout this area. Taking a deep breath, Sakura nods with determination. Okay. Meanwhile, Takaroo is locked in a desperate battle. In the distance, a colossal, glowing white tree dominates the skyline. The sky is filled with the shockwaves of their clash. His opponent, a winged demon girl, sneers at him. Doesn't matter how many outsiders you send, it's futile. Takaroo grits his teeth, analyzing the powerful foe before him. She roars, her face contorted with rage. As long as this Cardinal, the Scarlet Star Sinner Dragon, remains, that is, you're strong. Cardinal lunges forward, claws ready to tear him apart. She unleashes a frenzied assault. Die, 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 die. She screams, her attacks a blur of motion. With a final cry of die, Cardinal fires a massive X-shaped blast of energy. Takaroo looks on, stunned. What absurd power, she seems to be from the dragon species. He braces for impact, raising his arm to defend. The energy blast collides with his guard, sparks flying. A tiny chibi version of Takaroo pops up, explaining, Hehe tilde defense goes up in accordance with mana being supplied tilde, Takaroo himself thinks, as expected of her. Cardinal is in disbelief, that did nothing. She presses her attack again undeterred. Takaroo deftly dodges the incoming strike. He quickly forms a strategy. Fighting someone that can fly in their domain is bad news, so let's start things by sending you down to the ground, Takaroo yells, casting a spell that ensnares Cardinal and yanks her from the sky. She snarls in frustration as she plummets towards the earth. Takaroo watches, preparing for the next phase of the fight. But as Cardinal falls, something unexpected happens. Two new winged figures swoop in from above, catching Cardinal midair. Okay, tilde, that's enough, one of them says cheerfully. The battlefield instantly shifts into a tense, three-way standoff. Takaroo can only stare in shock at the sudden arrivals. Cardinal glares at her rescuers with pure contempt. You again. The newcomers, a blonde woman and a dark-haired girl, face her down. The blonde one speaks with authority, back off, we'll be the ones to remove this intruder. The other girl just teases, as usual, you're so annoying, Cardinal tilde. More foes, Takaroo thinks, hovering at a distance. Cardinal isn't having it. Always getting in my way, you back off instead. The dark-haired girl Shara taunts her back. Well now, who was about to be beaten? Tilda, not me. Cardinal's eyes burn with fury. You're just some offshoots of Lilac, yet you dare speak as if you're equal to me. Shara feigns terror, hiding behind her companion. Scary, I was right, wasn't I, Sist? The blonde Sist replies sternly. Don't mock Shara. Takaroo watches the infighting, realizing the situation is more complex than he thought. She's clearly Demon Lord class, he assesses, looking at Cardinal. While these two seem to be at least of general class. And it looks like they're not on the same side. The newcomers, Shara and Sist, finally turn their full attention to Takaroo. Sist observes him coolly. To think there would exist a human capable of fighting against her. Takaroo tries to de-escalate, but Sist interrupts. It does not matter, all we have to do is fulfill our duty. He calls out, I mean you no harm, sorry but. Shara cuts him off with a smirk. Your side of the story means nothing to us, our duty is to eliminate all intruders, we'll have you die here. But before they can make a move, Cardinal interjects. Her power flares as she glares at all of them. HMPH, as far as I'm concerned, you're all an enemy to me. With eyes glowing white with rage, she screams, disappear. Suddenly, a calm, powerful voice echoes from the giant tree. This is bad, the voice says, as everyone looks towards the source. Shara and Sist gasp in unison. Mother, the voice continues, you will not be forgiven for invading my land. A blinding light erupts from the tree, engulfing the entire area in a massive explosion. Takaroo reacts instantly, throwing his hands forward to cast a barrier. Protect guard, anti-magia. But to his horror, his defensive spells simply fizzle out into nothing. She erased my magic, he thinks in disbelief. The cataclysmic explosion continues to expand, threatening to vaporize everything. Seeing the overwhelming power, Cardinal makes a run for it. She screams in fury as she flees, damn you, LILACCC. Shara and Sist also beat a hasty retreat from their mother's attack. A colossal beam of pure energy lances across the sky, aimed directly at Takaroo's last known location. The two girls look back, their faces pale with shock. As they fly over the forest, Shara remarks, that was Mother Lilac's serious attack. Been a while since I've seen that, so that human was that dangerous of a threat, huh? Sist replies, Cardinal ran away like always, let's go back as well. No, there should be more than one intruder, let's go search. Shara sighs, oof tilde. Takaroo opens his eyes, bracing for an impact that never came. He finds himself standing alone in a vast, ethereal field of white flowers. He looks around, confused. This place is, a cheerful voice calls out, barely safe. A young girl appears from behind a tree. I'm glad my transfer magic made it in time. She runs towards him, waving her hands frantically. Please don't glare at me, I'm not your enemy. She beams, giving him a playful wink. I'm Fia, a resident of this island. Takaroo notices her pointed ears. She's not human. He stares at the strange girl who just saved his life and asks bluntly, why did you save me? Fia looks out over the field. I was waiting for a long time for a person like you to come. She turns back to him, her expression earnest. Hey, I need your help. Reaching out her hand, she makes an astonishing proposal. Why don't we save this island together? Takaroo is left utterly speechless, unsure of what to make of this sudden turn of events. With a hopeful smile, the mysterious girl Fia poses a heavy question to Takaroo. You want to save this island, she asks. Takaroo stares back, completely caught off guard. Fia gestures energetically, her enthusiasm practically sparkling. Takaroo, however, remains deeply suspicious. As far as I know, transfer magic is Demon Lord class, he thinks. How is this kid able to use it? Realizing she might have come on too strong, Fia suddenly panics. Ah, my bad, she says, waving her hands dismissively. Suddenly springing that on you would be rude of me. Trying a different approach, she offers an invitation. Say, why don't we go to my house and have a proper discussion about this? Takaroo considers her offer. She's still suspicious, he thinks, but I'd also like to get a handle on the situation here. He gives a short reply, okay. Overjoyed, Fia cheers, yay, it's this way, and immediately trips, face-planting into the flower field. Takaroo sighs, you okay? She leads him to a small, secluded log cabin perched on a grassy hill. It's a simple, rustic home. Inside, Fia immediately offers him a drink. Here you go, it's milk, please make yourself comfortable. They sit at a wooden table in a cozy, well-stocked kitchen. Takaroo scans his surroundings, concluding, it doesn't appear to be a trap. Meanwhile, Fia is already enjoying her milk, tilde so delish. As Takaroo raises his glass, Fia freezes in horror, realizing her breach of etiquette. Ah, was I supposed to wait until the guest drinks it first? She thinks frantically. Takaroo, unfazed, takes a sip. It's good, Fia's face instantly lights up. Right. She gets so excited, she practically floats above the table. I always wanted to hear what others thought of this milk, she exclaims. It's my first time having a guest here. Takaroo is a bit surprised. First time. Fia is already lost in her own world, humming happily. Then next we'll taste that meat. Takaroo has to cut in, what about our talk? She snaps back to reality. Whoa, that's right, I forgot. She scrambles to a bookshelf and grabs a rolled-up document. With a thud, she slams a large map onto the table. Well then, let's start with this island. A magical projection of the landmass appears. This is an isolated island with no land mass nearby, Fia explains. It's an isolated world. She shows an image of a thriving community. So nature thrives, many different races lived peacefully here. Takaroo immediately catches the implication. Lived, past tense. Fia continues her explanation, unfazed. This island has the large forest, the mountainous region, and the plains. These are the three main areas. She points to a specific spot on the map. We're around here now. First, the southwest mountains. An image of a winged demon girl appears. This area is ruled by the Scarlet Star Sinner Dragon Cardinal. It's full of steep cliffs and dangerous monsters. Next, she describes a lush forest. In the north lies the large forest full of demi-humans. It's being protected by the great earth spirit Lilac. Lilac has erected a barrier around the large forest, Fia says. If you invade it, then Lilac's offshoots will rush to deal with you. The pieces start to click for Takaroo. A barrier. He silently wonders about the barrier's extent, but realizes something more important is nagging at him. He recalls the two girls who attacked him. Fia notices his expression. What's wrong? It's nothing, Takaroo deflects. He asks anyway, offshoots. Were those two? Fia confirms his suspicion. Right, they're called Shara and Mist. A great spirit that's able to produce two demon general class entities, huh? Takaroo thinks, processing the sheer power level. Fia adds enthusiastically, they're both mega strong. Was Lilac the one who erased my magic? Takaroo asks. Fia nods. That's Lilac's sealing magic, anti-magia. She's able to disable all magic within the barrier. Fia explains the power dynamic. Although Cardinal's the strongest on the island within the barrier, Lilac is invincible. But that doesn't answer the core question. Why are you guys fighting in the first place? Takaroo presses. Fia beams with a massive, cheerful smile and admits, I really don't get that one either, though. Takaroo is left completely dumbfounded. Slumping over her chair in embarrassment, Fia confesses, truth be told, I don't have my memories. I'm aware of what's happening right now, but I'm unable to remember why. I see, Takaroo replies, taking in the bizarre situation. Fia looks up with a simple plea, I'd like for everyone to get along. Everyone? Takaroo asks. There are others besides those two fighting. Yes, Fia says with a serious expression. She reveals the third major player. There was a human settlement in the plains before. He's there. His name is Lotus. The name sounds familiar to Takaroo. Feels like I've heard that name before. Fia provides a critical piece of information. Lotus held the title of saint at one point in time. The scene shifts, an eagle soaring high in the sky. It flies over the plains, revealing a human village nestled in the landscape. In the village, children are playing when a ball goes astray. It rolls to a stop at the feet of a mysterious cloaked figure. The man Lotus kindly returns the ball. The children gather around him excitedly. Thank you, Lotus-sama, it's Lotus-sama. He gently pats a boy's head. You're all so lively as usual. A child asks, what's wrong, Lotus-sama? Did something good happen? Lotus gives a knowing smile. You got me there. He gazes at the sky, a sense of finality in his voice. You see, my long-cherished wish is about to come true. Wish? A boy asks, holding his ball. Yes, Lotus confirms. His gentle demeanor vanishes, replaced by a dark, chilling intensity. My wish is to free everyone from this island. In a grand library, the saintess reads a story to Takaroo, a tale of a legendary figure from a century ago. She explains Saint Lotus was originally just a divine farmer. After a revelation, he fought demons to protect humanity, and his gentle strength earned him the title of saint. Takaroo listens intently as the story concludes. But then, one day he simply vanished. Whether he died or not is unknown, but his name is still spoken of to this day. Looking up from his book, Takaroo remarks, it's as if he's the same as a messiah. The saintess considers this, replying, you're right, but the title of messiah is a special one, she says with a gentle smile. Takaroo looks at her, a bit flustered. Your saintess title seems pretty special too, he points out. She chuckles, it's not a title at all. She elaborates, a saintess is someone granted a divine tool to guide humanity toward peace. A divine tool? Takaroo asks. In my case, she says as a light begins to glow, it is this. She holds up a beautiful scepter wrapped in a black ribbon. This is Elbis, humanity's hope, a scepter that brings about miracles depending on its user's prayer. Takaroo's curiosity is piqued. So what did you pray for to reach peace? He asks. The saintess hesitates. Her expression becomes somber. I am the only saintess at the moment, she confesses, and there seems to be no end to those suffering. Takaroo listens, sensing the weight of her burden. With determination in her eyes, she looks directly at him. I prayed for a person to help me save this world together. Later, Takaroo sits alone in a field of white flowers, the Saintess's words echoing in his mind. He contemplates the story he just heard. Saint Lotus, he thinks to himself, a great figure from over 100 years ago, could he still be alive, he'd be an old man by now. He's on the same level as great spirits and dragons, I can't think of him as an ordinary human. A saint, huh, I bet he'd have lots of stories to tell. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden presence. So you were here, a cheerful voice calls out, it's Fia. Fia, Takaroo says, surprised. I also like coming here, she exclaims, playfully flopping down into the flower bed beside him. As they lie in the field, Fia looks up at the sky. I love gazing at the stars just like this. A nostalgic smile crosses her face. I told you how various races lived on this island before, right? Everyone was really close, it was like a paradise, but right now. Her tone turns serious. I don't have the memories of what started this fight, but I just feel like it's my duty to bring that paradise back. They both sit up. To save this island, I need my memories, Fia explains, however, I wasn't able to recall anything by myself. That's why I can only ask you for help. You have the power to stand up to Cardinal and the others. I thought I could rely on you. She reaches out a hand toward him. Then Fia kneels before him, bowing her head to the ground. I beg of you, please help me resolve this conflict so that everyone can be friends once again. Takaroo looks down at her, his expression unreadable. I get that you're worried about this island's affairs, he thinks. But the me right now has no time to stay here and listen to this kid, much less help her. I have my own purpose as a hunter. I can't just poke my nose into others' affairs like I always do. He stands up, turning his back to her. Fia, I'm sorry, but... He glances back with a look of regret. As he walks away, something in the distance catches his eye. He stops dead in his tracks. His eyes widen in utter shock. Without another word, he breaks into a dead sprint, leaving a bewildered Fia calling his name. He runs with a desperate urgency. The image of the Saintess's scepter flashes in his mind. He pants, pushing himself forward. Takaroo bursts into a clearing and skids to a halt, staring in disbelief. Before him, a colossal version of the Elbis scepter is embedded in the earth. The Elbis scepter, he breathes out. Fia finally catches up, confused and out of breath. Takaroo, what's wrong? He whirls around and grabs her shoulders. Fia, why is that item here? Takaroo's intensity is overwhelming. Fia stammers, I'm sorry, it's fine. It has always been here, so I don't know either. I see, Takaroo says, calming down slightly. Fia quickly adds, if we ask Lotus or Lilac, I'm sure they'll know. She trails off uncertainly. Probably, they've lived on this island for so long after all. Fia looks down, feeling guilty. Sorry, she says quietly, I'm sure you have your own circumstances, and here I am, one-sidedly asking for your help. Takaroo looks at her, then at the giant scepter, his mind racing. He turns back to Fia. You're right, it'd be difficult to help you with everything. Fia's face falls, expecting rejection. But Takaroo continues, while I'm busy with my work, I can lend you a hand on the way. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Would that be okay? Tears of pure joy well up in her eyes. Yes, that's fine, thank you so much, she cries, leaping into his arms for a hug. Whoa, Takaroo exclaims, catching her. As he holds the crying girl, his thoughts become clear. I thought this was Edelweiss's residual mana at first, but the scepter is from someone else. This island must have had a different Saintess before. The barrier, Fia, the Saintess. I need to go and talk to Lotus about all of this. I'm not sure if this is linked to where Edelweiss has gone, but right now, I need more info. He remembers the Saintess's plea for a partner. And Fia's desperate bow for help. I have a goal I want to achieve, he realizes. When my own power isn't enough, I can rely on others to help me. It's an option I didn't have before. He recalls his past struggles. And Sagu's advice echoes in his memory. Gather people that you trust and make a guild of your own. A look of understanding dawns on his face. Sagu-san, he thinks, looking at Fia and the scepter. I think I understand what you meant now. A new path has opened up before him. The next morning, Fia is packed and ready, sporting a comically oversized backpack. All right, call me ready, she declares. Takaroo can only think that looks heavy. She struggles under the weight. So, where are we heading to again? I thought about paying Lotus and his settlement a visit first, Takaroo says. Got it, toward the plains we go, Fia cheers. As they walk, a question pops into Takaroo's head. Right now that I think on it, didn't you ever try asking Lotus for help yourself? Fia gives a strange reply. If you're with me today, then maybe. Takaroo stops. What do you mean? Fia explains. I did think about that, but I couldn't reach them. Her answer only confuses him more. To demonstrate, Fia takes a deep breath in and then out, steeling herself. She bonks her head lightly, getting into position. She plants her foot firmly on the ground. With her cheeks puffed out in determination. Takaroo watches, completely baffled by her actions. Fia charges forward with all her might. Suddenly, her face flattens as if she's hit a wall of glass. As expected, I can't get past this point, she wails, sliding down an invisible barrier. Takaroo can only stare, say what,